Chapter 1. His striking appearance surely indicates he is the protagonist. Jiang Mingyue. I grant you one chance to beg for mercy. Jiang Mingyue lay on the cold floor of the Grand Hall, bloodied and on the brink of death, her heart heavy with despair. Alas, the consequences of her late-night reading had befallen her. She had found herself transmigrated into this melodramatic cultivation novel, inhabiting the role of a vicious female antagonist who shared her name. For disrupting the relationship between the main characters, she had been cast aside by the male lead and handed over to the story's greatest villain, the Demon Emperor by Quare. She now awaited her demise. According to the narrative, the deranged Demon Emperor would drain her of all her blood, leaving her with but a single breath before discarding her in a mass grave, only for her corpse to be later retrieved by the male lead and dismembered into 18 pieces. Such a horrific fate. What mercy could she possibly plead for? With her eyes closed, resigned to her fate, she muttered, "Just grant me a swift end." The young Demon Emperor harbored a deep-seated hatred for the cultivation sex. Any spiritual cultivator who fell into the hands of the demon race met a gruesome end, either being subjected to 1,000 cuts or transformed into a living corpse, none ever escaping unscathed. With such a dismal beginning, she might as well restart the game. The executing demon attendant appeared momentarily taken aback. I have never encountered such an unusual request. Very well, let us fulfill her wish, swish. Jiang Mingyue was momentarily stunned, and in that fleeting moment, the demon attendant's sword had pierced through her chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Oh, splendid. She must surely be the most unfortunate book transmigrator in existence. 2 minutes, and her game was over. Could it mean she would return home? The sound of a man's labored breathing gradually stirred Jiang Mingyue from her unconsciousness, and upon reopening her eyes, she found herself engulfed in the stillness of night. She hadn't returned? As she attempted to rise, her legs faltered, causing her to tumble. Once more, the man beneath her let out a muffled groan, caught off guard by her sudden and heavy descent. What on earth? How could there be a living person here? And a male at that? Above them, a swarm of blood bats circled, their crimson eyes illuminating the dim surroundings. Despite the gloom, she could still discern the striking countenance of the man beneath her. His eyebrows were as dark as ink, his nose delicately arched, and his thin lips as cold as ice. A faint glimmer graced his pale cheek, accentuating his ethereal beauty, which exuded an air of otherworldliness. He was breathtakingly handsome, a sight to behold, rivaling the first encounter she had with her beloved idol. Wow, such an exquisite appearance. He must certainly be the male lead. She speculated quietly. In the original narrative, Jiang Mingyue was childhood friends with the male lead Yi Qianchun, and they were once deeply in love. However, during a demon-slaying mission, he sustained grave injuries while saving her, resulting in a permanent disability. Yet rather than expressing gratitude for his life-saving act, this wicked female antagonist rejected him in public, disgusted by his condition. It was no wonder her fate turned so dire later on. Now she observed the man in white. Unconscious, his lips devoid of color, yet stained with a hint of crimson, his long lashes fluttering, as if he were enduring some unseen agony. It seemed he had been injured, and around them lay pools of blood and lifeless bodies. Could it be that she had unwittingly transmigrated to the moment when the female antagonist accompanied the male lead on a demon-slaying expedition, during which he was left disabled while protecting her? This scene bore an uncanny resemblance. "Hey, Yi Qianchun, are you all right?" She attempted to rouse the man, yet received no response. It appeared he was gravely wounded. She recalled that fateful encounter with the high-ranking demon cultivator during their exorcism mission, where the male protagonist had exerted himself to the utmost in order to secure a chance for Jiang Mingyue to escape. Yet, paralyzed by fear and timidity, she did not dare to return and rescue the injured and unconscious male lead after the demon had departed. Instead, she scuttled back to the sect to summon reinforcements. Gathering help took an entire day or two, during which the male protagonist's condition deteriorated severely, leaving him crippled. Such a tragedy. She couldn't help but comment. How could you abandon such a handsome young man, the very one who saved your life? It was from this incident that Yi Qianchun's disappointment in Jiang Mingyue began to deepen, eroding the affection he once held for her. In essence, This event laid a crucial foundation for the subsequent narrative in which Yi Qianshan would ultimately dismember her into 18 pieces. No, she thought, if she hurried to save him now, could she possibly avert her own dismemberment? With that thought, Jiang Mingyue immediately began to assess the man's injuries. In the story, the male lead had apparently been wounded by a hidden weapon from the demon cultivator. She needed to locate and extract that weapon swiftly to prevent infection from setting in. I apologize, but I assure you this is solely for your salvation, not for any ulterior motives, she said, her voice tinged with a hint of guilt as she reached into the man's garments, her hands searching his body. Nothing on his thighs, nothing in the knees, nothing around his abdomen, though his abdominal muscles felt rather pleasant to the touch. No, focus on saving him. Just as her hand grazed his chest, a powerful grip seized her wrist. Startled, she realized he had awakened. The air grew tense, and as the man regained consciousness, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped him, causing her chest to constrict and shooting pain through her captured wrist. Ah, she gasped just before her wrist might have been twisted beyond endurance. It's me, it's me. The grip relaxed slightly. As the man opened his eyes, the coldness in his gaze met hers. Despite the unfamiliarity of her appearance, he instantly recognized the soul that resonated deeply within him. It was her. A flicker of astonishment glimmered in his peach blossom eyes, the corners reddening as he battled with emotions of longing and disbelief. "You've returned?" He had waited for her for what felt like an eternity, nearly driven to madness, nearly perishing. Had it been 1,000 years? His Ningning had finally come back. "Yes, of course I would return," Jiang Mingyue replied as she withdrew her hand. "You are my fiancé and my most cherished person. How could I ever abandon you?" Seizing the moment, she hastened to offer words of reassurance to the male lead, hoping to mend their fractured relationship. Upon hearing her words, the man's eyes brimmed with unshed tears, a mix of gratitude and joy swirling within them. Had she finally acknowledged him as her fiancé? Chapter 2. Mistaken affections for the villain. "Run, my lord. Are your injuries severe?" Seeing his pale complexion, Jiang Mingyue inquired softly and tenderly. Previously, she had a betrothal with Yi Qianshan due to their mutual cultivation of the path of love. Although they had not wed, he delighted in her calling him my lord. Such is the whimsical nature of a domineering CEO. Regardless, addressing him as my lord would not lead to her demise. Perhaps it would rekindle the flicker of affection he once held for her, saving her from an untimely fate. Fearing his disbelief and for her own survival, Jiang Mingyue grit her teeth and delicately sliced her wrist with a dagger, pressing her bleeding wrist to his lips. "Come, my lord, drink my blood, and your wounds shall heal swiftly." Within the narrative, Jiang Mingyue possessed a unique constitution. Her blood could enhance one's cultivation, which explained why the perverse demon emperor had drained her of it. Although she was deeply fearful of pain and cherished her life, she was willing to sacrifice this once for her survival. The term "my lord" caused a flicker of surprise within the man's heart. He seemed entranced by her gaze until the searing, excruciating pain within him gradually subsided, bringing him back to reality, where he sensed a sweet, metallic taste between his lips, her blood. The man gently grasped her wrist, observing the still bleeding wound with a glimmer of tenderness in his eyes. Indeed, at this moment, Yi Qianshan still harbored feelings for her. Thus, she resolved to speak more sweetly. Even if she could not conquer Yi Qianshan's heart, she could at least soften their relationship, preventing a future where she could be met with a gruesome fate. Consequently, she embraced him. "Do not push me away, my lord. It has been so long since I held you like this. Allow me this moment." Jiang Mingyue wrapped her arms around him, reflecting on all the sorrows of her life. Then, she unleashed her dramatic persona, embarking on her performance. "In the past, I treated you poorly. In truth, I was heartbroken when I left you. I am sorry. It will not occur again. From now on, I shall always be by your side, never to leave you again." Her earnest tone was even more sincere than when she played her scripted roles. Unbeknownst to her, the man's pupils were dark and unfathomable. Yet the corners of his eyes were tinged with a hint of red, emotions swirling chaotically within him. He understood that her words were not directed at him, but since he had heard them, he would consider them as spoken to him. Indeed, it had been a millennium since she had embraced him like this. Time seemed to stand still until an urgent voice pierced the air from outside the cave. Demonis, release our esteemed lord. Subsequently, a fireball hurtled toward Jiang Mingyue from behind, its heat palpable against her back. Not again. Jiang Mingyue's expression changed, and she attempted to evade, only to be pulled closer into the man's embrace. With a swift motion, he raised a hand, and the gust of his palm extinguished the flames into ashes, along with the fire qilin that had unleashed them. Casting it to the ground, the small creature landed with a tremor, transforming into human form, bowing its head as it knelt on the ground, astonished as it gazed at the woman in its master's arms. Master, she is a fool. She belongs to me. The man's tone was cold and indifferent, yet it emanated an invisible pressure. Indeed, the domineering CEO's words, though belated, had arrived. The fire qilin paused, momentarily stunned. He had followed his master for nearly 1,000 years, yet it was the first time he witnessed his master displaying an interest in feminine allure. And the object of such affection was none other than the infamous enchantress of the Tianke sect. Was he hallucinating? Although he found it perplexing, he realized he had nearly harmed someone he ought not to have, and immediately bowed his head in penitence. Master, please quell your anger. It was merely Xianhua's reckless folly. Xianhua, the fire qilin, his master? Jiang Mingyue's peripheral vision caught sight of the red-haired, crimson-eyed man kneeling before her. How preposterous. A male demon, with such looks and a name to match. He must be the tempestuous and arrogant demon general from the novels, Xianhua. In the original narrative, Xianhua was a transformative deity capable of subduing even the mightiest foes with ease. Only one person within the vast realm of cultivation could render him so docile. Jiang Mingyue's gaze darted furtively to the white-clad figure nearby. Could he possibly be the diminutive demon emperor? Her mind was suddenly struck by a thunderclap. In that instant, the image of the sword that had pierced her chest surged forth, sending a shudder through her. How could it be him again? Reflexively, she attempted to push away the perverse individual in her embrace, only to be drawn back tightly against him. Just moments ago, she had called him husband, yet now she was denying him? His voice, as smooth as jade, carried a hint of laughter. Though melodious, it sent chills down her spine. Chapter 3 finished. The demon had ensnared her. Encircled by the demon, their proximity allowed the faint fragrance of herbs to waft past her nostrils, further convincing Jiang Mingyue that this person could not possibly be Yi Qianxun. After all, Yi Qianxun was not a frail creature steeped in a cauldron of potions. How foolish she was to have misidentified him. What a stroke of luck she had, to encounter this living tyrant not once, but twice. Please don't do this, she implored, hoping to salvage her dignity. I must confess, my mind is not particularly sharp, and I suffer from facial blindness. I often mistake people for others. I must have been confused and mistook you for my husband. Mistaken identity? That excuse sounded utterly flimsy. Can you blame me? Jiang Mingyue retorted. Why would a villain don white garments? The original novel had not detailed the appearance of this major antagonist. Yet, in the dramas, the villains were typically clad in black, adorned with heavy makeup, exaggerated eyeliner, and blood-red lips that seemed to feast upon the innocent, emitting a sinister cackle. However, this individual was strikingly handsome, tall and slender, his plain white robes accentuating his presence, making him appear more ethereal than the righteous disciples of the Tianke sect, coupled with his exquisite, angelic visage. It was all too easy to be beguiled. Could she be blamed for her error? She was tempted to call for help. If you do not favor it, I shall refrain from wearing white in the future. Bai Qi's voice was nonchalant. Jiang Mingyue thought to herself, no, this gentleman seems to have completely misconstrued her intention. They were not even on the same wavelength. Furthermore, he was suggesting a future encounter? No. As long as you are pleased, you may adorn yourself in crimson, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, or violet. Even if you wish to become a flamboyant peacock, it is entirely your prerogative. Jiang Mingyue returned to the crux of the matter. However, considering that I just saved you, could you please let me off? I merely touched you briefly and embraced you lightly. If you are truly displeased, I shall reciprocate. We can call it even. In any case, she needed to swiftly extricate herself from this living devil. Jiang Mingyue's words left Xuanhua momentarily stunned. She had dared to touch the master? To embrace him? What audacity this girl possessed. How could the master still allow her to live? Were her hands still intact? Had the master lost his sanity? Noticing Bai Qi's silence, Jiang Mingyue continued, "If you remain silent, I shall take it as you holding no grudges." Was that sufficient to settle the matter? Bai Qi's lips parted slightly. "What do you desire?" she asked, her tone displeased. "To be your husband," he replied nonchalantly. The simplicity of those 5 words sent Jiang Mingyue's blood pressure soaring. This was not how the narrative was supposed to unfold. Did he truly intend to marry her? Madness. She shook her head repeatedly. "Calm yourself, master. What I just said was merely jest. Do I appear to be one who indulges in frivolities?" He smiled, neither confirming nor denying. To jest with him entailed a willingness to fulfill the jest. Jiang Mingyue retorted, "You are indeed remarkable, an illustrious demon emperor with a heart narrower than a sesame seed." Fearing that this perverse demon might seize her by the throat and kiss her forcefully, she feigned regret and politely declined. "However, you and I are beings of different natures, and our circumstances diverge. Should we force a union, it would be against the will of the heavens." "The heavens? Do I require their approval?" He chuckled coldly, displaying his disdain. Jiang Mingyue thought, is this torment never-ending? Although he was handsome, he was still a charming yet capricious living devil. Marrying such an unpredictable figure would likely lead to a fate far worse than being torn into 18 pieces. Who could come to her rescue? At that moment, footsteps and voices echoed from outside. "Hurry, there's a demon's presence here." Over a dozen disciples from the Tianke sect burst into the cave, swords drawn, aimed at Bai Qi. They whispered among themselves, "Jiang Shimi is in the hands of that demon. If we act rashly, will she be in danger? Never mind that. Exterminating the demon is paramount." The leading disciple gripped the sword hilt tightly, raising his voice, "Kill these 2 demons." "What demons?" Jiang Mingyue thought in confusion. This was the demon emperor, dear brothers. Are you willingly courting death? Were they all fools? Demon emperor? They had never seen the true visage of a demon emperor. Yet they would not gamble their lives on the truth of such claims. Then, are we not saving Shimi? Let us flee. What are we even trying to save? They turned to escape, but in the next instant, Xuanhua effortlessly trapped them in place with a surge of spiritual power. You come here to court death and still wish to flee? They could feel the overwhelming force binding them, suffocating them with its might, clearly capable of extinguishing their lives with ease. Panic-stricken, they fell to their knees, begging for mercy. "Spare us, spare us. Please don't kill me, don't kill us. My lord, if you spare my life, I can reveal a secret." In a desperate bid for survival, one disciple began to flatter. "Our Jiang Shimi possesses a unique constitution. Her blood can enhance cultivation." Indeed. Another disciple hastily echoed. "Only she is of use to you. Just take her and spare us." Jiang Mingyue was utterly perplexed. Am I asking for something? She kindly reminded her fellow disciples, only for them to turn around and expose her vulnerabilities. How unfortunate. Was she destined to be drained of her blood by this perverse Bai Qi? Unbeknownst to her, a flicker of fury crossed Bai Qi's otherwise calm gaze. He raised his hand, and a surge of spiritual power descended, snapping the necks of the dozen disciples with a series of sickening cracks. As their screams faded, only one disciple remained alive, prostrated on the ground, terror-stricken, pale, and trembling. "Spare me, please." The young man in white, having just slaughtered his peers, bore no traces of blood, still maintaining an innocent faade. "Return and inform your sect leader," Bai Qi slowly articulated, "to exchange the life of his daughter for the deadly grass." "What?" Jiang Mingyue shot him a glance. To think this fiend knew she was the daughter of the Tianshu sect's leader and had been biding his time to use her as leverage? "Why, yes," stammered the lone survivor. He understood he was not destined for immediate death, yet he could not suppress his trembling, his legs weak, unable to rise. Fear had nearly consumed his soul. "What a useless wretch," Bai Qi sighed lightly. "Let's just finish him off. I shall make the trip myself." "Yes." With a swift command, Xuanhua executed the disciple, severing his head from his body. The head rolled on the ground, blood splattering everywhere. "Good heavens!" Jiang Mingyue could not contain a startled cry. So much blood. She was fainting at the sight, her vision blurred as she witnessed the gruesome scene, her mind spiraling into darkness before she collapsed. It was over. This opportunity was likely wasted. Could it be salvaged? As he gazed at the unconscious girl in his arms, a flicker of concern crossed Bai Qi's features. Was she truly fainting at the sight of blood? Chapter 4. The villain's desire to force her into becoming a demon. When Jiang Mingyue awoke, she found herself groggy, lying upon a bed. Her wounds seemed to have healed, but her hands were bound with iron chains. That ungrateful fiend had actually restrained her. As she opened her eyes, a white silk cloth was suddenly draped over her vision, plunging her into darkness. Bai Qi's calm voice echoed in her ears. "Give me your hand." "I refuse." Before she could fully protest, he seized her wrist, and she felt a dagger slice through her skin, a sharp pain followed by the sound of dripping blood. This pervert was indeed drawing her blood, and he had covered her eyes. What sort of twisted method was this? Did he fear that the sight would frighten her to death? Was this the way the plot was meant to unfold, just as in the original novel? Did that mean she was destined to be subjected to torture, punishment, and drained daily until she became a mere husk? Jiang Mingyue struggled to withdraw her hand, but he tightened his grip. "Do not move." A torrent of curses surged through her mind as she silently condemned this treacherous fiend 1,000 times over. Yet, considering her life was precariously in the hands of this fiend, she could only suppress her fury. "Where am I?" "You are in the Guiling Ruins, the palace of the Demon Emperor. What have you brought me here for?" "To make you the Demon Empress." Jiang Mingyue was both amused and exasperated. "Is your Demon Empress merely a vessel for you to drain blood and enhance your cultivation?" He neither confirmed nor denied it. "Just bear with it. It will be over soon." "How can your lips, at a mere 37 degrees, utter such heartless and malicious words? I beseech you, I have so little blood. If you drain me completely today, I will have none left for tomorrow or the day after, will I?" She did not wish to perish just yet. "You have a point," Jiang Mingyue thought. "Good news, I do not have to die today. Bad news, I will still have to endure bloodletting tomorrow and the day after." She resigned herself to her fate. "As long as I have my life, there is hope to escape from this fiend's grasp, and then I can rid the world of him." Bai Qi removed the white silk from her eyes and carefully wrapped it around the bloodstains on her wrist, layer upon layer, with meticulous attention. She had not seen how much blood had been drawn. Perhaps it was fortunate she had not. Otherwise, dizziness would have overtaken her. She gazed at the man sitting beside her, tending to her wounds. Today, he wore a dark patterned robe, adorned with a golden crown, his ebony hair cascading down, exuding a noble and aloof grace that contrasted sharply with his previous gentle attire. His lowered gaze was earnest yet tender, creating an illusion of warmth. What was his true intention? Suddenly, a demon attendant escorted a disciple from the Tianke sect, clad in the sect's uniform, into the grand hall and unceremoniously tossed him onto the floor. Bowing, he reported, "Master, the poisoner has been captured. Shall we execute him?" Bai Qi, with an air of nonchalance, added, "Take him out and behead him. Otherwise, someone might faint from the sight of blood." "Understood." The demon attendant dragged the white-clad disciple away, and the sounds of screams and a head rolling echoed from outside. Though she had not witnessed the bloodshed, Jiang Mingyue's complexion turned pale with fright. "He is killing again?" Turning back, Bai Qi sat by the bedside with a bowl of medicinal soup, resuming his gentle demeanor. "Get up and drink your medicine." "My legs feel a bit weak," she admitted, still shaken. Bai Qi said nothing, cooling the soup in the spoon before bringing it to her lips. "I am perfectly well and not ill. Why should I drink this?" Jiang Mingyue found the situation utterly baffling. This wouldn't be poison, would it? Although Bai Qi wished her dead, he need not go to such lengths to poison her. Yet, his twisted psyche relished tormenting others. What if he intended to slowly torture her to death? With this thought, she assumed a defiant posture. "I refuse to drink. Are you afraid I will poison you?" Jiang Mingyue let out a few dry laughs, but remained silent. This man possessed a modicum of self-awareness. Seeing her wary and slightly flustered expression, Bai Qi found her utterly charming. He could only smile helplessly, taking the medicine into his own mouth before offering it to her. "Now are you at ease?" Before she could articulate her refusal, The warm medicinal concoction was already in her mouth. To her surprise, it was not bitter but rather sweet. Lost in a daze, she had consumed all the medicinal soup offered to her. Soon, a wave of intense heat surged within her chest. Blood rushed to her head, and suddenly, she coughed up a mouthful of dark blood. Indeed, this was poison. Cursed demon, how could I have trusted you? All her strength was instantly drained, leaving her feeling as though the world was spinning before she collapsed into someone's embrace. This wretched demon had caused her to faint once again, just before losing consciousness. Jiang Ningyu gritted her teeth and murmured, "Just you wait, I will kill you." Gently cradling the young girl in his arms, Bai Qi wore an expression of deep concern. He called for the imperial physician, Qi Qing. "Rest assured, my lord, she is fine," replied the physician named Qi Qing. "She has just consumed the deadly herb, and the poison within her has been neutralized. With 3 days of bloodletting to cleanse the toxins, she will be completely cured." Hearing this, Bai Qi finally breathed a sigh of relief, waving his hand to shatter the iron chains binding Jiang Ningyue's wrists. With the poison resolved, he no longer needed to worry about her harming herself. Bai Qi's spiritual energy coalesced in his palm, gently flowing into her body. Had it not been for her fainting from blood loss, he would have ensured that the vile poisoner met a fitting end. How could he bear to send his dear Ningyue back to suffer such torment? He would personally reduce all those who bullied her to ashes. Just then, someone outside reported, "My lord, a group from Tianke sect is attacking Qishui, claiming they wish to speak with you." "What business do they have to disturb me over such trivial matters?" Qi Qing remarked irritably, "Just capture them." Bai Qi coldly interjected, alive. His thoughts seemed already set. At that moment, Jiang Ningyue, her eyelashes fluttering, regained some awareness and heard that her sect was attacking Qishui. Were they coming to rescue her? Yet, did these fools not know how to be clever? They insisted on a head-on confrontation, leading to their own capture. Alas, relying on others was futile. She needed to devise a means of self-rescue quickly, lest she be left to await her demise. With that resolve, Jiang Ningyue opened her eyes, seized Bai Qi's wrist, and bit down fiercely. Chapter 5. Dare to flee. "And I shall break your legs." "My lord, you bold vixen." Several demon attendants in the hall, seeing the situation unfold, were enraged and attempted to rush forward to stop Jiang Ningyue, only to be met with a cold glare from their master. Understanding his silent command, they hesitated in their tracks. Moments later, Jiang Ningyue released her bite, leaving a deep mark on his wrist, blood trickling down. She had expected this act to incite his wrath, but to her surprise, he laughed instead. "Such strength, it seems you are quite well." "Bai Qi." Jiang Ningyue gazed at the bite mark on his wrist and, summoning her courage, declared, "I have placed a life-binding curse on you. If I die, you shall die too. The antidote lies solely with my father. Release me, and I will provide you with a cure." Ah, she had finally found an opportunity. Life-binding curse. Bai Qi repeated the words nonchalantly, unable to suppress a chuckle. "So, it appears that Ningyue is so fond of me that she wishes to perish together." Jiang Ningyue. Is this person truly out of his mind or simply deranged? His comprehension skills are astonishingly poor. Who would wish to perish alongside him? "I am aware that I cannot harm you, but with the curse of shared life upon us, if I suffer, you shall endure the same fate." Jiang Ningyue drew a dagger and pressed it against her throat, declaring, "If you do not release me today, I shall carve several wounds into my own flesh, ensuring that you too shall suffer. After all, my life is worth little. If it can exchange for the life of the demon emperor, it would be worth it." She desperately feigned calmness, yet her heart raced uncontrollably, and the hand gripping the dagger trembled. Bai Qi wore a light, carefree smile, letting out a soft sigh. "If you wish to kill me, why resort to self-inflicted harm? That would only bring you pain. I could simply stab myself instead." Before Jiang Ningyue could respond, he seized the hand that held the dagger, driving the sharp blade into his own chest. The sound of blood splattering echoed, yet his large hand covered the crimson stain, fearing she might faint upon seeing it. Jiang Ningyue was in a daze, her eyes wide in disbelief. What on earth? She recalled that in the original story, Jiang Ningyue had attempted to ambush Bai Qi with a dagger after being captured in the Demon Emperor's palace. But not only had she failed, she had been turned into a sieve instead. However, this time, it was not she who inflicted the wound, but this madman who had thrust the blade into himself. Meeting the gaze of those enchanting peach blossom eyes that brimmed with mirth sent a chill down her spine. The dagger, pulled from his chest, fell to the ground in her moment of panic. Surely I won't be turned into a sieve. In her fright, Bai Qi bent down to retrieve the dagger, gently wiping the blood from the blade before returning it to her. Has your anger subsided a bit? His tone, seemingly lighthearted, only served to chill Jiang Ningyue further. She felt as if this madman might very well end her life at any moment. Instinctively, she stepped back. I didn't truly wish to stab you. I know. You. Didn't you previously say you would exchange me for the life-saving herb with my father? Wouldn't it be better to do that first? Now, I have no need for that. Huh. At this moment, what I require most is you. His grandiose voice reverberated in Jiang Ningyue's mind like a clap of thunder. Was it not true? He desired her blood. To this young demon emperor, blood that could enhance his cultivation was far more valuable than a mere herb. As she lifted her gaze, she noticed the demon emperor's hand reaching toward her, causing Jiang Ningyue to recoil in fright, as if she had encountered a ghost. Are you afraid of me? Jiang Ningyue, of course. Who wouldn't be terrified in his presence? Since she had entered this wretched story, she had encountered this perverse individual thrice, and each time he was engaged in violence. Was this not insanity? Well, now, it is the fourth encounter. Now, she was alone before him. Would this man not attempt to harm her? After all, he was bold enough to stab himself. So what fear did he have of the curse of shared life? It would be preferable if he simply killed her outright, but she was still of use to him. What if he left her half alive and suffering? She dared not entertain such thoughts. What do you truly want? Jiang Ningyue inquired. I wish to make you my demon empress. You shall obediently remain in the demon emperor's palace. Bai Qi gazed into her eyes and spoke with a dispassionate tone. Should I discover your intent to flee, I would be compelled to shatter your legs and bind you to this bed for the remainder of your life. Do you comprehend? His voice was remarkably gentle. As he delicately brushed aside the disheveled strands of Jiang Ningyue's hair from her forehead with his long, pale hand, his peach blossom eyes, clear as water, glimmered with a faint smile. It was utterly chilling. Just look at that exquisite visage, yet harboring such a malevolent heart. That night, as she lay alone, tossing and turning on the cold bed, Jiang Ningyue found herself utterly unable to sleep, cursing the perverse fiend 1,000 times over. However, she was loath to suffer the fate of broken limbs. Thus the notion of confronting that demon head-on was momentarily shelved in her heart. In the subsequent 3 days, she underwent yet another bloodletting. On the 4th day, she could no longer restrain her pleas to the fiend. My lord, I beseech you, may I be spared today? I am not ready to meet my demise just yet. Did I not instruct you to refrain from calling me my lord? Bai Qi's voice remained as tranquil as ever. Ning Ning, such a formality feels rather distant. Jiang Ningyue retorted, why do you only seize upon the least significant of my words? This was hardly the crux of the matter. With tears of frustration brimming in her eyes, she implored, my lord, I possess but a meager amount of blood. If you continue to drain me dry in a matter of days, who shall assist you in enhancing your cultivation thereafter? Before she could finish, her wrist was seized by the fiend in question. Bai Qi assessed her pulse. Ah, the residual toxins within you have been purged. There is no need for further bloodletting today. Jiang Ningyue swiftly withdrew her hand, fearing he might turn her wrist into a target once more. No. Bai Qi regarded her with a bemused expression. In your estimation, does my presence here solely pertain to the matter of drawing your blood? What else could you possibly do? Jiang Ningyue retorted, rolling her eyes in exasperation. This wretched demon had already bled her so profusely, yet now he feigned innocence? Truly, demons excel in the art of disguise. Were she not the very victim of his machinations, one might be easily convinced by his beguiling appearance that such a handsome figure could never commit any wrongdoing. Bai Qi found her remarks both amusing and exasperating. Had he perhaps been too harsh, rendering her to view him as a specter? Realizing that a confrontational approach would yield no results, Jiang Mingyue opted for a more diplomatic tactic, greeting him with a smile. My lord, the daily bloodletting serves little purpose. You desire me to become your demon queen, do you not? Shouldn't I become acquainted with the demon emperor's palace? Familiarity with this realm would allow her to devise an escape plan from this infernal place. Bai Qi raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. So, does this imply you have agreed to become my demon queen? Jiang Mingyue forced a smile. Ah, if she were to outright refuse now, would she still remain alive? Bai Qi scrutinized her, and upon seeing Ning Ning's smile, he interpreted this as a tacit acceptance. Then, shall I take it that you wish to explore the demon emperor's palace and familiarize yourself with your future abode? Jiang Mingyue added, you need not accompany me. I can wander about on my own. First, one must comply with this mischievous creature. Once he lowers his guard, and she becomes familiar with the demon emperor's palace, will she still fret about escaping? Indeed, Bai Qi responded, grasping her hand. Before Jiang Mingyue could refuse, a lustrous white jade ring adorned her finger. Is this a token of commitment? She inquired. Are we engaging in such theatrics? It is rather exquisite. Yet what purpose does this ring serve? Surely, you aren't using it to surveil me? A sense of wariness arose in Jiang Mingyue. It is not so. That is reassuring. However, upon donning it, you become a descendant of my demon clan, and you must not depart the Guiling ruins by even a step. Otherwise, what would happen then? Jiang Mingyue felt a surge of anxiety. Bai Qi's frosty lips curled into a smile, and with a nonchalant air, he uttered 4 ominous words. Instant demise. Chapter 6. Is he playing with substitute literature? Jiang Mingyue's lips twitched, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. This wretched demon has ensnared her again. She hastily attempted to remove the cursed ring, only to discover that it was impossible to take off. Frustration welled up within her. Hey, demon, what sorcery have you cast upon this ring? Remove it at once. I refuse to wear this wretched thing. The items bestowed by this sovereign are not to be reclaimed. Then am I to be forever unable to remove it? She protested. Of course there is a way. What is it? Bai Qi glanced at her. Sever your hand. Jiang Mingyue, this madman, is he forcing her to choose between immediate death and dismemberment? Would you like me to fetch a blade for you? Noticing her lingering reluctance, Bai Qi's tone softened, suggesting that she could wield the knife herself for greater precision. No, I merely spoke in jest. Jiang Mingyue took a step back, suddenly intimidated. The longer she gazed at the ring, the more she found it difficult to part with. She decided to keep it on. She did not wish to choose between the two. With this cursed ring, her chances of escaping this wretched place had increased tenfold. The heavens have already collapsed beyond recognition. She contemplated starting anew. Yet, recalling the excruciating pain from the sword that pierced her chest in the Great Hall, she lacked the courage to do so. Very well. She resolved to endure for a few more days. Jiang Mingyue shifted the subject. May I now explore the surroundings? One must familiarize oneself with the territory. Before the hour of the dog, return to accompany me for dinner. This could be interpreted as his acquiescence. You are quite the grown individual, yet you require company for your meals? Jiang Mingyue internally rolled her eyes. Indeed, you are the demon empress. Accompanying this sovereign for dinner is your duty. He proclaimed without shame. She found this most displeasing. I have never heard of such a regulation among the demon clan. It is a rule I have just established. Jiang Mingyue, very well, you are the demon emperor, so your word is law. She endured, believing there would come a day of reckoning. Just as she finally managed to send away that imposing figure, she had yet to step out of the chamber when Qi Qing entered. Demon Empress, I have come to check your pulse. Qi Qing's demeanor was notably courteous. I am not ill, she retorted with irritation, and furthermore, I am not your demon empress. It is the sovereign who instructed me to come. Should I fail to comply, I would face punishment. Qi Qing appeared equally helpless. Demon Empress, please cooperate. Jiang Mingyue cast a fleeting glance at her and inquired, what is your name? Qi Qing, a physician of the Demon Emperor's palace, came the reply. Qi Qing. Jiang Mingyue softly echoed the name, a flicker of recognition igniting within her. While she often struggled to recall the minor characters from the original narrative, Qi Qing was an exception. In the story, Qi Qing appeared to be the physician of the young demon emperor, yet in truth, he had long betrayed his kin. aligning himself with the Tianke sect as a covert infiltrator within the Emperor's inner circle. How amusing it was that such a twisted individual, who frequently punished and executed his subordinates, would ultimately face betrayal himself. He deserved it. Jiang Mingyue recalled that Qi Qing had been administering a slow-acting poison to the young demon emperor day in and day out, resulting in the emperor's diminished powers and eventual demise during a battle with the sect. One could say he was one of the most effective accomplices in the assassination of the demon emperor orchestrated by the 8 major sects and the protagonists. Qi Qing was a hidden agent of the Tianke sect, and she was the daughter of its leader. Could it be that he was an ally? Excitement surged within Jiang Mingyue. Finally, she had encountered someone on her side. Salvation was at hand. Shall I test the waters? Jiang Mingyue stepped closer, lowering her voice to a whisper only he could hear. Qi Qing, I have heard my father speak of you. How fare you in the demon emperor's palace? Qi Qing's pupils narrowed slightly, surprise evident in his expression. Sister Jiang, you are aware of me? Indeed, indeed, Jiang Mingyue nodded fervently. Having established a connection, she clung to the prospect of rescue. Qi Qing, you must help me. If not, I shall perish at the hands of that demon. The palace was heavily guarded, filled with powerful beings, and her own strength was woefully inadequate. Qi Qing sighed. Sister Jiang, please endure for a few more days. The master will not harm you. How can you be so certain he won't kill me? She retorted. Qi Qing regarded her thoughtfully. Because you bear a resemblance to someone he once cherished. What? Who? Are you implying I resemble that dead white moonlight? Jiang Mingyue was perplexed by his words. Qi Qing continued. The master had a beloved in his youth, a woman with whom he shared an inseparable bond. Tragically, she passed away a millennium ago. Jiang Mingyue was taken aback. You cannot mean to say I resemble Bai Qi's deceased white moonlight? After all, Bai Qi was merely an antagonist, not even a secondary character, and the author had not elaborated much on him. The background of this white moonlight was scantily detailed. Qi Qing momentarily faltered, failing to grasp a reference to the white moonlight. He persisted with his explanation. You share certain features with that lady. I believe it is this resemblance that has led the master to keep you as a potential consort. Jiang Mingyue scoffed. Is this a case of substitute literature? This young demon emperor certainly knows how to play the game. Thus, Bai Qi's occasional tenderness towards her may not have been directed at her, but rather at his lost white moonlight. After her demise, the master had been utterly devastated. Wandering the river of souls in search of her for a century, his obsession profound. Qi Qing glanced at her again. Keeping you alive is likely but a means of nostalgia. Hence, he will not kill you for the time being. Jiang Mingyue snorted in disdain. What devastation! What profound obsession! So, love her, yet swiftly turn to find a substitute? She still recalls how Bai Qi later developed feelings for the heroine in the book to the point of desperately wanting to die for her. Bah! What a pretentious scoundrel masquerading as a sentimental soul. Moreover, she had never witnessed a substitute with a favorable outcome. Those who genuinely invested their hearts invariably ended up with misplaced affections, did they not? Once that captivating figure grew weary or became irritable on a whim, would she not be doomed as well? This is a game not worth playing. Qi Qing declared solemnly, in 3 days. I shall depart from Gue Ling Su to carry out a task for the esteemed master, intending to secretly rescue the disciples captured a few days prior. Sister Jiang, if you wish to leave, you must disguise yourself as a demon attendant and accompany us. Absolutely, absolutely. Jiang Mingyue's eyes sparkled with joy, her elation evident. Yet, a thought struck her. If I wish to leave, I must first remove this bothersome ring. With this cursed ring upon her, even if she managed to follow Qi Qing, she would meet her demise the moment she stepped out of Gue Ling Su. Her resentment towards that certain demon intensified. The Xianyu ring. Qi Qing recognized it immediately as a token of the demon queen's identity. If she had even received the Xianyu ring, did that mean the master truly intended to wed Sister Jiang as his demon queen? Do you recognize this ring? Yes. Then do you know how to break its curse? How to remove it? That is simple. Qi Qing nodded. It merely requires a drop of the master's heart's blood to remove it. Zhang Ninjue responded, Kiking, are you sending me to my death? If I had the ability to acquire that perverse blood, would I still be unable to escape the demon emperor's palace? He referred to this as simple. After pondering, Qi Qing proposed, there's another method, but it depends on your courage to attempt it. What do you suggest? The curse on this ring is set by the master's spiritual power. If you kiss the master, it will temporarily break the curse. Jiang Mingyue was astonished. Kiss whom? Are you suggesting I kiss that living embodiment of death? Qi Qing nodded, adding, remember, you must kiss for a full minute for the curse to be lifted. Chapter 7. What sort of supreme, love-struck fool is the master? When one is particularly speechless, they may find themselves laughing inexplicably. A minute? A minute is enough for her to die 20 times in the hands of that demon. Come on, why don't you demonstrate how I could get your master to stand still for me to kiss him for a minute? Jiang Mingyue was on the verge of exclaiming in frustration. Qi Qing replied, I dare not. He lacks both the courage and interest. Jiang Mingyue shot back. If you do not dare, then I shall, right? Qi Qing chuckled. Sister Jiang, did I not mention before? You bear some resemblance to the master's beloved. Perhaps your kiss might evoke memories of a past love, and he may not be angered by you. Jiang Mingyue thought, is this a gamble with my life? Although she was the substitute for the white moonlight, typically in novels, substitutes merely complied. If she were to take the initiative, it would be seen as treachery, an overstep, a path to her own demise. She could already envision how her end would come. Not really. Qi Qing, can you offer me a more reliable suggestion? She increasingly found the ideas to be implausible. Drawing heart's blood? Seeking a kiss? These two options were merely variations of poking a tiger's backside or plucking its fur. Either way, it was a path to destruction. I wish to live a few more days. There's still 3 days left. Sister Jiang, take your time to ponder. Qi Qing regarded her with evident optimism. I believe in you. Jiang Mingyue's lips twitched. She herself was not convinced. In the demon emperor's quarters, Bai Qi's gaze fell upon the translucent jade lamp on the table. The flickering, azure flames within danced and leaped, reflecting a splendid, unquenchable brilliance in his watery eyes. Lost in thought for a long while, he appeared to be grappling with some inner turmoil. Your Excellency. It was not until Xianhua entered from outside the hall to report a matter that Bai Qi's reverie was broken. Miss Jiang and Qi Qing have been conversing for quite some time. They seem to get along well. Bai Qi's thoughts were abruptly pulled back as he glanced at the darkening sky. The hour of the dog was nearly over. He feigned casual interest and asked, what are they discussing? They are plotting your demise. Discussing me? Bai Qi couldn't help but chuckle. It seems she still holds me in her thoughts. Xianhua, somewhat speechless, emphasized, Your Excellency, Miss Jiang truly intends to kill you. Have you misunderstood or misheard? Bai Qi remained unfazed. To wish for my demise is also to wish for me. Xianhua remarked, What a supreme case of infatuation our esteemed lord is experiencing. Qi Qing knows quite a bit about your affairs. I am concerned he may say something inappropriate. Xianhua fretted. Is it wise to allow an undercover agent to converse with Miss Jiang? Bai Qi interrupted dismissively. Let it be. Ning Ning is lonely in this desolate realm of spirit return. It's a rare opportunity for her to converse with someone. I cannot bear to disrupt her enjoyment. Understood. As the announcement of Jiang Mingyue's arrival echoed from outside, Bai Qi's eyes brightened. The girl in a pink skirt entered the chamber, apologizing. I'm sorry, Your Excellency, for being late and keeping you waiting. As she approached, her gaze fell upon the table laden with exquisite dishes, her eyes sparkling with delight. Wow, so much delicious food. Her stomach had been growling with hunger. Bai Qi coolly waved his hand, signaling for everyone in the chamber to withdraw. When he turned back, she had already taken up her chopsticks without hesitation. Braised pork, stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat, drunken marinated crab, taro pastry, mapo tofu. The cuisine of the Demon Emperor's palace was truly exceptional. Every dish suited her palate perfectly. Are you not afraid it might be poisoned? Bai Qi teased. Your Excellency would still need to put in this much effort to kill me? Jiang Mingyue retorted dismissively, primarily because her hunger was overwhelming her resolve against the culinary temptation. Today you seem a bit more astute, Bai Qi remarked. What do you mean by that? Jiang Mingyue bristled. Have I ever not been clever? I have always been quite intelligent. Thank you very much. Bai Qi smiled silently. Hey, seeing him not touch his chopsticks, Jiang Mingyue inquired. Why aren't you eating? I do not partake in such dishes. Upon her arrival, Qi Qing had already informed her of the little demon emperor's dietary preferences, which she found utterly preposterous. He refrained from spicy, sour, or bitter flavors, which was one thing. But Qi Qing also mentioned that he would not consume shellfish, undercooked eggs, cilantro, steamed buns, yet would eat dumplings and would have dumplings but not the filling. Good heavens, she had never encountered someone so fastidious. Reflecting on this, Jiang Ningyue couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Being picky will hinder your growth. Is it truly acceptable for a demon emperor to be so delicate? Is it? Bai Qi glanced at her. Your own lack of selectiveness does not seem to have contributed to your height. His words struck a chord. Coughing, Jiang Ningyue felt a surge of indignation. In reality, she stood at a respectable height of 169 centimeters, certainly not short by northern standards. Yet, the original owner of this body appeared to measure only around 160 centimeters. Moreover, this demon was exceedingly tall, towering over her by a full head, making every conversation an arduous task of craning her neck. She simply could not fathom how this demon could be so particular about his food, yet still manage to grow so tall. It was infuriating. Her gaze lingered on Bai Qi's face. His lips were soft and pink, looking utterly kissable, almost as if one might lose their head over such an act. What is wrong? Noticing her stare, Bai Qi smirked. Are you so upset that you cannot even eat? The subtle curve of his icy lips was utterly captivating. He looked even more alluring now. If he weren't such a weirdo, she would rush over and pin him down, kissing him senseless. How could that be? My mindset is quite sound. Jiang Mingyue scoffed, snapping back to her senses to continue gnawing on her chicken leg. Such a beautiful face, yet regrettably, it belonged to a ruthless executioner. How could she manage to kiss him without being met with a swift end? Perhaps getting him drunk? Yes. Suddenly, she recalled the author mentioning that this villain had a poor tolerance for alcohol. If she could incapacitate this demon, then she could have her way with him. What a delightful prospect. What are you thinking about? Nothing much. Jiang Ningyue's thoughts returned to reality. I was contemplating how to push you onto the bed for a thorough ravishing. Chapter 8. He looks so kissable. My lord, this wine is brewed from the morning dew. Delightfully sweet and refreshing. Will you not sample it? She immediately presented Bai Qi with a cup of wine. Bai Qi cast a dispassionate glance at her. I do not drink. Oh, it appears you truly are a lightweight, the type to succumb after just one cup. Her opportunity had arrived. Oh, is your tolerance rather lacking? She teased. You won't pass out at the mere scent of alcohol, will you? Bai Qi ignored her. The provocation was a failure. Not eating meat, nor drinking wine, truly, your demon existence lacks any semblance of enjoyment. Jiang Ningyue awkwardly quipped. Hey, could it be that your only pleasure comes from beheading people? Indeed, as expected, a perversion is merely a perversion, and the delight it brings lies in its divergence from the ordinary. Bai Qi regarded her with a languid expression, remarking, I particularly enjoy targeting girls like you who chatter incessantly during meals. Jiang Mingyue, startled, promptly sealed her lips. This wretched fiend never uttered a word of decency. Channeling her fury into determination, she silently savored another bowl of rice. Although the cuisine here was indeed exquisite, remaining in the company of such a deviant posed a constant risk of losing her head. No, she must hasten to escape. Her chopsticks pierced the bowl as she sighed deeply, pondering how she might intoxicate this demon. Not eating anymore? He inquired. This little girl seemed to have consumed less than the previous day. Would she grow thin if this continued? Sigh. Jiang Mingyue feigned sorrow, seeing you neglect your meal. I too have lost my appetite, all out of concern for you. Concern for him? Had she not just devoured 2 bowls herself? His skepticism was warranted. Jiang Ningyue mused. Was this demon allergic to romantic sentiments? Must he so thoroughly disrupt the atmosphere? Typically, she consumed 3 bowls. Today she had merely eaten 2, hardly a sign of disinterest. Feigning concern, she remarked, Look at you, so slender. Aren't you afraid a gust of wind might snap your delicate waist? Resolute, she added, if you wish for me to be your demon queen, I must ensure you eat properly. Her words flowed like a clear spring, stirring a gentle tumult within Bai Qi's heart. Was she genuinely worried for him? Come, allow me to feed you. Her eyes brimmed with tenderness as she picked up a piece of spicy chicken to offer him. Yet Bai Chi seemed only to register the phrase, "I want to be your demon queen," his heart swelling with joy. In a moment of irresistible impulse, he was caught off guard. The piquant flavor swiftly invaded his palate, choking him. Cough, cough. What's wrong? Did you choke? Quickly, have some water. Jiang Ningyue feigned concern, lifting a nearby cup to offer him a drink. She was aware that this demon could not tolerate spicy food and had intentionally fed him the fiery dish, seizing the opportunity to slip him some wine amidst the chaos. After a sip of water, Bai Chi's expression shifted. Is this wine? Indeed, it is wine. My apologies, I must have grabbed the wrong drink. Jiang Ningyue pretended to have an epiphany. Master, you cannot drink wine? She secretly hoped he would succumb to intoxication, allowing her to pounce upon him with fervent kisses. Not all. He endeavored to regain his composure, yet the moment the alcohol touched his lips, discomfort surged within him. Hot blood roiling in his chest, an excruciating pain exploded through his limbs. His mind throbbed with a cacophony of noise. Master, are you inebriated? Upon seeing him rub his temples, Jiang Ningyue reached for his hand. Let me assist you to rest. Unnecessary. You should leave. That simply won't do. Master, you are in such a state. I cannot in good conscience let you go alone. She was determined not to squander this rare opportunity, tugging at Bai Chi's clothing. Gulme, allow me to assist you with your bath and change. Not needed. Bai Chi struggled against his fading awareness, reluctant to allow her to witness his disarray. Forcefully pushing her away. Release me. He stood, his steps wavering slightly. Master? For a fleeting moment, consciousness slipped away from Jiang Ningyue, only to return as she cast him onto the couch beside her. Observing his pallid complexion, resembling that of parchment, and his drowsy, half-closed eyes, she noted a trace of blood at the corner of his lips. Blood? No, this enchanting figure did not appear to be inebriated. Suddenly, she recalled that although Bai Chi, the character from the original story, possessed formidable powers capable of annihilating the heavens, his constitution was rather frail. Do not inquire as to the reasons behind his frailty, for the author has left it unexplained, and she remains oblivious. She remembered that this bewitching entity not only had a delicate physique, but also bore the torment of fire poison. Suffering excruciating pain akin to shattered bones and countless arrows piercing his heart every day at the hour of high. The author failed to elucidate how the little demon emperor fell victim to this fire poison or who inflicted it upon him. Perhaps the author had dug too many pits and simply forgot to fill them. Glancing outside at the now darkened sky, she concluded that it was indeed the hour of high. She had suspected that a dignified demon emperor could not possibly succumb to a single cup of drink. If he had fallen now, it must be due to the fire poison. However, these details were of little consequence. What mattered was that her opportunity had finally arrived. The demon lying on the couch had his eyes closed, his pallid face devoid of color, and his breath weak as he endured waves of escalating agony. If he had not yet succumbed to unconsciousness, would she be met with a swift strike to her neck if she pressed her lips against his? Her heart raced, and trepidation enveloped her. She concealed a dagger within her sleeve, both as a means of self-defense and to bolster her courage. Regardless, she resolved to take the plunge. Gathering her resolve, Jiang Ningyue approached him, poised to kiss him, when suddenly his mesmerizing peach blossom eyes fluttered open, locking gazes with her. How could he awaken at this moment? Catching sight of the dagger in her palm, he spoke softly. Do you intend to kill me? Chapter 9. Overcome him. Force a kiss. The dagger pointed directly at his heart. He was not so easily subdued by a single cup, yet the alcohol would exacerbate the fiery turmoil within him. To him, this drink was 100 times more toxic than poison. Years ago, Ning Ning had deliberately intoxicated him to extract his demon core, all to save another man's life. In truth, she need not have gone to such lengths to deceive him into drinking that cup. It was merely a demon core, and he would have willingly given it to her had she desired it. It was she who had initially harbored affections for him, yet in the end, it was he who sank into eternal despair, lost for millennia. And she could hardly recall him at all. So now, Was she truly going to kill him? Jiang Mingyue quickly denied. No, I forgot to tell you. He gently grasped the other end of the dagger, a faint smile gracing his lips as he uttered the same words as before. My heart is that of a 7-aperture Linglong heart. Even if you pierce it, I shall not perish, unless you wield one of the 10 divine artifacts. Jiang Mingyue was momentarily taken aback. Why did his words seem so familiar? She averted her gaze. Do not jest. I have no intention of killing you, nor do I possess any 10 divine artifacts. He paused, contemplating a millennium ago when I annihilated those worthless sects. I happen to seize half of their artifacts. If you require them, I shall bestow them upon you. What? In her moment of distraction, she watched as he waved his sleeve, and 4 divine artifacts materialized before her eyes. With a leisurely demeanor, he began to introduce the divine artifacts. This is the heavenly punishment, the annihilation, and this is the chaos cauldron, along with the spirit binding rope. Wait, what are you doing? Jiang Mingyue interjected. She intended to kill him, yet this foolish man was offering her a weapon right there. Bai Qi replied, I'm teaching you how to kill me. Jiang Mingyue retorted, is he out his mind? Moreover, didn't you say you had confiscated half of the 10 divine artifacts? Why are there only 4? It's been too long. One was lost. What? How can he treat these artifacts as if they are merely items picked up at a market, given away, or lost at will? However, I reckon these 4 artifacts should suffice for you to kill me. Don't jest with me. Jiang Mingyue felt as if he was trying to trick her. I'm not a fool. I know that without reaching the nascent soul stage, one cannot wield the 10 divine artifacts. She seemed to be merely at the foundation establishment stage. So, was this prodigy deliberately mocking her? Even if she possessed the 4 divine artifacts, she couldn't possibly kill him, could she? Frustration welled within her. Furthermore, as a mere pawn, if she carried these 4 divine artifacts on her person, wouldn't that invite the 8 major sects to hunt her down? She would be holding a bomb that everyone coveted. The more she pondered, the more she felt that this prodigy was trying to lead her to her demise. No, she absolutely refused. Jiang Mingyue attempted to return the 4 divine artifacts to him. However, as soon as her palm brushed against one, 4 beams of light flashed and surged into her dantian. A contract? Fully contracted? But she hadn't done anything. How could these artifacts have bound themselves to her? Hey, don't toy with me. I don't wish to be hunted by the myriad sects. You must help me dissolve this contract. Jiang Mingyue was on the verge of losing her temper. Rest assured, the aura of the artifacts had long been concealed by my spiritual power. Until you reach the transformation stage, these 4 little fellows will remain hidden. Once you truly ascend to that stage, there will be no need for constant concealment. I no longer trusted his words, secretly cursing, if only I could kill you. I would have made things difficult for you by now. Bai Qi observed her calmly. If you truly wish to kill me now. He pointed to the other side of his chest. Stab here. What? Here. This is where the demon core is located. His tone was languid. As long as Mingyue aimed accurately, she should be able to pierce him fatally. For some inexplicable reason, upon hearing this, Jiang Mingyue felt an unfamiliar yet familiar tightness in her chest. Shaking herself back to reality, she wore a puzzled expression. Huh? The location of every demon's core varies. The weakest point is usually concealed by their spiritual power to avoid detection. How can he be so reckless? I've encountered narcissists, but never someone so self-destructive. Are you not in your right mind whenever your poison flares up? Clear-headed. He spoke with an unsteady breath, clearly enduring discomfort. Never mind. I am not the type to exploit another's vulnerability. Jiang Mingyue primarily felt that she could not possibly kill this prodigy. It was better to avoid risking her life. Bai Qi chuckled. It seems Mingyue is still reluctant to kill me. Jiang Mingyue mused to herself. Had she truly wished to kill him, she would have done so long ago. Was it not out of sentiment? Was it not out of a desire to preserve her own life? At that moment, a voice from outside the hall interrupted her thoughts. Your Excellency, the royal physician has come to deliver your medicine. Bai Qi lightly spoke, addressing Jiang Mingyue. Go and bring the medicine in for me. Ah, how adeptly he commanded her. Jiang Mingyue, without a word, stepped outside to receive the medicinal concoction brought by the demon's servant. As the door closed behind her, she hesitated. This was the medicine sent by Qi Qing. In the original narrative, Qi Qing was an undercover agent for the demon clan, secretly administering slow-acting poison in by Qi's medicine daily, ultimately leading to the young demon emperor's demise from a multitude of toxins. This medicine, too, was likely tampered with. Glancing once more at the frail figure on the couch, nearly on the brink of unconsciousness, she felt a twinge of conflict within her. He was already suffering so greatly. Was it morally right to add poison to his plight? Might it lead to his death? Never mind. Resolving this internal struggle, Jiang Mingyue feigned a misstep, causing the bowl of medicine to clatter to the floor. "Oh dear, I wasn't steady," she exclaimed. Bai Qi calmly surveyed the spilled concoction, warmth blossoming in his heart. Ningning knew that Qi Qing was a traitor. Understood the poison lurking within the medicine. Was she attempting to save him? She seemed somewhat different from before. In truth, however, the medicine was harmless. Rather, it was intended to suppress the damage inflicted by the soul fire within him. Now, it lay wasted upon the ground. He sighed wearily, his gaze falling upon her skirt, now stained with the medicinal liquid. "Your attire is damp. You should return and change," he advised gently. "Oh," Jiang Mingyue replied. Yet her thoughts lingered on the matter of the Xianyu ring. Time was of the essence. If she did not act soon, the opportunity would slip away. Resolute, she dashed forward, throwing herself upon Bai Qi, capturing his lips in a kiss. His soft lips met hers, the faint scent of a young maiden enveloping him, rendering his mind blank. As he attempted to move, Jiang Mingyu deftly pinned his hand to the couch, leaning in for an even deeper kiss. The warmth flowed through their lips and teeth, penetrating to the very core of his being. Chapter 10. You may kill me, but you cannot abandon me. With her eyes tightly shut, Jiang Mingyue steeled herself, counting in her heart, feeling each second stretch painfully. Had a minute truly passed? Why did time seem to crawl? Would she be struck down? How long had it been before she finally sensed the Xianyu ring loosening between her fingers? Had she succeeded? Relieved, she released his lips and rose. The man on the couch appeared somewhat dazed, staring at her with bewilderment in his enchanting peach blossom eyes. A mixture of surprise and confusion reflected within. His once pale lips bore the imprint of her kiss, now stained with crimson. A flush crept across his ears, and his disheveled clothing and hair made him seem like an innocent youth subjected to playful teasing. Irresistibly charming. What was she to do? She felt like a rogue. It was only when she heard the sound of the ring clattering to the floor that she regained her senses. She had succeeded. The ring was finally removed. Overwhelmed with joy, she exclaimed, "Your Excellency, do rest. I shall not disturb you any longer. Farewell." With that, she hastily made her escape. Bai Qi picked up the fallen obsidian ring from the ground, and a shadow of gloom suddenly crossed her eyes. It was for this ring that she wished to leave him, was it? Twice. He had lost her 2 times, driven to madness for an entire millennium. After enduring such a long wait, how could he possibly let her slip away again? This time, he would not release her, even if it cost him his life. Having removed the ill-fated ring, Jiang Mingyue felt an overwhelming joy, already envisioning her departure with Qi Qing from this cursed place in just 2 days, finally achieving her freedom. Soon, the days of her suffering were about to end. She returned to her slumber, indulging in delightful dreams throughout the night until the dawn broke. When she awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. Starving, Jiang Mingyue opened her drowsy eyes and stretched, still reminiscing about the delicious pork knuckle she had missed in her dreams. How long had she slept? She felt ravenous, as if her stomach were pressing against her back. As she prepared to rise and seek sustenance, she suddenly felt something hard between her fingers. What could this be? Upon closer inspection, the obsidian ring was still snugly fitted on her finger, as if it had never been removed. What on earth? Why was it still here? "Jiang, you are awake?" A demon attendant brought in hot water and towels. "The master has been waiting for you outside for quite some time." He was back again? Why couldn't he just leave her be? After washing and dressing, Jiang Mingyue emerged from the inner chamber. Her mood soured as she faced the dark-clad demon seated opposite her. "Hey, this ring is still on my finger." Bai Qi understood her unspoken words. "If you dare to take it off again, I shall sever your hand." "You?" Jiang Mingyue gasped in shock. After much effort to rid herself of the cursed ring, This old demon turned around and made her efforts futile, threatening to punish her. Inhuman. Truly inhuman. It seems you have developed a desire to escape. Bai Qi coldly assessed her. Which leg would you prefer to break first? You may choose. Though his words were deceptively gentle, they instilled a profound fear within her, causing her to kneel in an instant. No, no, no. I do not wish to. What do you not wish for? I simply wish to stay by your side, serving you tea and warming your bed. I have never harbored thoughts of escape. Her survival instinct surged. Even if she had 100 lives, she wouldn't dare run away beneath his watchful gaze. Dare not. Bai Qi found her words amusing. Last night, you seemed quite bold. Indeed, this demon still held a grudge about her audacious kiss from the previous night. Oh, she should never have provoked this pervert. She had intended to simply endure until her escape, thinking she could avoid him for a few days. Who knew she would find herself trapped again? For the sake of fleeing, you seem willing to risk everything. Not quite, Jiang Mingyue murmured. If it were someone less pleasing to the eye, I wouldn't dare. What did you say? Coughing, she quickly corrected herself. I was merely complimenting your looks, though your kissing skills leave much to be desired. It's evident you lack experience. As soon as she spoke, regret washed over her. How could she have let such words slip? However, the countenance of a certain enchanting being did not darken, but rather. She found herself amused by his audacity. You truly have no sense of shame. Did she dare to critique him? Indeed, she nodded. I am but a crude and vulgar woman, utterly unlike the one you hold dear. Therefore, I implore you to exercise restraint and spare me. As her words fell, she discerned a flicker of inscrutable coldness in his gaze, tinged with a hint of malevolence. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. After all this discourse, was she still intent on leaving him? Bai Qi interjected. Allow me to show you something. What? Follow me. For reasons unknown, Jiang Mingyue felt an ominous premonition. Yet the oppressive aura surrounding him silenced her, compelling her to obediently trail behind. They exited the palace together. In the distance, atop the opposing city tower, hung a lifeless body, pierced by countless arrows, its neck grotesquely limp, clearly broken. It was a harrowing sight. Was that Qi Qing? A whisper brushed her ear. Bai Qi's voice floated lightly. Do you see the fate that befalls those who betray me? A chill coursed down her spine, and the visceral imagery rendered Jiang Mingyue weak, causing her to collapse onto the ground. This was perhaps her first, unfiltered encounter with a corpse so brutally slain. A blade seemed lodged in her throat, stifling her words. Cold sweat beaded in her palms, trembling with fear. No, this was wrong. How could Qi Qing have been exposed so swiftly? This diverged from the narrative she had read. Could it be that her arrival had altered the course of events and the fates of certain individuals? This little demon emperor appeared even more formidable than depicted in the text, leaving her utterly bewildered. That was the most terrifying aspect. Bai Qi knelt before her, his elongated fingers grazing her cheek with a mixture of restraint and tenderness. Do not fear, as long as you remain by my side. I shall forgive you for anything you do, even if it means taking his life. She could indeed kill him, but she could not bear to lose him. He always spoke in that gentle, affectionate tone, uttering words capable of instilling terror. Thus, was this little demon emperor warning her that if she dared to flee, she would meet the same fate as Qi Qing? Yes, she felt as though her very soul was on the verge of fleeing. Upon seeing him extend his hand toward her once more, Jiang Mingyue recoiled in terror, retreating, no, before she could utter another word. He swept her into his arms. The ground is cold. Return and put on a coat. Chapter 11. She found herself ensnared within his grasp, unable to escape. From that day forth, Jiang Mingyue became somewhat wiser. To ensure her own safety, she feigned obedience, dutifully accompanying the enchanting being for meals each day, while seeking opportunities to evade him whenever possible. She reasoned that if she were to flee, she must first familiarize herself with this realm and cultivate relationships with the surrounding beings. Fortuitously, she observed the demon attendants outside her chamber, who appeared quite bored in their watch. Thus, she crafted a set of mahjong to engage them in play. Initially, they hesitated, but after a couple of rounds, they became utterly captivated. Truly, the essence of national treasures knows no bounds. Through this cultural exchange, Jiang Mingyue quickly forged a bond with that group of demons. Each day unfolds in a monotonous rhythm of eating and sleeping, occasionally accompanied by playful games of mahjong with mischievous spirits. Life, in its own peculiar way, feels quite comfortable. Yet, she yearns to return. If she does not, her beloved dog will go unfed, her dear friend will be heartbroken, and she will be deprived of her cherished phone, dramas, and idols. Moreover, the capricious little demon emperor treats her merely as a substitute, occasionally bestowing her with a kind glance, but one day, when his interest wanes, her fate will be sealed. No, she must find a way back. Thus, while engaged in a game of mahjong, she feigned casualness and lamented to the spirit attendants, "Alas, this demon palace is vast yet utterly dreary. Who among you can accompany me beyond its gates for a stroll?" The priority was to escape the confines of the demon palace first. However, the attendants, who had always been compliant, now hesitated, responding, "Little Ye, we cannot assist you in this. Indeed, if our master discovers it, we will face dire consequences." Over the past month, they had grown fond of Jiang Mingyue and would willingly take risks for her. Yet, they dared not defy the master's orders, for the repercussions would be more dreadful than death itself. "Can I not venture out alone?" She did not wish to burden these delightful spirits, so she inquired again. "How would you manage to leave on your own?" Jiang Mingyue replied, "I would simply head towards the palace gate. I am familiar with some routes." The demon palace was immense, and though she often struggled with navigation, her efforts over the past month had at least allowed her to memorize the direction of the main gate. "Sigh," one of the attendants lamented, "Little Ye, let me be frank with you. Without a pass, escaping the palace is far from straightforward." The demon palace featured 4 exits: north, south, east, and west, each guarded by 18 gates. The first, the Vermilion Bird Gate, required one to withstand the sacred flames of the vermilion bird, while the second, the Thunder Gate, necessitated traversing a storm of lightning. As the attendant began to elaborate on the third gate, Jiang Mingyue could no longer bear to listen. "Goodness, I merely wish to exit the palace." Yet the hurdles seemed insurmountable. With her foundational strength, a forceful escape through the gates was undoubtedly unfeasible. She needed to contemplate alternative strategies. In the Demon Emperor's chamber, a report was made. "Master, Miss Jiang has been lingering near the palace gates these past few days, occasionally attempting to climb them." But Qi commanded blandly, "Dissolve the barriers of the gates." "Yes, master." After a moment's thought, he added, "and dismantle the second wall of the western gate as well." That wall was perilously high, and he feared that the young girl might fall and injure herself if she were to climb it. The attendant, momentarily taken aback, stammered, "Master, are you not concerned that Miss Jiang might escape?" Such orders seemed to grant her an opportunity to flee. "She cannot escape," but Qi replied confidently. "However, it appears that Ningning is becoming rather restless within the demon palace. Perhaps I shall accompany her for a stroll on another day." In the early hours of the morning, Jiang Mingyue awoke abruptly from a dream, unable to return to slumber. It was peculiar for several nights. She had dreamt of a young man clad in white, someone she did not recognize, yet the dreams carried an air of melancholy, leaving her with a profound sense of loss upon waking. It felt as though she had misplaced something of great significance. One oddity, Jiang Mingyue shook her head in bewilderment. In the midst of chaotic dreams, let's treat them as mere nightmares. Jiang Mingyue dressed herself and gazed out at the full moon, letting out a helpless sigh. Today, it seems, marks the unfortunate anniversary of Qi Qing's passing. She poured a cup of wine and spilled it onto the ground. "Safe travels, Qi Qing. May fortune favor you in your next life." Although her acquaintance with Qi Qing was merely superficial, she felt a twinge of guilt, believing her involvement had altered the course of events, leading to Qi Qing's early demise. From her pocket, she retrieved 2 teleportation talismans that Qi Qing had given her, claiming they could facilitate her departure from the Demon Emperor's palace. However, Qi Qing had cautioned her that she needed to attain the strength of the Golden Core stage to activate these talismans. As a newly established cultivator with a wasted spiritual root, the prospect of reaching the Golden Core stage seemed far off. Why not give it a try? Jiang Mingyue pondered. Since she had 2 talismans at her disposal, She might as well test how far she could teleport with her current abilities. It would provide her with some clarity. Thus, she summoned her spiritual energy from her dantian and channeled it into one of the talismans. With a flash, when Jiang Mingyue opened her eyes again, her body uncontrollably plummeted from the sky, landing atop an individual and knocking them to the ground. A muffled groan reached her ears. Within the inner chamber, the air was thick with mist and steam wafted from a hot spring. Jiang Mingyue stared wide-eyed at the figure beneath her, just emerging from the pool, clad only in a thin garment that barely concealed their form, a certain bewitching entity. Rarely would she describe a man as possessing an ethereal beauty, yet this being before her had skin as fair as snow, and though he appeared slender, he bore a delicate layer of muscle. His attire was scant, revealing his alluring collarbone. His dark hair cascaded down, and his features were sculpted with precision. The pale light cast upon his cheek accentuated his exquisite beauty, with long, fluttering lashes that seemed to dance ever so slightly. His soft, bloodless lips appeared invitingly kissable, a living embodiment of a pure and beautiful youth. He was a far cry from the bloodthirsty and brutal visage he typically presented. Such a stunningly exquisite beauty. If he were not a perverse demon, she would almost be tempted to claim him for herself. The once calm and unfaltering peach blossom eyes now flickered with a hint of panic as he sensed her scrutiny upon his body. "Get off me if you've seen enough." Bai Qi's gaze shifted, his ears tinged with a hint of crimson. Why was he not moving? Did Jiang Mingyue begin to discern something? Demon, are you incapacitated at this moment? It was still before the midnight hour, and given his pallor, he likely had yet to dispel the fire poison within. Chapter 12. A beautiful face, yet a living king of hell. That flawlessly delicate visage, now tinged with an additional pallor, bore a faint trace of crimson at the corners of his lips. Had he sustained another injury? Bai Qi responded nonchalantly with a simple Jiang Ningyue's anxieties finally dissipated. If this demon was rendered immobile, what was there for her to fear? Well then, demon, you have finally fallen into my grasp. Are you planning to kill me? Jiang Mingyue did not shy away from her intentions. Such a rare opportunity. If I do not slay you, shall I await the day you come to kill me? Bai Qi chuckled. If Ningning has made up her mind to kill me, then you should know that leaving this place will be out of the question. Jiang Mingyue was momentarily taken aback by his words. Indeed, aside from the fact that she might not even be able to defeat this formidable being, they were currently in the Demon Emperor's palace. If she were to strike down the Demon Emperor, what hope would she have of escaping through those gates alive? Inflicting 1,000 wounds upon the enemy, while sustaining 800 of her own, hardly seemed a worthwhile trade. Very well, if you assist me in leaving, I shall refrain from slaying you. She began to lay down her terms. I cannot even move. How can I assist you? Bai Qi replied. Jiang Mingyue conceded. That is true. This teleportation talisman appears to be utterly ineffective. It has only transported me a short distance. She muttered under her breath, lamenting how it had brought her to this dreadful place. Her voice was soft, yet Bai Qi caught every word. A teleportation talisman, you say? It seems you are destined to cross paths with me, Bai Qi remarked, taking her words in stride. Jiang Mingyue was left speechless. Destined, you say? What nonsense! Tell me, how can I depart from here? She was unwilling to concede defeat. Do you not possess a teleportation talisman? My spiritual energy is insufficient. Insufficient? Then allow me to lend you some. Lend spiritual energy? Jiang Mingyue's eyes sparkled with realization as she recalled the techniques for borrowing spiritual energy from the depths of her training. This indeed was a splendid idea. Without hesitation, she drew her dagger and grasped Bai Qi's hand, the blade lightly grazing his palm. With a swift motion, blood flowed forth, and Jiang Mingyue, too frightened to look, intertwined her fingers with his. The warmth of his palm was electrifying, and Bai Qi felt a flicker of joy, cherishing this fleeting moment. Closing her eyes, Jiang Mingyue felt her spiritual energy circulating within her dantian, significantly more abundant than before. She activated another teleportation talisman. With a flash, this talisman should at least transport her away from the Demon Emperor's palace, perhaps even back to the spirit ruins. The scent of freedom beckoned her. Glancing at the exquisite face before her, she could not help but pinch it playfully, teasing him one last time before her departure. Your face is truly beautiful. To be honest, I quite like it. What a pity. You're a living demon king. She feigned regret. Had you not been the demon emperor, I might have taken you into my harem for some affection. Bai Qi was left in a state of amused disbelief. Affection? You would consider me a male concubine? Nevertheless, he silently hoped they would never meet again. It would be best if their paths remained forever untraveled. Until we meet again, I bid you farewell. The teleportation talisman emitted a blinding light, and Jiang Mingyue felt elated. Freedom was within her grasp. No longer would she endure the torment of this demon. The exhilarating moment had arrived. With a flash and a flicker, her vision swam in disarray. When she could finally open her eyes again, the temperature around her had dropped significantly, and darkness enveloped her. As she landed, she stumbled, nearly falling, only to be caught by a large hand. Their eyes met, and once again, she was confronted by that familiar, devilish face. What on earth? Why are you still here? Jiang Mingyue gasped, stepping back in shock, almost losing her balance. Had she not successfully teleported? How could he still be present? Moreover, how could it possibly move? You borrowed my spiritual energy, so naturally, it remains with me. He spoke with an air of innocence. Jiang Mingyue, I truly appreciate your help. Upon witnessing her panic-stricken expression, Bai Qi found her even more endearing and deliberately said, furthermore, Ningning just mentioned something to me, but I didn't quite catch it. I would like you to repeat it. No. As he took a step closer, Jiang Mingyue retreated 2 steps, as if confronted by a plague. I was merely joking, don't take it to heart. The teasing remarks she had made earlier were uttered with the intention of preparing for a future where they would never meet again. Who could have anticipated his relentless nature? The esteemed demon emperor being toyed with like a plaything. Surely, he would harbor resentment and not rest until he had her strung up and subjected to 100 torturous cuts. For that would be more in line with the character he portrayed in the tales. A chill coursed through her, and Jiang Mingyue took another step back, only to find herself pressed against a tree with no retreat left. What if I were to take it seriously? He was indeed very tall. Jiang Mingyue's height was approximately 1.6 meters, while this enchanting figure towered over her by a full head. Standing on tiptoe, her crown barely brushed his chin. The sheer disparity in height was enough to instill discomfort within her. Jiang Mingyue sighed in resignation. Was he taking seriously? Would he truly resort to violence against her? Just as she wished to turn and collide with the tree, a sudden fissure appeared in the ground. What was that? It felt as though something was grasping at her foot. Jiang Mingyue looked down and was met with the sight of a bloodied skeletal hand, causing her to nearly leap in fright. She cried out, and before she could struggle, that skeletal hand was shattered by Bai Qi's spiritual force. In the dim, eerie wilderness, shadows flitted about, and the sky was shrouded in oppressive darkness. As Jiang Mingyue freed herself from her predicament and turned back, she was met with the sight of ghostly figures darting hither and thither, a legion of skeletal apparitions advancing from all directions. Oh my goodness, they're ghosts. Terrified, she hurriedly sought refuge behind Bai Qi, her legs trembling at the sight of the approaching horde of skeletal beings. Goodness, so many ghosts. The skeletal apparition that leapt towards them was reduced to ashes by Bai Qi's swift motion before it could even approach. A surge of ethereal white energy enveloped the space above, and before Jiang Mingyue could even blink, dozens, if not hundreds, of skeletal entities were caught within its grasp, obliterated into nothingness. The winds stirred, and tranquility soon returned to the area. Jiang Mingyue, still clutching Bai Qi's sleeve, glanced up and finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank heavens, thank heavens. The original narrative did not specify Bai Qi's exact cultivation level. Yet those elders and sect leaders of the transformation stage in the story could be effortlessly dispatched by him with a single strike. The young demon emperor's cultivation must indeed surpass the transformation stage. Perhaps he had already reached the void refinement realm. Within this tale, fewer than 10 individuals had attained the void refinement stage, most of whom were ancient beings, having lived for millennia, either in seclusion or nearing the end of their days. A void refinement practitioner so young was likely a rarity. The author truly perplexes me. crafting such a formidable antagonist, yet allowing the righteous sex to flounder in futility? No wonder the narrative meandered for over 100,000 words before the antagonist's downfall, all thanks to the antagonist's romantic folly, blindly allowing the heroine to strike. What a chaotic tale. However, at this moment, she ought to feel fortunate that she is not alone in this dreadful place. Otherwise, she would have long been consumed by darkness. The world is terrifying. It truly harbors malevolent spirits that feast upon the living. She yearned for her soft, inviting bed, her smartphone, her beloved dog, her takeout meals, and the days spent gossiping and binge-watching dramas with her best friend. Yet in this eerie locale, there is nothing but the constant threat of injury or death. It is utterly frightening. No, she must swiftly devise a plan to return. Bai Qi withdrew his spiritual energy, and a torrent of reverse blood surged within his chest, forcing a mouthful of crimson to spill forth. He delicately wiped the blood from his lips, perhaps fearing that someone might faint upon seeing it. Chapter 13. You are you, not a substitute for anyone. In the stillness, only a brief moment of silence lingered before a dark, tempestuous wind swept through once more. In the distance, dark spiritual energy surged, as if even more oppressive forces were approaching. Why are they coming again? As he felt the energy coalesce in his palm, Jiang Ningyu urgently exclaimed, "Brother, you've just spat blood. Why continue to show off? We must flee." Without hesitation, she grasped his hand and sprinted in the opposite direction. The warmth of their connected palms seeped into her heart, evoking a nostalgic longing. For a fleeting moment, his mind went blank, reluctant to let go, and he allowed her to lead him away, as if transported back to a cherished memory of the past. Long ago, that radiant girl had similarly held his hand and implored, "Qi, don't let go of me." Yet he had broken that promise, ultimately losing his beloved. The night was dark and the wind was cold. Perhaps aware of the malevolent spirits pursuing them, Jiang Ningyu pulled him forward with reckless abandon. Time seemed to lose meaning. Suddenly, a faint voice from behind broke the tense atmosphere. "All right, stop running." The calm words were laced with restrained breaths. Jiang Ningyu was compelled to halt, and upon glancing at her companion, she noted his complexion had grown even paler, his steps unsteady, as though a gust of wind could topple him. She could not help but tease, "You are far too fragile. After just a few steps, you're already exhausted? With such stamina, you wouldn't even pass the physical tests back at school. Is it truly acceptable for a demon emperor to be this delicate?" Yet, in this desolate place filled with spirits, fraught with other dangers, they could not linger. They needed to escape swiftly. Just as she opened her mouth to urge him onward, he shot her an exasperated glance. "If I am this weak, can't you at least pay attention to where you're running? What? Did you not notice we just circle back? Huh?" Jiang Ningyu surveyed her surroundings more closely, recognizing the familiarity of the environment, as if they had indeed been there moments before. She felt somewhat dazed. After all that running, how had they returned? Had they encountered a ghostly wall? Bai Qi sighed in resignation. There are no ghostly walls. It is merely her sense of direction leading her in circles. With such a lack of navigational skill, how does she expect to escape the Demon Emperor's palace? A smile graced his lips, both teasing and exasperated. "Even if I were to open all 72 palace gates and remove the guards, you still wouldn't find your way out in 3 days and nights." Jiang Ningyu, he has quite the talent for insults. She expressed her displeasure, saying, "Why didn't you remind me earlier? You only mention it after we turned back. What is the point?" Bai Qi averted his gaze and fell silent. "Oh, so you're also directionally challenged? How can you still criticize me?" Jiang Ningyu felt an overwhelming surge of anger. As a homebody who seldom ventured outdoors, her lack of navigational skills was somewhat understandable. But how could the dignified Demon Emperor himself be so directionally inept? Wasn't he that laughable? He had constructed the vast Demon Emperor Palace. Didn't he fear getting lost within it? Coughing lightly, she realized that discussing this was fruitless. He coolly shifted the topic, suggesting they consider how to escape. "Can't you ride a sword or summon the wind?" she inquired. It dawned on her that a cultivator at the transformation stage could indeed ride the wind. So why'd he been running alongside her? Was it intentional? Sighing softly, Bai Qi feigned helplessness, saying, "I'm still delicate. I can hardly lift a sword, let alone ride one. Jiang Mingyue, while suspecting he was exaggerating, recognized that in this perilous predicament, even if this extraordinary being had but a sliver of life and spiritual energy left, following him was safer than being alone. She forced herself to remain calm and asked, "Do you know where we are?" "I do not know, but we must be beyond the red water," he replied. The realm of cultivation was divided into 4 territories, 5 continents, and 3 islands, with each region possessing its own distinct climate. Observing the state of the surrounding flora, he surmised they were likely in the long continent, though he could not pinpoint their exact location. Really? We're already beyond the red water? Alarmed, Jiang Mingyue quickly checked the ring on her finger. Wait, that is not right. The returning spirit ruins are within the red water. I've been away from the returning spirit ruins and the red water for quite some time. Why haven't I met my demise yet? There was only one possibility. Fury surged within her, and Jiang Mingyue yelled, "You deceiver! Have you been toying with me?" With a playful smirk, Bai Qi did not deny it, saying, "You are indeed quite gullible. You believe everything." His nonchalant remark only fueled Jiang Mingyue's rage, causing her temper to reach its zenith. She was almost laughing in her anger. "Bai Qi, has anyone ever told you that your words are infuriating?" "No. You are the first," he replied. "Huh, the first?" Those others were likely too afraid to voice their thoughts. After a brief silence, Jiang Mingyue felt the atmosphere had settled into a somewhat harmonious state and ventured, "We've endured this ordeal together today. May I make a humble request?" "Go ahead. Could you please refrain from constantly plotting to kill me in the future? This is my greatest plea. When have I ever intended to kill you? Really? Is your desire to do so not evident?" She retorted, forcing a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Poisoning her, draining her blood, and attempting to break her legs to bind her. Was that not a clear indication of murderous intent? Bai Qi responded, "You are too entertaining. How could I bring myself to kill you?" Jiang Mingyue widened her eyes. "So you plan to toy with me for another decade or so before finishing me off? You're a monster, a complete monster. My life is not worth your obsession." Her expression pleaded for mercy. "Indeed, it is worth it." Jiang Mingyue took a deep breath, preparing to employ her verbal dexterity, and earnestly stated, "In truth, I comprehend the reason why you have chosen to keep me by your side. Oh, is it not because you perceive a semblance of a bygone acquaintance in me?" She feigned solemnity, "But allow me to enlighten you. Such an action is misguided. Do you believe that retaining someone who resembles her signifies profound affection? This will only bring her sorrow. You are merely projecting your feelings onto another, betraying the essence of your emotions. In your heart, no one should ever be able to replace her." Throughout her discourse, Bai Qi's gaze remained fixated on her, reluctant to divert even a fraction of his attention. Once she concluded, he gently parted his lips. "You are you, not a mere substitute for anyone else. Do not conflate me with her." Jiang Mingyue scoffed. Having perused countless novels, she was acutely aware that scoundrels often utter such words to their stand-ins. Yet ultimately, the fates of these substitutes were invariably tragic. She had no desire to play with fire. Bai Qi regarded her with an unwavering gaze, his tone both tender and resolute. "This time, I shall not let go." He had promised her that he would never release her hand, and now he was here to fulfill that vow. Jiang Mingyue pinched her brow, her thoughts clouded. Well, it seemed all her words had been in vain. Typically, when a rogue first acquires a substitute, their fervor and irrationality peak, making it exceedingly difficult to extricate oneself. Hence, she decided to adopt a more pragmatic approach. "If I were to obediently remain by your side, you must vow not to harm me. How does that sound?" Chapter 14. How do you know he is the one I hold dear? Very well. Although she could not immediately rid herself of this madman, at least her life was temporarily safeguarded. Thus, she resolved to bide her time. She would wait until he gradually lowered his guard before devising an escape plan. After a prolonged silence, a tempest once again whipped up around them. Raising her head, she beheld the sky enveloped in ominous fog, with swirling winds and a multitude of shadowy figures. Jean Naju exclaimed, "Ah, are the ghosts returning?" This place seemed to be rife with spirits. As a skeletal apparition loomed menacingly toward her, Bai Qi's icy gaze remained as tranquil as a still lake. It appeared he sensed impending intervention. Indeed, in the next moment, a flash of a sword cleaved through the spectral skeleton, the shattered bones cascading at their feet. Subsequently, 5 or 6 young spirit cultivators clad in Tianke sect uniforms emerged. Leading them were a striking young man and woman, exuding an extraordinary aura. The man was handsome and imposing, while the woman possessed a graceful figure and stunning beauty. Upon their arrival, they brandished their swords and commenced the slaughter of the relentless skeletal phantoms. Jiang Mingyue's attention was instantly captivated by the remarkably distinguished pair, whose synergy in battle was nothing short of perfect, resembling a match made in heaven. Their poise, their countenance, their entrance accompanied by an enchanting aura, and the occasional flirtatious atmosphere. Were they not the protagonists? Well, they bore some resemblance. Clearing her throat, after observing for a while, Jiang Mingyue quietly remarked, "Given their fierce battle, should we not take advantage of the chaos to escape?" Bai Qi cast a sidelong glance at her before his gaze swept back to the spirited young man amidst the throng. The figure in white danced gracefully, akin to a swimming dragon. Suddenly, I recalled that day when I unexpectedly encountered Ning Ning in the cave. She was clutching herself, calling out for her husband, only to later claim she had mistaken him for someone else, questioning why he wore white garments. Was she confusing him with Yi Qianxin? Therefore, it appears that Ning Ning harbored no disdain for white attire itself, but rather for him wearing it, disapproving of him donning the same hue as her beloved. Bai Qi remained silent, his emotions complex, a fleeting hint of melancholy dancing in his eyes. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Mingyue could not help but glance at him, only to discover he too was observing the crowd. Is this little demon emperor gazing at the heroine? After all, in the original narrative, the demon emperor looked down upon all living beings, regarding them as insignificant, yet reserved all his tenderness solely for the heroine, Yun Wanyan. The heroine, naturally, possesses an irresistible charm, rendering this ambitious mogul utterly infatuated, willing to sacrifice his very heart and soul for her. Indeed, it seems he has taken immediate notice of her. Jiang Mingyue became increasingly convinced that the pair she observed were indeed the protagonists of the tale. "Hey, stop looking. Are you even listening to me?" Jiang Mingyue tugged at Bai Qi's sleeve. Do you think they can handle this horde of ghosts?" she inquired, a hint of anxiety evident in her tone. With ghosts surrounding them from all directions, finding an escape route seemed nearly impossible. Should they falter, would she not be trapped as well? Bai Qi's starry eyes turned icy. Was she concerned for Yi Qianxin? After a moment's pause, he coldly replied, "What? Are you worried seeing your beloved in peril? What are you talking about?" Jiang Mingyue was momentarily taken aback, realizing they were seemingly communicating on different wavelengths. "Wait, how do you know Yi Qianxin is my beloved?" In the original storyline, it seemed Bai Qi and Jiang Mingyue shared no such intricate connections. Indeed. Upon her admission, Bai Qi suppressed the disappointment swelling within him. It was clear that, despite the absence of past memories and the shift in identities, she still favored Yi Qianxin. "What do you mean by indeed?" Jiang Mingyue was utterly perplexed by his words. "Why do you answer in such a roundabout manner? And don't mention Yi Qianxin again." Bai Qi's voice turned cold. "Fine, I won't mention him. Why are you being so fierce?" She silently grumbled, only to be jolted back to reality as a few skeletal ghosts barreled toward her, unstoppable in their advance. "Oh no, the ghosts are right in my face. Help!" Bai Qi summoned a modicum of spiritual energy at his fingertips, gently pushing her forward. Jiang Mingyue was taken aback. This insufferable demon not only refuses to save me, but also pushes me? What is he thinking? Is this polite? Cursing him in her mind, she failed to notice a surge of spiritual energy entering her body, flowing into her dantian and erupting forth. With a resounding crack, her suddenly unleashed power shattered the approaching skeletal ghosts, sending a line of them tumbling back as well. Simultaneously, she felt her dantian brimming with energy, instantaneously breaking through her previous limitations. Jiang Mingyue managed to steady herself, staring in astonishment at the fallen skeletal ghosts. Had she just ascended from Foundation Establishment to the Golden Core stage? Was it truly this effortless? Jiang Mingyue finally exhaled. I thought you were going to throw me to the ghosts. She contemplated that the demon must be reluctant to reveal its identity before a crowd of mortals, thus utilizing her as a means. The transformation of divine essence proved to be efficacious, as it bestowed upon her a modicum of spiritual energy, enabling her to achieve a breakthrough. Bai Qi feigned jest, stating, "As long as the spell of shared existence remains, I cannot bear to see you harmed." Jiang Mingyue responded, "So that is the case," feeling a fleeting sense of gratitude. Simultaneously, the group had successfully vanquished the remaining skeletal apparitions and took note of Jiang Mingyue. "Junior sister Jiang, you are here as well," exclaimed one. "I did not expect you not only to escape from the realm of returning spirits, but also to ascend to the golden core stage. Congratulations." In the narrative, Jiang Mingyue is the daughter of the sect master of the Tianke sect, and the disciples within the sect maintain a facade of politeness towards her. However, the original Jiang Mingyue was notorious for her poor conduct, often abusing her status to bully others, resulting in a general disfavor among the disciples, who merely offered empty courtesies. Jiang Mingyue awkwardly smiled. "It is merely good fortune, just good fortune." Only Yi Qianshun and Yun Wanyan regarded her with disdain, refusing to utter a word. Yi Qianshun mused that even though Jiang Mingyue had recently advanced to the golden core stage, it was improbable that she could obliterate several skeletal apparitions with a mere strike. Was there a formidable ally aiding her moments ago? His gaze shifted to Bai Qi, who stood beside Jiang Mingyue, and he felt an inkling of familiarity. Albeit unable to place it, he discreetly scrutinized Bai Qi, perceiving the individual's spiritual energy to be rather feeble, suggesting a cultivation level no higher than the third stage of foundation establishment. Surely it could not be him. "Junior sister Jiang," another disciple continued the pleasantries. "It is good to see you unharmed." Jiang Mingyue inquired, "What place is this?" "Taohua village," the disciple elucidated. "This village is plagued by skeletal apparitions, with children going missing one after another. We, along with senior brother Yi and senior sister Wanyan, have been tasked with vanquishing these demons." Jiang Mingyue recalled the events from the original text. In the story, the segment concerning Taohua village served as a pivotal moment for the romantic development between the male and female leads. At this juncture, she should have been captured and subjected to torment within the demon emperor's palace, thus logically excluded from participating in this narrative. Now, it seemed that the plot had deviated somewhat. "Junior sister Jiang," another disciple interjected, "once we rid the village of these demons, we shall return to Tianke sect together, where the sect master and the elders await to discuss your marriage with senior brother Yi." Zhan Nanju exclaimed, "Ah, marriage?" Upon hearing the word marriage, Bai Qi cast a fleeting glance at Yi Qianshan, sensing a surge of murderous intent in his eyes. Chapter 15. Let be known, junior sister Jiang favors the brothel style. The mention of marriage caused Yi Qianshan's expression to darken. He shot Jiang Mingyue a glare. Finally speaking with irritation, "Jiang Mingyue, are you satisfied with the chaos you have caused?" Jiang Mingyue continued to reflect on the original narrative. She recalled now. Prior to this, Yi Qianshan's legs had been healed by Yun Wanyan, restoring him to his former glory and peak. Jiang Mingyue, filled with regret for having called off their engagement, sought to win him back. However, Yi Qianshan had already developed feelings for Yun Wanyan and no longer paid heed to Jiang Mingyue, unable to reclaim his affections. In a fit of embarrassment and anger, Jiang Mingyue resorted to administering a love potion, intending to take him by force. Yi Qianshan, resolute in his intentions, refused to engage with her, prompting Jiang Mingyue to spiral into madness, disheveling her hair and clothing while publicly accusing Yi Qianshan of tormenting her. This uproar escalated quickly, with the sect leader and elders believing her claims and compelling Yi Qianshan to marry her. Unwilling to comply, Yi Qianshan protested his innocence, resulting in a stalemate. Consequently, the sect leader arranged for them to descend the mountain together for training, hoping to rekindle their relationship. Thus began the scene where she was abandoned in the desolate forest. The incident involving the intoxicating charm and the false accusations had planted deep-seated animosity in Yi Qianshan's heart, significantly laying the groundwork for her eventual dismemberment. What madness had the original owner of this body enacted? Now, it all fell upon her shoulders. Was this not a death sentence? No, no. She could not allow the protagonist to perceive her as an interloper in their romance. Otherwise, her demise would be swift. She needed to clarify matters post-haste. No, no, no. Jiang Mingyue vehemently denied. You are all mistaken. What transpired before was merely an accident. Yet that night, you and senior brother Yi were found disheveled. And it was you who uttered those words. A wave of despair washed over Jiang Mingyue, who felt an urge to find a block of tofu and end it all. I assure you, senior brother Yi and I are innocent. Nothing transpired. Is that truly the case? Of course it is. Her instinct for survival surged as she swiftly distanced herself from the situation. Senior brother Yi and senior sister Wanwan are a match made in heaven. Should marriage occur, it would be between them, with no involvement from me. With the female lead present, she dared not compete for the male lead's affections. For the consequences were too dire to contemplate. Yin Wanwan scoffed, dismissing her words as feigned innocence. You've been clinging to Qianqian. How can you now speak such insincere platitudes? Indeed, junior sister, a disciple chimed in, who in Tiankei's sect is unaware of your admiration for senior brother Yi. Junior sister, are you not engaging in a game of coy denials? Jiang Mingyue retorted, I am not toying with anyone. She was acutely aware that those who meddled in the romance of the protagonists faced grim fates. Even the demon emperor had met a tragic end. How many lives did she possess to flirt with danger? No, no. I harbor no ill intentions towards senior brother Yi, she insisted, repeating her denial thrice. Fearing disbelief, she added, besides, I have someone I admire. There is no possibility of marrying Yi Qianqian. She had no desire to play with fire. What did you say? Junior sister Jiang? You do not favor senior brother Yi? They remained skeptical. Then who do you like? In a moment of desperation, Jiang Mingyue pointed to a certain enchanting figure beside her. Him. Huh? I like him. Bai Qi's lips parted in surprise, while Jiang Mingyue signaled to him furtively. Please, big brother, cooperate with me. This concerns my very life. She needed to first convince Yi Qianqian of her innocent intentions to gradually dispel his murderous resolve. The group had yet to encounter the demon emperor, and upon observing Bai Qi, they deemed him strikingly handsome, undoubtedly aligning with Jiang Mingyue's notorious taste. However, just as Bai Qi and Jiang Mingyue arrived, she had just emerged from the bath, clad only in a delicate, thin garment. Her dark hair cascaded down her shoulders, and the neckline revealed her fair collarbone in stark clarity. What respectable disciple would dress in such a manner? Is this not akin to the attire of a courtesan? Jiang's discerning eye remains ever consistent. One disciple could not restrain his curiosity and pointed at Bai Qi, inquiring, Who is this young man? He is the one I hold dear. Jiang Mingyue introduced. His name is Bai Qingci. Indeed, he is called Bai Qingci, Jiang Mingyue continued, weaving a tale. A few days prior, I encountered him here, and we have since journeyed together, relying on one another. He is gentle and kind, understanding both warmth and chill. From the moment I laid eyes upon him, I was smitten, unable to forget him. My heart is filled with thoughts of him. As she spoke, she playfully placed a hand over her heart, gazing at Bai Qi with longing. This place can hold no one else but him. Her performance was so compelling. It nearly drew forth tears of emotion. Their gazes locked. Despite Bai Qi's awareness of the falsity in her words, his heart raced uncontrollably. A mix of tension and myriad emotions. Yi Qianqian scoffed, Jiang Mingyue, if you are earnest, return to the Tiankei sect and repeat these words to the sect master and elders. This way, the sect master will not compel him to marry you. Naturally, Jiang Mingyue nodded, her watery eyes fixed on Bai Qi as she continued her charade. Qingci, would you accompany me back to the Tiankei sect? The young girl smiled radiantly. Her reflection in her eyes solely him, only him. Ningning was watching him. Suddenly, vivid memories surged in her mind, as if they were unfolding right before her. What must he do to spare her a glance? Unless you die. The girl's voice was cold, her resolute words falling as a sword pierced his heart. A chilling sensation coursed through him. The youth coughed up blood, his eyes tinged with crimson. She sneered again. I misspoke. It should be that even if you were to perish, I would not spare you a glance. Each word was like a dagger, carving deep into his soul. The wild wind tousled the boy's loose, ink-black hair, and the crimson demonic markings on his brow accentuated his pallid complexion. Blood stained his lips as he offered a wistful smile, gazing at the person before him, a solitary tear rolling down his flushed cheek. Not even 1,000 swords piercing his heart could rival the profound pain her words left within him. It was etched into his very being, to be remembered through all lifetimes. So, was she truly watching him? Noticing that Bai Qi remained silent and unresponsive, Jiang Ningyue grew anxious. "Brother, this is an urgent matter. You seem lost in thought." Coughing lightly, fearing his reluctance to cooperate, she boldly embraced him and reiterated her earlier question. Qingzi, would you accompany me back to the Tianke sect?" Her proximity sent a delightful shiver down his spine, abruptly pulling him from his reverie, causing his eyes to sting. "All right," he replied. He understood the unreality of the situation, but wished to linger in this ephemeral fantasy for just a moment longer. Chapter 16. Is he truly going to persist in this manner? Jiang Ningyue finally exhaled in relief. Well, at least he is cooperating. She released his hand, gazing into Bai Qi's eyes, reciting the poignant lines. "When mountains lack their ridges and heaven and earth unite, only then dare I sever ties with you." Typically, declarations of love and dramas conclude in such a manner. She had immersed herself so deeply into her role. Surely, they must believe her now. Yet at that moment, Yin Wanwan's expression shifted. Why does Jiang Ningyue seem so peculiar today? She even recited this exquisite verse. Could it be that she has traveled through time? Jiang Ningyue cast a glance at Yin Wanwan. Oh, she had almost forgotten that the original female protagonist was indeed a time traveler. She recalled that after the original protagonist traversed to this realm, she had desperately sought ways to return to the modern world, attempting numerous methods, though the book did not clarify whether she succeeded. In any case, after she fell in love with the male lead, she no longer wished to return. Perhaps she could seize an opportunity to get closer to Yin Wanwan and discover a means to leave this place. Senior Brother Yi. At that moment, a disciple of the Tianke sect rushed over, exclaiming that yet another child had gone missing from the village. Yi Qinchen's expression grew solemn. "Let us investigate." "All right." Jiang Ningyue trailed at the back of the group, glancing at the person beside her, whispering, "Thank you for your cooperation just now." "No need for thanks." She quickly shifted the conversation. "Why don't we part ways here? Let us each return to our respective homes." It was best to shed him now while she had the chance. Bai Qi replied nonchalantly. "Just a moment ago you said you would take me back to the Tianke sect. Now you wish to abandon me? That was merely an act. Moreover, would she dare to lead the demon emperor into the sect? That would be akin to bringing a bomb into a flock of sheep. No, it was an atomic bomb. A single detonation could obliterate thousands within their sect. This was a perilous game." Bai Qi sighed lightly. "But I'm unfamiliar with the route. I must follow you." Jiang Ningyue's lips twitched slightly. "Can't you send a message to your subordinate?" Was he truly intent on being a persistent shadow? Bai Qi replied, "It would be too embarrassing for my subordinate to know I am lost." She could not help but roll her eyes. "With your thick skin? Why would you care about embarrassment?" Bai Qi feigned ignorance of her words, shifting the topic. Moreover what? Moreover, my subordinate has quite the temper and harbors a profound disdain for cultivators. He would turn green with envy upon sighting you." Bai Qi spoke slowly. "If he were to arrive, he would certainly slay you all." At this, his gaze fell upon Jiang Ningyue, his lips curling into a smile that was neither here nor there. "I would be unable to stop him." His voice, soft and gentle, sent chills down her spine with every word. Jiang Ningyue shivered inwardly. "You don't actually wish to stop him, do you?" She had only just promised not to kill her. Such twisted words from this perverse creature could not be trusted at all. Yet, she was both timid and eager to preserve her life. Never mind. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ningyue forced a smile. "My senior brothers know the way. You may accompany us." It was the only course of action. He. Jiang Ningyue chuckled coldly. Clearly, she had fallen into his trap. How could this wretched demon still appear so begrudging? Casting her gaze over Bai Qi's thin attire, she sought to change the subject. "Are you cold?" In a moment, I will borrow a piece of clothing for Brother Yi for you. Upon hearing her mention Yi Qianshun, Bai Qi's expression instantly darkened, and his tone grew colder. I do not want his clothes. Jiang Mingyue retorted, if you don't want them, then forget it. She was merely feigning concern. Yet this person was being so picky? Serves him right if he freezes. The air in the forest was exceedingly chilly, and Jiang Mingyue glanced upward at the hazy night sky. She was aware of the narrative involving Taohua Village and its protagonists, with the protagonist's halo surrounding them. This eerie place seemed less frightening than before. Intentionally striking up a conversation with Bai Qi, she asked, can you guess why those evil cultivators only capture children? You know it was the evil cultivators, right? Jiang Mingyue promptly fell silent. Here, only skeletons roamed, and skeletons were not necessarily of the demonic clan. Thus far, even Yi Qianshun and his companions had not encountered a single evil cultivator. Her sudden mention of the evil cultivators was indeed somewhat jarring. I merely guessed. Jiang Mingyue quickly amended. Only the demonic clan could commit such heartless acts, don't you think? Bai Qi replied, it must be for sacrifice. Jiang Mingyue was momentarily taken aback. How did he know that the captured children were to be sacrificed? Bai Qi then looked up at the horizon, his calm gaze revealing no emotion. In a day, the blood moon will rise. Those captured children should predominantly be girls. What? Jiang Mingyue was utterly stunned. In the original narrative concerning Taohua Village, indeed, 49 children were sacrificed, but did not specify that they were all girls. It only mentioned that the protagonists rescued the children in the process of exorcising the evil. How do you know such details? Is it merely a guess? Jiang Mingyue questioned. Perplexed, Bai Qi dismissed her inquiry. The celestial phenomena are evident to me. Is there any need to guess? The blood moon is extremely ominous and would not call for the sacrifice of boys. Such a simple principle does not require speculation. Jiang Mingyue was further bewildered. It wasn't until the group arrived at the scene of the incident in the village that they saw a young couple kneeling on the ground, weeping. My daughter is missing. Yin Wanyuan and Yi Qianshun approached to inquire about the situation and learned that, over the past month, children had been disappearing from the village. In total, 62 children had gone missing, most of whom were girls under the age of 10. Ahem. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingyue quietly remarked to the person beside her, Master, your celestial observations seem quite inaccurate. She had thought so. The original narrative did not state that they were all girls. Bai Qi's lips curled slightly in indifference. Indeed, it differed from his expectations, or perhaps it contradicted common sense. Unusual occurrences must harbor some malevolence. However, the plight of a group of humans was of little concern to him, and he was disinclined to intervene. In truth, Jiang Mingyue felt somewhat astonished as well, for she distinctly remembered that in the original narrative, the evil cultivators had abducted 49 children from Taohua Village for sacrifice. Yet at present, the number of missing children had risen to 62. There was some deviation from the original tale. Yi Qianshun inquired of the villagers, do any of you know whether the beings who took the children were demons or evil cultivators? It must have been demons. One villager asserted with certainty. Our village has never had dealings with the demonic clan. Yet, the demon clan has been tormenting us for many years. Certainly, in the end, he hesitated for a moment, but chose not to voice his thoughts. Was it a demon? Yet, in the original text, it was clearly the hands of a magic cultivator at work. Was this villager lying, or had he simply made a mistake? Or had the plot truly undergone a transformation? Jiang Mingyue discreetly cast a glance at Bai Qi beside her. Was he aware of the circumstances? Chapter 17. I am neither a flood nor a beast. I shall not devour you. Whether it is a demon or a devil cannot be determined by mere words. The village chief interrupted the villager, cautioning against influencing the judgment of these young cultivators. Yi Qianshun regarded him. You are the village chief, am I correct? Indeed, I am Zhangming, the village chief of Taohua Village. The middle-aged man wore an expression of distress, stating that the demonic creatures had plagued Taohua Village for many days, causing immense suffering for the villagers and imploring the young cultivators for assistance. How many children remain in the village? Approximately 20 or so. There are quite a number of children in this village. Jiang Mingyue furrowed her brow. It had been a month since the incident. Why hadn't they taken the children away? Remaining in the village was tantamount to waiting to be captured again. She found it incomprehensible. They seemed to hesitate, sighing. Where else could we escape to? Yi Qianshun produced a stack of tracking talismans from his pouch and handed them to Zhang Ming. These evil beings will surely return, village chief. Apply these talismans to the remaining children. When they come, we will be able to trace them back to their lair. Excellent. Although Yi Qianshun acted similarly in the original narrative, for some reason, Jiang Mingyue felt an unsettling dissonance, as if the storyline had diverged. Hey, Jiang Mingyue gently poked Bai Qi. Do you have any idea about the origins of these demonic creatures? I do not know. How is it possible that you, an emperor of demons? No, nothing. Speak plainly. Bai Qi seemed to discern her subtle apprehensions, advising her against beating around the bush. Calling me verbose? Jiang Mingyue promptly delved into the crux of the matter. It wouldn't be your doing, would it? So she harbored suspicions about him. Bai Qi scoffed coldly. Would I require such elaborate measures to capture children for a sacrifice? To only seize a handful would be utterly pathetic. It would be a jest for those inept sects if word got out. Truly ridiculous. Indeed, upon reflection, if this perverse individual wished to capture children, with his status and strength, a mere wave of his hand could annihilate the entire village in an instant rather than capturing them one by one. Although the young demon emperor was cruel, an entire village hardly warranted such expenditure of effort. I was merely speculating. Please do not take offense. Jiang Mingyue quickly shifted the topic. I just find this situation rather peculiar. Don't you think? Bai Qi responded nonchalantly. This village does possess a certain intrigue. What do you mean? He remarked casually. The villagers here are quite youthful. There isn't a single elder among them. Except for, Bai Qi's gaze coldly swept over the group of villagers, landing on the only elderly figure, the village chief. He then scrutinized the village chief's young and beautiful wife beside him. A sense of dissonance washed over him. Those tranquil eyes, as still as a pond, seemed to have perceived everything. The village chief's wife felt as though someone was observing her. When she lifted her gaze, she inadvertently met a pair of icy peach blossom eyes. For reasons unknown, a chill ran down her legs, and a sense of unease enveloped her, prompting her to hurriedly avert her eyes. Jiang Mingyue, upon hearing his words, was momentarily taken aback. Why did he suddenly bring this up? Was he hinting at something? A closer inspection revealed that the surrounding villagers were indeed quite youthful. Apart from the village chief, who appeared to be around 50, few seemed to be over 30, with most being children and young adults. Even among the youths, there was scarcely a couple. What is it? Jiang Mingyue inquired. Have you discovered something? Bai Qi yawned and did not respond. It's quite late. I feel a bit tired. Jiang Mingyue thought. Why does he only speak in half-truths? What does he mean? Is he just being cryptic? Yin Wanyan was busy reassuring the villagers. Since it is a sacrifice, surely those children are safe for now. Do not worry too much. We will undoubtedly rescue them all. The villagers expressed their gratitude in unison. Thank you. Thank you all. Zhang Ming politely suggested. Dear young cultivators, night has fallen. Why not spend the night at my humble abode to replenish your strength? We can act tomorrow. Yi Qianshun responded. I apologize for the disturbance. After a while, once the village chief had departed, Jiang Mingyue approached Yi Qianshun. Brother Yi, what are you doing? As Jiang Mingyue moved closer, Yi Qianshun instinctively stepped back a few paces. I am neither a beast nor a monster. I won't harm you. Is there any need for such caution? Jiang Mingyue said with irritation. However, considering the original owner's previous inappropriate conduct towards Yi Qianshun, his wariness seemed understandable. What do you intend to do? Rest assured, I have no interest in you. Jiang Mingyue nearly rolled her eyes, thinking, shouldn't you also secretly affix a tracking talisman to that village chief? Yi Qianshun regained his composure. Do you suspect he is problematic? Yes. Jiang Mingyue nodded. I understand, he replied. Bai Qi stood nearby, watching the two whispering to each other, her expression darkening, filled with a sense of irritation. Did Jiang Mingyue have so much to say to Yi Qianshun? What was there to discuss? Jiang Mingyue had hoped for a peaceful night's rest. However, the original owner's poor relations meant no disciple was willing to share a room with her. Not only did they refuse to room with her, but they also suggested she cultivate feelings with her beloved, leaving her with Bai Qi in a single room. She was utterly speechless. Reluctantly trailing behind Bai Qi, she entered a dilapidated little house. As soon as they stepped inside, Bai Qi noticed the candle holder by the pillow, swaying precariously in the wind. He gracefully approached and extinguished the flame with a bamboo slip. The already dim room plunged into deeper darkness. "Why did you put out the candle?" Jiang Mingyue protested, struggling to see. Bai Qi replied, "It was blinding." "Then I shall place it further away." "If it is not by the pillow, it won't be blinding," Jiang Mingyue retorted, unwilling to endure such gloom. Just as she reached out to relight the candle, she sensed something was amiss. "Wait, this candle is burning with a soul-dulling incense. No wonder this rascal extinguished the flame. He must have discovered the incense moments ago. That village chief is most likely suspicious." Uncertain whether Brother Yi and the others have fallen into the trap, Jiang Mingyue felt a pang of worry and resolved to inform them swiftly. "Brother Yi is not an idiot. He can see through such trivial illusions without your reminder." Bai Qi interjected, a hint of sarcasm lacing his words. It seemed she genuinely cared for Yi Qianqian. "Better safe than sorry," Jiang Mingyue retorted. Bai Qi rolled his eyes. Your excessive concern might not even cross his mind to reciprocate. Just then, a series of knocks sounded at the door, followed by Yi Qianqian's voice. "Jiang Mingyue, may I have a word with you in private?" He sensed something different about her today and wished to inquire further. Bai Qi remarked, "He really has come, hasn't he? How amusing." As Jiang Mingyue moved to open the door, she suddenly felt a binding force immobilize her limbs, rendering her unable to move. "Tell him you are unavailable." Bai Qi's voice was colder than usual. Stunned, Jiang Mingyue replied, Otherwise I shall end him right now," came his calm yet menacing voice, sending a shiver down her spine. What was this lunatic up to now? Chapter 18. Is Yi Qianqian really that remarkable? While Jiang Mingyue was indifferent to whether Bai Qi would kill Yi Qianqian, the intensity of his demeanor made her feel as though he was more inclined to eliminate her. Valuing her own life, she complied with his wishes and spoke to the person outside. "Brother Yi, I am currently unavailable. Let us speak tomorrow." "Very well," Yi Qianqian replied, not pressing further, merely cautioning her about a problem with the candlestick by her bedside before departing. Jiang Mingyue sighed in relief as the binding energy around her dissipated. The sudden release caused her to stumble, and her forehead collided with the door. Bai Qi, sensing the impact through their bond, rushed forward with concern etched on his face. "Do not touch me." Jiang Mingyue recoiled at his approach, as if he were the plague itself, mentally chastising him repeatedly. "Stay still," Bai Qi commanded, gently applying a bit of energy to soothe her swelling forehead. Although the pain subsided, her irritation remained palpable. "Are you out of your mind? I merely wish to speak with someone. Why must you threaten me? Do you yearn to converse so desperately?" She had already exchanged countless words with Yi Qianqian. Was he truly that remarkable to merit such consideration? "Who I speak with is none of your concern. Do you reside by the sea to meddle so broadly?" Jiang Mingyue's frustration peaked, adding, "And I advise against killing him. You'll regret it. Yi Qianqian is the male lead. Is someone who possesses the male lead's aura so easily slain? According to the laws of novels, whoever crosses the male lead shall face dire consequences." Yet her words stirred something within Bai Qi, unlocking fragmented memories that intertwined with the present scene. The girl pointed her sword at his chest, her tone icy. "Yi Qianqian is the one I cherish. Dare to harm a single hair on his head, and I shall end you. You would kill me for him?" Indeed, he was aware of her deep affection for Yi Qianqian, yet he never anticipated the depths of her love, which ultimately drove her to risk her life in order to save her beloved. In her moments of weakness, her thoughts remained fixated on the safety of the one she cherished. "Yi Qianqian, you must not perish. Even if it costs me my life, I shall ensure you remain unharmed." He cradled the fragile woman in his hands, fearful that his care might be inadequate, while she repeatedly placed herself in peril for a man who did not reciprocate her feelings. Would she inflict such harm upon herself once more? Coming back to reality, Bai Qi struggled to suppress the tumult of emotions swirling within him. "I am sorry." "What did you say?" he inquired calmly. "If you do not wish for me to harm him, I shall refrain from acting. Though he harbored a profound dislike for Yi Qianqian, to the extent that even the mention of his name by Ning Ning could provoke an uncontrollable surge of emotions, he feared the repetition of past mistakes. He dreaded her enduring the same pain again, sacrificing herself for Yi Qianqian and emerging battered. The thought of such a scenario drove him to madness. He could not bear to witness Ning Ning suffer any further, regardless of the cause. Jiang Mingyue was utterly perplexed. Why had he suddenly become so courteous? He had collided with her and was now apologizing. Bai Qi extended his hand to assist her, but she instinctively recoiled, exclaiming, "No, no, no." He withdrew his hand, a shadow of sorrow flickering in his eyes. Did she still harbor such disdain for him that even the slightest touch was repugnant? I have considered it. We must acknowledge the boundaries between genders, and sharing the same space is rather inappropriate. Jiang Mingyue arose on her own, maintaining a distance to prevent him from drawing near. I shall take my leave. Could she not simply avoid him if she found him unbearable? Are you still intent on meeting Yi Qianqian? Why do you incessantly mention his name? Do you have feelings for him? Jiang Mingyue was at a loss for words. Bai Qi retorted, moreover, whom I choose to see or seek out seems of little relevance to you. Please do not follow me. She merely sought a place to rest peacefully. I am leaving. Realizing her aversion and disdain towards him, Bai Qi parted his lips, but no words emerged, as if a thorn lodged in his throat, piercing his heart. He could only watch her depart, feeling an emptiness settle within him. Meanwhile, Yin Wanyin shared a room with 2 other female disciples. After extinguishing the candle on her bedside, she said, Fei Shuang, Fei Xue, you may sleep. I will keep watch. The village chief's behavior was suspicious, and the use of some form of intoxicant left her wary of potential threats. She needed to remain vigilant. Senior sister, we could take turns keeping watch. No need. I'm not tired. Yin Wanyin's voice was gentle. You too should rest, so you have the energy to save people tomorrow. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Jiang Mingyue entered, clutching a pillow, her face alight with a smile. Senior sister, may I join you for warmth? The 3 women exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Yin Wanyin replied coldly, Do you not have a handsome man by your side? Why are you here? No, no, no. Jiang Mingyue hurriedly protested. What do you mean? I'm not that forward. Though she harbored feelings for Bai Qingci, they were not yet wed, and sharing a space with a single man was simply improper. I must have misheard. Jiang Mingyue, do you still have any sense of shame? Yin Wanyue could hardly believe it. At Tiankei's sect, it is well known that Jiang Mingyue is audacious. She has always brought various handsome men to her quarters, hosting them overnight in her chambers. That young gentleman by Qingci, with his striking good looks, under Jiang Mingyue's nature, shouldn't she have stripped him bare and taken him to bed immediately? Why has she suddenly begun to exhibit a sense of propriety? Jiang Mingyue is aware that the original owner had committed numerous lewd and outrageous acts. The blame fell upon her, and the shame was hers to bear. Yes, yes, yes. She could only force a smile, claiming, I have turned over a new leaf. The 3 of them wore skeptical expressions. A wayward woman may seek redemption. Dear sister, my beloved sister. Jiang Mingyue began to pout and act adorably, pleading, Please accept me. As she spoke, she tugged at Yin Wanyue's sleeve. Vulnerable, pitiful, helpless. Being with that devil, she had to remain vigilant at all times, lest her head and body become separated. How could she possibly sleep? Yin Wanyue's heart softened. This large dormitory is already cramped enough for the 3 of us, and it's uncomfortable. You, the young lady, may not be able to endure it. Perhaps it will be better if I can endure it. I can endure it. Jiang Mingyue had no intention of leaving. With the weather so cold, wouldn't it be warmer to huddle together? It would also foster a good relationship. If she cultivated a good rapport with the female lead, her standing in this narrative would surely improve. Yun Wanyue sighed in resignation. I will go prepare hot water for you to bathe. Although she did not harbor any fondness for Jiang Mingyue as a fellow woman, she deemed it inappropriate for her to share a room with a man, and she was not entirely at ease. She would begrudgingly allow her to stay for one night. Jiang Mingyue smiled. Thank you, sister. You truly are the beloved heroine, gentle and generous, and so considerate. Finally, she could escape from that devil and enjoy a peaceful night as sleep. Chapter 19. He has not known a day of rest. The heavens roared with thunder and lightning. The wind howled fiercely, darkness enveloped the scene, and blood-red hues tainted the horizon. Corpses piled high, some floating in the crimson waters, stretching endlessly before the eye. There were still those clinging to life, their bloodied hands reaching out desperately, filled with terror and pleading. "Save me! Save me!" Cries for help echoed around. But no one could be lifted. They could only watch helplessly as they sank into the abyss, transforming into blood amidst the cries of despair. The sounds of weeping, slaughter, and agonizing struggles intertwined, resembling a hellish purgatory. The biting cold pierced to the bone, desolate and silent. Awakening from the nightmare. Bai Qi found his clothes drenched in cold sweat. Trembling fingers rubbed his brow, still shaken. Since that calamity 1,000 years ago, he had not known a single day of peaceful slumber. Whenever he closed his eyes, his mind was filled with those blood-soaked images. The corpses, some unrecognizable, some dismembered, others reduced to mere remnants, utterly obliterated, were horrifying in their brutality. The ground was littered with bodies, and the air resounded with wails. Coldness, sorrow, despair. Yet he could do nothing, had lost everything, living in agony like a soulless being, tormented by memories time and again. He had nothing left. In the remainder of his life, apart from her, only hatred remained. She was all he had left. Bai Qi casually draped a cloak over his shoulders and pushed open the door, revealing the late hour outside, where the stars twinkled brightly in the night sky. A sudden memory surged forth from many years past, when the heavens and earth were tranquil and his family, friends, and kin were all by his side. At that time, it seemed utterly ordinary. Alas, such days could never be reclaimed. With a swift motion, a crimson figure appeared before him, Xianhua. Noticing the pallor on his master's face, Bai Qi expressed his concern. "Master, are you unwell?" For a millennium, countless days and nights had been haunted by nightmares for his master. Even after 1,000 years, it seemed his master could not let go of the events of that time. He wished to offer comfort, but feared that mentioning the painful past would only deepen his master's sorrow, so he remained silent. "No matter," Bai Qi's tone regained its calmness. "Is there something you wish to report, master?" Xianhua sighed. "From now on, we need not seek out Lianhua Jun any longer." He continued. "The soul of Lianhua Jun has long since dissipated, having completely vanished 20 years ago." Bai Qi forced a self-deprecating smile, realizing the weight of the truth. So, Yan Xing's lingering soul endured for nearly a millennium, only to succumb to despair 20 years ago, knowing there would be no salvation. He lamented that he had arrived too late. Xianhua added, "As for Lianhua Jun's kin, I have confirmed time and again that not a single one of his family or descendants remains alive." The stark phrase, "not a single one alive," pierced Bai Qi's heart like a dagger, the pain penetrating to his very core. Yan Xing had once shown him in Ning kindness, yet he had inadvertently caused Yan Xing's demise, leading to the annihilation of his entire clan, rendering them all but echoes of the past. Even though he had eradicated every enemy he could, it mattered not. They would never return. He pondered. Surely Yan Xing had loathed him for the suffering endured during those years. Bai Qi closed his eyes, his heart twisted in agony, as waves of pain and rage surged within him, threatening to spiral out of control. He felt like a failure, unable to protect his beloved, his family, or his friends. "Master, master!" Xianhua's concern grew more pronounced. Though his master usually appeared unfazed, indifferent to the happenings around him, Xianhua knew that the events from 1,000 years ago weighed heavily on his master's conscience, leaving him plagued by guilt and insomnia, burdened by a lingering ailment of the heart. The more he pondered, the deeper this affliction took root. In haste, Xianhua offered him a calming pill. "Master, this elixir will help stabilize your emotions." However, upon consuming the medicine, Bai Qi, overwhelmed by turmoil, coughed up a mouthful of blood. When he opened his eyes again, they glowed a blood red, filled with anguish and wrath. He would annihilate them all, for Ning, for them, and for his own vengeance. Jiang Mingyue and her companions lay huddled together on a single bed. Though it was cramped, it provided warmth. Yet, as the night deepened, The persistent cries of a child echoed from outside. Jiang Mingyue tossed and turned, each time drifting close to sleep only to be jolted awake by the wailing. Whose child is this? They've been crying all night long. Yin Wanquan remained awake, noticing her companion turning over once more. Unable to restrain herself, she inquired, "What are you doing, wide awake in the dead of night? It's rather noisy, disturbing my slumber." "Is it noisy?" replied Jiang Mingyue, yawning, feeling both drowsy and restless. "Are you all immune to the sound of a child crying? Such a cacophony, and you don't find it bothersome?" Especially Fei Shuang and Fei Xue, who were sleeping soundly as if they were pigs. What impeccable quality of sleep. What crying? Yin Wanquan questioned. Jiang Mingyue opened her eyes. "Haven't you heard a child crying? It's been going on for several hours." Upon her words, not only Yin Wanquan, but also Fei Shuang and Fei Xue were startled awake. "Jiang Mingyue, don't frighten us. There's no child crying." "Indeed, you must be dreaming," said Jiang Mingyue as she sat up. Yet the incessant wails persisted, growing clearer and more pronounced, taking on an eerie quality. She gestured towards the corner. "The sound is so loud. Can't you hear it?" Yin Wanquan sensed something amiss. Pointing towards a corner as she asked, "Are you saying the cries are coming from over there?" Jiang Mingyue nodded. Fei Shuang and Fei Xue also sat up in alarm, their expressions akin to those who had seen a ghost. But they truly heard nothing. "Is it a ghost crying?" Fei Shuang and Fei Xue clung to one another, shivering. "Surely, it cannot be a haunting. Let us investigate and find out," Yin Wanquan declared, grasping her sword. The three of them followed her, cautiously advancing towards the corner. Yin Wanquan used the hilt of her sword to pry open the cabinet at the corner, revealing a hidden passage behind it. "Sister, there's a secret passage," she exclaimed, drawing her sword. "Don't be afraid. Hide behind me." Jiang Mingyue felt a surge of excitement. Wow, this heroine truly exudes an aura of safety. It's comforting to follow her. Yin Wanquan activated the mechanism with her sword, unveiling a narrow, dimly lit entrance before them. There's a secret tunnel. Peering into the passage, they discerned a bottomless darkness, accompanied by a chorus of children's cries echoing forth. Now, all four of them could hear it. Chapter 20. Is that wretched creature deceiving her again? There truly are children crying. Fei Shuang gasped. Could those children have been captured and brought into this passage? This hidden mechanism was soundproof. They were unaware of why Jiang Mingyue could hear the sounds, while they could not. If she hadn't detected the cries, they might have scoured the entire Taohua village without discovering this place. How well concealed. There must be children inside. "Sister, should we venture in to take a look?" Fei Xue was eager to rescue them, yet a tinge of fear lingered. Yin Wanquan, wary of potential ambushes inside, said, "I'll go fetch Qianshun and the others to enter together." "All right." Just as Yin Wanquan was about to leave, she opened the door and nearly collided with Yi Qianshun. "Qianshun." Following him were several other male disciples. "Qianshun, what brings you here?" "We followed Zhang Ming's tracking talisman." After Yi Qianshun finished speaking, he glanced in the direction of the secret passage. So, Zhang Ming is truly within. The disappearance of these children is likely connected to the village chief. Without further ado, let us venture inside together. Yin Wanyuan could no longer contain her impatience. "All right." Before entering, Jiang Mingyue casually grabbed a sword for self-defense. Based on her experiences from reading novels, she anticipated that the secret passage would undoubtedly harbor ambushes. However, as long as she obediently followed the protagonists, her life would surely be preserved. The group entered the secret passage, which was narrow and dim. They lit several torches, barely illuminating their surroundings. As they ventured deeper, the cries grew fainter until silence enveloped them. They instinctively quickened their pace. Along the way, there were no traps to hinder them. Although the passage was constricted, it gradually widened, leading them to a secret chamber as vast as 10 rooms. In the center stood a colossal yin-yang formation. On the ground lay 14 unconscious boys, scattered like fallen leaves. Indeed, they were here. They had no time to ponder why there were only 14. They rushed forward. The boys' faces were ghostly pale, their cheeks sunken, and their bodies cold and stiff, as if their souls had been drained, their eyes wide open, seemingly unable to close in death. Were they gone? Had they arrived too late? As her mind blanked, a hairpin imbued with spiritual energy descended from above, transforming into a deadly formation that ensnared them within. Only Yi Qianshan reacted swiftly, dodging backward just in time to avoid disaster. The others were trapped within the formation, unable to react as iron chains emerged from the ground, binding their limbs and suppressing their spiritual power, rendering them immobile. Indeed, they were lying in wait for us, Jiang Mingyue thought. However, recalling the original text, she recognized this deadly formation. It was the demon clan's soul destruction array. The demon clan? Suddenly, Zhang Ming and the young village chief's wife appeared outside the formation. It's you. The village chief's wife chuckled with delight and remarked to Zhang Ming, well done. You've lured in a few more spiritual practitioners. Lord Minga, I am willing to serve you and your esteemed master. Zhang Ming replied, bowing humbly. Their exchange indicated a relationship more akin to master and servant than that of a married couple. Yi Qianshan pointed his sword at Minga, coldly addressing Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming, how could you conspire with this fiend? It is not uncommon for demons to attack villages and abduct children. But this is the first time I have witnessed a village chief colluding with a kidnapper. It is utterly disgraceful. I was coerced. Do not blame me. Zhang Ming replied dismissively. 20 years ago, Peach Blossom Village was cursed, and no one in the village lives past 30. What did you say? A curse? Peach Blossom Village has been cursed? Jiang Mingyue gasped, astonished. I merely wished to survive. Without consuming these children's souls, I would have perished long ago, 17 years back. I only wish to live. Zhang Ming's voice faltered slightly as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingyue's heart raced. Was it true that no one in the village lived past 30? No wonder this village is filled with youth and children. Zhang Ming must have taken many children to prolong his life to reach this day. What about the other girls? Nai Qianshan questioned. Have you also killed them? I haven't. Zhang Ming repeatedly denied. Tonight, there will be a blood moon, and the demon clan requires 49 young girls as sacrifices. I merely took advantage of the chaos to capture some boys to prolong my life. I have only killed these 14 boys. Even if these young boys are not sacrificed to me today, they will have to be offered to the demon emperor in 2 years. Regardless, they will die in the end, so why not offer them to me? As if saying this would lighten his guilt. You are truly insane. Wait. Jiang Mingyue furrowed her brows and pressed. Zhang Ming, you just said those children will be sacrificed to whom in 2 years? The demon emperor. Upon mentioning these words, Zhang Ming seethed with fury. The curse on our Peach Blossom Village was cast by the demon emperor. Minga scoffed. The fact that the Lord did not directly order the slaughter of the village is already a mercy. You only need to sacrifice a batch of children every 2 to 3 years. What more could you possibly want, you wretched peasants? Such words contained a wealth of information. It was indeed the doing of the demon clan. A disciple's face twisted in hatred. This curse is truly vile. Beasts are nothing but beasts. Jiang Ming was lost in thought. Was it Bai Qi? But she had asked Bai Qi about this just last night, and he clearly stated he was unaware of the matter. Or was that demon deceiving her once more? Ha ha ha. Minga looked down on her for all these years. It is precisely because of fools like you, who claim to uphold justice and rush to help, that my destruction spirit pin has been able to reach its current level of power. From her tone, it seemed many spiritual practitioners have been deceived like them over the years, meeting their demise within this destruction spirit array. Thus, for 20 years, no one has been able to break the Peach Blossom Village's trap. If you insist on meddling, then I can only send you to your deaths. After saying this, Mingu infused her spiritual power into the destruction spirit array, causing the iron chains to tighten instantaneously, wrapping around their necks. In an instant, they struggled to breathe. By burning the inner cores of these spiritual practitioners, the power of her destruction spirit pin would strengthen further. Knight Qianshan grew anxious, unleashing sword energy and palm winds. Yet he could not create even a crack in the destruction spirit array. Brother Yi, cutting is useless. Jiang Mingyue, struggling against the sensation of suffocation, managed to speak. We need demon blood to break the array. The destruction spirit array originated from the demon clan. To be precise, it was crafted by that little demon emperor. This array was specifically designed to deal with human spiritual practitioners. If a demon accidentally entered the formation, a single drop of demon blood could break it. What are you still hesitating for? Jiang Mingyue pointed at Minggu, shouting with all her might. Hurry and kill this woman to obtain demon blood. Otherwise, we will all perish. Chapter 21. She is forever the one who is not chosen. You know quite a bit. Minggu sneered, but it won't help you. She tightened the iron chains further with her spiritual power. Demon blood. Hearing this, Knight Xianxun raised his sword and charged at Minggu, engaging in battle. In just a few exchanges, his sword grazed Ming Ji's arm, staining the blade with crimson blood. Yi Qianxun hurled the sword blade, tainted with demonic blood, into the air, immediately infusing it with spiritual energy. The blade, charged with both power and blood, sliced through the spirit extermination formation with a powerful force. Curse be it! Minggu launched a fierce assault against Yi Qianxun, shouting to Zhang Ming to obstruct their escape. These spiritual practitioners shall not escape today. Zhang Ming, channeling his spiritual energy, conjured a barrier that sealed their escape route. In that instant, it became apparent that this old man possessed at least the strength of an early-stage nascent soul. Jiang Mingyue took a step back, only to be seized by a powerful hand infused with spiritual energy, lifting her off the ground. Damn it! This old fool is ambushing her. Zhang Ming grasped both Jiang Mingyue and Yun Wanyin, tightening his grip around their throats, and bellowed at the battling figures. Cease this at once. Zhang Ming. Yi Qianxun turned, alarm flooding him upon seeing Yun Wanyin captured. Release Wanyin. Sister Yun, Sister Yun. The other disciples echoed their concerns, their anxiety directed solely at Yun Wanyin, completely overlooking the equally captured Jiang Mingyue. Alas, how could a villainous supporting character expect the same treatment as the beloved protagonist? Yi Qianxun's expression darkened. Dare to harm them, and I shall end you. Zhang Ming, reveling in mischief, retorted with a chilling smile. Very well. One of these two girls must perish. Choose which one shall live. Since they had disrupted his plans, he resolved that none of them would escape unscathed. Jiang Mingyue interjected. Old man, must you resort to such a cliché dilemma? It's obvious that Yi Qianxun would choose Yun Wanyin, leaving me, the cannon fodder, to die. Was she merely a pawn in the narrative of the protagonists? Do not harm them, quickly, or I shall kill both. Zhang Ming threatened. Minggu watched the unfolding drama with keen interest. No. Yi Qianxun, clearly flustered, did not hesitate and pointed decisively at Yun Wanyin. I choose her. Huh. As expected. Regardless of the circumstances, she remained the expendable one. Even her parents, upon their divorce, fought solely for her brother's custody, disregarding her entirely. She would forever be the one unchosen. Though aware of her fate, a pang of melancholy washed over her. Very well, I shall take my leave. Zhang Ming held both captives as he slowly retreated. Yi Qianxun advanced step by step. Suddenly, Zhang Ming forcefully thrust Yun Wanyin away. Ah, Wanyin! Yi Qianxun caught her, soothingly assuring, it's all right, everything will be fine. Zhang Ming, still gripping Jiang Mingyue, lowered his head to inhale the sweet fragrance emanating from her neck, feeling a sense of bliss. Then this one belongs to me. Get away. Release me. Jiang Mingyue struggled fiercely. Let me go. Yet, trapped in the grasp of a nascent soul, she found herself powerless, the sensation of suffocation intensifying, her vision beginning to fade. Let go. Just as she teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, a surge of formidable spiritual energy coursed through the sword at her waist. With a swift motion, the blade was unsheathed, piercing Zhang Ming's chest. The force was so tremendous that it propelled him several meters away, the sword embedded in the stone wall, pinning him to it. Suddenly, Jiang Mingyue lost her balance and was firmly caught by a large hand. A faint aroma of herbs wafted past her nose, somewhat familiar. Upon seeing that alluring, otherworldly face, Bai Qi felt a flicker of emotion in his heart. It was truly unexpected that in her moment of peril, the sole person to come to her aid was this enchanting figure. Alas, it was no wonder. The original owner of her identity had committed numerous wrongs, earning the disdain of her peers. The young demon emperor saving her life was likely due to the bond of a life-sharing curse or perhaps a reluctance to allow her, as a mere substitute, to perish. A formidable nascent soul practitioner was pinned against the wall by a single sword, utterly powerless to retaliate. The onlookers were filled with astonishment. Was that Jiang's sister's sword? Had Jiang's sister just executed a counterattack against Zhang Ming? Only Ming Ji's gaze was fixed on Bai Qi, a chill running down her spine. Who was this person? Why did she tremble uncontrollably in his presence, as if subjected to an innate suppression from the marrow of her bones? Her instincts warned her that he was not to be trifled with. She needed to devise a plan to escape quickly. Ming Gu discreetly pressed a mechanism behind her. The ground began to tremble, and a door opened in the stone wall. From either side, 6 towering, fierce-looking flame tigers emerged slowly. Each one measured 5 to 6 meters in length, their gaping maws resembling bloodthirsty caverns, as if assessing their next meal. This was dire. It was the flame tigers. We must flee. Panic ensued among the group, as faced with such formidable beasts. Escape was their only option. The 6 flame tigers lunged at Jiang Mingyue and Bai Qi, exuding an aura of murderous intent. Others wished to assist, but realized that even if they banded together, they would merely serve as fodder for these colossal creatures. The strength of a single flame tiger rivaled that of a nascent soul cultivator, let alone 6. Jiang Mingyue's face turned pale with fear, her legs trembling. Oh no! Bai Qi pulled her closer, and as he lifted his gaze, his usually placid pupils turned a deep crimson. Seeking death, a horde of ants dared to bare their fangs before him. His voice was cold and low, yet it sliced through the air like a blade, causing the flame tigers to tremble with trepidation, fear piercing their very bones. Who was he? The once ferocious flame tigers, now unsettled, hesitated, retreating in fear. Their attention diverted towards Ming Gu. Before she could escape, one of the tigers pounced, knocking her to the ground. Panic engulfed her. No, don't come near me. It's not me, not me. Yet, no matter how she screamed, they seemed deaf to her pleas, wildly lunging at him, tearing and devouring her flesh. The scene was so gruesome, it was unbearable to witness. Bai Qi covered Jiang Mingyue's eyes with his hand, softly uttering a single word. Go. All right. Jiang Mingyu dared not confront the horrifying sight, and as she rose, her steps faltered slightly, only to be steadied by him. Could they not escape? Chapter 22. What boundaries could such a demon possess? None. Before she could finish her thought, she was swept up in the arms of that demon. The fragrance of herbs lingered near her nose, pressed against his chest, imparting a peculiar sensation. In a moment of blankness, she found herself yielding without resistance. Let us take our leave. Yin Wanquan began to disperse the others. This place is no longer safe for lingering. Before departing, Yi Qianshun cast a sealing spell to confine the 6 blazing tigers within the secret chamber. Yet, despite his formidable strength, he could only manage to restrain these monstrous beasts for approximately half a month. The situation in Taohua village was exceedingly complex, entangled with curses and high-level demon beasts. It was unlikely that they alone could resolve it. After rescuing the remaining 48 young girls, they would need to return to their sect to seek assistance for a comprehensive solution. Within the village, the bodies of 14 young boys had been claimed by their families, who wept in abject despair, each more heartbroken than the last. The villagers, upon learning of the events in the secret chamber, displayed little surprise regarding the curse, as they likely had prior knowledge. What they did not anticipate was Zhang Ming's betrayal. They were shocked to discover that their village chief had conspired with demons. The demons sought to abduct their children for sacrificial offerings, an inescapable fate. Yet they could never have imagined that the figure they revered and relied upon would engage in such vile dealings. Yin Wanquan extended her hand to assist a young woman, heavy with child, who was still weeping bitterly. The deceased are gone. You must take care of yourself. Looking down at the lifeless child on the ground, the woman managed a sorrowful smile. Do you know? I am 25 this year. Since my coming of age, I have borne 9 children, and, apart from this one, the remaining 8 have been taken for sacrifice. What? This revelation stunned all the disciples present. 9 children in 10 years? Did her body not require recuperation? They were baffled by the necessity of such a fate. It was all forced upon us. Her eyes brimmed with hatred. The demon emperor demands that we sacrifice a batch of children every 3 years. To ensure a constant supply of offerings, we are compelled to bear children. Any woman who has come of age must give birth to 1 child each year, or else her entire family faces the grave. Of course, escaping was futile. Under this curse, those who left the village would perish within a month, without exception. Not just her. Every woman in the village had been reduced to a mere vessel for reproduction. They watched helplessly as their children, whom they had nurtured for years, were taken away for sacrificial rites, enduring torment year after year. Those unable to bear the suffering had long since chosen to end their own lives. Upon hearing her words, many village women lowered their heads in shame, pain, and an overwhelming sense of hatred. "This is utterly insane," Fei Shuang exclaimed, unable to contain her outrage. Fei Shui chimed in. "The demon emperor has always been a scourge. It is no surprise he would commit such heinous acts. While it is one thing to target the 8 major sects, to torment defenseless civilians is truly beneath contempt. What moral boundaries could a demon possess? Indeed, when he slaughtered the 12 major sects, his brutality was similarly unfathomable. Such atrocities, that demon truly deserves to perish." Listening to these expressions of anger and condemnation, Bai Qi remained undisturbed, as if listening to a tale. "Many years ago, our village also boasted a remarkably gifted young man," another villager lamented. "His name was Mu Chun, and he protected Taohua village for many years, but ultimately, he too fell victim to the demon emperor." Mu Chun. Jiang Ningyue found the name somewhat familiar. "Bai Qi, indeed. This was the person I had slain." Bai Qi replied, "Is it truly you who killed him?" "Yes," he affirmed. A hint of malice flickered in his eyes as he casually remarked, "I flayed him with 1,000 cuts before he finally breathed his last." He had always been disinterested in remembering the names of insignificant beings, yet the name Mu Chun remained etched in his memory. It was he who led the massacre of the entire Lianhua clan. Inflicting merely 1,000 cuts was a leniency he did not deserve. Jiang Mingyue shuddered at the thought. What a monster! However, given Bai Qi's nature as depicted in the original text, such twisted deeds were indeed within his capacity. The curse of Taohua village, if not directly cast by him, was certainly intertwined with his existence. Were this the modern age, acts of murder and dismemberment, human trafficking, and the abduction of women and children would undoubtedly classify one as possessing an antisocial personality. Such a myriad of transgressions would warrant a firing squad for this deviant. A criminal of such heinous reputation would surely enjoy special treatment in any prison. Yet, in this world, he wandered freely, standing right beside her. With this thought, Jiang Mingyue instinctively shifted away from him. The young woman grew increasingly agitated, exclaiming, "Only we know that when our children are born, they are destined to be sacrificed. Few make it to the age of 10, and those who do merely continue the cycle of procreation, creating more offerings. Even if the child in her womb were to be born safely, it would ultimately meet the fate of sacrifice. What was the point of such a wretched existence?" In a moment of despair, she lunged toward a nearby rock, crying, "It would be better if I died." "Calm down," Yin Wanyuan interjected, gently soothing her. "Think rationally. You still have a daughter, don't you?" "My daughter has been taken too," the despairing mother lamented. "We will help you rescue your daughter," Yin Wanyuan assured her. "And those 48 young girls, we will certainly save them." At these words, a glimmer of hope seemed to rekindle in the woman's eyes. Yet, what would it matter if they were rescued? The curse remained unbroken, and their children would eventually meet their doom, unable to escape their fate. Young cultivators, you should leave. Do not wade into the murky waters of Taohua village. The villagers grew increasingly uneasy. After all, that was the demon emperor, a living nightmare that even the 8 great sects could not contend with. What could they possibly do, even if they managed to rescue the children this time? What would change thereafter? "We are disciples of the Tianke sect's inner circle," one disciple declared. "The Tianke sect? The very same that reigns over Tianyuan?" The villagers gasped in astonishment. "Indeed," the disciple affirmed, nodding. "We have already sent word to our sect. Tomorrow, elders will come to assist. Do not worry. When the blood moon rises tonight, we shall rescue the remaining children first, and the elders will arrive shortly after. They will surely find a way to resolve the plight of Taohua village. Upon hearing the name of the Tianke sect, the villagers felt as if they had grasped a lifeline and fell to their knees in gratitude. Thank you. Thank you all. Our Taohua village is finally saved. This kindness we shall repay endlessly. Chapter 23. Jiang Mingyue found herself transformed from her former self. Their group waited until nightfall, finally witnessing the emergence of a malevolent entity that abducted a young girl marked with a tracking talisman. Following closely behind Yi Qianqian and Yin Wanyue, she pursued the creature with fervor. After several miles of relentless chase, they were encircled by a throng of monsters. Cautiously, Jiang Mingyue took refuge behind the protagonists, observing their audacious display of prowess. Drawing upon her extensive experience in team battles accumulated over years in a particular canyon, she understood that as long as she refrained from recklessly putting herself in harm's way and instead adopted a more prudent approach, she could safely navigate the perilous situation alongside her companions. As the last of the fiends fell, darkness enveloped the horizon, and a blood-red moon ascended ominously in the sky. The entire firmament was shrouded in a crimson hue, evoking an apocalyptic atmosphere that was both eerie and terrifying. It was the blood moon. The blood moon has arrived. Senior brother Yi, Jiang Mingyue, recalled the plot of the original narrative and pointed toward a nearby cave. Let us investigate that direction. If her memory served her correctly, in the original tale, after the protagonists vanquished a group of demonic cultivators, they rescued 50 abducted children from a cave in the vicinity. Very well. Their party entered the cave, where the dimness obscured their vision. Yi Qianqian summoned a spiritual flame, illuminating their surroundings. At that moment, the sounds of weeping filled the air. The cave exuded an unsettling chill. The breeze, though slight, felt bone-chilling against their skin. The atmosphere was suffused with a heavy, sinister aura. A group of young girls was bound by spiritual ropes, arranged in a sacrificial formation. Perhaps sensing their impending rescue, the girls wept inconsolably, their cries echoing through the cavern. Quickly, save them. The group unsheathed their swords, swiftly severing the bindings and counting heads. 50 young girls, none more, none less, were accounted for. Jiang Mingyue furrowed her brow, sensing something was amiss. Why do they seem so unusual? Sister, what troubles you? Why do they all appear so vacant? Have they been frightened into a stupor? Jiang Mingyue murmured. The expressions in the girls' eyes were eerily uniform, mechanical, numbed, as if their souls had been stripped away. Something felt profoundly wrong. They resembled lifeless dolls. Yi Qianqian scrutinized them closely and soon discerned the truth. No, something is indeed amiss. It appears as though their souls have been extracted. What? Jiang Mingyue was bewildered. What does it mean to have one's soul extracted? This cannot be right, she thought. According to the original narrative, after Yi Qianqian and Yun Wanyue rescued the 50 children, the events in Taohua village should have concluded without any mention of soul extraction. How could this deviate from the original plot? Yi Qianqian continued to explain. Every individual possesses 3 souls and 7 spirits, the 3 primary souls being the heavenly soul, earthly soul, and human soul. The loss of the heavenly soul results in death. The loss of the earthly soul leads to the absence of conscious will, transforming one into a mere shell devoid of emotion. The loss of the human soul results in the forfeiture of basic human desires and emotions. It seems these young girls have had their earthly souls extracted, rendering them akin to corpses, their cries mechanical and devoid of awareness. Is it possible? Jiang Mingyue gasped. Their souls have truly been lost. At that moment, she stumbled upon an even more horrifying realization. Just moments ago, I listened to Yi Qianqian recount the tale of the 3 souls and 7 spirits. She utilized her spiritual power to examine her own soul and spirit. To her astonishment, she discovered a shocking truth. She had lost a portion of her essence. Out of the originally complete 3 souls and 7 spirits, only 1 soul and 5 spirits remained, with her main soul still intact. But where had the 2 souls and 2 spirits gone? No wonder she had been unable to return to the real world after being fatally pierced by a sword. It was due to her incomplete soul. Without a complete soul, She could never escape this realm, destined to linger here eternally. Oh heavens! Must she first restore her soul? Yet, she was utterly oblivious to when or how she had lost it. The weight of this revelation left Jiang Ningyue trembling. Striving for composure, she inquired of Yi Qianqian, "Senior brother Yi, do you possess a means to summon them back?" Yi Qianqian replied, "Indeed. Then could you assist me as well?" she implored. Yi Qianqian cast a glance at her, having already discerned her incomplete state of soul. After a brief pause, he could only say, "I fear that may not be possible." "Why?" He explained, "Your situation differs from theirs. Their souls have merely been extracted and can be retrieved through soul-summoning techniques, whereas your soul appears to have been shattered, necessitating a reconstitution." This succinct statement left Jiang Ningyue in disbelief. What? The original owner had suffered terribly. Her soul had been shattered, yet she was still alive. Reconstituting the soul. Such an obscure term. Why must she, a mere reader of novels, be tasked with such a hellishly challenging endeavor upon her arrival? According to the original text, the method of soul reconstitution could likely only be found within the pages of a mystical tome. At that moment, the atmosphere darkened ominously, accompanied by piercing and anguished cries, as a horde of aggressive Xian eagles descended from the sky. This was dire. All disciples tightened their grips on their swords, assuming defensive stances. How could there be so many beasts in this place? Xian eagles? Jiang Ningyue's eyes lit up with realization. Yes, she recalled that in the original story, the protagonist encountered Xian eagles while rescuing a child. Yin Wanyue was injured and captured, plunging from a cliff. Yet, following the familiar narrative, the heroine would surely survive the fall. Not only did Yin Wanyue survive, but she also stumbled upon a miraculous opportunity at the bottom of the cliff, discovering the mystical tome. The mystical tome. This was precisely what she needed at this moment. Everyone, be cautious. Yi Qianqian's sharp command rang out, as he conjured a barrier to protect the 50 children. Dozens of Xian eagles, sensing their prey, ferociously attacked the ground and the barrier. The disciples scattered, desperately contending with the Xian eagles, clearly outmatched. The barrier began to show cracks from the relentless onslaught of claws, barely holding its ground. Bang! Jiang Ningyue witnessed Yin Wanyue being knocked to the ground by a Xian eagle, spitting blood, just as another eagle lunged toward her face. Now is the moment. Wanyue, swiftly evade. Jiang Ningyue was acutely aware that the female protagonist would be captured by the mystical eagle, so she swiftly maneuvered forward and propelled Yin Wanyin out of danger. With a swish, the eagle's talons tore into Jiang Ningyue's shoulder, leaving a crimson mark, and then, with its powerful claws, it seized Jiang Ningyue and ascended into the sky. Alas! My apologies, dear protagonist, Jiang Ningyue murmured to herself. It is not my intent to usurp your possessions. I desperately require that celestial tome at this moment, so I shall claim it first. Jiang Ningyue, Jiang Ningyue, Yin Wanyin cried out, rising from the ground, her heart racing as she witnessed Jiang Ningyue being taken away. Just moments earlier, Jiang Ningyue had risked her own safety to save her, sustaining injuries in the process, only to be captured by the eagle. A wave of emotion washed over her. Initially, upon traversing into this world and meeting Jiang Ningyue, she had taken a liking to her, for the girl's name mirrored that of her closest friend in the modern world. However, as time passed, Jiang Ningyue's numerous misdeeds had tarnished that admiration, rendering her unrecognizable compared to her dear friend Ningning. Yet today, Jiang Ningyue seemed transformed, having actually come to her aid. I must save her, Yin Wanyin resolutely declared, pursuing the eagle that had whisked Jiang Ningyue away from the cave. Chapter 24. Is the little demon emperor worried about her? With a jolt, Jiang Ningyue was cast off the cliff by the eagle, landing ungracefully on the ground, her head spinning. Struggling to her feet, she surveyed her surroundings, which matched the descriptions in the book, desolate and devoid of life, an eerie chill permeating the air, despite it being spring. She was shivering uncontrollably. It was unmistakable. In the original narrative, the female protagonist had discovered the celestial tome in this very location. Before her stood an aged, weathered bronze well, its color faded with time. Yes, that was the well. The celestial tome lay within its depths. However, As Jiang Mingyue took a few steps forward, a sudden force from above knocked her to the ground. What was that? Looking up, she beheld a massive spirit python, several meters long and as thick as a bowl, coiled above her, its emerald eyes glinting with murderous intent. That was the gaze of a predator. Heavens! The original protagonist had never encountered such beasts. She had effortlessly obtained the tome, while Jiang Mingyue, as the supporting character, found herself ensnared in misfortune. Flee! Jiang Mingyue's legs nearly buckled in fear, but before she could escape, the enormous creature lunged forward, its jaws clamping down on her arm. Blood flowed freely. In a modest dwelling, a faint scent of sandalwood lingered in the tranquil air. Bai Qi sat cross-legged on a couch, enveloped in spiritual energy, meditating with closed eyes. At that moment, a crimson shadow descended from the sky. Xianhua manifested, bowing slightly in haste. "Your Excellency." Bai Qi lazily lifted his gaze, casting a glance at him. "Is there something amiss?" Xianhua nodded earnestly. "There is a matter of great importance. We have finally made some progress." Typically, he would conduct thorough investigations before reporting to his superior. However, this situation was extraordinary, and Bai Qi had repeatedly instructed him to relay any developments, no matter how minor. "Is it related to Ningning?" He pondered, suspecting the answer. "Indeed," Xianhua replied succinctly. "Your Excellency, one of Jiang Gerla's souls is indeed sealed within the Tianke sect." Upon hearing this, Bai Qi's perpetually calm gaze finally exhibited a hint of emotion. Xianhua continued, "However, the seal is exceedingly powerful. I have searched for several days and have been unable to ascertain its precise location. My lord, please grant me a few more days." "No need," Bai Qi thought. The seal was surely obscured by a formidable spiritual force. Even if he were given another year or so, it would remain elusive. "My lord, I shall handle this myself." Bai Qi raised his hand, tracing a path through the air to conjure the everlasting mirror. Within the mirror lay the visage of the Tianke sect. In a previous encounter, when Ningning's soul had been shattered, he had spent nearly a millennium reconstructing her essence. Yet he had been unable to restore her final soul fragment. At that time, he had speculated that one of her souls might be sealed away. Unfortunately, before he could investigate further, both he and Ningning had perished. Now, he had finally found a lead. As the everlasting mirror emerged, Xianhua watched in alarm as Bai Qi's palm radiated with spiritual energy. "My lord intends to use the Eye of Heaven to locate the seal?" he exclaimed. "This is inadvisable. The Eye of Heaven is an ancient forbidden technique and will diminish your cultivation." Bai Qi appeared to disregard his warning, injecting a chilling white energy into the everlasting mirror. With a swift motion, the mirror activated, the Eye of Heaven surveying the entire Tianke sect, meticulously examining every nook and cranny. At last, in a secluded corner, it discovered the seal. "We found it," Xianhua exclaimed in astonishment, sensing the overwhelming power of the seal from afar. Why does the strength of this seal feel so familiar?" Bai Qi's gaze sharpened, and he fell silent, for he recognized the truth. This was his own spiritual force. The seal had been placed by him. Moreover, it had existed for at least a millennium. "My lord," Xianhua gasped in revelation. "This is your spiritual force?" "Yes," Bai Qi replied. "Did you seal Miss Zhang's soul yourself?" Xianhua inquired hastily. "Do you not remember?" Bai Qi shook his head lightly. How could he forget sealing Ningning's soul 1,000 years ago? Yet, he had never lost any memories. How could this be? Over the years, in his efforts to nurture Ningning's soul, he had diminished his own cultivation, rendering him far weaker than he had been a millennium prior. Thus, he could not easily break the seal. Moreover, the nature of this seal was peculiar. It would be unwise to act recklessly before fully understanding it, lest he inadvertently harm her. He withdrew his spiritual energy, causing the everlasting mirror to dissipate into the ether. Bai Qi felt a constriction in his chest, and the blood that surged in his throat could no longer be suppressed, spilling forth in a crimson torrent. "My lord, are you all right?" Xianhua asked, filled with concern. Days prior, Bai Qi had sustained injuries from Miss Jiang that had yet to heal, and now he had exerted the Eye of Heaven, which would likely cost him decades of cultivation. This life, his lord truly seemed to value as nothing. "It is nothing," Bai Qi replied, his calm demeanor tinged with a hint of suppressed weakness. Just as he regained his composure, a sudden pain shot through his shoulder, as if searing flames had penetrated his very bones. Noticing the burning sensation, he rolled up his sleeve, revealing a fresh wound on his arm, blood flowing profusely. It was the curse of coexistence. Was Ningning injured? In the presence of the esteemed figure, Bai Qi was immediately engulfed by concern. Without the time to heed Xianhua's words, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. Jiang Ningyue, clutching her bleeding arm, gazed at the monstrous creature grinning menacingly above her, unable to rise. Please, please don't eat me. I have so little flesh. I wouldn't be palatable, she pleaded. The colossal spirit serpent, ravenous and unperturbed by her pleas, bared its fangs and lunged forward. This is the end. As the serpent unleashed its spiritual power, a sudden crimson light streaked across the sky, forcefully repelling the beast. As Jiang Ningyue opened her eyes, she witnessed the terrifying serpent being cleaved in two by a sword wielded by a young man. With a whimper, the creature collapsed lifelessly. The youth stood resolutely against the wind, his flowing garments untouched by blood, as if blessed by the divine, free from any impurities. It was him. Upon seeing Bai Qi's arrival, Jiang Ningyue felt the weight lift from her throat. She was safe for the moment. Her life, it seemed, was quite resilient. Bai Qi bent down to assist her, his gaze fixating on her bleeding arm, pain twisting within his heart. Esteemed one, Jiang Ningyue teased softly. Had you arrived even a moment later, you would have owed me your life. As she spoke, he grasped her wrist firmly, prompting her to exclaim, "Let go." You've been poisoned, Bai Qi insisted, tightening his grip in a fit of anxiety. Don't move. With the toxin yet to spread through her body, he had to expel it swiftly. Understanding his intent to save her, Jiang Ningyue ceased her struggles. The warmth of his spiritual energy caressed her wound, gradually alleviating the searing pain. When she inadvertently lifted her gaze, she found his eyes filled with tenderness and concern. Was he truly worried for her? Perhaps he was merely anxious about losing his substitute, left without a tether. Surely, she was overthinking it. In a brief moment, the bleeding ceased. Yet Bai Qi's turmoil remained palpable as he spoke. Why did you run off alone? Didn't you know to stay close to them? Did she not understand her own limitations? How reckless she was. Why are you scolding me? Jiang Ningyue retorted, slightly irked. I knew you would come to rescue me. You were the one who arrived late, and are now blaming me? She feigned indignation, adding, next time, just come sooner. After all, we are still connected by the life-binding spell. Each word struck Bai Qi's heart, evoking memories too gruesome for him to revisit. In the past, he had failed to protect her, witnessing her spirit shatter before him time and again. Now that she was returned to him, she had once again found herself in peril. It was his fault. He inhaled deeply, softening his tone. I'm sorry. Every word carried a heavy weight, brimming with remorse. Indeed, he had arrived too late. No, he should never have left Ning Ning's side, not even for a moment. However, the more gentle his tone became, the more unease Jiang Ningyue felt. Noticing the redness in his eyes, she was now thoroughly unsettled. Did you take the wrong medicine? She questioned, even as she spoke so brazenly. The little demon emperor not only refrained from retorting, but also offered her an apology. Moreover, she sensed that his hand was trembling slightly. The enchanting figure appeared to be emotionally unstable, which was rather unsettling. Bai Qi remained silent, continuing to channel his spiritual energy to heal her until the bloodstains on her shoulder faded significantly, nearing complete recovery. Jiang Ningyue did not notice that the color had drained further from his face. She felt an undeniable tension in the atmosphere, prompting her to withdraw her hand. All right, I'm fine now. Thank you for coming all this way to rescue me. She felt a genuine gratitude towards him. After all, had it not been for the little demon emperor, she would have been the dinner for a colossal spirit python by now. Bai Qi said, let us depart. Wait. Jiang Ningyue recalled the book of words. Let me retrieve something before we leave. As Bai Qi followed closely behind her, approaching the dry well, he sensed an unusual fluctuation of spiritual energy. Indeed, there was something extraordinary within that well. Jiang Ningyue remembered that the well was protected by a formidable barrier. only surmountable by those of a divine transformation level or higher. In the original text, Yin Wanyue, endowed with the protagonist's halo, had never broken this barrier. Instead, the Book of Words had flown out on its own, acknowledging her as its master. Such was the privilege of the protagonist. However, Jiang Mingyue had no such halo and was contemplating calling upon a certain demon to assist her in breaching the barrier. To her astonishment, in the very next moment after she halted her steps, a blinding light emanated from the dry well, and a tome emerged, gradually floating towards her. Jiang Mingyue extended her hand, and the book, imbued with spiritual energy, landed gently in her grasp, its brilliance dissipating. Was this the Book of Words? She had not anticipated that it would recognize her as its master. What was happening? Was the book so indiscriminate in its choices, mistaking her for the protagonist? Or could it simply acknowledge anyone as its master? It seemed the book possessed remarkable discernment. Bai Qi sighed softly. So, this was your intention. You risked yourself for this mere book. How truly intriguing. Jiang Mingyue swiftly stowed the item away. All right, let us go. Fortuitously, with the script in her possession, acquiring it had proven rather effortless. Jiang Mingyue. At that moment, Yin Wanyue arrived on her flying sword, landing gracefully before her. Jiang Mingyue, I finally found you. She grasped Jiang Mingyue's hand, her expression filled with concern. How are you? Are you hurt? I am fine. The protagonist's sudden kindness left Jiang Mingyue feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Senior Sister Wanyue, what brings you here? You were captured by the Xian Eagle while trying to save me. How could I possibly ignore your plight? Yin Wanyue gazed at her, relieved. I am glad you are unharmed. Otherwise, I would never forgive myself. It was merely a small effort on my part. Jiang Mingyue dismissed her concern. After all, she had saved her for the sake of the book. However, it seemed that this incident fortuitously eased the tension between her and the protagonist. The more harmonious their relationship became, the better her standing would be in the sect and within the narrative itself. Bai Qingzi. Yin Wanyue noticed Bai Qi. What brings you here as well? He is here to rescue me. Jiang Mingyue replied on his behalf. Is that so? This young junior is indeed quite considerate towards you, Yin Wanyue remarked with a smile. In such a perilous place, he dared to come and rescue someone even as a mere foundation-level cultivator, which clearly indicates his genuine affection for Jiang Mingyue. Indeed, Jiang Mingyue nodded in agreement, relieved that all was well. All right, Yin Wanyue interjected, there are demonic beasts lurking nearby. Let us return to the village. Yes. Jiang Mingyue was just lamenting the absence of a guide. Jiang Mingyue, Yin Wanyue glanced at Bai Qi, who had arranged everything quite thoughtfully. You can wield a sword, so I shall leave you to it. I will take this little junior brother with me. She was aware that Jiang Mingyue's swordsmanship was lacking, and it might be somewhat difficult for her to lead someone else, hence her considerate suggestion. Jiang Mingyue felt as if struck by lightning. The female lead was truly gentle and kind-hearted, showing such thoughtfulness toward everyone. It was no wonder the little demon emperor in the story admired her. No. If the little demon emperor were to develop feelings for her and subsequently face unrequited love, it could lead to chaos, endangering them all, including herself. She was but a part of this group. It would be best for the female lead to focus on her romance with the male lead. Jiang Mingyue, wishing to limit the interaction between these two, politely declined. Allow me to lead. You just guide us from the front, senior sister. Otherwise, she might struggle to discern the directions. Very well. Senior sister, you go ahead and wait for us, she acquiesced. All right, Yin Wanyue said, saying no more. With a graceful leap, she ascended on her sword. I shall wait for you above. Once it was just the two of them remaining, Bai Qi coldly spoke. Let us go. How? Jiang Mingyue replied. I cannot wield a sword. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sent Yin Wanyue away to alleviate the awkwardness. I will teach you, but I have no sword. Hearing this, Bai Qi could not help but roll his eyes at her. Are the 4 divine artifacts you possess mere decorations? Indeed. At his remark, Jiang Mingyue recalled that she had 4 divine artifacts, one of which was a sword. She retrieved it from her storage pouch, its silver blade shimmering with a radiant glow, exuding an air of sharpness and danger even while sheathed. The sword, known as Annihilation, ranked fourth among the 10 divine artifacts, and was said to have been forged from ancient fallen iron tempered by heavenly fire over centuries. This blade had slain countless demons and monsters. What a pity that such a remarkable weapon was bound to a novice like her. Although she had yet to reach the nascent soul stage, the contract allowed her to control this artifact regardless of her cultivation level. Nevertheless, Jiang Mingyue remained apprehensive. You aren't deceiving me, are you? You truly concealed the aura of this artifact with your spiritual power? Otherwise, parading around with such a weapon could attract deadly trouble. Bai Qi replied, if you do not trust me, I could always find a rope for you to climb up. Climb up? She echoed. He glanced upwards. It wasn't too high. At your pace, you should be able to reach the top before dawn. Before dawn? Jiang Mingyue exclaimed. That would take 3 or 4 hours of climbing. Are you jesting? And what about you? She inquired. Bai Qi replied, I will watch you climb. Watching her climb? Jiang Mingyue was both amused and exasperated. Is that even a reasonable suggestion? Can't you just fly me up there? You would wear me out and drain my energy. Wouldn't you? I can, he said. He shifted his tone once more. However, if my identity arouses suspicion among those inexperienced youths, and they insist on bothering me, then I shall have no choice but to eliminate them all. Jiang Mingyue's lips twitched slightly. She understood that the inexperienced youths he referred to included the disciples from Tiankei's sect, herself among them. What a deranged individual. Why does he resort to threats of murder so readily? Chapter 26. No need for your assistance, cough, cough. Did you not just say you would teach me how to ride a sword? She skillfully redirected the conversation, urging him to cease his procrastination, lest Wan Yuan grow anxious. Give me your hand. What are you trying to do? She instinctively recoiled. Bai Qi cast her a look that suggested she was foolish. Of course. I am here to impart the heart technique and incantations to you. What else would it be? Oh. Reluctantly, Jiang Mingyue extended her hand. It was the psychological shadow left by this demon that left her feeling so apprehensive. At that moment, a series of heart techniques flowed into her mind, followed by the demon's inquiry. Did you remember? Wait. I haven't processed that yet. It was too fast for me to grasp. Please teach me again. Bai Qi, in silence, transmitted the heart technique and incantations to her once more. Did you remember? No, it was still too fast. Could you perhaps teach me more slowly? How about now? Teach me again. Thus, after 10 iterations, Bai Qi let out a faint sigh and released her hand, seemingly conceding. This heart technique is a bit too difficult for you. Let me teach you a simpler one. How can you lack even a modicum of patience? Jiang Mingyue thought he was disparaging her and retorted, do you not realize that imparting knowledge requires a bit of patience? Do you understand what it means to teach tirelessly? Yes, I understand. Jiang Mingyue. His sincerity seemed to mock her in her ears. Unwilling to back down, she huffed defiantly. I have memorized it thoroughly this time and will not forget. Very well, then let us proceed. With that, she ceased her hesitations, mentally reciting the heart technique and forming seals with her hands, channeling her spiritual energy into the weapon of annihilation. With a whoosh, the weapon of annihilation soared forth, expanding and hovering in midair. Just as Jiang Mingyue pondered how to leap onto it, she was abruptly pulled upward by the demon. As she stepped onto the sword, it ascended under her control, albeit unsteadily and slowly. Just as she steadied herself, a large hand steadied her. I don't need your help. Are you certain? With that, he gently loosened his grip, and Jiang Mingyue's body immediately lost its balance. Ah, she quickly grabbed his sleeve. Not certain, not certain. He then effortlessly lifted her. Yet she still could not find her footing, clinging tightly to his waist, her head downcast, filled with anxiety. Although she was not afraid of heights, performing acrobatics at such a 1,000-meter elevation would make anyone's legs weak. Above her, Bai Qi's calm voice resonated. If you do not watch where you are going, we're going to crash into a tree. I know. She forced herself to raise her head, opening her eyes, using her spiritual energy to maneuver the sword and follow Wan Yuan. However, a careless glance downward frightened her into holding onto him even tighter. Bai Qi made no move to resist, allowing her to embrace him, the warmth easing the discomfort of the fiery sensation within him. Before long, they returned to Peach Blossom Village. The night was deep, Yet outside the village, a throng of people gathered, surrounding the 50 girls who had just been rescued. The atmosphere thick with tension, as if something had gone awry. Among them, a woman clutched 2 lifeless girls, weeping uncontrollably. "Children, please wake up. Please wake up." Jiang Mingyue followed Yin Wanquan into the crowd and spotted Yi Qianqian, who was crouched on the ground, checking the girls' pulses. Yin Wanquan inquired, "Qianqian, what happened? Are they all right?" "They are too weak. If their souls do not return to their bodies within the hour, they will all perish." Yi Qianqian's expression was grave. "I will use the soul summoning technique right now." To summon the souls of 50 girls simultaneously required immense spiritual energy, something only a powerful figure in the transformation stage could accomplish. They had already sent a message to the sect leader, requesting the assistance of an elder from the transformation stage. However, the situation was dire. Every moment wasted could cost another life. Thus, he resolved to push through, saving even one life if possible. "All right," Yin Wanquan said without hesitation, "we will lend you our spiritual energy." "Yes," Yi Qianqian agreed, forming hand seals to commence the soul summoning technique, a blue spiritual energy enveloping the sky. Though he had reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, summoning the souls of 50 individuals at once was far beyond his capacity. As expected, within the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, Yi Qianqian's face was drenched in cold sweat, and he struggled increasingly. Seeing this, Yin Wanquan and the others hurriedly channeled their spiritual energy to him. The combined energy of 5 or 6 individuals proved insufficient, barely sustaining the soul summoning technique. Yet, it was evident that they could not hold on much longer. "What do we do now?" Jiang Mingyue turned her head and noticed the anomaly sitting on a nearby stone, clutching his chest and resting his eyes, appearing somewhat weakened. An idea struck her. She approached. "Hey, can you help them?" At the sound of her voice, Bai Qi slowly opened his eyes, coldly surveying the soul summoning array and the 50 girls on the brink of death within it. "You wanted to save a bunch of humans?" His expression remained impassive, finding it laughable. Had this girl forgotten that he was a demon? His kin, friends, and even his beloved had all perished at the hands of humans, and he had vowed never to harbor a trace of compassion for them again. How could he possibly save them? Just a group of innocent children. Jiang Mingyue smiled awkwardly. "Well, I'm mainly worried about her. She had taken Yin Wanquan's celestial book, thus owed her a favor and wished to repay it. If this soul summoning array collapsed, they would all suffer backlash." Bai Qi paused for a moment. Worried about him? Indeed, she was still concerned for Yi Qianqian. Fine, he thought, knowing she would likely not ask for his help, and he decided to relent. "I will go help them. Don't go over there." Bai Qi grasped her wrist. The soul summoning array was on the verge of collapse. Was this girl eager to rush into a backlash? Forget it. The soul fire within him blazed fiercely, like a searing blade piercing through his heart and lungs. As long as the soul fire remained, he was unable to wield spiritual power. Every use would result in a corresponding backlash against himself. After slaying the colossal spirit python, he had already suffered from such a backlash once. And now his meridians were shattered, his spiritual energy diminished. Yet, he could not simply stand by and watch her venture into danger. Despite the agonizing pain that blurred his vision and rendered his arms immobile, he struggled to maintain his composure, raising his trembling hand slightly to channel spiritual energy into the soul summoning array. In an instant, the array, which was on the verge of collapsing, regained its stability, and spiritual energy surged forth. Within the span of an incense stick, the souls of 50 children were summoned back one by one. Each spirit found its owner and returned to its body. The children gradually opened their eyes, their gazes regaining clarity as if their consciousness had returned. With a heavy heart, he withdrew his spiritual energy, though the searing heat within him remained unabated, wreaking havoc through his meridians and blood, leaving his limbs as heavy as iron. As if they had been dislocated, his vision wavered, and he could no longer hold on, collapsing like a kite with severed strings. "Hey!" Jiang Mingyue caught his falling body and noticed the blood at the corner of his lips. How could he have fallen so effortlessly? A crimson demonic pattern appeared on his forehead, accentuating the fragile beauty of his pale face. Demonic patterns? Typically, such markings only manifested when a demon was in a state of extreme weakness, even revealing its true form. This was perilous. If Yi Qianxin and the others were to see him, they would undoubtedly regard him as a demon and eradicate him on the spot. And she, being a sinner who harbored and favored demons, would likely be dragged back and punished, if not killed outright. In the realm of humanity, colluding with demons was an exceedingly grave offense. Jiang Mingyue looked up again and saw Yi Qianxin and his group had dispelled the formation and were approaching them. This was disastrous. She must not allow them to discover the truth. Chapter 27. The demon lies unconscious. Hurry! This singular thought consumed her mind. Jiang Mingyue hastily led Bai Qi away from the crowded area, retreating back into a room. She laid the unconscious demon on the bed, when suddenly, a soft cough broke the silence. She bolted the door and turned around, only to see Bai Qi's icy lips stained with crimson. His labored breaths were shallow, his eyes closed, long eyelashes trembling, with cold sweat beading on his forehead, the paleness of his face contrasting with the vibrant red at the center of his brow. It seemed the fire poison had flared up again. Bai Qi, please wake up. Jiang Mingyue called his name urgently. If he did not awaken soon, and someone discovered his demonic form, it would lead to grave trouble. She had no desire to suffer the consequences. In the novels she had read, the poisoned male protagonists only suffered their afflictions on nights of the full moon. How unfortunate was this demon to endure such torment daily. Moreover, this bout of poison seemed more severe than the previous ones. Could it be that his earlier exertion of spiritual energy had accelerated the onset of the fire poison? Jiang Mingyue sighed softly, torn between the decision to offer her blood to heal him. Yet, she was terrified of pain and fainted at the sight of blood. Perhaps it was best to let it be. According to the original storyline, he is not likely to perish so soon. At this moment, he should still be alive. She merely needs to remain here, preventing anyone from entering. Just as Jiang Mingyue intended to rise, a large hand gently grasped her arm. Turning her head, she beheld that exquisite face, marred by an expression of anguish, still shrouded in unconsciousness. His trembling fingers clutched her arm as if he were a drowning man grasping a piece of driftwood, unwilling to let go. A pang of sympathy arose within her. Alas, she knew that a man burdened by misfortune for a lifetime could evoke such tenderness. Yet his beauty was simply too enchanting to resist. Withdrawing a dagger from her sleeve, Jiang Mingyue struggled for a while before resolutely biting her lip and slicing her wrist. Demon, I have saved you twice now. Should you attempt to harm me again, it would be rather ungrateful. She closed her eyes, unable to bear the sight of her blood trickling down, and brought her wrist to his lips. As he lightly touched her skin with his mouth, like a withered tree encountering spring, his lips stirred, tasting a hint of sweetness mingled with the metallic tang of blood, seemingly pulling his drifting consciousness back to the present. He pursed his lips, brows furrowed, as if he found the flavor distasteful. Open your mouth. Amidst his hazy state, he murmured a name, Ning Ning. Jiang Mingyue recalled having asked Qi Qing about the name of the little demon emperor's white moonlight from 1,000 years ago. Qi Qing had replied he did not know, only that the little demon emperor called her Ning Ning. How amusing it is that such coincidences exist. It was evident that the person he called out for was likely his long-departed white moonlight. Ning Ning, he murmured weakly, his voice tinged with emptiness. Please do not blame me any longer, all right? Jiang Mingyue scoffed. What transgressions did you commit against her in the past that now, upon her death, you seek to atone? What purpose does it serve? Do you expect her to forgive you? Yet you keep a substitute by your side, pretending to be deeply affectionate? If I were her, I would never forgive you for a lifetime. To reminisce about a lost love, while simultaneously seeking a stand-in to project one's emotions is indeed the most disconcerting behavior. The deceased are always idealized, their memories preserved as beautiful. Had that girl still been alive, he might not have cherished her as he does now. How self-deceived he must be to consider himself deeply sentimental. Ning Ning, let go. With that thought, an unsettling feeling enveloped Jiang Mingyue, and she coldly withdrew her hand. She was not his Ning Ning, nor did she wish to be a mere substitute, playing the role of a lovesick companion. Once he awakened, they would part ways, never to cross paths again. That would be best. Jiang Mingyue turned away from the bed, unaware of the cold tear that slipped from the corner of his eye. She hastily bandaged her wrist and lit a lamp, eagerly opening the ancient tome, desperate to discover a method to restore a fractured soul. As she flipped through the pages, her eyes finally alighted upon several key phrases. She had found it. According to the records of the celestial tome, there exist 2 methods to restore a soul. The first method involves the use of the soul lamp, one of the 10 divine artifacts. However, she recalled that the soul lamp had mysteriously vanished a millennium ago, and not a single trace of it had been mentioned in the entire text. Perhaps the author had completely forgotten about its existence. Given that even the author failed to reference such an item, it likely proved difficult to locate, if it existed at all. Shaking her head, Jiang Mingyue turned her attention to the second method. The second method relies on the heart-soul power of the 7 apertures Linglong heart. As she repeated those 5 words in her mind, a sense of astonishment enveloped her. How familiar those words sounded. Yes, she suddenly recalled the night she had impulsively kissed the little demon emperor, when he had explicitly stated, "This heart of mine is the 7 apertures Linglong heart." Could it be such a coincidence? She lifted her gaze to the demon lying on the couch, her heart racing with 1,000 thoughts. No way. She had already planned to devise a means to part ways once he regained consciousness, ensuring they would never meet again. Yet, the rarity of the 7 apertures Linglong heart, scarcely mentioned in the original text, made her wonder if he could possibly be deceiving her. After all, he was notorious for his tall tales, most of which were not to be trusted. With a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, Jiang Mingyue approached him, extending her hand to gently touch the area over his heart. Through his clothing, as her palm made contact, she was met with an intense, searing heat that instinctively made her withdraw her hand, which had turned red and blistered from the burn. How scorching! Just a light touch through fabric and skin could inflict such pain. What kind of terrifying fire poison coursed through him, threatening to incinerate his very organs? Realizing the risk, Jiang Mingyue refrained from direct contact, opting instead to probe with her spiritual energy. Indeed, his meridians and organs lay in disarray. She sensed a mysterious power emanating from that heart, exquisite and ethereal, distinctly unlike an ordinary heart. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the 7 apertures Linglong heart described in the celestial tome. Was it truly the 7 apertures Linglong heart? However, before she could indulge in joy, she discovered that his heart meridians were utterly shattered. Moreover, these injuries appeared not solely as fresh wounds, but rather as layers upon layers of old scars accumulated over the years. Despite having consumed some of her blood to partially restore his meridians, the relentless onslaught of toxic flames had continued to ravage him. This fire poison flared up nightly at the hour of the pig, and it was evident that with each passing day, as new injuries compounded upon the old, his condition would only worsen. Such a cycle would render any ordinary person lifeless long ago, yet he remained alive against all odds. No wonder he appeared so frail and weak, as though suffering from profound deficiencies. With such injuries, it would be astonishing if he were not fragile. Jiang Mingyue sighed. After so much effort to find such a unique 7 apertures Linglong heart, it turned out to be a broken one. With the heart meridians in such a state of disrepair, how much heart-soul power could she possibly draw from it? Coughing violently, the person on the bed expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, staining her sleeve crimson. Bai Qi, you cannot die yet. Jiang Mingyue's heart raced in desperation. Chapter 28. You are on the brink of death, so please spare the theatrics. The ancient texts record that in the realm of cultivation, there exists only one exquisite 7-hole Linglong heart, with no second to be found. If he were to perish, what would become of her soul? Would she be forever unable to return? With his current state of bleeding, could he truly be on the verge of death? After all, the unfolding of events diverged from the original narrative. He wouldn't succumb prematurely, would he? That simply could not be. With this thought, Jiang Mingyue hastily unwrapped the freshly bandaged wound on her wrist and brought the still oozing blood to his lips. He had previously rejected her blood due to its bitterness, and only a few drops had made it past his lips. Perhaps if she fed him more, he could recover from his injuries. thereby placing her in a position of owing him her life, which would facilitate her request for his soul power. However, this time, Bai Qi refused to open his mouth, his pale and frail face reflecting sheer resistance. "Brother, you are on the verge of death. Now is not the time for such stubbornness." Jiang Mingyue felt an urge to berate him. With his life hanging by a thread, he still feared bitterness. This was utterly intolerable. She had to pry his mouth open. Resolutely, she took a sip of her own blood, leaning down to kiss him. Their lips met, warmth intertwining, a faint trace of her essence seeping into his very being, seemingly disarming him in an instant, as his icy lips finally parted. In a state of chaotic consciousness, he felt himself plummeting into an abyss, his mind growing ever more hazy. Just then, the door swung open. Yin Wanyan, about to speak, was taken aback by the sight before her. Jiang Mingyue was leaning over by Qing Si, kissing him, blood trickling down the corner of her lips, an utterly intoxicating and tender scene. Yin Wanyan was momentarily stunned. Bai Qing Si, he was indeed a demon? Had she witnessed something she ought not to have? The awkwardness of the moment was palpable, and she longed to vanish into the ground, covering her eyes as she turned to leave. Wanyan, Jiang Mingyue, realizing she had been seen, hastily rose, blood still staining her lips, her attire in disarray. The scene was all too easy to misconstrue. "I apologize," Yin Wanyan averted her gaze. "I merely sensed demonic energy nearby and followed it here. I did not intend to intrude. I shall take my leave now." "Wanyan, please don't go," Jiang Mingyue called after her. Since she had discovered that Bai Qi was a demon, it was imperative to clarify the situation to avoid future complications. Thus, Jiang Mingyue took the initiative to explain, "Indeed, I deceived you. Qing Si is, in fact, a demon." Yin Wanyan sighed. "It seems you were aware all along." "I was," Jiang Mingyue replied, striving to maintain her composure. "I did not wish to conceal the truth from you. I merely fear that if I revealed his identity as a demon, you would seek to end his life. After all, the human race cannot tolerate demons. Since you are aware why," Yin Wanyan's voice lowered, "do you not recall that in human society, forming alliances with demons is a capital offense? It is important to note that a millennium ago, the demon emperor massacred the 12 major sects of the human race, leading to an eternal enmity between humans and demons. Those who protect the demons are regarded as consorting with them and shall face execution at the hands of their sects. Is she not afraid of death?" Jiang Mingyue shook her head. "Demons can be good or bad. He has saved my life twice, and I believe he is a good demon. He is injured because of me, so if you intend to capture him or harm him, I will not permit it." She still had requests of Bai Qi and needed to borrow his soul power, thus she could not allow him to perish. Yin Wanquan exclaimed, "Jiang Mingyue, you have lost your mind." Jiang Mingyue stood resolutely before the bed, asserting, "Senior sister, if you wish to kill him, you must first eliminate me." In truth, she felt quite timid. The reason for her defiance lay in her understanding of the book's heroine, who possessed a kind heart, even when encountering a demon. She would not strike unless it were an evil one. Thus, she chose to gamble. As anticipated, Yin Wanquan wrestled with her inner turmoil, but refrained from attacking, merely sighing. "It seems he harbors no malice towards you. Very well. As long as he does no harm, I shall pretend not to have seen anything tonight. After all, he was merely a small demon at the foundational level. As long as she kept a watchful eye, he should not stir up much trouble." Jiang Mingyue smiled gratefully. "Thank you, Wanquan." Indeed, she was just like the gentle and magnanimous heroine she admired in the story, never resorting to indiscriminate slaughter. Yin Wanquan's gaze fell upon the injured figure on the bed. This small demon appears gravely wounded. What has transpired? Not only did she spare his life, but she also expressed such tender concern for the demoness' injuries. Alas, no wonder both the male lead and the antagonist were captivated by her. Even she found herself enchanted. Jiang Mingyue replied, "He was injured by a Xian eagle while saving me. When he returned, I thought his wounds were not severe, only to discover that his heart meridian was harmed." She pondered that if she spoke the truth, it would surely raise Yin Wanquan's suspicions regarding Bai Qi's abilities and even his identity. Thus, she chose to conceal part of the truth. "Wanquan," she cast a pleading glance at Yin Wanquan. Could you help me save him? The heroine, Yin Wan Quan, had been a talented chief surgeon before her transmigration, possessing exceptional medical skills. She had even healed Yi Qinchen's legs. If she could mend Bai Qi's heart meridian, then Bai Qi could lend her his soul power. Could he not? Let me take a look. Yin Wan Quan approached, taking Bai Qi's pulse, and soon her expression changed drastically. What is his condition? Jiang Mingyue inquired. In my years of practice, I have never encountered such severe internal injuries, Yin Wan Quan replied gravely. Moreover, this heart ailment seems to have accumulated over many years. It may be quite difficult to heal. Heart ailment? Jiang Mingyue was taken aback. He has a heart ailment? Indeed, Yin Wan Quan explained, generally speaking, excessive worry or deep-seated obsessions can lead to such ailments over time. This affliction has likely been present for at least a century. Jiang Mingyue thought to herself, a deep-seated obsession? Could it be that he is fixated on the girl who died 1,000 years ago? That seemed improbable. As the demon emperor, he held a position of great power. What kind of woman could he not have? How could he remain silent for so many years because of one woman? Surely, it must be for another reason. Nevertheless, this had little to do with her. Jiang Mingyue was solely concerned about his heart. How can it be healed? Yin Wanwan shook her head. Heart ailments are difficult to cure. Unless we can unravel the knots within his heart, no amount of elixirs would be of any use. After pondering for a moment, she produced a pill. Jiang Mingyue, I possess a heart-protecting pill, originally intended for the sect leader. However, it seems he is in greater need of it, so let us administer it to him. The heart-protecting pill? Indeed, this elixir is remarkably effective for healing internal injuries. Yin Wanwan spoke gently, yet his wounds were grievous. The heart-protecting pill may not fully heal him, but could preserve his life. As long as he can live, that is what matters. Receiving the pill, Jiang Mingyue examined it with his spiritual energy, confirming its safety before expressing his gratitude to Yin Wanwan. However, Yin Wanwan had yet to finish her thought. The heart-protecting pill acts swiftly, and its potency might lead to some side effects. What side effects? That is difficult to say. We will only know once he consumes it. Yin Wanwan was unsure how to elaborate, but rest assured, these side effects will not threaten his life. Then, that is acceptable. Jiang Mingyue was unconcerned about the details and promptly administered the pill to Bai Qi. Even if the medicine caused unexpected reactions, it mattered not to her. As long as he could survive. Chapter 29. I will comply with your wishes. Please do not leave me after Yin Wanwan departed. Jiang Mingyue made a simple bed on the floor, preparing to rest. Had she not been anxious about that demon's worsening condition, she would not have relinquished the bed to him. Oh well, let her endure a night of discomfort. Once the makeshift bed was arranged, Jiang Mingyue quickly fell asleep, seeking her beloved in her dreams. The following morning, Jiang Mingyue entered the room holding clean clothes borrowed from Yi Qinchen. Upon entering, she found a figure on the bed had opened his eyes. You're awake? Jiang Mingyue inquired. Is your injury feeling any better? Bai Qi remained silent, his enchanting, watery peach blossom eyes fixated upon her. Noticing his silence, Jiang Mingyue approached and gently placed her hand over his heart. As her skin made contact, he seemed a tad tense. His heart's pulse was still fragmented, yet his condition had stabilized. It appeared the heart-protecting pill was indeed effective. Yes, he should be safe for now. Jiang Mingyue then withdrew her hand. All right, let us change clothes and set off. Set off? Where to? I shall return to my sect. And you to your demon clan. Let's part ways for now. Jiang Mingyue thought to herself, as he was a demon, his wounds would heal more swiftly among his kin. Once he had recovered, she would return to request his soul power. Parting ways. Upon hearing this phrase, a glimmer of panic crossed his eyes. You intend to abandon me? I. Before Jiang Mingyue could respond, he grasped her hand. I waited for you for so long, thinking you might never return. Bai Qi looked into her eyes, his gaze filled with desperation and pleading. Ning Ning, I will comply with your wishes. Please do not leave me, all right? The hand clasping her wrist trembled slightly. Please, do not speak to me in such a tone, Jiang Mingyue exclaimed, pulling her hand away in fright. It unnerves me. What was he doing? Why had his voice suddenly softened? It was as if he had been possessed. Have you lost your mind or taken the wrong medicine? Witnessing her vehement resistance, Bai Qi felt a profound discomfort, his nose tinged with sorrow, and his eyes reddened. "Do not push me away." His voice, soft and pitiful, seemed to plead with her, akin to a gentle coaxing. Oh heavens! Although this beautiful visage was indeed well suited for such endearing displays, and any woman would be ensnared by a glimpse of those mournful eyes, she was acutely aware that he was a living embodiment of torment. A tormentor who would engage in such playful banter only served to terrify her. She merely wished to call for help. "Are you out of your mind? Why are you speaking so erratically today?" Jiang Mingyue retreated slightly, reaching out to touch his forehead. "You're not even feverish." "Ning Ning, do not approach, do not touch me." The more tenderly he spoke, the more terrifying she found him. "You are a demon. How could I possibly bring you back to the sect? If your true identity were revealed, you would remain unscathed, but I would face the repercussions." Upon hearing this, Bai Qi was momentarily taken aback, retorting, "Am I a demon?" Jiang Mingyue widened her eyes, staring at this enchanting being before her. No. His tone and expression, why does he seem so dazed? "You?" Jiang Mingyue was still skeptical. "Bai Qi, do not play with me. What do you call yourself?" "Huh?" Jiang Mingyue felt as if struck by lightning. Did he not even remember his own name? What was happening here? Just then, a voice from outside interrupted. "Jiang Mingyue, have you awakened? We're about to set off." Yuan. Jiang Mingyue called out to her. "Would you come in for a moment? I have something to inquire." "Sure." With permission granted, Yuan entered. "What is it?" Jiang Mingyue pointed towards Bai Qi, getting straight to the point. "What is going on here? What has happened to him?" Yuan was at a loss for words, unsure how to explain. "Let me see." Yuan took a step forward, extending her hand to check his pulse. To her surprise, Bai Qi quickly evaded her grasp, retreating behind Jiang Mingyue. "Do not be afraid," Yuan said gently. "I merely wish to check your pulse." Ning. Bai Qi clung to Jiang Mingyue's sleeve, his expression bewildered. Who is she? He resembled an innocent little rabbit, unacquainted with the world. Yuan was taken aback, sensing something was amiss. "He awoke like this," Jiang Mingyue whispered. "He cannot be pretending, can he?" Yuan chuckled shyly. "Jiang Mingyue, it is quite possible he is not feigning." "Then what is the matter? Did I not mention yesterday? Taking the heart protection pill may have certain side effects." Yuan patiently explained. "For instance, one might lose some memories." "Oh, has he truly lost his memory?" Jiang Mingyue extended 2 fingers towards Bai Qi, asking, "Tell me, how many fingers am I holding up?" "Bai Qi, he has merely lost his memory, not his wits." Was she jesting with the fool? Seeing his silence, Jiang Mingyue gasped. "No way. You cannot even discern how many fingers this is? It appears you truly are lost." "Bai Qi, this cannot be right." Jiang Mingyue still cannot fathom it. "If you have lost your memory, why do you still remember me?" Bai Qi met her gaze, his voice as gentle as a babbling brook. "You are the most important person to me. How could I ever forget you?" In truth, he could only recall her name and the affection he harbored for her. Everything else about her eluded his memory. Thus, he would not part from her. Jiang Mingyue was at a loss for words. "Wang Quan," she inquired of Yin Wang Quan. "How might we restore his memory?" Yin Wang Quan replied, "Do not fret. Let it unfold naturally. In any case, the side effects will dissipate on their own within a few days. There is no need for treatment. Soon enough, this little demon's memories will return." Jiang Mingyue shook her head. "There is no rush. In fact, I rather prefer that the little demon emperor does not regain his memories. Is it not far more pleasant to associate with a fool than with a living embodiment of death?" Unable to resist, she playfully pinched Bai Qi's cheek, smiling. "This is quite endearing." Embarrassed by her public teasing, Bai Qi lowered his gaze, his earlobes tinged with a delicate crimson. How charmingly bashful he had become. This rendered him even more delightful, like a tiger that had sheathed its claws, transformed into a soft and adorable white dumpling, evoking an irresistible desire to embrace him. If he bore no malicious intent, this enchanting creature appeared far more agreeable. In the future, when seeking his soul's power, conversation would likely flow more smoothly. Chapter 30. To my astonishment, he wept. Yin Wang Quan felt somewhat superfluous in this moment and discreetly slipped away. Ning Bai Qi initiated. "You just referred to me as a demon? You know who I am, do you not?" Of course. Then tell me, will you? Jiang Mingyue's mind began to whirl with ideas. With his faculties dulled, surely this was the perfect opportunity to deceive him thoroughly. Thus she commenced, indeed. You are not merely a demon, but a wicked one. A wicked demon? Yes, Jiang Mingyue nodded earnestly, feigning gravitas. You are guilty of heinous crimes, murder and arson. Your malevolence knows no bounds. The humans within 100 miles detest you profoundly, wishing for your swift demise. Is that true? Absolutely. Jiang Mingyue continued to weave her tale. You were gravely injured yesterday and fell into unconsciousness. It was I who rescued you. You were so moved that you vowed to repay me by serving me as a devoted servant. Is that so? He asked, skeptical. Indeed, Jiang Mingyue affirmed. Do you not believe me? He appeared to remember nothing, making him all the more susceptible to her ruse. Well, my family, he inquired. They perished, she replied. Perished? Yes, Jiang Mingyue sighed heavily. You are a harbinger of doom. Your family and kin have all fallen victim to your existence, which is why the demon clan cannot accept you. In the narrative, Bai Qi had committed fratricide and patricide, exhibiting extreme cruelty. Her words were significant restraint. All dead. The weight of her words struck Bai Qi, causing his body to tremble slightly. He closed his eyes as haunting images of corpses and anguished wails flooded his blurred memories. Tragic, despairing, and bloody. It was as if a sharp blade lodged itself in his heart, mercilessly extracting the buried, painful memories he had never dared to confront. All dead. All because of me. A sudden pang of anguish pierced his heart, and he clutched his chest, feeling the bile rise within him. A suffocating sensation akin to swallowing shards of glass. Seeing his complexion pale considerably, Jiang Mingyue felt a surge of concern. Could it be that this cold-blooded demon would feel remorse for having committed patricide and matricide, for having caused the demise of his kin? Had amnesia softened his heart? This would not do. His heart was still fractured, and should he experience a tumult of emotions, it would undoubtedly exacerbate his injuries. No, it's all in the past. Jiang Mingyue hurriedly embraced him, soothingly whispering, You still have me. At the very least, I will never abandon you. The gentle timbre of her voice acted like a balm, instantly calming his plummeting, anxious heart, restoring a semblance of warmth. The pain within him began to ebb gradually. Is it truly so? He opened his eyes, his eyelids slightly reddened and glistening. My hands are stained with blood. Are you not afraid of me, nor repulsed? Jiang Mingyue shook her head, adopting a tender and affectionate demeanor. Even if the entire world shuns you, I shall not. Upon hearing this, the youth seemed deeply moved, the corners of his eyes reddening further, crystalline tears welling in his gaze. He resembled a wounded creature, lost and without refuge, finally awaiting the return of its master. My word, he is actually crying. It seems her efforts have borne fruit. He looked remarkably beautiful when he wept, evoking an irresistible urge to tease him further, to revel in his vulnerability. His softness made him infinitely more endearing than that previous incarnation of a living nightmare. Enough of the tears. Jiang Mingyue reached out to wipe away his tears, saying, Let the past remain in the past. As long as you resolve to transform and become a good demon, there is still hope for redemption. If I were to become a good demon, would Ningning then come like me? His voice was warm and melodious, exceptionally pleasing to the ear. If he were to embody a virtuous demon, would she then be inclined to embrace him? Jiang Mingyue shook her head. His starry eyes dimmed momentarily, overshadowed by disappointment. Yet, Jiang Mingyue spoke up. Regardless of your form, I shall always cherish you. Ah, I see. The gloom dissipated, and when he smiled, his peach blossom eyes curved delightfully, sparkling with the brilliance of an entire galaxy. What a captivating being he was. Not only did he look exquisite when he cried, but his smile was equally lethal to her heart. Jiang Mingyue patted his shoulder, declaring from now on, I shall be your master. You must obey me, understand? This is what they call the wheel of fortune turning. After enduring so much indignity in the Demon Emperor's palace, I finally have my chance to be the master. How could she resist teasing him? Then, does that mean you will not leave me? Bai Qi countered. Was he agreeing? How delightful. It appeared he was indeed daft. Yes, Jiang Mingyue nodded. If this enchanting being refrained from violence and from being a tyrant, she would gladly keep him by her side, especially since she needed his help to reconstruct her soul. The Tianke sect was home to a mystical flower known as the Ice Soul Lotus, which was said to possess the power to neutralize fire-based toxins according to ancient texts. If she could alleviate his fire poison, his internal wounds would heal more swiftly. I can take you back to the sect. Now, Jiang Mingyue felt fearless, but she insisted on establishing 3 rules first. What do you propose? Firstly, and most importantly, you are a demon, and the human sex cannot accommodate demons. Therefore, you must conceal your true form in the presence of others and ensure it remains undisclosed. Do you understand? If it is revealed, she will suffer the consequences. Bai Qi obediently nodded. Ah, how compliant. Secondly, from this moment forth, you shall be my little attendant. You are to protect me and obey my commands. If I instruct you to go east, you must not venture west. He lightly nodded again. Lastly, once we arrive at the sect, refrain from causing any trouble. Do not misuse your spiritual power, and do not harm others recklessly. Comprehend? He appeared momentarily taken aback before he nodded. Observing his reaction, Jiang Mingyue was also stunned. Could it be that he has forgotten how to wield his spiritual power? Shall we test it? As spiritual energy surged in her palm, she, with a sense of trepidation, gently struck Bai Qi's chest. In the next moment, he was effortlessly pushed onto the couch, a suppressed gasp escaping his lips. Jiang Mingyue was left speechless. This demon lacked even a shred of protective energy. It was evident that he had completely forgotten he possessed spiritual power. Goodness gracious! Initially, she had thought that having an obedient demon by her side would render her fearless, but now it seemed uncertain who would protect whom. Nonetheless, Jiang Mingyue was merely at the golden core stage, and even with her utmost effort, she could not harm Bai Qi. That gentle strike, from his perspective, felt merely like a nudge from Ningning. Despite this, he looked up at Jiang Mingyue with a hint of grievance in his eyes. Ningning, why did you push me? To her surprise, the corners of his eyes began to redden. With icy lips and rosy cheeks, his eyelashes fluttered like delicate fans. Clad in only a simple garment, his inky hair sprawled across the couch, and his disheveled attire subtly revealed his collarbone. Such beauty was utterly breathtaking. What should she do? I apologitza. Jiang Mingyue composed herself and, regaining her senses, assured him, I would never harbor anger towards you. Hearing her tone soften, Bai Qi felt a measure of relief wash over him, a gentle smile gracing his face. He truly was easy to appease. Just a few words, and he was smiling again. Now, please put on your clothes. Jiang Mingyue handed him the garments. All right. Moments later, Bai Qi emerged clad in a simple yet elegant white robe, his dark hair held by a single hair band, devoid of adornments, yet exuding a jade-like coolness, as if he had inadvertently descended from the celestial realm. He looked striking in white attire, losing some of his devilish allure while gaining an air of an ethereal flower found atop a lofty peak. A vision of divine beauty. In a fleeting moment, she felt a peculiar familiarity, as if she had encountered him before. Yes, in her dreams, the figure before her, Bai Qi, bore a striking resemblance to the young man in white she often dreamt of. Was it merely an illusion? Somehow, Jiang Mingyue's heart began to race uncontrollably. She beckoned him, saying, Come, allow me to tie your hair. No need, just sit down. Jiang Mingyue insisted, pressing him to take a seat in front of the bronze mirror. Her tone commanding, he fell silent. Drawing from her fragmented memories of the dream, she styled his hair into a half-up ponytail, allowing his inky locks to cascade down, secured only by a simple hairband. Such understated elegance could not conceal the noble, aloof aura that enveloped him. Adorned in white, he appeared even more striking. How could he resemble that dream figure so closely? Who was the young man in white from her dreams? Why had she never been able to see his face clearly? Noticing her lost gaze, Bai Qi grew uncomfortable under her prolonged scrutiny and finally spoke. Ning, is it not pleasing? No, she replied, her thoughts returning. You are the most handsome person I have ever seen in white. This was a heartfelt compliment, setting aside everything else. His enchanting visage and demeanor even overshadowed that of the male lead. She was merely an ordinary girl. It is in every woman's nature to admire handsome men, especially one as exquisite as he. Were he not so peculiar, she might have considered adding him to her harem. Bai Qi averted his gaze, a hint of crimson gracing his ears, shy from her words. How endearing. I shan't tease you further. Let us be on our way, Jiang Ningyue said, gently taking his hand and leading him away. The warmth of his palm sent his mind into a blank state, yet he offered no resistance, allowing her to guide him. Outside, the two elders from the Tianke sect had just arrived in Peach Blossom Village and were setting up a barrier around the village. Yet, regarding the curse, the two god transformation-level elders could only sigh in resignation. This curse is intricate and bizarre. It is unlikely that we alone can unravel it. They could only establish a barrier for the time being to safeguard Peach Blossom Village. Elder Shun, Elder Ling, this curse was cast by the Demon Emperor, Yin Wanwan interjected. We should return to the Tianke sect and consult with the other elders and the sect leader. Indeed, Elder Shun, visibly incensed, declared, the Demon Emperor has committed numerous atrocities and deserves punishment. Upon my return, I shall report to the sect leader, and we must unite the 8 major sects to eradicate Gui Ling Su. As long as the demon race persists, our resentment shall never fade. The villagers expressed their gratitude profusely, overwhelmed by the elders' assistance. It is a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune that our Peach Blossom Village has your support. Thank you. Elder Shun turned to see Jiang Ningyue arriving, his attention swiftly shifting to Bai Qi beside her. Is this lad a demon? Moreover, a demon of exceptional lineage. The thought of capturing such a young demon for alchemical purposes gleamed in Elder Shun's eyes, promising significant augmentation to his cultivation. He suppressed the glimmer of greed in his eyes and smiled as he inquired, Ningyue, to which peak does he belong, and under which elder's tutelage does he serve? He seems somewhat unfamiliar. This is Elder Shun, Yin Wanyue interjected to clarify. This young gentleman, Bai Qi, is not a disciple of our Tianke sect. He is a friend we made during our demon extermination journey. Oh, a friend? Indeed. He sustained severe internal injuries while rescuing Ningyue, which is why she intends to take him back to the sect for treatment. Upon hearing this, Elder Shun quietly scoffed. A demon intentionally attempting to infiltrate their sect was likely up to no good. Alas, such a minor demon, no matter how well he concealed himself, could not escape his discerning gaze. He decided to play along, allowing this little demon to accompany them back to the sect, where he could subsequently capture him to refine him into medicinal pills. Elder Shun refrained from exposing him on the spot and, with a gentle smile, conversed with Bai Qi. May I inquire where this young gentleman hails from? Jiang Ningyue preemptively answered, No master, nowhere to go. At this juncture in the narrative, the elders of Tianke sect had never encountered the visage of the Demon Emperor. The last time the sect master had seen him was more than a century ago, and even then, it was but a fleeting glance. Thus, it was improbable that the members of this sect recognized Bai Qi's countenance. However, it remained uncertain whether they discerned that he was a demon. Given their current reactions, it seemed they had not noticed. What a pity. Elder Shun's eyes flickered, and he continued, I perceive that this young gentleman possesses an extraordinary disposition. Since you have nowhere to go, why not become my disciple? I can impart my teachings on the path of cultivation to you. What do you say? If you were to take him in, it would facilitate capturing him for the alchemical chamber. Bai Qi parted his lips to respond, but before he could utter a word, Jiang Ningyue positioned herself in front of him, firmly declining. No, absolutely not. Why not? Qingzi is accustomed to his freedom. Once he recovers, he will leave Tianke sect and not linger here. Jiang Ningyue resolutely rejected the proposition. She could not afford to keep this demon within the sect for too long, nor could she allow him to be near an elder at the transformation stage. Otherwise, if his true nature were to be revealed one day, she would share in the consequences. I see, Elder Shun sighed. It appears I must act swiftly to refine this little demon. Otherwise, the opportunity may slip away. Upon hearing her words, Bai Qi appeared somewhat disheartened. Once I am healed, Ning will surely drive me away. If that were the case, he would rather remain perpetually injured. Perhaps then he could stay by her side forever. Chapter 32. If you are exposed, I shall perish too. Why was he becoming melancholic? Would this sorrow exacerbate his heart ailment? Thinking of this, Jiang Mingyue hurriedly denied, No, 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 that is not what I meant. She whispered to Bai Qi, What I meant to say is that I wish for you to accompany me. Shen Laozhang's Qingzhou Peak is somewhat distant from my Tianyuan Peak. If you truly go with him, it may become difficult for us to meet in the future, and I would miss you dearly. Yin Wanyue had informed her that this demon harbored a profound heart ailment, and extreme joy or sorrow could aggravate it. Alas, what a burden she bore, needing to soothe this demon's emotions. However, her words seemed to have had an effect. Bai Qi's formerly dim pupils suddenly shimmered with light. Really? Indeed. Jiang Mingyue feigned deep affection as she nodded, expressing her desire for his presence by her side. Very well, he replied, his peach blossom eyes brimming with mirth akin to the shimmering stars in the galaxy. Wherever you go, I shall follow, ensuring that you cannot rid yourself of me. His voice was soft and melodious, undeniably pleasant to the ear. Jiang Mingyue offered an awkward smile, thinking that if he was happy, perhaps his heart ailment would improve swiftly. Bai Qi glanced at Elder Shen and spoke, Elder Shen, I apologize. No matter, Elder Shen replied with a forced smile. I have never forced anyone against their will. However, I must admit that I found you quite agreeable upon our first meeting. Since it is Ning Yue who wishes to keep you, I shall not compete for your company. Yet, inwardly he mused, this Jiang Mingyue was audacious indeed, consorting with such a prodigy. Once this prodigy's identity was revealed, Jiang Mingyue would surely face dire consequences. It would be best if she were to lose her chance to inherit the position of sect leader, thereby affording them an opportunity. Bai Qi smiled gently, maintaining a polite demeanor. Perhaps on another occasion, I shall visit you at Qingzhou Peak. Elder Shen nodded in agreement, eagerly anticipating the arrival of his prey. The Tianke sect, situated in Changzhou near Tianyuan, was merely a few hundred miles from Taohua village. Thus, the group traveled by sword for most of the day before returning to the sect. The 999 stone steps stood resolutely at the mountain's foot, marking the mandatory entrance to the sect, symbolizing the return to unity. Gazing up at the majestic sect atop the 1,000 steps, one could perceive its elegance and the aura of spiritual energy enveloping it, as if it resided amidst the clouds and mist. Its grandeur and ethereal quality were truly befitting of the foremost sect in the realm of cultivation. Whether disciples or visitors, all must ascend the 999 steps on foot, forbidden to use their swords or spiritual energy. This had been the sect's rule for a millennium. What a ridiculous rule! Jiang Mingyue could not help but mutter under her breath. Does the author lack any sense of numbers? Climbing 999 steps is equivalent to ascending 50 floors. I dare them to try climbing 50 stories in one go. By the time I reach the top, my legs would be utterly exhausted, and even ghosts would be too tired to manifest. Elders, is there a cable car? She asked weakly. The two elders were taken aback. What is a cable car? They inquired. It's something that allows you to ascend without exerting yourself. Just sit and you rise effortlessly, she explained. This path of cultivation requires sincerity. It is the first step to entering our Tianke sect. How can you seek shortcuts? Elder Ling admonished her earnestly. Jiang Mingyue rolled her eyes in response. She despised climbing mountains, deeming this path of inquiry unnecessary. It's not that I can't climb, she asserted, but my companion Qingzi is injured. If you expect him to traverse so many steps, and something were to happen to him, I shall hold you accountable. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi felt a flicker of emotion. Was Ningning truly concerned for him? Very well, Elder Shun declared as he produced a talisman. Let us use the teleportation talisman to ascend. Given the urgency of the matter and their desire to report the situation in Taohua village to the sect leader promptly, they decided not to delay any further. Teleportation talisman. Elder Shun, why didn't you reveal this sooner? Jiang Mingyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is splendid. No need to climb the steps now. Everyone, steady yourselves. As Elder Shun concluded his words, he activated the teleportation talisman, and a brilliant white light instantly enveloped their vision. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves on the heavenly steps, standing outside the sect. Ah, this contraption is even more effective than a cable car. Today, the entrance to the sect bustled with activity, unlike the usual desolation. A spiritual mirror floated above the entrance, guarded by a group of inner disciples, creating an atmosphere of heightened vigilance. Recently, several demonic cultivators had infiltrated the sect, resulting in the unfortunate demise of several disciples. The sect had issued a decree for strict defense, requiring everyone entering or leaving the sect to pass through the exorcism heavenly mirror. Elder Ling explained to them. The exorcism heavenly mirror, one of the 10 divine artifacts. Any demon, even one carrying the slightest hint of demonic aura, will be immediately revealed upon encountering it. Weaker demons will be reduced to mere blood, while those of greater cultivation, though not severely injured, will be imprisoned within. However, Jiang Mingyue recalled from the original text that the Tiang sect had once used this exorcism heavenly mirror against Bai Qi, resulting in the shattering of this world-renowned artifact by a single strike from that fiend. The force had sent both the person and the mirror flying 10 meters away. After all, the demon emperor is a demon emperor. One cannot compare him to ordinary demons. Thus, as long as he conceals his true form, even if the mirror were to reflect upon him for an hour, it would reveal nothing. Yet, she still felt a tinge of unease and quietly inquired, "Qingzi, can you conceal it?" Throughout their journey, she had repeatedly instructed him to mask his demonic aura with spiritual energy. He assured her he had remembered, but she remained uncertain of his sincerity. Bai Qi replied, "Do not let me down." Jiang Mingyue felt a flicker of panic. If he were to be exposed, her fate would also be sealed. She contemplated dragging Bai Qi away, but now that they stood at the entrance, retreating would only betray her inner turmoil. "Fear not, Ningning," he reassured her with a gentle tone and a faint smile. During their exchange, the others had already passed through the exorcism heavenly mirror without incident. Elder Shun, observing the two, urged, "Hurry up. This little demon must be frightened, right? When he reveals his true form, it will be the perfect opportunity to capture him." Elder Shin wore a look of eager anticipation. However, Bai Qi moved gracefully and passed through the exorcism heavenly mirror under the watchful eyes of all, emerging unscathed. "What?" Elder Shun's eyes widened in disbelief. He suddenly recalled sensing the demonic aura surrounding Bai Qingzi earlier in Taohua village. Yet now, he sensed not even a trace of it. That little demon was indeed skillfully concealing his presence. To pass through the exorcism heavenly mirror unscathed, the little demon must possess either substantial cultivation or an extraordinary bloodline. Though the little demon appeared weak, he must possess remarkable lineage. Such a rare demonic beast would not escape his grasp, nor would he wish to let it go. Seeing Bai Qi pass through, Jiang Mingyue breathed a sigh of relief, her anxious heart finally at ease. Thank goodness, thank goodness. She stepped forward, approaching the exorcism heavenly mirror. As she passed through, a golden light illuminated her, scrutinizing her internal spiritual energy. Suddenly, the golden light flickered, and the exorcism heavenly mirror reacted as well. Jiang Mingyue suddenly sensed that the probing spiritual energy had taken on a more hostile and vigilant tone, tightening around her. In an instant, she felt a constricting sensation in her chest, rendering her immobile, and the discomfort within her intensified. What was happening? Was the exorcising mirror rejecting her? Or was her spiritual energy repelling the mirror? What on earth was going on? The onlookers were taken aback. Jiang Shimi, is that you, Ningyue? Only demons or those who cultivated demonic powers would be repelled by this divine artifact. The mirror's reaction clearly indicated the presence of demons. Jiang Ningyue. Chapter 33. The burden of endless blame. Jiang Ningyue found it increasingly difficult to breathe. Meanwhile, the exorcising mirror seemed to sense an unusual presence, becoming sharp and menacing. Demons must be eradicated. The artifact unleashed a powerful surge of spiritual energy aimed directly at her face. What the heck? Jiang Ningyue could not evade it. Although she was somewhat inexperienced, she was nonetheless a genuine cultivator. What kind of cursed mirror was this that it would attack its own? She thought she was about to meet her end. Suddenly, a white figure swiftly darted in front of her, and the surge of energy struck the chest of the young man in white. Instantly, the exorcising mirror's power dissipated, its golden light retreating. Jiang Mingyue came to her senses. only to see a streak of blood at the corner of Bai Chi's lips. It was him. Are you all right? Jiang Ningyue stared in astonishment. Had he not blocked that attack, she would have surely turned to ash by now. She never expected that, as a detestable female antagonist with such poor social standing, someone would repeatedly come to her aid. I'm Fine. Bai Chi turned to her, lowering his gaze as if deliberately asking, Ning Ning, what is the story behind this ring on your finger? His words seemed to instantly remind her. The ring. Jiang Ningyue glanced at the ring on her finger. The dark jade ring given to her by that demon. Although she had felt earlier that the exorcising mirror's attack was not directed at the ring. With so many people from the sect watching, and having been targeted by an artifact that identified demons, she had to clear herself of any suspicion regarding the cultivation of demonic powers. Yes, she could use this ring as a point of defense. With Bai Chi's remark, everyone's attention shifted to the ring on Jiang Ningyue's hand. Ningyue, this ring. Elder Shin pointed at her ring, noting its familiarity. Isn't it a treasure of the demon race? Indeed, it is. Jiang Ningyue quickly seized the opportunity. This ring was forced upon me by the demon emperor when I was captured in the demon palace. I cannot remove it no matter how hard I try. Is that so? The two elders exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of belief and skepticism. They then utilized their spiritual energy, attempting several times to help Jiang Ningyue remove the ring, but to no avail. The ring was indeed sealed with a spell. They also checked and found no trace of demonic energy within Jiang Ningyue. Yi Qianxian remarked, given her intellect and aptitude, it should be unlikely for her to cultivate demonic powers. Therefore, the recent anomaly with the exorcising mirror must be related to this ring. Jiang Ningyue responded, Brother, there's no need for such remarks. Who do you look down upon? Ningyue, why would the demon emperor want you to wear this ring? Yin Wanyuan inquired. Just speak the truth. Her tone evidently conveyed a willingness to trust her. How gentle the female lead is, for she remarked, I bear a slight resemblance to the one he favors. Jiang Ningyue feigned panic, exclaiming, I am truly terrified. Every day, since my escape from the Gui Ling Ru, I have been plagued by nightmares. I sincerely, truly do not wish to be captured again. All right, do not be afraid. Yin Wanyuan comforted, gently patting her shoulder. Now that we have returned to the Tianke sect, no one can harm you. Elder Ling also offered her reassurance, saying, as for your ring, let us see if the sect master can find a way to remove it shortly. Jiang Ningyue nodded, visibly touched. It is enough that you all believe in me. It seemed her suspicions had been somewhat alleviated. Reflecting on the past, had she managed to remove the ring earlier, she would have been suspected of being a demon cultivator without this protective charm. Could this be considered a blessing in disguise? It was indeed peculiar. Why did the exorcising mirror oppose her? Was it perhaps due to her prolonged association with Bai Chi, causing her to carry a hint of demonic aura? Upon entering the sect and nearing the Tianga Hall, two junior disciples of the sect master approached them. The sect master has been injured and is currently in seclusion to recuperate. Thus, only senior brother Yi and junior sister Jiang are permitted to visit him. What? Upon hearing this, Yin Wanyuan expressed her concern. How was the sect master injured? The two disciples glanced at Jiang Ningyue with a hint of displeasure, then sighed. It was to save junior sister Jiang that he ventured to the Gui Ling Ru and was wounded by that demon emperor. Jiang Ningyue recalled that just a few days prior, she and Bai Chi had indeed been at the demon emperor's palace. In the original narrative, the sect master, Jiang Yuan, cherished his daughter dearly. When Jiang Ningyue was taken to the Gui Ling Ru, he embarked on several campaigns to rescue her. Ultimately, after her demise, he succumbed to madness, consumed by the desire for vengeance, and perished due to his uncontrolled rage. One could only wonder whether in this scenario, the sect master, who was essentially her father in this world, had also been tainted by demonic influence. She hoped not. Yin Wanyuan's face turned pale, her eyes filled with concern. I must see the sect master. Sister Yin, you cannot. Yet before the disciple could finish, Yin Wanyuan had already dashed toward the Tiangu Hall. Jiang Ningyue found this somewhat odd. In the original text, the sect master was not the female lead's teacher, and their bond was not particularly profound. Why then did the female lead exhibit such concern for the sect master? No, She was indeed the sect master's daughter. Should it not be her responsibility to show concern? How is my father? Jiang Ningyue asked the two disciples, her face betraying her anxiety. Is he gravely injured? What a surprise today is. Junior sister Jiang actually cares for the sect master? One disciple scoffed. Jiang Ningyue thought to herself that the original female antagonist was heartless, solely focused on winning the male lead's affections, living solely for her own desires, showing no concern for her father, who was merely a means to an end. This characterization was akin to that of an orphan within the sect, naturally detested by all. No, if she wished to navigate this sect successfully, she must redeem the image of the original character. Please refrain from speaking so harshly, Jiang Ningyue pressed. What is my father's condition? You could go see for yourself, came the retort. As I, Jiang Ningyue, prepared to follow Yin Wanwan, I suddenly hesitated. No, the sect leader had been injured by Bai Qi a few days prior, and it was just days ago that he had encountered Bai Qi. Therefore, it would be prudent to avoid any chance of the meeting. Thus, I stated, I will first arrange accommodation for Qingzi and then visit father. Qingzi, let us depart. With that, I grasped Bai Qi's hand and hastily left the scene. What an ungrateful wretch. The young disciple glared at my departing figure and muttered, the sect leader was injured while rescuing her, yet she only has eyes for that man. She has always been this way. Another disciple shook his head repeatedly, exclaiming that it would be better for her to perish in the Guiling ruins than to return and continue to burden our sect leader. Throughout the journey, I could sense the deep-seated animosity that this venomous female antagonist held within the sect. As the daughter of a sect leader, I should have commanded a certain respect. Yet disciples I passed regarded me as if I were a harbinger of misfortune, reluctant even to offer a greeting. Many rolled their eyes at me, while others whispered disparaging remarks behind my back. Even the disciple escorting me displayed palpable impatience, rolling his eyes as he led me to my quarters. This abode was a secluded courtyard. Upon your return, behave and refrain from causing further trouble for the sect leader. The escorting disciple snapped. I understand, I replied, recognizing that these were individuals whom the original owner had wronged and bullied. It was a small mercy that they agreed to guide me at all. What an unending burden I bear. Before I could contemplate my return, I needed to navigate my standing among my fellow disciples. Once the disciple departed, my gaze returned to Bai Qi, still concerned for his injury. Allow me to see where you were hurt. That artifact was precious, and his frail constitution could not withstand any serious wounds. I'm fine, Bai Qi replied, but before he could finish, a small hand tugged at his clothing, revealing skin as pale as jade. A shallow yet crimson gash marred his chest, blood still seeping from the wound. I fought through the dizziness, furrowing my brow. Such a significant wound, and you dare claim you are fine? Chapter 34. I care for you. Opening the healing ointment I had just found, I dipped my fingers into it. Do not move. I shall apply the medicine. My gaze averted, my fingers trembled slightly as I battled the sensation of faintness. Heaven! I could scarcely bear to look at a drop of blood, let alone this much. Yet his injury was incurred on my behalf, and I felt a twinge of guilt. So I persevered. After all, I hoped for this extraordinary being to recover his heart's pulse swiftly, as he could assist me in reconstituting my soul. Bai Qi seemed to sense my unease. Are you squeamish around blood? Allow me to handle it myself. No, it's nothing. I insisted, my hand still shaking. I have a method. Drawing upon the original owner's spiritual memory, I crafted a black and white incantation, transforming the scene before me into shades of gray. Now much better. The dizziness subsided instantly. I must admit, these minor spells can be quite useful at times. Bai Qi silently observed me, noticing the earnestness with which I tended to his wound, occasionally revealing a worried expression, warming his heart and filling him with joy. Every gentle caress of her fingertips against his skin sent ripples of unease through his heart, a sensation that was difficult to quell. No one had ever shown him such concern, except for her. Sighing, Jiang Ningyue paused to contemplate. With so many wounds, when will you heal completely? It seemed that her desire to borrow his soul power was still a distant hope. Would she ever return home? Irritated, she queried, "Why did you rush over just now?" "To save you," he replied, leaving her momentarily speechless. Although this enigmatic being often sought his own demise, It seemed that whenever she was on the brink of disaster in this unfamiliar realm, he was invariably the one who saved her. It was indeed a peculiar twist of fate. But your own well-being is equally significant, Jiang Mingyue asserted earnestly. There are others who care for you and worry about your safety. No one cares, he dismissed lightly. Jiang Mingyue thought to herself, you have eliminated your parents and siblings. Is it not your own doing that has led to this solitude? Why then do you feel aggrieved? Yet, fearing that he might become despondent and exacerbate his condition, she gazed into his eyes, her voice imbued with tenderness. I care. Her words, like a gentle spring breeze, stirred his heart, and Bai Qi looked at her, increasingly moved. Is that so? Indeed, she affirmed, nodding like a chick pecking at grain. If you are hurt, I will feel sorrow too. So promise me you will take care of yourself and avoid further injury. You must not engage in reckless behavior, or her hopes for his soul power would be dashed. All right, Bai Qi acquiesced. Now that he had someone to cherish, he yearned to remain by her side and would naturally no longer disregard his own life. Ningyue, my Ningyue. At that moment, a soft, captivating male voice drifted in from outside the door. Huh? Why is there a male voice in my courtyard? Jiang Mingyue wondered. As several young men hurriedly approached, each tall and handsome, their skin fair and delicate, adorned with cosmetics and dressed in flamboyant attire. Upon seeing Jiang Mingyue, they approached her like peacocks displaying their feathers. Ningyue, you have finally returned. We have been waiting for you for so long. It is about time. We miss you dearly. Ningyue, have you thought of us? Their voices were sweet and seductive, sending chills down Jiang Ningyue's spine. My goodness, so many suitors. Am I entering a courtyard or a brothel? The original text had mentioned that Jiang Mingyue was an unabashed flirt, often bringing various handsome men home. The vividness of this scene was unexpected. How bold of the original character to host so many admirers in such a refined sect. Bai Qi remained silent, his expression dark as he positioned himself protectively in front of Jiang Mingyue, unwilling to let anyone near her. Why are so many people fixated on my Ningning? Oh, Ningyue, who is this? They finally noticed Bai Qi. Your new favorite? Oh my, he is quite handsome. It's no wonder you like him. One young man in pink attire could not resist reaching out to touch Bai Qi's face. Bai Qi quickly recoiled from the hand, his eyes brimming with disdain. Enough. Everyone, just cease. Jiang Ningyue could no longer bear it. Ningyu took out a pouch of silver coins and distributed a handful to each of the 6 men, commanding them to leave her abode without delay. She found their presence unbearable and thus hastily urged them to depart, wishing to avoid any prolonged entanglement. The men were taken aback, their expressions tinged with grievance as they questioned, Are you sending us away? Indeed, although she had a fondness for handsome men, she was not inclined to host a throng of unfamiliar suitors in her residence. Moreover, she had no patience for those who merely whined for her financial assistance. The original owner's fortune was not something she wished to inherit. The men protested. Just last month, you promised to love me forever. To which Jiang Ningyue mused internally. How many men have uttered such nauseating words to the original owner? They lamented, could it be that with a new affection you have ceased to love us? Why should he be permitted to remain? They continued, we could coexist amicably, even without titles. Ningyu, will you truly cast us aside? Each man appeared as though his heart had been cruelly shattered. Enough. Leave at once. Jiang Ningyue, exasperated, snapped, if you do not depart, I shall demand the return of the silver. The mention of repayment caused them to hastily pocket the coins. All right. No need to be so fierce. We will leave. Indeed, these men were clearly more interested in the original owner's wealth, while she had sought their physical allure. It was a mutual exploitation, yet one she had no desire for. Her true affection lay with money, which she cherished far more than any handsome man. Those who sought her riches should retreat as far as possible. After shedding a few tears, the men reluctantly departed, leaving the courtyard significantly quieter. 2 young female disciples emerged from within, smiling at her. Hey, little you, why have you sent your beloved suitors away? Aren't they your favorites? Upon hearing this, Bai Qi cast a furtive glance at Jiang Ningyue, her eyes revealing a hint of bitterness. How many men did she truly favor? Another disciple chimed in. Did you not notice that little you has found someone even more handsome? Ah, that explained it. After hearing this, Bai Qi felt a measure of relief, no longer feeling slighted by being regarded as merely another male companion. Do not speak carelessly. Jiang Yu felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. The shameful actions of the original owner were now hers to bear. According to the original narrative, these two young women had accompanied her since childhood, attending to her needs as inner disciples named Han Shui and Han Yi. Recalling this, Jiang Yu addressed them, "Please do not tease me." The two girls were astonished. Had they truly witnessed Ning Yu display shyness? At that moment, a disciple entered from outside. "Jiang Shimi, the sect leader requests your presence at the Tiangu Hall immediately." It seemed her father was urging her to meet him. "Understood," Jiang Yu replied, turning to Han Shui and Han Yi. "Please entertain this esteemed young gentleman in my stead." The two exchanged knowing glances, of course. They understood. Just like before, when little Yu requested to entertain a guest, it meant she intended to spend the night with him. They would prepare her nightgown and scented oils, ensuring the young gentleman was impeccably clean before delivering him to Ning Yu's chamber. Little Yu would surely be pleased. Chapter 35. Are there no normal clothes? As Jiang Yue prepared to depart, the hem of her garment was gently tugged by a certain enchanting figure. Turning around, she was met with a pair of glistening, doe-like peach blossom eyes gazing at her with a pitiful expression. Ning, she thought, perplexed. Moments ago, a group of men had fawned over her, acting like peacocks, and she found it utterly pretentious. Yet, perhaps it was the extraordinary beauty of this charming individual that rendered such theatrics unnecessary. With just a glance and a few words, he caused her heart to flutter. "Qingxi, I shall return shortly. Hansui and Hani are at your service. Feel free to make any requests of them. Treat this place as your own home, will you?" Her voice was tender, as if soothing a child. "Be good and wait for my return, all right?" Bai Qi responded obediently, lowering his head and reluctantly releasing his grip. As soon as Jiang Yu had departed, Hansui spoke up, "Young master, I shall prepare water for your bath." Hani had already presented a row of vividly colored garments before him. "Young master Bai, please select a nightgown." Bai Qi raised his gaze, briefly surveying the array of garments, which ranged from those adorned with bells and ribbons to those that left little to the imagination, exposing bosoms, shoulders, backs, thighs, and more. Some were even sheer, each one more indecent than the last. A myriad of indescribable emotions crossed his face. "Do you not possess any clothing of a more modest nature?" "More modest?" Hani paused. Then her eyes brightened with understanding. "Oh, I see. Tonight, little Yu intends to accompany a gentleman of a more reserved disposition." She nodded eagerly. "Yes, we have those. I shall retrieve them at once." Hansui poured him a drink. "Young Master Bai, this is the osmanthus wine personally brewed by Ning Yue. It is a rare delicacy, prepared especially for you." Bai Qi lifted the cup, sensing something amiss with the beverage, as though it had been laced with something. He inquired casually, "Did Ning brew this herself?" "Indeed," Hansui replied with a smile. "You must drink every last drop." Bai Qi chose not to press further and drank from the cup. At Tianyuan Peak, in the Tian Pavilion Hall, as Jiang Yue entered, Yin Wanyue was beside the sect leader, dispensing medicine, and Yi Qianqian was also present. The individual seated in the main position donned a flowing black robe, appearing middle-aged. Although his complexion was somewhat haggard, he exuded an air of authority and solemnity befitting a sect leader. This was Jiang Yuanzong, the head of Tiankei sect. No, something about this face seemed strikingly familiar. It resembled Uncle Yun. Uncle Yun was the father of her close friend. Her friend had endured a great deal of hardship. Her mother had passed away shortly after her birth, and Uncle Yun had remained single for over 20 years, raising her friend alone. He was a wonderful gentleman. Later, when her parents divorced, she lived with her friend, and Uncle Yun treated her with great kindness. Jiang Yuan's visage was almost identical to her memories of Uncle Yun. For the first time since she had entered this unfamiliar world, she encountered a familiar face, which stirred a sense of emotion within her. Thus, Jiang Yue smiled and called out, "Father." The previously aloof and solemn sect leader softened at her call, revealing a tender smile. "Ning, you've come. Come here, so that father can take a good look at you." It had been a while since he had seen his precious daughter, and he missed her dearly. Jiang Mingyue approached with concern and inquired, "Father, how is your injury faring?" "I shall survive," Jiang Yuan sighed. "It is my inadequacy as a father that I could not rescue you. Will you blame me? Alas, this sect leader truly is something. He sustained injuries while striving to save his daughter, yet still bears the weight of self-reproach. It is reminiscent of Uncle Yun's character. Such a devoted father. And the original host failed to appreciate him, consistently breaking his heart. Well, I shall endeavor to mend this father-daughter bond," she resolved. "How could I?" Jiang Mingyue replied tenderly. "Father, I simply wish that you refrain from risking yourself for my sake in the future." Indeed, upon hearing her words, Jiang Yuan was deeply moved. What had happened to his daughter? It was as if she had matured overnight and begun to express concern for him. "Ningning, the demon emperor did not harm you, did he?" He observed that his daughter appeared considerably thinner. She shook her head. "He required my blood to enhance his powers, which is why he did not kill me immediately." Thank heavens, Jiang Yuan exhaled in relief. Jiang Mingyue couldn't help but marvel at how easily her father could be swayed. A single expression of concern from his daughter would touch his heart. "Qianqian." She glanced at Yun Qianqian. "Are you preparing medicine for my father?" "Indeed," Yun Qianqian responded with resignation. "The sect leader has sustained internal injuries. With my prescription, he should recover in 10 to 15 days. The protagonist in the book possessed remarkable medical skills. It would still take a week or two for recovery," indicating that the sect leader's injuries were quite severe. That wretched demon had truly struck with ferocity. Jiang Mingyue bit her lip, contemplating that fostering a good relationship with the sect leader was crucial for her standing within the sect, and she felt a pang of discomfort witnessing such a good father suffer, especially one so reminiscent of Uncle Yun. Summoning her courage, she drew a dagger and sliced her wrist, closing her eyes as she let her blood drip into the cup on the table. "Ningning, Jiang Mingyue, what are you doing?" Yun Qianqian exclaimed in alarm. "My blood can heal," she replied, unable to bear the sight of the crimson pool, enduring the pain. "By using my blood as a medicinal catalyst, my father's wounds should mend more swiftly." "Foolish child, your father does not wish for you to do this." Jiang Yuan was increasingly touched. Yin Qianqian and Yi Qianshan exchanged bewildered glances. Why did it seem that Jiang Mingyue had undergone a transformation, suddenly displaying a sense of conscience? All right, Yin Qianqian relented. "This amount of blood will suffice. Do not give too much, or else the sect leader will be distressed." With that, she gently bandaged Jiang Mingyue's wounded arm, her touch tender. The protagonist truly was a thoughtful angel, much like her dear friend. How could the original host be so malicious, repeatedly harming such a wonderful protagonist while vying for her affection? No, from now on, she would treat the protagonist with greater kindness. Thus, Jiang Mingyue took the initiative to speak. "By the way, father, since Brother Yi is present today, there's a matter I must clarify." Jiang Yuan responded, "Speak." Seeing Jiang Mingyue address her father, Yi Qianshan tensed, casting a wary glance her way. What scheme was she concocting? However, Jiang Mingyue declared, "Brother Yi did not violate me, nor did he commit any wrongdoing. That night, it was all a misunderstanding." Knight Qianshan and Yin Wanyuan were both astonished. Had he misheard? This woman, who had persistently pursued him, was now speaking in his defense. "Ning, your father knows you are a good child, enduring grievances in silence." Jiang Yuan's initial reaction was one of disbelief. "Fear not. I shall advocate for you." Knight Qianshan, Jiang Mingyue. This patriarch must be a naive fool, utterly unaware of his daughter's true nature. Is she not the wicked, supporting female character from the original text? A good child, indeed. Chapter 36. With no man in her heart, she draws her sword with divine prowess. "Father, do you not trust Knight Shixiang's character?" Jiang Mingyue, filled with a desire for survival, began to fervently praise the male lead, asserting he was an upright gentleman and would never commit such acts. Yin Wanyuan nodded vigorously in agreement. "Yes, I knew Qianshan was not that frivolous." Jiang Yuan nodded, relieved that the misunderstanding could now be resolved. "Then shall we annul my engagement with Knight Shixiang?" Jiang Mingyue cleverly pursued the topic. She needed to swiftly distance herself from the male lead, not wishing to face a dire fate. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Did you not profess your fondness for Knight Shixiao? Why do you now wish to forego marriage? Jiang Yuan questioned, puzzled. No, I have someone I truly like and will not marry Knight Shixiao, no matter what. Ning Ning. The person you speak of cannot possibly be that young man you brought back to the sect. Can he? Indeed. Ning Ning, you are my daughter. Your future husband is destined to be the chief disciple and heir to the sect leader's position. Jiang Yuan's tone grew serious. If you're sincere, should you not introduce this young man to your father, so I can personally assess whether he is worthy to be your partner? In truth, Ning Ning had often brought back unsuitable men to the sect, merely for amusement. Jiang Yuan had intervened a few times to no avail, only to incur Ning Ning's displeasure. Thus he had chosen to turn a blind eye. The young man Ning Ning had brought back had recently been mentioned by the elders, a mere foundation establishment practitioner. He was fit for frivolity, but certainly not worthy of being his daughter's companion. Jiang Mingyue wished to avoid an encounter between the two, and thus, with a clever twist of words, she said, Father, in truth, I only toyed with him. Is that so? Yes, she nodded. That young master saved my life. And my feelings for him are merely gratitude. Once he recovers, I will send him away from this place, never to linger. Since that young man is not the one you fancy, then your engagement with Qianxun can indeed remain as it was. In Jiang Yuan's heart, only Knight Qianxun was deserving of his daughter. Jiang Yue thought, this cursed topic has circled back again. Father, I have decided to cultivate the path of detachment, dedicating myself solely to the pursuit of enlightenment, forsaking all worldly attachments. She feigned a resolute demeanor. Ning Ning, why have you suddenly chosen the path of detachment? Jiang Yuan was taken aback. His daughter had always been enamored with male beauty and loathed cultivation. Had she genuinely changed her ways? Because I have recently comprehended a profound truth. Jiang Mingyue gazed into his eyes, feigning earnestness. With no man in my heart, I can draw my sword with divine prowess. Moreover, I am your daughter. Why should my husband inherit the position of the sect leader? Jiang Mingyue continued, could I not become the foremost disciple? Is the realm of cultivation not based on merit? Why must it adhere to such antiquated notions of gender superiority? Jiang Yuan sighed. Indeed, I wish it were otherwise. But your aptitude is regrettably limited. This was a veiled way of calling her foolish. She felt a surge of defiance. Father, do not underestimate me. I have already achieved the golden core stage. What? Ning Ning, you have reached the golden core? Jiang Yuan exclaimed in disbelief, hastily employing his spiritual power to examine her. Indeed, it was true. Yet, Master Ge Yuan had asserted that Ning Ning would never attain the golden core in this lifetime. How could this be possible? Very well. I shall grant you an opportunity. Jiang Yuan concealed his astonishment, noting that there was nearly a year until the next sect competition. Father does not hold high expectations for you. As long as you place in the top 10, I shall believe in your earnest pursuit of the Tao and permit you to change to the path of emotionless cultivation. If you fail to achieve this, you must obediently marry Brother Yi. Jiang Mingyue's lips twitched in response. There were numerous disciples at the golden core stage within the inner sect. She had only recently attained this level and lacked practical experience. How could she possibly secure a place in the top 10? This was absurd. No. Her father clearly intended for her to wed Yi Qianxun. Yi Qianxun appeared utterly disenchanted, finding it laughable to expect Jiang Mingyue deemed a waste. To contend for a top 10 position, it would be simpler to rely on a pig to climb a tree. This engagement seemed increasingly difficult to dissolve. Jiang Mingyue forced a smile. Father, why not simply ask me to secure the first place? My daughter certainly has ambitious aspirations. Jiang Yuan chuckled. Indeed, the rewards for this sect competition were quite substantial. The victor would receive the Ice Soul Lotus. The Ice Soul Lotus. Jiang Mingyue's eyes widened. According to the ancient texts, the Ice Soul Lotus flourished in harsh, frigid environments, and in the vast realm of cultivation, it could only be found growing at the peak of Tianyuan, blooming once every 300 years. This herb possessed extreme cold properties, capable of dispelling fire-based toxins. She had dared to bring the demon emperor back to the sect for the sake of this Ice Soul Lotus, believing that if she could alleviate Bai Qi's fire poison, his heart veins would no longer be tormented by flames each night, leading to a swift recovery. Yet, How could her father offer the Ice Soul Lotus as a reward for first place? How could she possibly attain it? There were numerous talented disciples within Tiankei's sect, several of whom had already reached the nascent soul stage. Particularly, Yi Qianxun had already reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul. The first place was almost assuredly his. This meant that to obtain the Ice Soul Lotus, she would have to defeat Yi Qianxun. To accomplish this within a year as a newly emerged golden core cultivator was utterly ludicrous. Yi Qianxun, Jiang Mingyue contemplated, why not propose a price? I can simply purchase it. Yi Qianxun paused briefly before realizing that she, too, coveted the Ice Soul Lotus. He maintained a cold demeanor. Senior brother. The senior sisters are formidable. I cannot presume to claim first place before the competition begins. Let us rely on our own abilities. The Ice Soul Lotus was meant for Wan Wan, and he was determined to secure it, refusing to yield it to anyone. Jiang Mingyue felt utterly helpless. It appears that regardless of whether it is to annul her engagement or to assist Bai Qi in healing his heart, she must participate in the sect's grand competition. Thus, can she simply wish to remain idle until she returns home? Ningyu, do not be afraid. Yin Wanyan gently patted her shoulder and said, from tomorrow onwards, I shall accompany you in your training. Let us strive to secure a place among the top 10, to prove our worth to the sect leader. She, too, harbored hopes that the betrothal between Qianxun and Jiang Ningyu would be dissolved. Wanyan, you are truly the best. Jiang Ningyu cast a grateful glance at her. Merely a bunch of paper figures. She could not believe that if she devoted herself wholeheartedly to her training, she would be outperformed by a mere assembly of paper dolls. The room was filled with the fragrant smoke of incense, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. The incense burner held not just any ordinary incense, but a mesmerizing fragrance capable of disorienting the mind. Bai Qi lowered his gaze and closed his eyes, gently massaging his temples as a throbbing headache and ringing in his ears erupted within his mind. The overwhelming sensation of dizziness intensified, and his limbs grew increasingly heavy. A familiar voice, slightly hazy, called out to him, Qing Ci, Qing Ci. After several calls went unanswered, Jiang Ningyu grew concerned and inquired of those nearby. Han Shui, Honey, what has happened to him? He has fainted, they replied. What? Jiang Ningyu finally noticed the wine cup beside him. Did you give him alcohol? Indeed. They admitted, somewhat surprised. They had not anticipated that this seemingly delicate Bai Gongzi could only be rendered unconscious after 3 cups of intoxicating wine. The handsome men Ningyu had previously brought home had succumbed after just 1 cup. 3 cups, you say? Jiang Ningyu exclaimed. This enchanting fellow, upon drinking, would surely be incapacitated. 3 cups might very well be his undoing. Wait, is this enchanting wine truly what I think it is? Jiang Ningyu's heart raced. Xiao Yiya, did you not brew this enchanting wine yourself? Han Shui chuckled. Once he drinks this, Bai Gongzi will soon be fervently passionate, ablaze with enthusiasm. The revelation struck Jiang Ningyu like a thunderbolt. Was this not that particular potion? However, this gentleman exhibited remarkable self-control. Han Yi remarked, this enchanting wine possesses a potent nature. Any other man would have lost his senses long ago, perhaps even stripped of his clothing. Yet he has consumed 3 cups and remains peacefully asleep. Indeed, he was a man of restraint. No wonder Ningyu was fond of him. Jiang Ningyu buried her face in her hands, unable to comprehend. Have you both lost your minds, giving him this? Did you not instruct us to attend to him properly? They countered, their expressions innocent. Is this not how it has always been done? The 2 young ladies appeared entirely unperturbed by her discontent. Jiang Ningyu, utterly speechless, urgently asked, is there an antidote? Indeed, they replied. Quickly bring it. You simply need to spend the night with Bai Gongzi, and the effects of the enchanting wine will naturally dissipate. Han Yi smiled. Xiao Yiya, you are his antidote. Sleep with him? How dare you? Jiang Ningyu exclaimed in disbelief. How could she possibly have the audacity to share a bed with this peculiar man? Thankfully, it was the amnesiac demon emperor who had been intoxicated. Otherwise, these 2 girls, along with her, would likely meet a dire fate. Ningyu, a moment of bliss is worth 1,000 gold pieces. We shall not disturb you further. Han Shui and Han Yi declared merrily before happily departing. Hey, come back. Jiang Mingyue found herself overwhelmed with despair. These two foolish girls had created such a mess and left her to deal with it. Hadn't they? Or was she to do? She needed a solution. Bai Qi, she called, gently shaking the unconscious figure of a certain enchanting individual. Please wake up. The soft voice of the girl echoed in his ears, gradually pulling him back to consciousness. Bai Qi groggily lifted his head, and upon opening his eyes, he was met with her presence, a smile gracing his lips. Ning Ning, you've returned. His strikingly handsome face bore a rosy hue, charmingly flushed. Before Jiang Mingyue could utter a word, he embraced her tightly. You've been gone so long. I thought you had abandoned me. His voice, warm and tender, carried a hint of playful complaint. The heat radiating from him made Jiang Mingyue furrow her brows slightly. He felt feverish, surely. The effects of the intoxicating liquor had begun to take hold. Alarmed by the thought, she quickly pushed Bai Qi away. Did you truly drink that wine? Didn't you insist I try it? He replied, a playful glimmer in his eyes. It's quite sweet. You should taste it. He cheerfully lifted the wine cup towards her, eager to feed her. Stop. You've had enough. Jiang Mingyue snatched the cup from him. Look at what state you're in. This charming rogue seemed to have forgotten his own limits. The dazed look in his eyes was a clear sign he had overindulged. A creature like him, daring to indulge so freely in the human realm, was he not afraid of being deceived? With his naive demeanor, he would have been swindled of his kidneys in the real world. I'm fine, he insisted, smiling sweetly, his eyes curving like crescent moons, radiating a brilliance that outshone the stars. Ah, is this what it feels like for a man to gaze at a sweet girl? She mused, though her head throbbed slightly. Bai Qi's unwavering gaze remained fixed on her, and he spoke, slightly dazed. Ning Ning, am I the one feeling dizzy, or are you swaying too? Even you seem to be swaying. Jiang Mingyue replied. As is well known, drunk individuals often claim they are sober. Suddenly, he felt a wave of nausea washing over him. Jiang Mingyue patted his back, urging, you should expel it all. Better to rid yourself of it while the effects have yet to fully set in. However, he merely retched once. The discomfort lodged firmly in his chest, and nothing came out. How are you feeling? She inquired. My head aches. I'll help you to bed. Wait, Bai Qi released her hand, his gaze drawn to the jade hairpin nestled in her hair. Although he felt foggy, he could sense an unusual spiritual energy emanating from it. He reached out and removed the hairpin. Hey, give that back. Jiang Mingyue protested, her annoyance evident. That was a gift from my father. The hairpin was a protective talisman bestowed upon her to enhance her cultivation speed. She recalled that in the original story, this very hairpin had saved the protagonist several times. This scoundrel, not only was he being handsy, but now he was stealing her belongings. That's unattractive. You're not allowed to wear it anymore, Bai Qi mumbled, his words slurring slightly. With a careless flick of his wrist, the hairpin slipped from his grasp, shattering upon impact with the ground, breaking into several pieces. What have you done? Her fury surged to her throat in an instant. Before she could even catch sight of the shattered hairpin, which emanated a hint of dark spiritual energy, she was met with the mischievous grin of a certain impudent creature. Don't be angry. I'll replace it with a more beautiful one. Chapter 38. His petulance. No wonder he suffers from heart ailments before Jiang Mingyue could utter a single curse. A translucent white jade hairpin was placed in her hair. It bore a resemblance to the one she had just broken, so much so that one might mistake them for the same piece if not scrutinized carefully. I don't want yours. I want to allow you to refuse the gift I bestow upon you. Bai Qi interjected with a hint of defiance. Jiang Mingyue sighed. Fine, it's just a broken hairpin. I'll toss it later. She was too weary to argue further with this inebriated rogue and decided to change the subject. Let us go to bed. No, I don't want to sleep. Then what do you wish to do? Bai Qi pointed towards the sky, his face lit with a gentle smile as he said softly, I want to see the stars. Jiang Mingyue rolled her eyes in exasperation. Where would you find stars on such a snowy night? Have you lost your mind? You said they were there. When did I ever say that? She was at a loss, not recalling when she had uttered such a statement. Ning Ning, you deceived me. Jiang Mingyue retorted. It seems you've drunk too much and started rambling. I'll look for them myself. She repeatedly called out. Hey, what are you looking for? Come back. However, Bai Qi had already staggered out into the snow. Outside, a flurry of snowflakes danced through the air, creating a boundless expanse of white, cold, and desolate. The dim, gloomy sky was devoid of any starry light. Not a single star could be seen. Memories from centuries past echoed in his mind, fragments of images, along with the hand of the girl who once held his. Chingtsi, her voice, sweet as silver bells, resonated in his ears. When you next see the stars, I shall return. Then, the snow fell incessantly for many days, and he saw no stars, nor did she ever return. Thus, her words were perhaps just a means of comforting him. Gazing at the desolate and sorrowful sky, he remained oblivious to the warm tears that had begun to slip from the corners of his eyes. His heart felt as if it had been hollowed out once more. Nothing remained. Truly, nothing at all. Bai Qi, Jiang Mingyue followed him, observing his solitary figure in the snow, feeling an unexpected pang of melancholy. Surely, it couldn't be that he cried simply for not seeing the stars. Such petulance, it was no wonder he suffered from heart ailments. As she approached, calling his name, Bai Qingzi, before she could finish her sentence, he pulled her into his embrace. His head rested lightly on her shoulder, and she was enveloped by the faint scent of herbs emanating from him. Ningning, do not deceive me like this again, he murmured in a dazed tone, filled with anxiety and trepidation. He held her tightly, as if fearing that if he let go, everything would vanish once more. Jiang Mingyue, however, was utterly perplexed. Feeling bewildered, what have I deceived you about? He smiled bitterly, eyes closed, remaining silent as tears slipped quietly down his cheeks. In his embrace, the warmth radiated through Jiang Mingyue's body. Despite the heavy snowfall outside, his body felt scaldingly hot. Was it the effects of the intoxicating liquor? Or perhaps the flames of a fever? Let us hurry inside. Otherwise, she might freeze to death, Jiang Mingyue suggested. All right, he softly replied. The moment Jiang Mingyue released her grip, he stumbled and collapsed onto her, losing consciousness. In the dead of night, the flickering candlelight illuminated a pallid face resting on the bed, where the brows were furrowed and shallow breaths could be heard, enduring the torment of a burning heart. Jiang Mingyue probed his pulse with her spiritual energy and discovered that his heart meridian had begun to shatter once more. The injuries that had been mended by the heart protection pill had reopened, even worsening. The fire poison inflicted damage on his heart daily, and under such affliction, no medicinal remedy could suffice. The only solution lay in completely eradicating the fire poison to allow for any hope of recovery. It seemed imperative that she acquire the ice soul lotus. On the bed, intermittent murmurs broke the silence, half dreaming and half awake. Hot, so hot. Jiang Mingyue paused, momentarily taken aback. According to the tropes of past novels, should she not assist him in removing his clothing at this juncture? Although it felt somewhat presumptuous, it was for the sake of saving his life. Besides, she had seen it all before. With the resolve of familiarity, she convinced herself and reached for Bai Qi's sash. Let me help you with your clothes. As her fingertips brushed close, sensing the fabric being tugged, he seemed to panic slightly, his feverish, trembling hand grasping her mischief-making fingers. No, Ning Ming, don't. His consciousness was fading, and he hesitated to draw too near, fearing he might act inappropriately. I'm trying to save you. You mustn't tea refuse. Suddenly, her foot caught, and she lost her balance, tumbling down and landing squarely atop him. Their lips met, an unexpected collision reminiscent of those melodramatic television tropes that seemed so implausible, yet here it was, unceremoniously real. In that moment, as their lips connected, he felt the searing heat within him diminish slightly. Even the pain from the soul fire began to ebb. It was as if his heart sank to the lake's bottom, tranquil and serene. Like a parched while finally encountering spring, the clouds parted, revealing a glimmer of light, drawing him back to the mortal realm. Even if fleeting, it was enough to ensnare him for an eternity. It was her. Jiang Ning noticed that the man beneath her appeared to have calmed. His temperature no longer as feverish as before. Could it be that a kiss alleviates his fire poison? She pondered. Shall I try again? After all, he was remarkably handsome, and kissing a fragrant, soft gentleman was hardly a loss for her. With that thought, Jiang Mingyue leaned down once more. Another unexpected kiss, warmth flooding her lips. initially caught him off guard, but soon his soft, warm hand enveloped hers, their fingers entwined. The palpable warmth coursed through him, like a clear spring or a gentle breeze. Reaching his heart, this kiss lingered longer than the previous one, and as their lips met, Jiang Mingyue felt a warmth radiate from her dantian, her spiritual energy gradually surging within. What a peculiar situation. Can a mere kiss truly enhance one's spiritual energy? The acceleration of this energy's growth was becoming increasingly rapid, nearing the point of breaking through its confines. Perhaps it was the swift surge of spiritual power that caused Jiang Ningyue's head to grow ever more hazy. Eventually, she lost consciousness and slipped into a deep slumber. As dawn broke, a gentle ray of sunlight filtered through the window. Bai Qi opened his eyes to behold a familiar, adorable visage nestled beside him. Peacefully asleep while clutching him, one leg possessively draped over him. It dawned upon him that the previous night's events were not merely a figment of his imagination. The delicate fragrance of her hair lingered at his nostrils, echoing the turbulence of his restless heart, which seemed unable to find solace. Remarkably, he had dreamt not a single dream throughout the night. It felt as if it had been an eternity since he had enjoyed such serene rest. The presence of Ningyue beside him was the reason for this tranquility. Reflecting on the occurrences of the previous night, he instinctively brushed his lips with his fingers, his heartbeat quickening, his ears flushed with warmth. He remained still, embraced by her, quietly admiring her sleeping form, captivated by her graceful brows, elegantly arched nose, and the soft allure of her rosy lips. Unbeknownst to him, a faint smile had graced his lips. His gaze was unwavering upon her, as if he could never grow weary of her beauty. In that fleeting moment, he experienced a profound longing that he would traverse the realms for, a moment that was now vividly before him. Never had his emotions felt so placid. It was as if a heart adrift amidst storms for millennia had finally discovered a semblance of solace. How he wished for this tranquility to last forever. At that moment, Jiang Ningyue stirred and opened her eyes. "You're awake?" She had astonishingly risen before him. "Wait, how is it already bright outside? Did I really sleep here all night?" Bai Qi, gently shaking his head, elicited further concern from Jiang Ningyue, who placed her small hand upon his chest to check his well-being. "You're certainly not as hot as last night," she noted. "But why is your heartbeat still so rapid?" She gazed into his eyes, her expression questioning. "Your face still seems a bit flushed." Chapter 39. "That must mean he is incapable. It's nothing," he stammered, feeling a surge of anxiety at her touch. Evading her gaze to mask his fluster, words tumbled awkwardly from his lips. "I had a bit too much to drink last night." If I said anything inappropriate or acted in an untoward manner, Jiang Ningyue interjected. "No, you didn't." Aside from insisting on going outside to gaze at the stars, he appeared to have behaved himself. Reflecting on it now, she realized how audacious she had been, having shared such intimacy while still trusting him. A drunken man under the influence of a drug. Thankfully, nothing disastrous had transpired. It seemed he was indeed incapable. Well, it's fortunate that he was. Otherwise, she might have found herself in a precarious situation. After a prolonged silence, Bai Qi finally spoke. "Ningyue, thank you for saving me yesterday. Were it not for your kiss, I wonder if I would have made it through the night." "Cough. No need for thanks," she replied, modestly brushing off his gratitude. Jiang Ningyue contemplated that, in truth, her motivations were not solely to rescue him. There was an element of self-interest as well. Had she not discovered that kissing him could enhance her spiritual power, she certainly would not have lingered on that second kiss. After a moment's reflection, she added, "Kissing you was entirely my choice." This was, indeed, a profound truth. "You remember, don't you?" Bai Qi's ears grew increasingly warm. He had assumed that Ningning had been somewhat dazed during their kiss, but it turned out she was fully aware. Was it truly to save him? The depth of his emotions surged. Jiang Ningyue quickly clarified, "But do not misunderstand. I only did it to save you, with absolutely no ulterior motives. At most, it was also to enhance my own spiritual power." Bai Qi replied, "It matters not." In truth, even if she had other motivations, he would not take offense. Jiang Ningyue eagerly examined her internal spiritual energy and was taken aback. Mid-stage gold core. Could it be that just one kiss had allowed her to break through to a new level? No wonder, upon awakening, she felt invigorated and refreshed. This simple kiss not only helped him suppress the fire poison, but also elevated her spiritual power. Truly a win-win. A kiss of celestial harmony. If she were to kiss this enchanting being daily, would her spiritual energy not soar to new heights? Would she still need to worry about losing the set competition a year from now? The more she contemplated, the more she found herself enthused. Patting Bai Chi on the shoulder, I will take you back to the sect to heal your wounds, and you shall recuperate peacefully in my courtyard until you are fully recovered. This was her very own portable spiritual energy reservoir. A gentle smile graced his face. Filled with gratitude, Ningning treated him so well. However, upon hearing her words, he felt an even stronger reluctance to depart. Outside the hall, Han Shui and Han Yi had prepared breakfast. Upon seeing the two emerge, Han Shui whispered excitedly, "Han Yi, look, little Yi has come out of the same room as young Master Bai. It seems that young Master Bai has already been ensnared by our Ning Yue. Swift indeed. Yet, why did little Yi appear so lively?" Han Yi was somewhat puzzled. Conversely, young Master Bai seemed a tad weakened. Could it be that their positions had been reversed last night? What you two discussing? Suddenly, Jiang Mingyue's voice interrupted the peculiar thoughts of the two young maids. "Oh, nothing, nothing." Han Yi quickly recovered, leaning in a whisper, "Little Yi, did you have a good time yesterday?" Jiang Mingyue retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting?" These two girls, appearing no older than 14 or 15, seemed to be filling their heads with frivolous notions. At such an age, they would still be in middle school in the real world, yet they had been led astray by the original owner, assisting her in drugging men. This could not stand. She must educate them properly to prevent future complications. With a serious expression, Jiang Mingyue said, "Han Shui, Han Yi, come with me." Following her to the outer hall, the two maids grew anxious upon seeing her grim demeanor. "Mingyue, are you dissatisfied? Is it because we were too slow in preparing the drinks today, and didn't team manage to bring young Master Bai to your room?" Dissatisfied? Jiang Mingyue spoke earnestly. "Listen to me. A forcibly picked fruit is never sweet. The act of drugging someone is utterly wrong, and I implore you never to engage in such behavior again." The two girls were momentarily taken aback by her words. "Mingyue, but you used to say regardless of sweetness, it's best to pick it first." Jiang Mingyue pondered. Was the original owner truly so audacious? However, it depends on whose fruit it is. Thankfully, it's merely the mindless demon emperor. Otherwise, after today's incident, I could easily envision how I might meet my demise. She declared with conviction, "I have now turned over a new leaf." With a stern demeanor, she continued, "You are not to repeat such actions in the future, understood? Who knows whom you might offend next time?" Her tone became more serious, causing the two young girls to believe she was angry, prompting them to kneel in fear. "Why are you kneeling?" Ningyue questioned. "We understand our mistakes, Ningyue. We promise we won't do it again. Please do not be angry." Their trembling forms and quivering voices revealed their past experiences with the original owner. They had expected that provoking Ningyue would lead to another round of beatings and scolding. However, much to their surprise, Jiang Ningyue gently extended her hand to assist them. The two girls flinched instinctively, even more terrified. "Do not fear. I will not harm you," she reassured softly, helping them to their feet. "You are merely assisting me. The wrongdoer is I, and from this moment forth, I intend to amend my ways and refrain from such unscrupulous deeds. I only wish to convey that you should not emulate my former self. Those behaviors are entirely incorrect. Moving forward, dedicate more of your thoughts to cultivating your skills. Do not linger on matters of romance. They're impractical." Han Shui and Han Yi were increasingly bewildered. How had Ningyue changed so profoundly after her brief absence from the sect? Nonetheless, they obediently nodded, acknowledging her words. Having no parents, they had always followed Ningyue. Thus they adhered to her guidance. Furthermore, they could distinctly sense that Ningyue was different now, displaying much more kindness towards them. This shift in demeanor made them even more inclined to stay by her side. "Yes, that's the spirit," Jiang Mingyue said, nodding in approval. She then shifted the conversation to the matter at hand. "By the way, may I inquire when the inner disciples commence their cultivation each day?" "Little Ye, are you going to cultivate with us?" Han Shui asked, astonished. Was this truly the same Ning Yue who had once only coveted male beauty? Indeed, starting tomorrow, I shall strive diligently in my cultivation, Jiang Mingyue affirmed with determination. With her spiritual power on the rise, it was imperative for her to practice her skills and enhance her combat experience. At the hour of the rabbit, can you manage to rise? The hour of the rabbit? Her voice wavered slightly, losing some of its previous firmness. 5 o'clock? That is even earlier than when I was in my 3rd year of high school. Were all cultivators this relentless? Did they not enjoy sleeping in? Was rising so early not exhausting? If you find it difficult to wake up, you may still arrive later at the training grounds. The teaching elders will not reprimand you. Hani smiled at her. No. Jiang Mingyue shook her head. If it's the hour of the rabbit, then so be it. She cannot, like the original owner, rely on her identity as the daughter of the sect leader to act with impunity, flaunting her status to the point of causing disdain among her peers. It is imperative that she transforms her image. 5 o'clock it is. For the sake of the sect's grand competition, she shall make sacrifices. Chapter 40. Jealousy the following day. At the hour of the rabbit, before dawn had even broken, Jiang Mingyue arrived at the training grounds, sporting dark circles beneath her eyes. Gazing up at the gray, murky sky, she could not help but stifle a yawn. Exhausted beyond measure, she mused that she had never endured such trials even at work. Even if her boss were to call her at 5 in the morning to revise a proposal, she would have undoubtedly unleashed a torrent of curses before hanging up. Yet here she was, in a novel, forced to rise early. Sigh, how she longed to return home. Upon her arrival, the other inner disciples were taken aback. Isn't that Jiang Mingyue? What brings her here? Isn't she known for her absence from the training grounds? Perhaps she is merely putting on a show, or perhaps she has taken a liking to some fresh-faced new disciple for romantic pursuits. Jiang Mingyue pondered. Had her reputation among her peers sunk to such depths? Not a single word of praise could be heard. Even the elder in white who was conducting the class seemed astonished. Jiang Mingyue? In his recollection, she had scarcely attended any of his lectures and had always been rude, leveraging her status as the sect leader's daughter to treat every teaching elder with disdain. In truth, he harbored no favorable impressions of this arrogant, talentless, and indolent daughter of the sect leader. It was no exaggeration to say that had she not been the sect leader's daughter, she would not even qualify as an inner disciple of the Tianke sect. It is I. Jiang Yue had heard from Han Shui that today's lesson would be on swordsmanship, taught by Elder Heelan from Lingya Peak. She politely inquired, Elder Heelan, am I late? Elder Heelan was momentarily taken aback, as it was the first time he had heard her address him with such courtesy. Had she learned to be humble? Not at all, he replied, observing her closely. However, it has been quite some time since you last attended my class. Let me make one thing clear. I am quite strict in my teachings and will not show leniency based on a disciple's status. If you cannot endure this, you may leave now. This formidable elder was not one he wished to serve, nor did he have any inclination to do so. Jiang Mingyue recalled that the original owner had once struck several teaching elders, earning their animosity. Thus, she adopted a sincere and humble demeanor. Elder Heelan, I will adhere to the rules. All I ask is that you treat me equitably. Please do not hold past grievances against me or intentionally make things difficult. Seeing her agreeable attitude, Elder Heelan chose not to press further. The inner disciples of the swordsmanship division were nearly all present at the training grounds, totaling a little over 100. Today's lesson was on the 3rd layer of the falling dust sword technique, one of the fundamental skills of the Tianke sect. However, the original owner had never attended a single class and had no recollection of the first 2 layers of the sword technique in her spiritual memory. Elder Heelan glanced at Jiang Mingyue, intuitively aware of her distress. He then spoke. Qianxian, disciple present. Since your junior sister, Jiang, has not been diligent in her studies, I will ask you to teach her the first 2 layers of the falling dust sword technique. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingyue and Yi Qianxian exchanged glances, each revealing a look of distaste. Knight Qianxian was reluctant and did not respond. Elder Heelan, Yin Wangquan, spoke. Why not allow me to teach her? Let me handle it. Knight Qianxian interrupted. Jiang Mingyue had harmed Wangquan multiple times, and thus he was unwilling to let her be alone with Wang Quan again. Consequently, Knight Qianxin and Jiang Mingyue moved aside. He maintained a cold demeanor, stating, "I will impart the heart technique to you. You may learn it at your own pace." "Have you thought this through?" Jiang Mingyue retorted with irritation. "If you don't teach me properly and I fail to secure a spot in the top 10 of the sect competition, then you will have to marry me." "Are you afraid? Anxious?" Noticing his darkened expression, Jiang Mingyue teased further, "Why don't we negotiate something? If you allow me to take the first place, I will obtain the Ice Lotus, and you 1T have to marry me." "Isn't that a win-win situation?" Knight Qianxin found her words absurd, responding, "You must first reach the finals to even have the right to ask me to concede the first place." "Ha! As expected of the male protagonist. Your words are quite audacious, yet there is some truth to it. Therefore, you must teach me earnestly." Jiang Mingyue skillfully redirected the conversation. Knight Qianxin, disinterested, replied, "Let us begin." In the evening, after their class, Han Shui and Han Yi returned to the courtyard, greeted by a grand table filled with an array of dishes, each more enticing than the last. "Wow!" the two exclaimed in surprise. "Young Master Bai, did you prepare all of this?" Bai Qi responded, "Indeed." They were taken aback by his culinary skills. No wonder he had inquired about Ningyue's favorite dishes yesterday. It seemed he had truly taken note of them. This young Master Bai is certainly superior to those men Ningyue had brought back before, who only knew how to be spoiled and demand silver. Bai Qi glanced around and, noticing Jiang Ningyue's absence, asked, "Where is Ningning?" "She hasn't returned from the training grounds yet," Han Shui explained. "Isn't it time for class to be over?" Today was swordsmanship class, and Knight Shixiang was present. Ningyue adores Knight Shixiang. She likely wanted to spend a bit more time with him, reluctant to leave. Little did she know, as she spoke, Bai Qi's expression darkened further. Did she truly favor Knight Qianxin so much that she sought excuses to linger longer with him? "Ahem, young Master Bai," Han Yi interjected, noticing his changing mood. "Our little Yi has had many men in her courtyard, but her heart still belongs to Knight Shixiang. However, as long as the men in the courtyard are obedient and not clingy or jealous, they may remain for a while longer." This was a warning, urging him not to harbor any jealous sentiments. After all, Knight Shixiang's status in Little Yi's heart was unparalleled. Anyone foolish enough to compare themselves would ultimately be expelled from the courtyard. Bai Qi's expression grew even more sullen. Without uttering a word, he turned and left the main hall. "Hey, young Master Bai, where are you going? You can't head to the training grounds," Han Shui exclaimed, desperate to stop him. But Bai Qi seemed not to hear, his figure vanishing from their sight. "Well, he dares to disturb Little Yi and Knight Shixiang's time alone. Just wait. This young Master Bai will surely be expelled from Tianke, sect by Little Yi tomorrow." A blade of sword energy descended, causing the surrounding trees to tremble and shed their leaves in a cascade. Jiang Mingyue gathered her spiritual power, grasped her sword, and with a smile, inquired of Yi Qianxin, "Senior brother Yi, have I mastered the first layer of the falling dust sword technique?" After spending so long in this world, today marked her first attempt at wielding her spiritual energy in swordsmanship, and to her surprise, her golden core level power proved quite formidable. Who would have thought she possessed such strength? With the power of the golden core, she could shake mighty trees and stir up sand and stones. If she were to ascend to the nascent soul, or even the transformation stage, even if she could not return for a while, she would be able to stride confidently through this realm. "You're barely scratching the surface," Yi Qianxin replied with a cool demeanor, though he was taken aback. This Jiang Mingyue, when earnest, displayed a remarkable aptitude for cultivation. She had grasped the first layer of the falling dust sword technique in less than a day. It was well known that ordinary intersect disciples required 10 days to half a month to master this initial stage. "Then please teach me the second layer," Jiang Mingyue urged eagerly. Once she learned it, she would be able to attend classes with everyone else the following day. "Practice tomorrow," Yi Qianxin stated, clearly wishing to depart. "Wait, it's still early," Jiang Mingyue called after him. "If I don't practice a bit longer, how can I earn a rank to dissolve our engagement? Just teach me a little more." Reluctantly, Yi Qianxin halted and coldly instructed, "Open your palm," drawing on her previous experience. She understood this gesture signified that he would impart the heart technique. This time, she refrained from further words and extended her hand. Not far away, a figure clad in white entered the training ground and quickly spotted the person he had been searching for. However, he noticed that her hand was intertwined with Yi Qianxin's, their proximity intimate as they occasionally exchanged glances and engaged in conversation. This scene struck Bai Qi's gaze like a dagger, stirring within him an obscure sadness. How he wished to sever that hand. Chapter 41. The moment you arrived. He ignored me in a fleeting moment. Jiang Mingyue opened her eyes, stating, I've memorized the heart technique, but senior brother Yi, I need you to demonstrate it once more just like before. Without a word, Yi Qianxin took up his sword and began to dance with it. His stature tall and commanding, each movement imbued with grace and authority. Ultimately, a sharp blade of sword energy cleaved through the thick trunk of a tree with a resounding crash. Wow! Jiang Mingyue exclaimed in awe. The male protagonist truly embodied his role. Such a simple sword technique unleashed extraordinary power in his hands. Senior brother Yi, splendid swordplay. In comparison, her earlier display seemed almost laughable, leaving her feeling significantly disheartened. The gap between them was so vast that even a decade of effort might not allow her to catch up. The moment Yi Qianxin landed, he spotted the approaching figure of the young man in white. Seizing the opportunity to leave, he remarked, Your esteemed Bai Gongzi has arrived. I shall take my leave. With that, he turned and walked away. Hey, senior brother Yi, don't go. I haven't memorized it yet. Jiang Mingyue called out, but he had already distanced himself, and she found herself face to face with Bai Qi. Upon seeing this enchanting figure, her spirits plummeted. Ning Ning, now that you are here, he has chosen to ignore me, sighed Jiang Mingyue helplessly. She had originally anticipated that after an all-night endeavor to master the second level of this sword technique, she would catch up and be able to attend the Elder-S lecture with everyone else the following day. But now that he has run off, who will teach her? Observing her evident concern for Yi Qianxin, a fleeting look of melancholy crossed Bai Qi's eyes. I apologize for being a bother to you. Upon waking that morning and finding Ning Ning absent, his thoughts had lingered on her. However, having heard she was at the training ground, he refrained from seeking her out for fear of disturbing her. He waited an entire day for Ning Ning, yet could no longer contain his impatience and came, only to find that she indeed found him bothersome. What do you want? She inquired. I came to call you back for a meal, he replied, concerned she might be hungry. How can I possibly think about eating right now? Jiang Mingyue lamented, nearly in tears. You have no idea how many classes I've missed. It was a rare opportunity for senior brother Yi to help me catch up, and now he has gone before I could even remember the sword technique. Bai Qi paused, pondering whether she genuinely wished to learn the sword technique or merely desired to spend more time with her senior brother Yi. Do not be upset. If you haven't grasped it yet, I can demonstrate it for you again. What? Jiang Mingyue thought she had misheard. Where did you learn this sword technique? Just now. Didn't your senior brother demonstrate it for you? He had merely chanced upon it. Jiang Mingyue was taken aback. You learned it by stealth? I inadvertently caught a glimpse. I did not intend to learn it secretly, Bai Qi replied nonchalantly. This sword technique does not seem particularly formidable. What is there to learn surreptitiously? Jiang Mingyue retorted. So, he just glanced at it and could master it? Oh, she had forgotten. The demon emperor in the original story was an exceptional cultivation genius, able to master anything at a glance, akin to a prodigious scholar blessed by the heavens in the real world. Even with amnesia, did that scholarly aptitude still reside within him? All right, still somewhat skeptical, Jiang Mingyue handed him her sword. Then please demonstrate it for me. Bai Qi accepted the sword, observing her grip, which appeared noticeably clumsy, as if she had never held a sword before. Nevertheless, as he executed the first move, a fierce sword energy sliced through the air, showcasing a fluid and elegant display of swordsmanship. His movements were as graceful as a crane in flight. The sword dance undeniably enchanting. With a swift motion, the sword energy struck a towering tree, causing it to sway slightly. Ultimately, he concluded with a beautiful flourish. He had indeed remembered it. This prodigious swordplay is truly captivating, Jiang Mingyue mused, though it lacks the power of senior brother Ye's technique. Still, for you to master it with just a glance, Qingci, you are quite remarkable. Bai Qi's demeanor shifted slightly. Why did she reference her senior brother Yi so often? Yet, as soon as Jiang Mingyue finished her sentence, the tree struck by the sword energy suddenly erupted with a thunderous crash, crumbling into ashes. What? She didn't even blink. What has happened? She gasped in astonishment. Clearly, she had hastily arrived at her conclusion. Originally, it was believed that such an ordinary sword technique, when wielded by Yi Qianxin, had reached its utmost potential. Little did one expect that there existed an even more monstrous variant. The transformation into a deity is indeed remarkable. Ning Ning, have you memorized it? Bai Qi inquired softly. Jiang Mingyue felt a tinge of embarrassment. My comprehension is lacking. You must demonstrate it several more times. Very well. Bai Qi replied. Let us return first. After Ning Ning has eaten, I shall illustrate it to you slowly. It was late, and he feared she might go hungry. All right. Upon his words, Jiang Mingyue too felt her stomach rumble. At that moment, a group of figures appeared in the distance, their conversation drifting over. Sect Master, this way. Father? Jiang Mingyue looked up and immediately recognized the middle-aged man in the dark robe at the forefront. What brings Father to the training grounds? No, he must not encounter the Demon Emperor. As the group drew nearer, Jiang Mingyue grasped Bai Qi's hand and urged, Hurry, follow me. Bai Qi, perplexed by her sudden panic, obediently allowed himself to be led away as she pulled him into hiding within the training grounds. Deep within, there stood a desolate great hall, devoid of any sentinels, exuding an eerie ambience. Observing Jiang Yuan and his company approaching, Jiang Mingyue led Bai Qi into the pitch-black hall. Ning Ning, Bai Qi paused to inquire. Why must we hide from them? That is my father. He is formidable and can discern at a glance that you are a demon, Jiang Mingyue succinctly explained, locking her gaze onto his. And then he would kill you. Chapter 42. Do not let go of me. I am afraid. Bai Qi's enchanting eyes blinked in confusion, his expression shifting. Will I bring trouble upon you? He was unafraid of death, but dreaded the thought of Jiang Mingyue being implicated in his plight. If you wish not to burden me, remain silent and hide here obediently, Jiang Mingyue replied, equally anxious, praying they would not be discovered. Understood. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Yuan and his entourage had also approached the palace. A disciple beside him was reporting the situation. Sect Master, earlier today, the seal of the Forbidden Hall fluctuated twice. We feared it might be the work of demonic cultivators. Hence we requested your presence to investigate. After all, the seal had remained undisturbed for centuries. Yet today it had stirred twice in succession. Someone must have tampered with it. Jiang Yuan nodded, aware that he had set the seal himself, and thus sensed its disturbance. The Forbidden Hall? Listening to their exchange, Jiang Mingyue realized they had inadvertently sought refuge in the Forbidden Hall. Sect Master, should we enter and investigate? A disciple suggested. There may be demonic cultivators within. Another disciple interjected, No, we cannot. The Forbidden Hall houses the spirit of the Moonlight Fairy. If we intrude recklessly, we would disturb her eternal rest. The Moonlight Fairy was one of their sect's ancestors, having perished a millennium ago, leaving only her spirit to rest here. Yet, if demonic cultivators had infiltrated the hall, would they not risk letting a threat slip through their fingers? After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yuan acquiesced. Proceed with the search. Yes, it was over. They were truly coming in. The Forbidden Hall was dim, and with the moonlight filtering through the windows, the surroundings were barely discernible. Jiang Mingyue swiftly scanned the chamber for potential hiding spots, her gaze settling upon a dusty coffin across the room. She hurried over, lifting the lid with urgency, murmuring softly, I truly do not mean to intrude, but today is exceptionally pressing. I promise to burn more paper money for you on another day. With that, she pulled Bai Qi into the confines of the coffin. The space within was exceedingly cramped. As Jiang Mingyue reached out, her fingers brushed against something resembling a skull. Just as she was about to scream, a large hand gently covered her mouth. Instinctively, she found herself in the embrace of a certain demon, still shaken with fear. My goodness, is there truly a corpse inside? A pair of arms encircled her, causing Bai Qi's heart to skip a beat. In the darkness, the girl's melodious voice pierced through, Don't let go of me. I'm scared. Although she had committed no sins, the proximity of a ghost was unnerving. The closeness allowed her to hear both her own breaths and heartbeats distinctly. Bai Chi's voice trembled slightly. The warmth enveloped him, and somehow, being held calmed his racing heart considerably. Qingzi, do you remember how I taught you to conceal your aura with spiritual energy? Jiang Mingyue whispered. I remember. Then quickly use your spiritual energy to mask both our presences. A hint of apprehension lingered in her tone. After all, the sect leader possessed mid-level transformation strength. Wouldn't a mere flicker of spiritual energy reveal that two individuals were hidden within this coffin? All right. As his words fell, Jiang Mingyue sensed a gentle wave of spiritual energy enveloping her. Let us hope they remain undetected. Otherwise, we would find ourselves in an inextricable predicament. Several disciples entered, searching the hall repeatedly, but finding nothing amiss. Subsequently, Jiang Yuan examined the forbidden hall with his spiritual energy, also discovering no anomalies. He merely erected an additional barrier outside and commanded strict vigilance before departing. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Jiang Mingyue sighed in relief and scrambled out of the coffin. This eerie place was too frightening. She dared not linger. Just as she prepared to call Bai Chi to leave, she turned back to find his strikingly handsome face pale as a ghost. Had the hour of the pig arrived so soon? Was his fire poison flaring up again? Jiang Mingyue reached out to steady him, asking, Are you all right? Bai Chi clutched his restless chest, shaking his head slightly, his gaze cast downward in silence. Let's return quickly. She was intent on leaving this place. However, as she took a step toward the exit, she was thwarted by the barrier Jiang Yuan had just set. It's over. We cannot escape. This cursed barrier has trapped us inside. Ning Ning. Let us venture deeper. Perhaps we may find another exit. Beneath the faint moonlight, Jiang Mingyue peered into the depths of the palace, which seemed endless, revealing a foreboding path that felt as if it could unleash a ghost at any moment. However, the entrance has been sealed, and they have sneaked in. To avoid alerting the guards outside, they must find another exit. Regaining her composure, Jiang Mingyue, hearing the restrained gasp beside her, helplessly inquired, Can you still walk? I can manage, Bai Chi replied, his voice barely steady. After taking a step, his legs faltered as if he had lost strength, prompting Jiang Mingyue to support him. Let me help you, she said with a hint of irritation. Bai Chi smiled faintly, his icy lips curling, feeling a surge of joy. How kind Jiang Mingyue is to him. As they ventured deeper into the palace, darkness enveloped them, rendering their surroundings indistinct. Jiang Mingyue summoned a flicker of flame with her spiritual energy, illuminating the path ahead just enough to discern their way. The walls were adorned with bizarre, abstract murals that left her bewildered. She could not comprehend their meaning and found them rather frightening. She recalled the guards muttering about the soul of the moonlit fairy being sealed here. Moonlit fairy, she murmured softly, seemingly to herself. This must be her tomb. Bai Chi looked momentarily taken aback. The moonlit fairy? Yes, Jiang Mingyue continued, drawing from her memory of the original tale. She is one of the ancestors of the Tianke sect, gifted beyond compare. 1,000 years ago, when she reached the transformation stage, she was still a year younger than Brother Yi is now. This extraordinary ancestor was well known among the disciples of the sect, so recounting her story to Bai Chi seemed fitting. Upon hearing Brother Ye's name, Bai Chi's expression shifted slightly. Why does she keep mentioning that person? Furthermore, the fairy was known for her forthright and cheerful disposition. Jiang Mingyue continued. It is said that she was enamored with the Baizhe prince of the demon clan and pursued him relentlessly for years, eventually winning his heart. A woman who boldly goes after what she desires. Jiang Mingyue admired such tenacity. You mean she chased after a demon? Bai Chi asked with a light laugh, seemingly intrigued by the topic. That Baizhe prince is no ordinary demon, Jiang Mingyue replied, shaking her head. 1,000 years ago, when the demon emperor was still the prince of his clan, he wreaked havoc in the cultivation world, provoking a heavenly calamity. The 12 major sects were powerless to act and could only await their doom. Ultimately, it was the Baizhe prince who sacrificed himself to quell the catastrophe and save the world. Not long after the Baizhe prince's death, the demon emperor ascended to power, ruling over the demon clan unchecked. Without the prince's restraint, his tyranny escalated, leading him to annihilate the 12 major sections. The moonlit fairy fought valiantly to protect the Tianke sect, but was ultimately left with only her soul before perishing. These memories were vivid in Jiang Ningyue's mind. Alas, it is said that this ill-fated couple once loved each other deeply, she lamented, unable to suppress her sorrow for the characters within the tale. Look at how many heinous deeds the demon emperor has committed, she said, casting a glance at Bai Qi and sighing deeply. The human race has suffered greatly at the hands of those demons over the years. This wicked ancestor stands before me even now. Chapter 43. You will be backlashed to death. Stop at once. Bai Qi listened intently to her words, a flicker of melancholy passing through his eyes. But that Bai Zhe is also a demon. It seemed like a casual remark, yet it carried profound significance. Jiang Ningyue nodded thoughtfully. Bai Zhe's daughter, with her noble intentions, could not be compared to that group of malevolent demons. The complexities of this world are not merely black and white. Even demons possess their shades of virtue and vice. At this moment, she gazed into Bai Qi's eyes, expressing her belief that he too would become a good demon in time. The misdeeds committed by this fiend were far too numerous. Even if he were to turn over a new leaf now, humanity would likely not forgive him. Bai Qi smiled gently, assuring her, "As long as you believe in me, that is enough." His steps grew increasingly unsteady, and his breath became more erratic, until finally he could no longer hold back and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Cough. Jiang Ningyue helped him sit down, saying, "If you truly cannot go on, it would be wise to rest for a moment. I shall seek a way out." With such a frail companion, her pace also slowed considerably. At this rate, it would be ages before they found their escape. "Do not." Bai Qi grasped the hem of her garment, forcing himself to endure the discomfort. "I can still walk. Ning Ning, do not abandon me. I shall not leave you behind. I'm merely going to find a route." She pointed toward a stone door not far ahead. "Look, there is a stone door. Perhaps opening it will reveal another exit. I will investigate. Then do take care." Jiang Ningyue withdrew her arm and, gathering her courage, approached the stone door. Though fear gripped her heart, the desire to flee this cursed place was stronger. She extended her hand, her fingers just brushing against the door, when suddenly it pulsated and emitted a blinding light, illuminating the entire palace in an instant. "What on earth?" Jiang Ningyue exclaimed, stumbling backward several paces as the stone door swung open. Before her lay a powerful seal imbued with profound spiritual energy, within which resided a flicker of a soul. A soul? Moments ago, she recalled hearing the disciples mention that the last remnant of the moonlit fairy soul was sealed in this very location. Could this be? No. As Jiang Ningyue stood up, she felt an uncanny familiarity in the essence of that soul, so much so that her other souls and spirits within her began to react. This was not right. This was her soul. How could this be? Yet her other spirits continued to respond fervently. The soul sealed within that barrier undoubtedly belonged to her. Wasn't the soul of the moonlit fairy sealed in this forbidden hall? Why was her own soul also trapped here? Jiang Ningyue was at a loss, yet dared to approach again, attempting to touch the seal. With a mere brush, she discerned that the seal was unyielding, far beyond her modest capabilities as a golden core practitioner to breach. However, the force of the seal felt inexplicably familiar. How could its power resemble that of the little demon emperor's spiritual energy? Jiang Ningyue turned her gaze towards Bai Qi, who stood a short distance away, her confusion deepening. Did he impose the seal? No. Why would this demon imprison her soul here? Was he unwell? Bai Qi's cold eyes fixated on the seal, his emotions shrouded in ambiguity. At this moment, Jiang Ningyue discovered that her soul trapped within the seal was exceedingly feeble, as if it had been waiting for her for an eternity. Now that her master had finally arrived, it was on the verge of dissipating. It simply could not disperse. If this soul were to scatter, she would never be able to reunite her 3 souls and 7 spirits, and thus she would be unable to return. She needed to hasten the unsealing process, allowing this soul to return to her body, which might also slow the soul's dispersal. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ningyue turned her gaze and called out to Bai Qi, "Qingzi, come here quickly." Responding to her voice, Bai Qi approached with an ethereal gait. Upon glancing at the seal before them, he too felt a sense of familiarity. Ningning, is your soul sealed inside there? Yes, my soul is about to disperse. Jiang Mingyue exclaimed in desperation. You must help me try to breach this seal. She believed that since the seal had been placed by the demon emperor, he should possess the ability to unlock it. Noticing his bewildered expression, Jiang Mingyue instructed him, use your spiritual energy to attack the seal. The more energy you utilize, the better. I will give it a try. Bai Qi concentrated his spiritual energy in his palm and launched a forceful assault on the seal. Bang! The formidable spiritual energy collided with the seal, generating a fierce backlash that surged back into his body. He trembled slightly, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, his complexion growing paler than before. What is wrong with you? Jiang Mingyue asked, momentarily taken aback, as she seemed to grasp the situation. Are you unable to use spiritual energy when the poison strikes? Suddenly, she recalled that during their last encounter in Peach Blossom Village, this demon had also been afflicted by poison while using his spiritual energy to assist the children in returning their souls, resulting in severe internal injuries. So, could it be that using spiritual energy while poisoned would lead to backlash? Most likely, he replied nonchalantly, not truly concerned, his spiritual energy still not withdrawn from his palm. Then why don't you cease this at once? Jiang Mingyue said, increasingly anxious. Did he wish to be harmed by the backlash? He had already sensed the force of the recoil, yet he persisted. Had this demon's amnesia also dulled his intellect? It's fine, I can still hold on, he said, his voice trembling as he forced himself to endure. Yet, witnessing the imminent dispersal of her soul, he was determined to assist Ningning in breaking the seal as swiftly as possible. However, the power of the seal was overwhelmingly strong. Bai Qi calmed his mind, forming hand seals, rapidly consolidating all the spiritual energy within him, and once more directed it towards the seal. Bang! The immense spiritual energy, powerful enough to obliterate the heavens and the earth, collided with the steadfast seal, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the cosmos. The intense backlash surged into his limbs and veins, shattering them at a frenzied pace, along with his internal organs. Unable to suppress the torrent of blood rising in his throat, he coughed violently, falling to one knee, yet his trembling hand continued to channel spiritual energy. Stop immediately, Jiang Mingyue urged with heightened urgency. This seal had been laid by the demon emperor, impenetrable even to the sect leader. It was at least of the void refinement level. The backlash from such a formidable seal could very well cost this frail figure's life. Though this demon had committed numerous vile acts and sought to kill her, he had never truly harmed her and had even saved her on several occasions, so their relationship could hardly be deemed one of deep-seated enmity. Although she was reluctant to witness her own soul dissipate, she could not bear the thought of him losing his life because of her. If the little demon emperor were to perish, her other souls would also be unable to reconstitute, leaving her stranded far from home. Bai Qingzi, cease this at once. You will suffer a backlash and perish. I refuse to owe you such a debt, Jiang Mingyue implored urgently. Seeing that he seemed oblivious to her words, she stepped forward in an attempt to intervene, only to be repelled a few paces by the surge of spiritual energy emanating from Bai Qi. It was impossible to approach him. Chapter 44. Bai Qi, do not die. Jiang Mingyue rose from the ground, growing increasingly anxious as she found it impossible to draw nearer. Hey, have you lost your mind? She watched in horror as he coughed up blood, severely injured and unable to stand, yet still desperately clinging to his power. Without this one soul, she would not perish, merely remain unable to return home. This amnesiac little demon emperor was recklessly sacrificing his own life for her single soul. He must be insane. What could she do to stop this madman? Bai Qi's focus was entirely on the seal, racing against time to channel his energy. He understood that with every passing second, Ningning's soul was on the brink of dispersal. This could not be allowed. Enduring the excruciating pain of shattered meridians, he steeled his resolve. The energy in his palm surged with renewed strength. Break! A thunderous roar erupted from the spot as the seal shattered, blinding golden light suddenly enveloping the entire forbidden hall, rendering it impossible to open one's eyes. Jiang Yue was knocked to the ground by the residual force, and, before she could comprehend it, felt that fragment of her soul returning to her body. It was back. The power of her soul seemed to stabilize significantly. However, that soul had been absent for far too long. Its return was in a fragmented state. Yet, as long as that soul remained intact, she would devise a means to heal it later. Time passed, though she could not tell how long, until the blinding light gradually receded. The area was left in disarray, and in the direction where the seal had vanished, there was a new source of light. An exit. Jiang Mingyue regained her senses and frantically sought Bai Qi's figure. Where was he? Scanning the surroundings, she focused her gaze and saw the young man in white, unconscious on the ground, his complexion pale and gaunt, blood staining his pristine garments. Bai Qi, Bai Qi. Jiang Mingyue's legs felt weak as she struggled to crawl toward him. Bai Qi, wake up. She reached out and grasped his icy wrist. There seemed to be a faint pulse. Yet, not only were his heart meridians shattered, but his internal organs were also injured, and his entire network of meridians was nearly severed. The wound on his chest continued to bleed profusely. Heaven above, had it not been for the depth of this demon's spiritual power, such injuries would have claimed his life 10 times over. This condition was far more precarious than the last. His breath was so faint it seemed he could slip away at any moment. He cannot die. No, he must not die, not now. Jiang Mingyue was engulfed in panic, so frantic that she disregarded her own nascent weakness from the sight of blood. She drew a dagger and sliced her palm, trembling as she fed her blood into his mouth. The metallic, sweet taste filled his senses, yet in his dazed state. Bai Qi did not swallow. Instead, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Bai Qi, please don't die. Jiang Mingyue's anxiety deepened. Hurry, swallow it. Though her blood could not heal his grave injuries, it might at least protect his heart veins and preserve his life. Quickly swallow it, she murmured, her heart racing with urgency. Finally, he managed to gulp down a mouthful of blood, but upon checking his pulse, it remained fractured and chaotic. His condition was dire. Without immediate medical attention, he might not survive much longer. They needed to leave this perilous place at once. Bai Qi, we must go. Jiang Mingyue summoned her dwindling strength to lift him from the ground. He appeared frail and delicate, yet he felt surprisingly heavy as she half-supported, half-encircled him, struggling to keep him steady while they staggered toward the exit. We must hurry. They stumbled out of the forbidden hall, which then sealed itself behind them, enveloping the dim, eerie space in silence, as if nothing had transpired, as though it had been enchanted in advance. The fact that her soul had been sealed here was indeed peculiar. Thus, it was best that no one learned of her reclaiming her spirit or her visit to the forbidden hall. As Jiang Mingyue supported the unconscious figure of the demon, she carefully avoided the other disciples they passed. Fortunately, despite his severe injuries, the demonic markings on his forehead remained hidden. Otherwise, in this sect teeming with spiritual cultivators, they would have been discovered in no time. At that moment, a voice called out from behind her, Mingyue. A sense of alarm and panic surged within her as she turned to see a familiar figure in a white robe approaching. Elder Shun. Elder Shun? What happened? His gaze flickered to the unconscious demon leaning against her, noting her hurried demeanor with concern. It appeared that this little demon had sustained serious injuries, presenting a prime opportunity. Jiang Mingyue quickly devised a plan. I just encountered a demonic cultivator with Qing CI, and he was injured by them. Is that so? Elder Shun's expression grew increasingly worried as he stepped closer. Let me take a look. In the original text, this upright Elder Shun was an alchemist and had considerable medical skills. Even when faced with strangers, he possessed a heart devoted to healing. Jiang Mingyue refrained from elaborating further. Elder Shun examined Bai Qi's pulse. Indeed, the little demon's injuries had damaged his meridians and internal organs severely. If he did not extract his demon core soon, and if he were to perish, the dissipated spiritual energy would render it worthless. With this thought, a glint of malice flickered in Elder Shun's eyes as he gathered spiritual energy in his palm, preparing to act. Suddenly, he sensed an invisible barrier of spiritual energy surrounding Bai Qi, so potent that it made his hand recoil as if struck by lightning. rendering him unable to approach. This little demon was surprisingly vigilant. Furthermore, was he concealing his true strength? Otherwise, how could a mere foundation establishment demon possess such formidable power? It was strong enough to leave even him, a transformation stage cultivator, somewhat at a loss. Elder Shun, what is it? Jiang Mingyue inquired. Noticing the sudden change in his expression, Elder Shin immediately displayed a look of astonishment. I did not expect this young master to be injured so gravely. On the surface, he appeared to be a benevolent healer. Yet within his heart, he contemplated the exceptional quality of this little demon, far surpassing his initial expectations. Should he utilize it in alchemy, it would undoubtedly enhance his cultivation significantly. Taking advantage of the little demon's grievous injuries and unconscious state presented him with the most opportune moment to act. However, the spiritual barrier surrounding the little demon was impenetrable to him. He would have to devise another strategy. Elder Shun concentrated warm spiritual energy in his palm, enveloping Bai Qi's heart veins with it. Jiang Mingyue sensed a slight stabilization in his breath and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Elder Shun. Elder Ningyue, he is gravely wounded. Elder Shun replied, feigning concern. Why not allow me to take him to the apothecary for treatment? Given the severity of the little demon's injuries, the spiritual barrier surrounding him would likely last no more than a dozen hours. Capturing the individual first, he thought, would allow him to extract the demon core once the barrier dissipated. Chapter 45. Even medicine requires coaxing. No need. Jiang Ningyue promptly declined. I also possess numerous healing elixirs, and Han Shui has some medical knowledge, so there is no need to trouble the elder. She was apprehensive about Bai Qi's demon form being exposed and could not trust anyone else with him. Disciples frequently passed by on either side, making it inconvenient for Elder Shun to act directly. Although the human race took pride in exterminating demons, the practice of refining demon cores and absorbing their powers for cultivation was considered nefarious and shunned. Should he outright label him as a demon, the sect leader would undoubtedly order his execution, wasting such a remarkable demon core and power. Therefore, he could only act discreetly. Elder Shin seemed to devise another plan. Smiling at Jiang Ningyue, very well, I shall prepare a prescription and send someone to deliver it to you. Thank you, Elder, Jiang Mingyue replied, appreciating the elder's kindness, which mirrored that of characters from her books. By the way, Elder Shun, she continued, I have another request. My father is injured, and I do not want him to overexert himself. Today, I encountered matters relating to demonic cultivators with Qing Ci. Please do not inform my father, lest he worry. The fewer who know of this, the better. My dear child, when did you become so considerate? Elder Shun was incredulous that such words had come from her lips, as if Jiang Mingyue had undergone a transformation. Elder, please agree to my request. Very well, I shall not inform the sect leader. Elder Shin smiled in acquiescence. Then we shall take our leave. Indeed, as Elder Shin watched their departing figures, the gentle smile in his eyes vanished, replaced by a sinister coldness. By tomorrow evening at the latest, the little demon's spiritual barrier would dissipate. He would act then. When Bai Qi awoke, a day had already passed. He slightly moved his fingers, and, as his consciousness returned, he sensed the bitter taste of medicinal soup on his tongue. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of a delicate young girl's face, feeding him medicine. You're awake? Jiang Mingyue inquired. The terror from his earlier nightmare dissipated the moment he set his eyes upon her, leaving only tranquility in its wake. Bai Qi gazed at her, parting his lips, his weak voice hoarse. You weren't hurt, were you? The chaos of that day left him uncertain if the sealing power had harmed Ningyue while he was unconscious. Jiang Mingyue felt a stirring in her heart. Despite his grievous injuries, his first words upon awakening were filled with concern for her. This enigmatic figure truly possessed a peculiar nature. Ning Ning, he called, noticing her momentary silence. Are you hurt? I'm fine, Jiang Mingyue replied, withdrawing the hand he had grasped. Regaining her composure, she added, but you nearly frightened me to death. Do you realize how close you were to dying? She had administered all the healing elixirs treasured by the original owner, managing to stabilize his pulse with great difficulty. Fortunately, luck was on their side. Despite the tremendous commotion caused by the unsealing of the Forbidden Hall yesterday, it had gone unnoticed by their sect thus far. Although Bai Qi was injured more severely than before, he was fortunate that his demonic markings had not manifested this time. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss as to how to address the situation. Bai Qi chuckled lightly. So, Ning Ning, you have saved my life once more? He was aware that death was not in his immediate fate, yet the sight of her concern filled his heart with joy. Jiang Mingyue rolled her eyes in resignation, incredulous that he still had the energy to jest with her. How do you feel now? She inquired. Bai Qi moved his fingers slightly, feeling as if his limbs had lost all strength. His veins remained scattered, and even the slightest movement was excruciating. He felt a cold sweat bead in his palm. Thanks to you, I should be temporarily spared from death, he stated matter-of-factly. Given his tone, it seemed he would indeed survive, which relieved her. Should this extraordinary being perish, she would be unable to reconstitute her other souls, and she would be a loss as to whom she could owe such a debt. She detested being indebted to anyone. Drink this medicine first. It will taste unpleasant if it cools, Jiang Ningyue urged, bringing the spoon to his lips. As the concoction touched his tongue, Bai Qi grimaced. It's truly dreadful. Good medicine is often bitter. Consuming it will hasten your recovery, she gently persuaded. I won't drink it. Jiang Ningyue thought to herself, how could a demon emperor behave like a petulant child, requiring coaxing to take his medicine? Was such sentimentality truly warranted? However, recalling that his injuries were sustained for her sake, she decided to indulge him for the moment, continuing in a soft tone, I painstakingly brewed this for 2 hours. Using my own blood as the catalyst, you cannot waste my efforts. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi noticed the bandaged wrist of hers, stained with remnants of blood. His expression softened with concern. You drew your own blood? Yes, she affirmed. He took her hand, his fingers brushing against her wounded wrist, his heart aching, a hint of crimson rising to his eyes. Whether from gratitude or sorrow, it was unclear. Jiang Ningyue mused on his apparent need for affection. Was he truly so easily moved by a mere drop of blood? In the future, do not act so recklessly, Bai Qi urged, unwilling to witness her injury. Especially for his sake. Jiang Ningyue withdrew her hand, not overly troubled. You risked your life to retrieve my soul. Allowing a drop of blood in return is merely a token of my gratitude. Ning Ning, do not speak to me in such a distant manner, Bai Qi implored. Only strangers would engage in such exchanges of debts. His feelings for her were unreciprocated, and he had never expected her to owe him anything in return. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward as Jiang Mingyue hastily shifted the topic. Please drink the medicine. Do not let my sincere intentions go to waste. Bai Qi replied, I lack the strength in my hands. Just moments ago, he had accepted her assistance, so why now did he refuse? Jiang Ningyue nonchalantly remarked, Then wait until your hands regain their strength before you drink. Seeing her rise as if to depart, Bai Qi felt a pang of urgency. Ning Ning, I was merely jesting. Jiang Ningyue's tone changed as she said, I shall fetch some honey from Han Yi in return to feed you shortly. Hearing this, Bai Qi's heart brimmed with delight, though he maintained a facade of casual indifference. Am I truly so finicky that I require honey to take my medicine? I would drink it as long as you feed me. Her gentle voice made it all the more difficult to compel him to consume such bitter concoction. Wait for me a moment, Jiang Mingyue said before stepping outside. As she gazed at her retreating figure, a soft smile lingered on Bai Qi's lips, leaving him momentarily entranced. After a while, Jiang Mingyue returned with a medicinal broth infused with honey. But before she could enter, she was met by Han Shui outside, who expressed surprise. Ningyue, did you not just enter? Why are you back outside? Could it be that the person who just went was not you? What? Jiang Mingyue was momentarily taken aback. Had she truly just gone inside? That seemed impossible. The individual who had entered could not possibly be her. A sense of dread washed over her. He was in danger. Inside, Jiang Mingyue pushed open the door and re-entered, holding the medicinal broth, her expression now stern and foreboding. She glanced at Bai Qi and smiled softly. Qing Ci, the medicine will grow cold. You must drink it while it is still warm. She extended the bowl towards him. Bai Qi met her gaze, his eyes clouded with uncertainty. He accepted the bowl, pausing for a moment before casting another glance at her. "Thank you, Ning Ning," he said with a smile, then proceeded to drink. At that moment, the door was forcefully flung open. Jiang Mingyue rushed in to find someone standing by the bed, a mirror image of herself, and she cried out in alarm, "Qing Ci, do not drink. She is an impostor." Chapter 46. "Do not harm her. I will handle this." As she spoke, the bowl in by Qi's hand shattered upon the floor, and he clutched his chest, coughing up blood. The medicine was poisoned. Glancing at the girl by the door, and then at the identical figure before him, Bai Qi's expression shifted. "You are not Ning Ning. Who are you?" Jiang Mingyue dispelled her disguise, revealing herself as Elder Shun. How could it be him? Jiang Mingyue gasped in shock. Could it be that Elder Shun had discerned Bai Qi's true form? Ignoring her, Elder Shun focused intently on Bai Qi. "You demon, have infiltrated our sect with nefarious intent. As an elder, I must act on behalf of justice and eliminate you." He had infused the previous broth with a potent toxin capable of reversing one's meridians and scattering their spiritual energy. Regardless of the little demon's hidden strength, he would now be utterly defenseless. "Do not!" Jiang Mingyue cried out in desperation. As she took a step forward, Elder Shun swiftly ensnared her in a binding force, rendering her immobile. Elder Shun, she wished to explain, he was no malevolent demon, and she implored him not to kill Bai Qi. "Mingyue, you harbor ill intentions by consorting with this creature. You are utterly foolish." Elder Shun chastised her. "You share in the guilt. Speak no more of this." "Do not harm her," Bai Qi interjected. Bai Qi, straining to maintain his fragmented voice, said, "I leave it to your discretion." Elder Shun scoffed. "I have no intention of harming her, but you, today, are undoubtedly doomed." His original target had merely been this aberration, and he dared not act recklessly against the daughter of the sect leader. However, Elder Shun refrained from delivering a direct fatal blow. Instead, a surge of spiritual energy descended upon Bai Qi. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Mingyue saw the other two individuals in the room vanish without a trace. Elder Shun. Subsequently, the binding force that held her captive was automatically lifted. Something was amiss. Bai Qi was already severely injured, having just been poisoned by Elder Shun. If he fell into his hands, death was assured. No, he cannot die yet. With this thought, Jiang Mingyue hastily followed the lingering aura of spiritual energy in the vicinity. At Qingzhou Peak, within a dimly lit hall. Qingzhou Peak was one of the 10 peaks of Tiankei's sect, presided over by Elder Shun. It was expected to be a place suffused with spiritual energy, where clouds parted and the moon shone brightly. Yet this dark hall was shrouded in gloom, exuding a cold, damp atmosphere. In the center of the hall stood a massive alchemical furnace, tended to by a couple of disciples who were adding fuel to the flames. The ground was littered with desiccated bones and animal hides, while several small demons, bloodied and transformed into human forms, were bound and discarded, trembling with terror and despair in their eyes. They likely knew that soon they would join the heap of bones, meeting a gruesome end. The air was thick with the stench of blood and slaughter, and this confined space had borne witness to countless vengeful spirits. At that moment, a shadowy figure entered the hall. Elder Shun appeared, unceremoniously throwing Bai Qi onto the floor. Thud! As he fell onto the cold ground, Bai Qi's eyes were obscured by a white silk veil imbued with spiritual power. Despite the darkness enveloping him, he felt a chilling and eerie presence piercing through to his very marrow. Lowering his gaze, his palm brushed against the ground, and though he remained silent, his fingers momentarily stiffened. It felt as if a knife were slicing through his flesh, causing a dull ache in his heart. Perhaps sensing that this bone-chilling floor was constructed from layer upon layer of white bones, beneath his palm, it seemed as though 1,000 souls were weeping in sorrow. It was akin to a hell of unending torment. Noticing his hand tremble slightly, Elder Shun mistook it for fear and derided him scornfully. "When you infiltrated my sect, did you not possess considerable audacity? Now I know fear." Although this little demon exhibited commendable talent, it was regrettably still a creature of lowly and filthy bloodlines, destined to serve as fodder for humans, meeting a miserable end. Demons had plagued the cultivation world for millennia. All demons deserved 1,000 deaths. Yet to kill him outright would be a waste. These demon cores were valuable supplements for enhancing cultivation, capable of aiding him in ascending swiftly. Why not? He was merely acting for the greater good, fulfilling the will of heaven. Wait, Father, spoke a young disciple beside Elder Shun. This little demon you captured today is truly quite beautiful. Look at those eyes, staring intently at the defenseless Bai Qi lying on the ground. Gazing upon his snow-white, swan-like neck and flawless skin akin to jade, even though obscured by white silk, the contours of his ethereal face remained untainted. The crimson stains at the tips of his ears and the edges of his lips, a result of injury and exhaustion, were irresistibly enchanting, surpassing even the most alluring of succubi. Shin Qi, Elder Shun interjected, a hint of displeasure in his voice. Were those succubi not sufficient for your amusement just days ago? This son of mine, obsessed with carnal pleasures, neglects his cultivation and the pursuit of enlightenment. Truly disappointing, as if indulging in succubi were not enough. Now he has turned his attention to male demons as well. Those few? I grew weary of them and have entrusted them to my disciples. Shun Qi chuckled lightly. This one piques my interest, Father. You have extracted his demon core. Grant him a reprieve and allow me to indulge myself before you take his life. His tone suggested familiarity, as though such acts were not new to him. Father, he continued, noticing his father's silence, do not sully your hands. Allow me to extract the demon core for you. With that, he knelt before Bai Qi, eager to behold the full visage of this enchanting figure. He reached forth to remove the white silk covering Bai Qi's eyes, revealing a pair of captivating, water-like peach blossom eyes. Truly beautiful, Shin Qi could not help but exclaim. The deep, inky eyes of Bai Qi lifted, exuding an icy indifference, as unfathomable as a cold pool. Oh, you dare glare? Shin Qi's excitement surged. Glaring at me is futile. Recognize your reality. Demons are inherently lowly beings. That you live a few more days is a grace bestowed by me. You should kneel and express your gratitude profusely. Perhaps you may still. Before Shin Qi could finish, a silver flash struck him, and before he could comprehend, his neck was severed. He shrieked, collapsing to the ground, blood gushing forth in torrents. The white-clad youth remained impassive, his serene hands and garments untouched by blood, his cold gaze brimming with lethal intent. Ki er? Edashin hashtovat him in alam. Ki er? Yet, Shin Qi's life force ebbed swiftly, his blood pouring out until he lay lifeless. The sudden turn of events left Elder Shun in shock. Fury ignited within him. He glared at Bai Qi. You audacious wretch, daring to act recklessly on my territory. I shall send you to your demise. In his wrath, he unleashed formidable power, a fierce wind racing toward Bai Qi's face. The might of a transformation-level cultivator surged forth, momentarily freezing the air, causing the weather outside to shift dramatically. The nearby disciples and lesser demons were suffocated by the overwhelming pressure of his spiritual energy, rendered immobile. However, this annihilating force, poised to obliterate all of Qingzhou Peak, was halted above Bai Qi's head, dissipating into ashes around him. Elder Shun, too, was ensnared in the air, utterly powerless, staring in horror at the white-clad youth. He was a cultivator at the initial stage of transformation, among a mere handful in the entire realm of cultivation. Yet, in this moment, he experienced an unprecedented disparity in strength, feeling as insignificant as an ant, capable of being crushed effortlessly by a mere hand. Even in the presence of a sovereign, such sensations are never experienced. It is a terror that sends shivers through one's very spine. Helplessness, despair, devoid of any means to retaliate. To slay this esteemed being? Bai Qi's voice was frigid and laced with disdain, questioning how a mere deity transformation practitioner like you could even dare. Chapter 47. You are the Demon Emperor? Each word was delivered with an air of lofty superiority, akin to a god surveying the myriad of life, instilling a chilling dread. As the words fell, with a mere flick of his hand, Elder Shun was sent flying several meters, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. You, my spirit-severing powder proved ineffective against you? Elder Shun gazed at him in panic. Who exactly are you? When they met yesterday, he had anticipated that this diminutive demon possessed considerable power, possibly on par with his own. Yet, he could never have imagined that this seemingly frail creature could effortlessly crush him. His spirit-severing powder, which would cause even a deity transformation level expert to experience a dispersal of spiritual energy and a reversal of their meridians, had no effect whatsoever on this small demon. How could this be? Beyond the Demon Emperor, there are only a handful of great demons above the deity transformation stage within the demon clan. Who exactly was he among them? The other disciples within the hall, sensing the imminent danger, exchanged fearful glances before hastily fleeing. If they did not escape now, their lives would be forfeit. Thinking of leaving? Bai Qi's voice was cold and deep, as 7 or 8 disciples found themselves suspended in midair by invisible spiritual power. Looking down, they saw the blazing alchemical furnace beneath them. Their limbs were suspended, and should the spiritual energy surrounding them dissipate, they would plunge into the inferno below. This alchemical furnace is quite splendid, yet to burn so emptily is a gross waste of this spiritual fire. Bai Qi's words were delivered with an unsettling calm, each syllable sending shivers down their spines. What was he planning? This lunatic intended to refine them into elixirs? Traditionally, it was humans who harvested demon cores for alchemical purposes. These lowly demons were deemed fit only to serve as materials, slaves, or pets. This was a complete inversion of the natural order. No, please, don't. Facing imminent peril, each one of them was paralyzed with fear, pleading for mercy. Let me go, please. Don't kill me. Yet before their cries for mercy could fully escape their lips, Bai Qi offered a shallow smile, loosening his grip on the spiritual energy, causing the 7 or 8 individuals to plummet into the alchemical furnace like dumplings into boiling water. The sounds of their agonizing screams echoed, akin to that of slaughtered pigs as they struggled in the flames, writhing in unbearable pain. Elder, Elder, save us. Please help us. Their desperate cries reached Elder Shun's ears, who was already trembling with fear. No, as he witnessed Bai Qi approach, sword in hand, moving gracefully yet deliberately closer. Elder Shun, in a state of utter panic, began to crawl backward in desperation. Don't kill me. I saved your life yesterday. If it weren't for my spiritual energy protecting your heart meridian, you would be dead now, demon. You cannot repay kindness with vengeance. But his pleas were cut short as Bai Qi's sword pierced through his chest, blood splattering as his inner core shattered. My inner core. The excruciating pain of severed meridians coursed through Elder Shun's body as he struggled like a madman. The inner core of a deity transformation expert was supposed to be impervious, rich with spiritual energy. He had never anticipated it would be so easily destroyed by a single strike. Just a mere gift, Bai Qi remarked, a hint of cold amusement dancing upon his lips. The reason he refrained from dispatching this insignificant creature with a single stroke earlier was to deliberately showcase his rudimentary disguise technique, feigning poisoning merely to gauge the extent of this creature's audacity. To his astonishment, he was met with an unexpected surprise. The malevolent spirits inhabiting this dark hall numbered in the hundreds, if not thousands, most of whom were his own kin, as they brazenly asserted their dominance over him. It was only fitting that he would reciprocate this unexpected joy. However, to atone for the countless souls of my kin lost, your mere life holds little value. As Bai Qi spoke, a ball of ethereal blue flames ignited in his palm, casting a ghostly hue over his pupils. In an instant, the temperature within the dark hall surged, and the atmospheric pressure plummeted. 99 Heaven's soul fire. Elder Shun gasped in shock as he beheld the brilliant blaze illuminating the sky. You are the Demon Emperor? He had never witnessed the true form of the Demon Emperor, only having heard tales from over a century ago when the 5 major sects launched an assault against the Demon Clan. During that encounter, he was not a key player. Yet from a great distance, he had felt the searing heat of the Demon Emperor's 9 Heaven's soul fire, nearly meeting his demise and spending months bedridden before recovering. The terror of that soul fire still haunted him, and he immediately recognized it. Had he not seen the 9 Heaven's soul fire, He would never have believed that this seemingly frail youth was the very embodiment of bloodshed and slaughter. What incredible misfortune had befallen him? A singular thought consumed his mind. Flee. Elder Shin summoned every ounce of strength, turning to escape, but the scorching flames surged forth, enveloping him entirely. The sky darkened ominously. Logically, an aura of spiritual energy at the level of transformation should have been beyond the reach of someone at the mere golden core stage. Yet inexplicably, Jiang Mingyue pursued Elder Shun's spiritual energy, trailing him to Qingzhou Peak, where she discovered a secluded location. This place was as confining as a dungeon, flanked by cages imprisoning many demons, some covered in blood, others missing limbs, and a few on the brink of death, their inner cores extinguished. Each one bore a harrowing visage, particularly the female demons, many of whom were scantily clad and trembling in fear. Why are there so many demons? Upon seeing her, the demons quaked as if confronted by a specter, a mix of terror and wariness evident in their demeanor. They appeared as if caught and trapped. Now at the golden core level, Jiang Mingyue could discern the true forms of most of the demons with a mere glance. Habit demons, bird demons, hot demons. Cat demons. These minor beings were merely weak and harmless, akin to unarmed villagers among the human race. It seemed these demons had endured considerable torment, even displaying a profound fear of humans. Were they captured by Elder Shin to imprison and torture such lowly creatures? His actions mirrored those of the Demon Emperor against the villagers of Taohua Village. At last, Jiang Mingyue could no longer restrain herself, halting her steps as she attempted to unleash her spiritual power to unlock the iron cage. With a resounding thud, her energy struck the cage, but remained immovable. Useless. Perhaps she should try with a sacred artifact? She summoned the silence, infusing it with her spiritual energy, and struck down upon an iron cage. With a crisp sound, the cage split open, and Jiang Mingyue gazed at the small demons, their faces filled with astonishment and fear, softly urging, "You may leave." The little demons looked at her in bewilderment, half believing, as if unable to comprehend that a mere human would grant them freedom. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and go." Seeing their hesitation, Jiang Mingyue admonished them impatiently. "If you linger, you won't escape when others arrive." Were these creatures under a curse, unable even to flee for their lives? Only then did they start to believe, bowing their heads in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, miss. Thank you for saving our lives." Jiang Mingyue, undeterred, raised the silence again and cleaved open another iron cage, commanding, "Go." At that moment, the wind stirred, and a voice of reproach reached her ears. "Who permitted you to meddle with these demons? Cease at once." Jiang Mingyue turned to find a guard disciple swinging his sword at her. Caught off guard, she had no time to evade. Just as the long blade approached her face, a fleeting white shadow flashed before her eyes, a large hand grasping her shoulder and shielding her. The blade struck that unexpected arm, blood splattering forth. In the next instant, the hand lifted, and with a swift motion, it cast the guard disciple aside, resulting in his immediate demise. Jiang Mingyue raised her gaze to meet the face of a strikingly beautiful demon. It was him. Chapter 48. Ning Ning. Could you possibly be gentler? By Qinzi? Staring at the figure before her, Jiang Mingyue found herself momentarily stunned. Was he unharmed? Not far away, several sword-wielding disciples, witnessing the guard's swift death, dared not approach. They retreated, calling out to Jiang Mingyue, "Jiang Shimi. He is the Demon Emperor. Do not trust him. Elder Shun has already fallen to his hand." From the very beginning, this demon infiltrated the Tianke sect with ulterior motives, to rescue these demons. "Jiang Shimi, do not believe him. You must slay him." Him? Jiang Mingyue glanced at Bai Qi once more, noticing that his captivating peach blossom eyes were now filled with coldness and indifference, his entire aura chilling significantly. He had evidently transformed. Had he regained his memories? No. When had he restored them? Just moments ago, or even earlier? Bai Qi's icy gaze swept over the remaining disciples. "Are you finished speaking?" Before they could respond, he swept his sleeve, shattering their heart meridians. causing them to spit blood and collapse lifelessly upon the ground. The iron cages on either side had been opened, and the liberated little demons fled frantically, throwing the dark hall into chaos. The gruesome scene left Jiang Ningyue feeling faint. She pressed her forehead, striving to maintain her composure, but the dizziness intensified. At that moment, a large hand covered her eyes, and a voice, unusually gentle, whispered in her ear, "Go." Bai Qi embraced Jiang Ningyue's waist, whisking her away from that place of turmoil. Jiang Yuan and several elders, drawn by the commotion, arrived at the dark hall on Qingzhou Peak, only to find that hundreds of demons had already escaped. The hall lay in utter disarray. The alchemical furnace's ethereal flames had not yet extinguished, and within it lay several grotesque corpses, the ground soaked in blood and bones. In the center of the grand hall, Elder Shun was pinned by several flickering sword lights to the pillars, his body being seared by the eerie blue flames of the nine heavens soul fire. Despite his desperate struggles and anguished cries, he remained utterly immobilized, helplessly witnessing the soul fire infiltrate his internal organs and veins, inflicting unbearable agony. The figure before him, a ghastly semblance of his former self, was no longer the exalted celestial being he once was. Onlookers averted their gazes, unable to bear the sight. Jiang Yuan, fixated on the scene, instantly recognized the sword lights with clenched teeth, exclaiming, "It is the Demon Emperor." The Taishui, once the pinnacle of the 10 divine artifacts, was forged over a millennium ago by the divine son of Bays. Following the demise of the divine son, this artifact fell into the hands of the Demon Emperor, becoming tainted by malevolence, a weapon of annihilation that had slaughtered countless beings, resulting in its expulsion from the artifact rankings. The nine heavens soul fire was also of the Demon Emperor's making. As he gazed at the multitude of fleeing minor demons above, Jiang Yuan let out a soft sigh. For millennia, the human and demon races have been embroiled in enmity, their conflicts unending and irreconcilable. Yet, a tacit understanding existed to protect the innocent among both factions. However, Elder Shun's reckless act of capturing so many ordinary demons for alchemy had incited the Demon Emperor's wrath, prompting him to intervene personally and unleash the nine heaven soul fire. This folly had embroiled the Tianke sect in significant turmoil, branding them with the scandal of civilian slaughter. It was truly lamentable. "Elder, help me. Save me." Elder Shin cried out in desperation. "Please, someone save me." The Demon Emperor had warned him that the soul fire would not claim his life immediately. Instead, it would torment him for a grueling 81 days, allowing him to witness his own slow incineration. Yet, he yearned to live and could not endure such relentless suffering. "Help me, please. I shall rescue Elder Shun." One elder could no longer contain himself and soared forward. "Wait," Jiang Yuan interjected urgently. "Do not approach." But it was too late. As the elder reached the vicinity of Elder Shun, the soul fire erupted as if unsealed, its intensity magnifying exponentially, engulfing the entire dark hall. "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" The explosion reverberated throughout the peak, and the group hastily fled. In mere moments, the entire Qingzhou Peak transformed into a volcano. The nine heavens soul fire blazed unquenchably, consuming all living and spectral beings in its path, relentless in its fury. Jiang Ningyue was brought back to Tianyuan Peak by Bai Qi. As she stood at the entrance, she could see the distant Qingzhou Peak engulfed in flames. Despite it being broad daylight, the sky overhead was shrouded in darkness, ominous and oppressive, as if the gates of hell had opened. The sounds of explosions, cries for help, and wails of despair intertwined, creating a veritable inferno on earth, a scene too horrific to endure. The Tianke sect would no longer possess Qingzhou Peak. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ningyue's face turned pale. As she regained her composure, she pushed away the arm that had been holding her. With a forceful shove, she aggravated the wound on Bai Qi's arm, causing blood to flow copiously, and he winced in pain, stifling a groan. The color drained from her face. "I have a hemostatic powder here." Jiang Ningyue coldly handed him the powder. After all, if it weren't for him just now, that blade would have struck her instead. She might have already met her demise. Bai Chi stole a glance at her and feigned a sigh, saying, "My hand hurts. I cannot apply the medicine myself." Jiang Mingyue remained silent, snatching the powder from his hand and wordlessly tending to his wound. Yet, her mind lingered on the words spoken by that disciple earlier. It seemed that this little demon emperor had regained his memories. However, she could not discern when exactly he had done so, nor could she fathom his true intentions for coming to the Tianke sect. Was it to rescue that group of demons from the Dark Palace? If so, he must have been plotting for quite some time. A feeling of being toyed with washed over her. The more she thought about it, the more irritated she became. Her movements while bandaging him growing increasingly forceful. "Ning Ning," Bai Qi spoke gently. "Could you please be a bit gentler? It hurts." Jiang Mingyue's face darkened, and she replied dismissively, "I have a naturally heavy hand. I cannot be gentle, nor can I compare to the skilled methods of the court physicians. You must bear with it." Each word dripped with sarcasm. Bai Qi chuckled softly. The court physicians would not dare speak to me in such a manner. Jiang Mingyue continued to wear a displeased expression. "Then you may return to Demon Emperor Palace and let the court physicians attend to you. I cannot accommodate such a revered figure here." Bai Qi was momentarily taken aback, increasingly sensing her anger. Had he done something amiss? Chapter 49. "You have been deceiving me all along. Tell me." Jiang Mingyue fixed her gaze upon his eyes. "When did you start regaining your memories?" How foolish she had been, worrying that this demon would be in danger if Elder Shun captured him. It must have all been an act. When Elder Shun came to seize you, you had already regained your memories, had you not? She speculated. Bai Qi shook his head. "It was not then." Jiang Mingyue continued to ponder. "Could it have been even earlier? Perhaps when you entered the sect." She ventured further, or could it be that you had already regained your memories before coming to the sect? Bai Qi replied yes. In truth, his memories had returned long ago, when Ning Ning personally tied his hair back in Taohua village. Accompanying Ning Ning to the sect was merely to assist her in retrieving her sealed soul, as well as to remain by her side. The slaughter of that group of insignificant beings was merely coincidental. The moment he laid eyes on Elder Shun, he discerned the heavy demonic energy surrounding him, suspecting that the elder had spent years refining demon pills to enhance his cultivation. Thus, he intentionally released his own demonic aura, provoking the insignificant beings to seek him out, leading them to the realm of demons. The massacre of Qingzhou Peak was simply a matter of convenience. That simple affirmation nearly shattered Jiang Mingyue's mind. Now it made sense. Had he not regained his memories, how could he so effortlessly evade the exorcism mirror? How could he break the seal imposed by the demon emperor with bare hands? And why had the forbidden hall shown no signs of disturbance to date? How was it that the mesmerizing wine had no effect on him? There had been clues all along. She just had not paid close enough attention. "You wretched creature. You've been deceiving me all this way." Jiang Mingyue retorted indignantly. She now even feels that the injuries this demon suffered yesterday were all a ruse. How could the illustrious demon emperor easily fall victim to backlash? It has always been her overthinking. This wretched being is a thoroughly deceitful trickster, treating her like a fool. "You never asked me," he said, feigning innocence. Jiang Mingyue snorted coldly. "Is this a case of sophistry? So, you were merely pretending to be drunk that day?" Jiang Mingyue pressed on. That night, she had pitted this demon and felt a lingering guilt. Little did she know he was just putting on an act. How could a dignified demon emperor be brought down by a mere intoxicating potion? "Not all," he denied. "Not all. Who would believe that? Although I am not easily swayed by a single cup, 2 would certainly do the trick." He chuckled lightly, with an air of nonchalance. 3 cups. And 1 wouldn't he distinguish between man and beast? "It's already quite remarkable that I can still recognize you as a person." Jiang Mingyue retorted. "I thank you for that. But why did you just kill those disciples?" She rolled her eyes, clearly indicating his guilt. Bai Qi replied, "If I were guilty, I would have waited for them to finish speaking before I acted. Those lackeys were always meant to be disposed of." His polite demeanor in allowing those insignificant insects to prattle on before taking action was merely to avoid giving Jiang Mingyue the impression of guilt. Jiang Mingyue scoffed. "If those 2 brothers heard your words, they would probably be so moved they'd rise from their graves to thank your entire family. I truly believe your nonsense." "Bai Qingxi? Huh. What a name you've concocted to fool me. Her irritation deepened. I think I should just call you by Ponsier from now on. Bai Qi remained calm, saying, Qingxi is my courtesy name. I don't reveal it to just anyone. The implication being, I did not deceive you. Just a name? What's so special about it? I hardly care to know. Jiang Mingyue dismissed it disdainfully, as if it were such an honor for her. His audacity is remarkable. It was my mistake. I should never have brought you back to such a sect. Her anger had not yet subsided. Considering you retrieved my soul, I shall overlook your deception this time. Now that you have rescued your kin, eliminated your foes, and unleashed your flames, your objectives have been fulfilled. You may take your leave. Although she understood that with this demon's power, even if he continued to linger in the Tianke sect under the guise of Bai Qingxi, no one would likely notice. However, she did not wish to keep someone so prone to causing trouble by her side. Who knew when he might drag her into chaos as well? Moreover, this individual was far too cunning. It would be best to send him away. As for the soul energy, she would seek to exchange it with Bai Qi once she obtained the Eye Soul Lotus. He should not refuse. In any case, she could no longer afford to keep him around. Very well, Bai Qi agreed readily. Let us depart. Wait. You shall leave. What do you mean we? Jiang Mingyue's expression shifted drastically. Who would want to follow him? You are the demon empress, naturally destined to accompany your lord, traversing the 5 continents and 4 realms, inseparable in life and death. Now that your sealed soul has been retrieved, there is no need for this shabby sect. No, let's speak calmly. There's no need for you to demand that I become some sort of demon queen. Jiang Mingyue retreated further. She had no desire for such a fortune. It's not that I wish to dismiss you. Observing that he showed no intention of departing, she sighed. You are the demon emperor, unafraid of them. Yet I am but a pitiful young woman. If they discover your identity as the demon emperor and learn that I have invited you into our sect, I will surely face dire consequences. Her voice, laced with a tone of grievance, begged for mercy. Bai Qi raised an eyebrow slightly. So you fear the troubles from the sect? She did not deny it. Please, spare me. Her life was fragile, and she truly could not withstand any turmoil. She wished to avoid it entirely. That is easily resolved. Bai Qi dismissed her concerns casually. I shall simply eliminate them all. Hey. Can you refrain from resorting to murder at every turn? Jiang Mingyue exclaimed in alarm, grasping his arm. Was his only solution to kill? While Elder Shun was indeed a malevolent figure, deserving of demise, her father and the others were virtuous individuals. She implored him earnestly, do not harm them, or I will not let this go. In the original narrative, the sect master of Tianke sect and most of the elders were paragons of righteousness, brimming with noble intentions and countless good deeds. If they were to perish at the hands of the demon emperor, she would feel immense guilt. After all, this ticking time bomb had been brought into the sect by her, and it could explode again at any moment. Thus, he must leave. How virtuous? Bai Qi found her words amusing. Can a good man adorn his daughter with a spiritual hairpin? Jiang Yuan was merely a hypocrite, presenting a facade of virtue. Given Ning Ning's innocence and naivety, he felt increasingly uneasy about leaving her alone in this sect. Come with me. He said no more, seizing her hand and attempting to leave. I will not go. Release me. Jiang Mingyue struggled desperately, but the disparity in their strength was insurmountable. Despite her efforts, it felt as though she were being dragged like a chick, utterly powerless to resist. Let me go, please. Whether from anger or another emotion, she suddenly felt a surge of blood rising, spitting out a mouthful of crimson, and then her body went limp. As she was about to collapse, Bai Qi caught her in his arms. Ning Ning? For reasons unknown, Jiang Mingyue felt her limbs weaken, her energy flowing backward. What was happening to her? Bai Qi held her closely, his voice laced with concern. Did you happen to touch the iron cage in the dark hall? Yes, Jiang Mingyue replied. How else could I have rescued them? She had cut through those iron cages with her sword, but she still had to manually pry open the cage doors. Was there something wrong with the cages? Bai Qi responded, you have been poisoned. The binding spell connected them, and he could sense the potent toxin coursing through her. Although his cultivation rendered him largely immune to such poison, for Ning Ning, it could very well claim her life within the hour. So is true. The cage was poisonous. How fortunate she was to have fallen victim to such a trap. The suffocating sensation in her chest grew increasingly intense, and the weakness in her limbs deepened. Bai Qi swiftly sealed her heart meridian with his spiritual energy to slow the spread of the lethal poison. Yet, it was not sufficient. The toxicity advanced at an alarming rate, and in mere moments, it had already infiltrated her bloodstream. At this juncture, even transferring the poison from Ning Ning's body to his own would be futile. The only recourse was to seek an antidote. Not wishing to delay, even for a second, he hurriedly carried Jiang Ningyue back to the room in the courtyard and laid her upon the bed. "I will inquire about the antidote," he stated. "Inquire?" Jiang Ningyue questioned. "Do you mean to ask Elder Shin for the antidote? But Elder Shun is already deceased, is he not?" "Indeed. Are you planning to go to Qingzhou Peak?" Jiang summoned the last remnants of her strength to grasp his arm. "The place is engulfed in flames. You should not venture there. Tell me, what poison have I been afflicted with? I shall seek alternative solutions. You must not return." Qingzhou Peak was ablaze, and moreover, her father and others were there. If he went, he might be besieged. Tiankei's sect was the foremost sect in the realm of cultivation, guarded by several elders at the transformation stage. He was already injured. How could he withstand an assault from multiple transformation stage cultivators? She hoped fervently for his survival. Furthermore, even if he went, there was no guarantee he could procure the antidote. If she knew the nature of the poison, she could consult the book of heavenly characters and perhaps discover another remedy. As they spoke, her dizziness intensified, and it felt as if her organs were being devoured. Her body weakened, and he caught her in his strong embrace as she sank into his arms, her consciousness slipping away. "Bai Qi," she murmured, her face pale and her delicate brows furrowed. "I feel so unwell." In response, he gently held her hand, and she felt a warm surge of spiritual energy coursing into her body. His voice, urgent yet tender, reached her ears. "Wait for me, just a moment's time. Do not worry, you will be safe. Bai Qi, Bai Qi." He then covered her with the blanket, and that warmth gradually receded until it vanished entirely. A sudden emptiness enveloped her heart. Had he departed? Did this mean she was to perish? Qingzhou Peak had transformed into a sea of soul fire, the air thick with heat, casting the sky into a dark, eerie blue, oppressive and terrifying. Not a trace of life could be felt. Elder Shun remained pinned within the dark hall, his entire being scorched by the soul fire, which seared through his flesh layer by layer, only to be swiftly mended by the spiritual energy Bai Qi had left behind, only to be burned through again. This torment continued in a hellish cycle. He could only writhe in agony, unable to escape, unable even to die. Suddenly, he beheld a familiar white figure descending from above. Drawing near, panic surged within him, and he cried out, "Demon, Demon Emperor, I beg you, spare me, spare me." If he could move at that moment, he would have knelt in supplication. This torment was so severe that he wished he could be granted a swift death instead. Bai Qi stood before him, coldly commanding, "Hand over the antidote for the Duanhuan San." In a commanding tone, Elder Shun retorted, "Who has been afflicted with Duanhuan San? With your cultivation? It seems unlikely you could be overcome by my poison, would it not? Spare me the trivialities." Bai Qi, unburdened by the need for explanation, was unwilling to endure another decade of torment and demanded the antidote immediately. No, I will hand it over." Elder Shin slid to his knees in a moment of desperation, insisting that the antidote for the soul-severing powder was contained within his pouch. However, before he could finish his plea, Bai Qi unleashed his spiritual energy, swiftly snatching the pouch from him. Inside, he discovered a vial of elixir. Upon inspecting the porcelain bottle, he cast a cold glance at Elder Shun and inquired, "Is this truly the antidote?" Indeed, Elder Shun clarified, "The soul-severing powder is perilous, and its antidote is concocted from over 20 deadly toxins, resulting in a potent effect. While it neutralizes the poison, it also rends the meridians, necessitating at least a month or two of recuperation before one can fully recover." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Bai Qi secured the antidote, preparing to depart, when he sensed a formidable surge of spiritual energy launching a covert attack from behind. Remaining composed, he swiftly turned, deflecting the incoming projectile with a single palm, sending it hurtling back toward its origin. The lethal weapon struck the throat of the elder who had initiated the attack, resulting in a piercing scream as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Glancing back, Bai Qi noticed Jiang Yuan and the others watching him warily from a distance. Master, master! Elder Shen cried out in urgent distress upon seeing Jiang Yuan. You must slay the demon emperor before he escapes. If the demon emperor perishes, the nine heavens' soul fire will dissipate, and I shall be freed from this torment, preserving my life. Demon emperor? Though they had never encountered the demon emperor's true form, the reminder from Elder Shen, coupled with the recent display of lethal prowess, allowed Jiang Yuan to deduce that the seemingly innocuous young man in white was indeed the lord of the demon realm from the Gue Ling ruins, the very target of his wrath. This demon brazenly intruded upon their sect, committing murder and arson, decimating an entire peak without a shred of remorse. Such an enmity could not be tolerated. Demon Emperor, do you dare return? Jiang Yuan seethed with fury, immediately commanding, Elders, form the demon slaughter array. Today, this nefarious being had trespassed upon his domain, and he would not allow him to leave alive. The elders behind Jiang Yuan, obeying his command, unleashed their diverse spiritual powers. The demon slaughter array manifested, stirring the winds and sands into a chaotic dance, enveloping the heavens with their formidable energy, causing all living things to retreat in fear. In an instant, it seemed they could raise the entire Li Tian Yuan to the ground, rendering it to nothingness. At last, the opportunity to eliminate this little demon emperor within their human territory had arrived. The demon slaughter array of the Tian Ke sect was more than capable of ensnaring and vanquishing even a peak nascent soul cultivator. Today, they were resolute in their intent to claim the life of this young demon. The annihilating formation encircled Bai Qi, leaving no avenue for escape. Yet, he remained unfazed, his only desire to rush forth and save those in peril, his gaze turning frigid, seeking death. As he spoke, the nine heavens' soul fire swirled around his palm and fell from the sky. What appeared to be a delicate strike instantly shattered the formidable killing array. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated through the air, sending Jiang Yuan and the esteemed elders sprawling to the ground, each sustaining varying degrees of injury. As they regained their footing, the dazzling white figure had already soared above them, disappearing from sight. The elders stood there, bewildered, seemingly unable to grasp the situation. Had the demon-slaying formation been broken? How had it occurred? They had scarcely witnessed the events unfold, nor had they seen how that young demon emperor had acted. Over the years, had not the demon emperor's cultivation diminished significantly? Yet, the sheer terror exhibited in that fleeting moment of confrontation was overwhelming, instilling in them an undeniable certainty that had the young demon emperor struck again, they would perish on the spot. Master, one elder inquired, gazing toward the direction in which the white figure had vanished. He has fled. Shall we pursue? Pursue what? Jiang Yuan retorted with irritation. Shall we chase him to our own demise? Not to mention, even if we attempted to give chase, we would likely be unable to catch up. The power displayed by that young demon emperor was so formidable that even if we banded together, we would not be enough to withstand his might. The disparity remains insurmountable. Even though the demon emperor's power has waned considerably compared to 1,000 years ago, he remains beyond our reach. Yet one day, I shall exact my vengeance upon that demon. Jiang Mingyue lay in a daze upon her bed, her body curled into a ball, the cold seeping into her bones, leaving her in immense discomfort. She was oblivious to how much time had elapsed, feeling as though each second dragged on like an eternity. Every moment was agonizing, as if she were inching closer to death. When her parents divorced, she had just begun her sophomore year in college. Neither parent wished to retain custody, declaring that she was now of age and capable of independence. From that point onward, she lived alone, financing her university tuition through part-time jobs, often going without meals. She recalled a particularly harsh winter when heavy snowfall blanketed the ground and she suffered a high fever, lying unconscious at home for 2 days and nights with no one to care for her. The emptiness and despair of that experience lingered in her memory for years. It was only later, when her close friend learned of her family's situation, that she took her in, providing her with a semblance of comfort and support. Yet now, she found herself once again ensnared within the pages of this desolate book, utterly alone. It felt as though she had returned to that frigid, snow-laden night of fever and isolation. Loneliness, helplessness, and an unending chill enveloped her. No one cared for her plight. The cold was unbearable, piercing to the core, dragging her heart into an abyss of despair, plummeting deeper and deeper into an endless void. There was no one, nothing at all. Hot tears streamed down her cheeks without her realization. Would she perish here, never to return? Even if she did die, would anyone care? Just as she believed she was on the brink of transcending this realm, she suddenly fell into a broad and warm embrace. A large hand enveloped her, and a familiar yet concerned voice whispered her name. Ning Ning, Ning Ning. Was it him? Had he returned? Or was this merely an illusion? Bai Qi held her close, his gaze fixed upon the pale face of the girl in his arms, her forehead slick with cold sweat, causing his heart to ache. Seeing her in distress hurt him more than the torment of 1,000 knives. The antidote to this soul-destroying poison is composed of deadly toxins. Although Ning Ning can eliminate the poison upon ingestion, it will sever her meridians. He feels a pang of heartache even at the mere furrowing of her brow. How could he bear to let her endure such torment? Thus, he has already taken the antidote himself. Once the effects permeate his bones and blood, Ning Ning can drink his blood to counteract the poison, sparing her from the agony of severed meridians. White Qi, filled with urgency, gathers his spiritual energy in his palms, hastening the spread of the antidote within his body. The toxic substance, spurred by his spiritual force, surges wildly within him, causing the meridians that had previously been severed to rupture once more, even more grievously. Blood surges in his throat, and he cannot restrain himself from spitting it out. His internal organs feel as though they're being tortured. For a millennium, he has grown accustomed to such sensations and is indifferent to this additional suffering. Qing Xi, Qing Xi. In her unconscious state, Jiang Ning murmurs his name, expressing her discomfort. Ning Ning, do not fear. White Qi holds her tightly, suppressing the pain of his ruptured meridians while continuously channeling spiritual energy into her. You will feel better soon. He plunges a dagger into his wrist, crimson blood gushing forth. With one arm wrapped around Jiang Ningyu, he gradually feeds his blood into her mouth. She tastes the metallic flavor, which brings her back to a semblance of consciousness. The spread of the poison within her body begins to decelerate. Is he saving himself? Regardless of whether his intent is to save her or to end her life, she is currently devoid of any strength to resist. It is indeed ironic. The one who seeks to end her life is also the one who repeatedly saves her from peril in this world. A stirring of emotion occurs within him. After consuming a substantial amount of blood, her delicate face remains pale, leaving White Qi troubled. It is too slow. The blood from his wrist will take at least 3 hours to fully cleanse the poison from her body. The thought of her enduring 3 more hours of suffering rends his heart. No, it is simply too slow. Grasping the dagger tightly, he plunges it into his own chest, blood pouring forth. He trembles. Although he possesses a heart that is astutely aware, it has been fragile for years due to constant damage. Even minor injuries to his heart can cause excruciating pain, let alone a self-inflicted wound. As the blade pierces, his vision blurs, and he nearly loses consciousness from the pain. Yet he perseveres, striving to maintain his composure, shaking hands, extracting blood from his heart to administer to her. As the warm blood enters her mouth, Jiang Ningyu's cheeks begin to regain a hint of color. Clinging to his garments as if grasping a lifeline, she murmurs, "Do not leave, do not go, do not abandon me." White Qi gazes down upon her with a tenderness that is almost palpable, filled with compassion. "I will not leave you. Never." Chapter 52. Does it hurt? His gentle voice serves as a soothing balm, and she unknowingly drifts into a serene slumber within his embrace. When Jiang Ningyu awakens once more, the sky outside has faded into dusk. I'm not dead. Upon opening her eyes, not only had her limbs regained strength, but she also felt invigorated, with her internal spiritual energy surging abundantly. It was akin to being pulled back from the depths of hell, once again greeted by the light. Had the poison within her been purged? Nink nink. Noticing her awake, Bai Chi inquired with concern, "You have awakened. How do you feel now?" "I seem to be fine," Jiang Mingyue replied, shaking her head while somewhat avoiding his gaze. Just moments ago, she had been in a semi-conscious state, seemingly clutching onto someone tightly and uttering nonsensical words. How embarrassing. Yet, remarkably, this enchanting being had not scorned her for her dramatic behavior, but had held her close, providing her warmth. The thought quickened her heartbeat inexplicably. Stealing a glance at Bai Chi, she asked, "Was it you who rescued me?" Bai Chi smiled faintly, jesting, "What is this? Are you going to thank me? Did you ask Elder Shun for the antidote?" "Yes." "And you encountered no danger along the way?" Jiang Mingyue observed his somewhat pale complexion and pressed further. "Surely, he hadn't come across her father and the others and gotten hurt, had he?" Bai Chi scoffed. "What danger could possibly threaten me in this pathetic sect?" Jiang Mingyue conceded, "That's true." His haughty tone indicated that she had been overly worried. During the brief pause in their conversation, Bai Chi had already checked her pulse, confirming that the toxins in her body had been eradicated, and he exhaled in relief. Thankfully, she was unharmed. Otherwise, he would have truly lost his mind. He produced a pill and presented it to Jiang Mingyue, shifting the topic. "Take this pill." "What kind of pill is this?" she asked, perplexed. Bai Chi explained nonchalantly. "This pill contains a fragment of my spiritual essence. Consuming it will help restore your fragmented soul." "It can restore my soul?" Upon hearing this key phrase, Jiang Mingyue's eyes brightened. "Is that true? But don't you lack spiritual essence? Given the state of his heart veins, how could he possess any?" "I've just recovered a bit." "Huh?" Jiang Mingyue was taken aback. He had only just regained a little and was using it to concoct a pill for her restoration. How kind of him. She felt somewhat flattered. "Why are you being so nice to me?" Bai Chi brushed it off, saying casually, "You were upset with me, so I thought I'd apologize." Apologize? To her? Was this the same proud and aloof demon emperor from the original tale? Such words were unexpected. Was this considered an apology? He had just regained a fragment of his spiritual essence and was using it to refine a pill. Was his heart all right? For some reason, Jiang Mingyue felt a wave of concern and placed her small hand over his heart. "Let me see." He attempted to evade her, but her warm hand had already pressed against him. He let out a suppressed grunt. At that moment, Jiang Mingyue felt her palm become damp. Looking closely, she noticed blood had soaked through his clothing, staining her hand that rested on his heart. The memory of the lingering metallic taste of blood from her semi-conscious state made her heart sink. Blood? Could it be that? Jiang Mingyue felt a surge of anxiety and quickly tugged at his garments. Ning Ning Bai Chi wished to intervene, yet she was a moment too late. His clothing was torn asunder, exposing the wound, stained crimson on the gauze that lay bare over his heart. Before her eyes was a ghastly, sanguine sight. "Nink nink." "Do not look," Bai Chi urged hastily, pulling his garment up, his usually unruffled gaze now betraying a hint of turmoil. Jiang Ning Yu's complexion shifted. "Did you cut your heart's blood to save me?" In the original narrative, the heart's blood of the beast was also a potent remedy for ailments and toxins, yet he truly dared to undertake such an act. Bai Chi, with an air of nonchalance, remarked as if discussing an unrelated matter, "It is merely a drop of blood, no need for such sentiment." "You must be out of your mind," Jiang Ningyu retorted with urgency. "Are you not aware of your own condition? To sacrifice your heart's blood for my sake. You are utterly reckless." His heart was already shattered, prone to afflictions even with the utmost care. Yet here he was, inflicting harm upon himself. Had he not possessed formidable strength, that self-inflicted wound might have rendered him nothing but ashes. For the sake of saving someone so unrelated to him, he was indeed mad. Upon witnessing her concern, Bai Chi felt a surge of joy and inquired with a smile, "Are you worried about me?" Yang Ningyue hesitated, suddenly conscious of her own anxiety, questioning whether her reaction had been excessively fervent. She composed herself and clarified, "I do not wish to owe you such a debt of gratitude. Now it seems it is unrepayable." Setting aside everything else, she owed this anomaly at least 3 lives. It was a predicament indeed. Even if he were to bind her and drain her blood entirely, she would have no grounds for protest. Bai Qi responded, "Then let be a binding of souls." Here we go again. Jiang Ning Yu feigned ignorance to his previous remark and stated earnestly, "I will find a way to heal your heart's meridian." Regardless of his nefarious deeds, he had yet to cause her any harm. Rather, he had repeatedly rescued her from peril. Abandoned even by her parents, she had long felt unworthy, believing herself to be a failure. Few would ever care for her as he did. She was not devoid of compassion. Having received kindness numerous times, her heart could not remain untouched. Regardless of his motivations, it remained a fact that she owed him her life. She was determined to procure the ice lotus, not only for the sake of harnessing the power of the heart and soul, but also out of genuine hope for his well-being. Jiang Ning Yu lifted her gaze, catching sight of the continuous flow of blood from his wound, and sighed, feeling a sense of suffocation within. "You're still bleeding," she said. "Allow me to apply medicine." "Are you not faint at the sight of blood?" "It is nothing. I can endure," Bai Qi replied. Jiang Ning Yu bit her lip, realizing that she was indeed more composed than before, no longer succumbing to faintness at the sight of blood. "Do not bother." Bai Qi's words fell on deaf ears as she resolutely tore open his clothing, unwrapping the gauze to reveal a gruesome sight, flesh mangled and a deep, jagged wound that even hinted at the stark whiteness of bone beneath. This ruthless individual inflicted such brutality upon himself. Her touch was gentle, yet in an instant, a stifled gasp escaped his lips. She glanced up to find cold sweat beading on his forehead, his pallid face straining against the agony. "Does it hurt?" she inquired. Chapter 53. "I wish to accompany you." Bai Qi wore a faint smile at the corners of his lips, shaking his head without uttering a word. The warmth and tenderness in his gaze resembled that of a bright and obedient youth, judging solely by his seemingly innocuous appearance. Who would believe that he harbored the heart of a beast, akin to a living embodiment of death? Just recently, he had annihilated an entire peak. Jiang Mingyue remained silent, yet instinctively softened her grip in her actions. After a moment, his teasing voice reached her ears, with such a light touch this time. "It seems your anger has dissipated?" Jiang Mingyue scoffed softly. "I am not angry with you. I merely detest deceit and manipulation." Bai Qi understood well the reasons behind her ire. His tone grew earnest. "If I were to say that I have never harbored any intention of using you, would you believe me? Then what purpose brings you to Tianke sect?" she inquired, puzzled. Bai Qi replied, "Naturally, to accompany you. I do not require your company. It is I who wish to accompany you," he blurted out, seemingly revealing the unwavering truth buried within his heart. In reality, he longed to express that he needed her. Jiang Ningyue hesitated, uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts. In a fleeting moment, when she was on the brink of unconsciousness, convinced she was nearing death, his gentle embrace had stirred something within her heart. Yet reason cautioned her that Bai Qi was not fond of her. Rather, he was drawn to the qualities in her that mirrored his beloved moonlight. This was likely why he had risked his life to protect her on multiple occasions. Her past experiences had taught her to trust men sparingly and to place no hopes on anyone, for ultimately, disappointment was inevitable. Thus, she resolved not to dwell on it. She was merely an ordinary worker, often faltering in her duties. How could someone like her ever be worthy of affection? She must not overthink. The atmosphere in the room grew uncomfortably tense. Just then, a voice echoed from outside. "Ningyu, the sect master summons all disciples to the main hall." "Father?" "It must be regarding the matters of Qingzhou Peak." "Understood," Jiang Ningyue responded aloud. "I shall be there shortly, having just finished bandaging Bai Qi's wounds." She glanced at him. "You should rest here for a while until I return." Considering the time, in another couple of hours, the poison within him would surely resurface. This reckless fellow had even inflicted such harm upon his own heart. Today's bout of poisoning would undoubtedly be far more agonizing than usual. Very well. Let him stay another night and depart tomorrow. "Wait," Bai Qi called out to her. "You must first take the medicinal pill I gave you." He wanted to witness with his own eyes as Ningyue consumed the pill, for only then could he find solace. "All right." Jiang Ningyue retrieved the pill and prepared to swallow it. "Hold on. What is it?" Bai Qi explained. "This pill's effects are gradual. There is no need for haste." It will restore your soul within a year. Understood. Moreover, he continued, should you encounter danger or adversity, turn the Xinyu ring on your finger, and I will appear. How could I possibly encounter danger in merely visiting the main hall? Jiang Mingyue laughed dismissively. Not just today. Not just today. She glanced at the ring in her hand. Anytime? Indeed. If I were to call upon you while you are resting or preoccupied with pressing matters, would it disturb you? She asked casually. Bai Qi replied, not at all. He felt elated at the thought of Ning Ning calling for him, fearing only that she might hesitate to disturb him. Jiang Mingyue nodded. All right then, it seems this wretched ring has some merit after all. I shall reluctantly keep it for now. The truth was, she couldn't remove it even if she wanted to. As she prepared to leave, Bai Qi called out to her once more, with more words to share. Take good care of yourself. The hesitant words seemed to harbor a multitude of suppressed, heavy sentiments, lingering unspoken, yet difficult to articulate. This fellow appeared to be on the verge of saying something, yet refrained. How odd. Jiang Mingyue chuckled. You wouldn't have poisoned this elixir, would you? Why do I feel as if I'm receiving a last testament after consuming a pill? Bai Qi was amused by her jest. If you doubt me, you need not consume it. Strangely enough, at that moment, she felt an inexplicable trust in the person before her. I shall eat it anyway. With that, she consumed the elixir. In that instant, the soul fire within Bai Qi ignited, coursing through his veins and organs, burning fiercely. The sudden intensity caused his body to tremble. He struggled to suppress the excruciating pain, barely managing to maintain his composure in her presence. All right, Jiang Mingyue remarked, oblivious to the pallor that had drained his face. You should rest well. I must take my leave. As she turned away, disappearing from his sight, the searing heat within him became unbearable. He gasped, blood erupting from his mouth. His trembling hand grasped the edge of the bed, nearly toppling him over. The soul fire ravaged his bones, veins, and internal organs, inflicting heart-wrenching agony that exploded within his chest, spreading to every corner of his being. The burning penetrated his very essence, as if he were being slowly flayed. Drenched in cold sweat, with veins bulging in his trembling arms. Pain, it was the soul thought echoing in his mind. The soul fire had tormented his heart's pulse for 9 centuries. Yet this was the first time it had driven him to such a loss of control. It felt as though 1,000 swords pierced his body, shattering every bone. He coughed violently, unable to stop the blood from surging forth. As if his very organs were attempting to escape. Trapped in a limbo of existence, his consciousness was gradually eroded by this relentless torment, spiraling into an abyss until he faded into oblivion. Outside, Jiang Mingyue noticed a group of over 10 disciples in white robes approaching, each bearing a serious expression. The leading disciple coldly greeted her, junior sister Jiang. Weren't they supposed to summon her to the main hall? An ominous feeling stirred within her at this unexpected gathering. It felt like a harbinger of trouble. The leading disciple continued, the demon emperor has recklessly attacked our sect, committing murder and arson before vanishing without a trace. The sect master fears that there may still be spies among us. Hence we are ordered to search every courtyard. Junior sister Jiang, please cooperate. What? Just as Qingzhou Peak was set ablaze, now we are to search the courtyards? Isn't this a bit too swift? She had just forgotten to inform Bai Qi that he should hide if anyone came. Otherwise, she too could become embroiled in the chaos. No, wait. Jiang Mingyue stood at the entrance of the courtyard, speaking softly to the disciple. My room is in disarray, esteemed senior. Would you kindly allow me a moment to tidy up before you search? It will only take a moment. The male disciple showed her no courtesy, ignoring her plea entirely, and issued a direct order. Pay her no mind. Proceed inside and search. Understood, senior. Chapter 54. Who would think of him? Truly narcissistic. The group completely disregarded her, storming into the courtyard. Hey, stop right there. Entering a female disciple's private quarters without permission warrants punishment. Do not overstep your bounds. Despite Jiang Mingyue's fervent objections, none heeded her words. She could only hasten to follow them, inwardly praying that the troublesome anomaly would not cause any trouble. The dozen or so disciples split into several groups, commencing their search through the outer courtyard, the inner rooms, the kitchen, and side chambers, leaving no corner unexamined. With a push, The door swung open, and 3 disciples entered with swords drawn. Upon inspection, they discovered the room was empty. Jiang Mingyue breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, someone had the sense to hide. Though the room was devoid of occupants, the 3 did not relent in their search, scouring cabinets and the space beneath the bed. As Jiang Mingyue approached, she noticed a conspicuous note on the desk. Was it a letter from Bai Qi? Upon closer inspection, she realized the note was concealed with an invisible talisman, visible only to her. No wonder the 3 brothers had searched repeatedly and failed to notice such a striking note. The clear handwriting, as graceful as a dragon in flight, conveyed a succinct message. Ning Ning, there are matters at home. Do not worry about my return. Had he departed? Did he not even have the courtesy to bid her farewell in person? Was he simply leaving? No, no, no. The anomaly had left, and she should not feel relieved. She should not feel pleased. Should she? Why was she ruminating over such trivialities? Do not worry about my return? Who would even think of him? Truly self-absorbed. A group of disciples had thoroughly searched her courtyard, yielding no results. They finally conceded, Junior Sister Jiang, we apologize for the intrusion. You are aware that this is quite offensive? Han Yi, standing nearby, could no longer contain herself. We are merely following protocol and did not intend to disturb you. Jiang Mingyue scoffed coldly. My father instructed you to search for demons, but he did not permit such rudeness. Look at what you have done to my courtyard. How will you account for this? Although she wished to maintain good relations with her fellow disciples, it did not mean she would tolerate disrespect. How could she greet them with a smile when they had overstepped their bounds? With a firm tone, Jiang Mingyue startled the disciples, who repeatedly apologized, Junior Sister Jiang. We were indeed presumptuous. Please do not be angry. Of course, their apologies stem from a fear of Jiang Mingyue reporting them to the sect leader. Given the leader's doting nature towards his daughter, should she embellish the tale, they would undoubtedly face consequences. Jiang Mingyue retorted sharply. I grant you a stick of incense's worth of time to restore my courtyard to its original state. What? They thought they misheard her. Was she merely asking them to restore the arrangements? Seeing them frozen in place, Jiang Mingyue coldly reiterated, Did you hear me? All right, they replied in unison. At this moment, they readily complied, assuring their junior sister not to be upset, and promised to restore everything promptly. One by one, they hurried off to fulfill their vow. Sighing, Jiang Mingyue reflected on the paradox of their behavior. They disregarded kindness, but responded with utmost deference to cold remarks. It seemed that not all members of this sect were virtuous, and there was no need to please everyone. Just then, a disciple rushed in, exclaiming, It's terrible! The Forbidden Hall has been destroyed. The Forbidden Hall? Is that not the very place that sealed the spirit of the Moonlight Fairy? Destroyed? In an instant. When Jiang Yu arrived at the Forbidden Hall, the Grand Palace had been reduced to a blazing inferno, its fragments scattered amidst the ruins. Many disciples were present, yet none dared to combat the flames. After all, it was the 9 heaven soul fire. A mere spark could turn their golden elixirs to ashes. Yin Wanyue stood outside the conflagration, wielding her sword and casting spells, desperately attempting to carve a path through the fiery chaos. She appeared quite battered, with numerous deep and shallow wounds adorning her body. Jiang Mingyue's gaze fell upon the tassel of Yin Wanyue's sword. Had she changed her sword tassel today? It appeared strikingly familiar. Red cord, vermilion, the pattern of a fortune tile, and the piece knot were all reminiscent of cherished memories. In her mind, memories flickered back to the warm and beautiful days in the real world. Luo, here is your New Year's gift. Oh. Yin Luo accepted the exquisitely crafted, yet somewhat peculiar phone strap that Jiang Mingyue handed her, smiling. Ning, is this the surprise you prepared for me? I wove it by hand. Jiang Mingyue explained hastily, fearing she might not appreciate it. The vermilion and red cord symbolize my affection for you, representing how I always think of you. The fortune tile is my heartfelt wish for your prosperity, hoping you become rich soon and take care of me. These were her sincere blessings. Yin Luo shook her head. There's no need to over-explain. I cherish everything you give me. Well, as long as you like it. But you need not become wealthy. Yin Luo embraced her. I can support you now. Is that so? Indeed. Yin Luo looked into her eyes, becoming more earnest. Ning ning. Why not move in with me? That's inconvenient. You're my best friend. My home is your home. What could possibly be inconvenient? Fearing rejection, Yin Luo added, no rent. No early mornings, no work, no cooking. I'll take care of you from now on. Every word was spoken with unwavering conviction. Leaning against her shoulder, Jiang Mingyue felt a surge of gratitude and nostalgia. Luo, Luo, it's truly wonderful to have you. In those days when her parents divorced, leaving her all alone and vulnerable, it was her dearest friend Yun Luo who took her in. When she neglected her meals, Luo Luo would personally prepare her favorite dishes, urging her to eat 3 meals a day. When boredom struck, Luo Luo would accompany her on shopping outings. Whenever she worked late, Luo Luo would come to fetch her. When she fell ill and was hospitalized, Luo Luo forfeited her opportunity for promotion, taking leave to care for her. She was unhappy, and Luo Luo accompanied her to vent, cursing their foolish colleagues together, binge-watching dramas, and even traveling to another city for a concert. Luo Luo was the best person in the world to her. At that time, she jokingly told Luo Luo, "You treat me so well, I don't even want to find a boyfriend." Well, if you can't find a man who treats you better than I do, you are not allowed to marry or even date, understand? All right, I'm just joking. With a sister as wonderful as you, how could I bear to seek out a man? Or men compared to my Luo Luo? That sounds more like it. Those days spent with Luo Luo, where she found solace, felt like a vivid memory from yesterday, yet it also seemed like a century had passed, and she could never return. How could there be things she gave to Luo Luo? She is? Could it be such a coincidence? The so-called female protagonist from the book is actually her Luo Luo. Chapter 55. The 9 Heavens Soul Fire harmed him. Sister Yun, a disciple nearby, saw Yun Wan getting closer to the sea of flames and urgently warned, "The fire is too fierce. Don't go over." "No, Qinshan is still inside." Yun Wan's eyes turned red as she fixated on the endless inferno, her heart in turmoil. "I must save him." "Sister, you mustn't." "Sister." Yun Wan disregarded everything and charged forward irrationally. At that moment, she was embraced from behind. Wan. Jiang Mingyue held her tightly. "Don't go in, you'll be burned to ashes. That is the 9 Heavens Soul Fire, it's not a joke. With your pinnacle golden core cultivation, you would be obliterated in less than 3 seconds." She could not stand by and watch Luo Luo walk to her death. Hearing her voice, Yun Wan paused. Turning to glance at her, her expression complex. "Is it you? You don't need to worry about me." Yun Wan, feeling a bit petulant, pushed Jiang Mingyue away. Wan, don't." Jiang Mingyue clung to her tightly. "Calm down. There are many people who care about you. You can't sacrifice your life for a man." "No." Yun Wan's voice trembled with desperation. "In this world, the only person who truly cares for me is him. If Qinshan dies, what does it matter if I live?" Hearing this, Jiang Mingyue felt a pang in her heart. Is that so? In the real world, Luo Luo still had her father, friends, and relatives, but here, it turned out that Luo Luo was so lonely after crossing over. At that moment, a figure emerged from the firelight. Yun Wan's eyes widened. "Qinshan?" Yi Qinshan staggered out of the forbidden hall, landing unsteadily, barely stabilizing himself with his sword on the ground, spitting out blood, his body, neck, and clothes stained with blood and burn marks. It appeared he had sustained serious injuries. Qinshan. Yun Wan's mind went blank as she rushed forward. But before she could reach Yi Qinshan, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. In the room, Yi Qinshan lay on the bed, long unconscious, while Yun Wan anxiously checked his pulse. Aside from the two of them, the room was left with only Jiang Mingyue. She could not help but inquire Wan Quan. "How is Brother Yi?" Yun Quan shook her head. He was injured by the 9 Heavens Soul Fire, and his condition is critical, having reached his heart meridian. The only one capable of saving him may be the master of this soul fire. Is that so? Yun Quan cast her a sidelong glance. Unable to contain herself any longer, Jiang Mingyue, you are aware that he is the Demon Emperor, aren't you? I need not conceal it any longer. Yin Wanquan's voice turned icy. When I accompanied Qinshan to the Forbidden Hall, I encountered the Demon Emperor and engaged him, witnessing his true form. I never anticipated that by Qingxi was indeed the ruler of the demon realm. As she spoke, Yin Wanquan fixed her gaze upon Jiang Mingyue's eyes, given the circumstances. Do you still wish to shield him? There was a hint of accusation in her tone. What was that demon thinking, setting fire to the forbidden hall before his departure? Why did he attack these two? With the matter laid bare, Jiang Mingyue could no longer deny it, and could only patiently explain he had no intention of harming anyone. It was his fury upon witnessing his kin being subjected to Dan extraction for alchemy that drove him to such rage. No intention to harm? Yin Wanquan found this notion utterly ludicrous. Qianqian had not wronged him nor slain his kin. Why then did he cast Qianqian into the inferno of the Forbidden Hall? Was it the demon emperor who threw him in? Jiang Mingyue paused momentarily, initially skeptical. Why would he do such a thing? This action seems contrary to Bai Qi's usual conduct. There's no reason for it. Yin Wanquan's emotions flared. Has he not committed enough unprovoked evil? Is a reason truly necessary? Wanquan, blame me. Had it not been to save me, Qianqian would not have been injured. Each word from Yin Wanquan dripped with guilt. Turning away, she felt no desire to converse further with Jiang Mingyue. Forget it. This matter pertains to you. I shall refrain from mentioning Bai Qingxi's identity to the sect leader for now. I will find a way to save Qianqian. You may leave. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingyue felt a pang of discomfort. Even in such dire straits, Luo still considered her, fearing that revealing Bai Qingxi's identity would implicate her. Her Luo was eternally so kind-hearted. Jiang Mingyue stood behind her, watching as Yin Wanquan wept in fear. Her heart ached like a knife. In the original narrative, the male and female leads shared a profound love. Should Yi Qianqian suffer any misfortune, Luo, so deeply attached, would undoubtedly be heartbroken. Yet, the Nine Heavens soul fire, in the original tale, was a monstrous entity capable of incinerating even the most formidable of beings in an instant. To be harmed by it would mean a fate worse than death. She was not concerned for Yi Qianqian, but rather pained to witness Luo's sorrow. Why did Bai Qi target Yi Qianqian? Just moments ago, Wanquan mentioned that Yi Qianqian's injuries had reached his meridians, and that only the master of the soul fire could save him. Jiang Mingyue glanced at the Xian jade ring on her finger, hesitating whether to activate it. Returning to the Lingshu, Demon Emperor's palace. It was still evening. Within the chambers, candles flickered, and the air was suffused with the fragrance of sandalwood, creating a serene atmosphere. The wind ceased, and the figure upon the bed slept fitfully, his pallid face glistening with cold sweat, occasionally letting out stifled gasps as he bore immense agony. He could not recall how many times he had lost consciousness. Each descent into the abyss felt akin to falling into hell, an endless void, until the searing pain once more roused him from darkness. In this relentless cycle, life becomes a torment worse than death, until numbness and emptiness take hold. The agony continues for an indeterminate length of time. In a daze, the soul's fire within the chest flickers and dissipates, still burning with an intense heat, while every organ feels as if it is being torn apart. At some point, the submerged consciousness is pulled back to the surface. Bai Qi's fingertips stirred slightly, and he tasted the bitter, medicinal liquid on his lips. Coughing violently, he expelled a mouthful of blood, along with the recently consumed herbal concoction. It felt as though shards of broken glass were lodged in his throat, leaving him parched and desiccated. Master, you have awakened. Upon seeing his lord regain consciousness, Xianhe was filled with urgency. Xianmu quickly summoned the imperial physician. Bai Qi's lips moved slightly, attempting to speak, but another fit of coughing brought forth more blood. His voice weak as he uttered, "There is no need to call for a physician." The soul fire was a consequence of his own doing. Summoning a physician would prove futile. Master, he wished to rise, but merely moving his hand rendered his limbs weak as if they were pierced with needles, compelling him to lie back down with a sense of helplessness. Bai Qi could sense that his internal meridians and organs were left in tatters. He softly inquired, "How long have I been in slumber?" 10 hours. Just 10 hours? How could it feel like a century had passed? He did not fear death. Rather, he dreaded the indistinguishable boundary between dreams and reality, terrified that upon awakening, he might once again face the countless sleepless nights of the past 900 years. opening his eyes to find her forever absent. Chapter 56. His 900 years were spent awaiting her return. Fortunately, all of that was now behind him. Had he known that waiting had an endpoint, he would have willingly waited even 1,000 years or 10,000 or longer still. Master, Xian Mu expressed concern. Why do you light the soul-retrieving lamp once more? For 9 centuries, to condense the soul of that woman. The master had used his 7 apertures heart as the wick and the 9 heavens soul fire as the flame, ensuring that the soul-retrieving lamp burned bright and unextinguished. Every night, at the hour of high, the 9 heavens soul fire would ignite within his organs 300 times, nurturing her spirit. 300 burns, roughly 1 hour, repeated for 900 years, countless days and nights, night after night. Yet this time, in an effort to mend Miss Zhang's fractured soul, the master ignited the soul-retrieving lamp once again. To restore a soul requires completion within a limited time frame. Otherwise, the fragmented essence would gradually dissipate with the passage of time, necessitating even more of the soul fire's power. Thus, the soul fire would burn within him for 3,000 times each day, enduring for a full 10 hours. And this must continue for 365 days to restore the shattered soul. Such excruciating torment, if inflicted upon an ordinary individual, would likely drive them to choose self-termination, let alone endure for an entire year. Especially given that their master was already in frail health. How could he bear such suffering? This was sheer recklessness. The master, typically so composed and indifferent, seemed to lose all sense of reason when it came to matters concerning Miss Jiang. I am fine. Bai Qi closed his eyes, forcing himself to calm down, and inquired softly, what of her? Xian Hua and Xian Mu understood all too well that the her he referred to was Jiang Ningyue. Even in his current state, he remained preoccupied with that woman. Xian Mu let out a resigned sigh and replied, Miss Jiang is quite well. Upon seeing the letter you left, she did not express much concern. You need not worry. Without the threat of the Forbidden Hall, she is temporarily safe within the Heavenly K sect. Before departing from the sect, the master was concerned that the matter of the Forbidden Hall seal might be discovered by those from other sects, so he casually set the hall ablaze. Given this, what more could he possibly be anxious about? Bai Qi lowered his gaze, murmuring, indeed. Although he had left a letter, he had departed in haste, fearing that the girl might be upset. Perhaps he had overthought it. She was merely an inconsequential being. Why would she care? Now that he was gone, she might even feel a sense of relief. Suddenly, a jolt of emotion surged within him, pulling at his wounds, causing his throat to constrict as a wave of sweet, metallic taste flooded his mouth. Master, Xian Mu offered him a bowl of medicinal soup, urging him to drink it and cultivate his inner peace. Bai Qi took the bowl, yet his weakened hand trembled, nearly spilling the concoction. Be careful, Master, Xian Mu cautioned. It is of no consequence, Bai Qi replied, maintaining a stoic demeanor. The bitter taste lingered in his nostrils as he frowned slightly, yet he forced himself to take a sip. His entire being felt as if it were falling apart. His spiritual energy dissipated. He had never anticipated that his body would become so frail, unable to withstand even the flames of 3,000 souls. However, he would not allow himself to perish. Ning Ning's soul was still incomplete, and he wished to spend more time with her. Thus, he would endure, regardless of the circumstances. After a moment, Bai Qi coldly stated, regarding the soul-calling lantern, should any of the branch leaders catch wind of this matter, I shall hold you both accountable. Do you understand? He was not particularly frightened of them. It was merely that if the branch leaders discovered he had lit the soul-calling lantern, they would incessantly chatter at him, to the point of driving him mad. The thought alone was vexing. Yes, understood, Xian Hua and Xian Mu responded, though their concern only deepened. If it were not for the master's profound cultivation, he would not withstand such relentless strain. A millennium ago, he had already ascended, yet for the sake of a woman, he continued to deplete his powers. Now, it was not merely that ascension seemed a distant dream. If this continued, he might very well lose his life. Bai Qi's dark eyes regained their seriousness as he inquired, what of the person I asked you to investigate last time? What have you found? Xian Mu hesitated, unsure how to explain. Master, perhaps the individual you seek is not even human. Not human? Then what could it be, a ghost? He replied nonchalantly. Xianhua paused for a moment before nodding. Master, you have indeed guessed correctly. Bai Qi, taken aback, asked the ghost, truly? Have you heard the Ghost Demon King? The title Ghost Demon King echoed in Bai Qi's mind, clearly unfamiliar to him. Xian Mu proceeded to explain, in life, the Ghost Demon King was a beast. In death, he absorbed the grievances for miles around, transforming into a malevolent spirit that emerged 20 years ago. He acts with extreme brutality, indiscriminately killing all he encounters, employing exceedingly cruel methods. Enough, Xian Mu, Xianhua interjected, unable to tolerate anymore. Surely, the master is well aware of this already. The infamous Ghost Demon King has garnered a notorious reputation, known throughout the realms of cultivation for nearly 2 decades. Even if the esteemed one deigns not to concern himself with the likes of malevolent spirits, he must have heard whispers of this name over the years. Why then must he indulge in such trivialities? Surprisingly, Bai Qi urged continue. The two exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the esteemed one harbors an interest in the Ghost Demon King? Yet that seems implausible. From the esteemed one's demeanor, it appeared he was unaware of the Ghost Demon King's existence. Could this truly be the case? However, given his lofty disposition, viewing the myriad cultivators of the realm as mere insects, it is entirely reasonable that he would not regard the Ghost Demon King as significant. Xian Mu continued, expressing his frustration. As a demon, he harbors a deep-seated hatred for humanity, which is understandable. But what perplexes me is his relentless antagonism towards us, repeatedly committing heinous acts while leaving your esteemed name in his wake. His anger mounted as he spoke. That fiend, unwilling to shoulder the consequences of his own misdeeds, has the audacity to cast the blame upon our esteemed one. Our master conducts himself with integrity. His killings are executed with honor. How could he ever engage in such underhanded and disgraceful conduct? Listening intently to Xian Mu's account, Bai Qi began to piece together the puzzle. For instance, Peach Blossom Village? Precisely. Xian Mu's ire intensified as he recounted how the curse upon Peach Blossom Village was also a result of that demon's actions. Yet he had the gall to shift the blame onto you. Such audacity. Each word of Xian Mu resonated with Bai Qi, who found himself deep in contemplation. 20 years ago, the origins of this Ghost Demon King were likely far from ordinary, and there seemed to be some underlying connection. Quite intriguing. Lost in thought for a moment, he sensed the energy emanating from the Xianyu ring, calling his name. Ning Ning. He set down the medicinal bowl, feeling a renewed strength in his limbs as he pressed a hand to his chest and rose, his mind a whirlwind of unease. Was Ning Ning in danger? Esteemed one, where are you going? Your wounds are not yet healed. Before Xian Mu could intervene, he had transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from a spot. Chapter 57. Are you so concerned for your brother Yi? With a swift motion, a fleeting silhouette darted before her. Jiang Mingyue turned, only to find Bai Qi materializing in her room, a smile gracing his lips. You've come. She had initially thought his suggestion to spin the ring in times of trouble was merely a casual remark, yet here he was, arriving promptly. However, he was clad in a single, thin garment of dark brocade. Was he intending to rest? Ning Ning. Upon his arrival, Bai Qi anxiously grasped her hand. Concern etched on his face. Are you unharmed? I am fine. Jiang Mingyue cut to the chase. Did you harm Brother Yi? Is there any way to save him? Brother Yi? At that moment, he scrutinized Jiang Mingyue from head to toe, confirming her safety, only to be struck by her jarring inquiry. His expression soured instantly, and he coldly withdrew his hand from hers. Hey, I'm asking you a question. What's with that look? Sensing his displeasure, Jiang Mingyue pressed on. Why did he seem somewhat irked? You call me here in such haste, only to have me rescue Brother Yi and scold me in the process? Bai Qi's words were laced with a hint of irritation. Did I give you the ring merely for you to use it in this manner? Jiang Mingyue was momentarily taken aback by his remark. Didn't you say to turn it when I find myself in a predicament? She had indeed turned it. So why was he still angry? Bai Qi found her response amusing. For her, was her beloved senior brother's injury truly a predicament worthy of such concern? She genuinely cared for Yi Qianqian. You gifted it to me, so it belongs to me now. I shall use it as I please. Jiang Mingyue felt a twinge of annoyance. If you're displeased, then just help me take it off and keep it. I don't even want it. This capricious being was utterly incomprehensible. If he was unwilling to offer it, why bestow it upon her? And now, after she had turned the ring, he found her bothersome? Bai Qi retorted, once I have given something, I do not take it back. Then hurry and accompany me to rescue him. Jiang Mingyue, disinclined to argue over a trivial ring, returned to the matter at hand. Senior brother Yi is gravely injured. If we delay any longer, I truly do not know what to do. Her urgent tone and demeanor only stoked the flames of his anger further. You care for him so much? Bai Qi seized her wrist, revealing the bandaged area. His eyes filled with both concern and fury. Had she truly sacrificed her own blood to save him? The injury on her wrist was concealed within her sleeve, invisible to the eye, but due to the bond of life they shared, he surmised what she had done. Did she truly harbor such affection for Yi Qianxian to the extent of harming herself for his sake? What does my sacrifice have to do with you? Jiang Mingyue attempted to withdraw her hand, yet he had yet to answer her question. Did you injure senior brother Yi? You still doubt me? I do not doubt you. I merely wish to clarify this matter, Jiang Mingyue explained. If you claim it was not you, then I will believe you. What a capricious being. Why was he so furious upon their first encounter today? Had he consumed gunpowder? Upon hearing this, Bai Qi finally released her hand, though his heart still felt constricted with frustration. He had set fire to the forbidden hall, contemplating that Ning Ning's spirit, sealed within, had vanished. Despite having concealed it with his spiritual power once, this matter would inevitably be discovered by those old fossils. He was concerned it would implicate Ning Ning. Hence he decided to burn it all down. However, he merely ignited the flames. He had no desire to harm any inconsequential beings. Clearly, someone was impersonating him. What could that individual possibly want? Jiang Mingyue discreetly observed his expression. He was indeed a tempestuous and petty being. Was he truly angered by this? If he refused to assist, why be angry? With a sigh, she said, I apologize for disturbing your rest. I shall refrain from bothering you in the future. You may leave, and I will find a way to save him myself. Silence. Do not utter his name again. Bai Qi's ire flared at the mere mention of those 3 words. Why could she not go 3 sentences without referring to her senior brother? Jiang Mingyue bit her tongue and rolled her eyes at him. Was she not even permitted to speak? Bai Qi ignored her and stormed out. Hey, are you really leaving? As he strode away without a backward glance, Jiang Mingyue felt a pang of disappointment within her. Hey, Bai Qi, without turning back, coldly remarked, I am rather curious to see which malevolent spirit dares to impersonate me. He swore that his curiosity was merely to gauge the strength of that demon lord and not an indication of any soft-heartedness toward her. Absolutely not. Jiang Mingyue smiled, understanding that his underlying intention was a willingness to accompany her in rescuing others. This demon truly had a tough exterior but soft heart. Upon reaching the outside of Yi Qianxian's chamber, they could see Yun Wanyin still vigilantly by the bedside through the window. Observing her haggard and worried demeanor tugged at Jiang Mingyue's heartstrings. With a cold expression, Bai Qi waved his sleeve, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that caused Yun Wanyin to faint beside her. Hey! Jiang Mingyue hurriedly rushed to support Yun Wanyin, exclaiming, You really have no compassion whatsoever. His attitude towards the heroine starkly contrasted with the portrayal in the book. Bai Qi, still irked, chose to ignore her and silently approached to examine Yi Qianxian's injuries. Upon inspection, he discerned that Yi Qianxian had indeed been harmed by the 9-heaven soul fire, but the injuries were superficial. The fatal wound was from a palm strike to his chest. This surge of energy inexplicably felt familiar to Bai Qi, evoking an indescribable sensation. What was the origin of that demon lord? After carefully covering Yun Wanyin with a quilt, Jiang Mingyue eagerly inquired, How is he? Is there any way to save him? Bai Qi shot her a cold glance. He won Ti. Why are you so anxious? But Wanyin said he is on the brink of death. He has merely suffered damage to his meridians. He can only be considered a cripple from now on, Bai Qi replied nonchalantly. However, surviving is already quite fortunate. Be content. What? Jiang Mingyue felt a pang of dread. For someone as extraordinary as Yi Qianxian, being rendered a mere shadow of himself would be more torturous than death. How heartbroken Wan Yin must be. She timidly asked, is there truly no way to restore him? After all, he was the love of Wan Yin's life and her only family in this world. She wished for Yi Qianshun to be unharmed. Noticing the concern etched on her face, Bai Qi's eyelids drooped, a sense of despondency washing over him, his complexion paling slightly. There is a way, he casually stated. Using a high-grade demon core as medicine could heal his meridians. Really? But where could we possibly find a high-grade demon core now? For instance, this one within me will suffice. Bai Qi pointed to his own chest, calmly meeting her gaze. As long as you are willing to extract it, I shall provide it to you. He merely wished to see if this girl would go so far as to harm him for Yi Qianshun's sake. Chapter 58. The demon is angered. Jiang Ningyue suddenly recalled that in the original story, the heroine had extracted the demon core from the little demon emperor to save the critically endangered male lead. Such a plot indeed existed, and many readers had lamented the plight of the deeply affectionate antagonist. But how had this narrative fallen upon her? It was rather perplexing. Yet, she naturally could not bring herself to commit such an act, lowering her head to say, I do not wish to harm you. Though her voice was barely a whisper, Bai Qi heard her clearly, and his eyes suddenly glimmered with a hint of red, perhaps taken aback by her words. Ningning does not wish to harm him? Regardless of her sincerity, those words had been sufficient to bring him joy for an extended period. With a softening heart, he turned back, gathering his lingering spiritual energy in his palms to commence healing Yi Qianshun. Jiang Ningyue inquired, what are you attempting to do? To save him, he replied. He feared that Ningning might, like in their past life, recklessly abandon everything to rescue Yi Qianshun. He was concerned for her well-being. Thus, it was better for him to be the one to save him. Do you have another way to save senior brother Yi? Jiang Ningyue's eyes brightened. That would merely cost you some cultivation. It's no trouble. His calm tone suggested indifference. After all, sacrificing a few decades of cultivation for her peace of mind seemed worthwhile. Will it deplete your cultivation? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ningyue felt a surge of anxiety. Wouldn't he that harm your health? Bai Qi being smirked slightly, teasing, if you truly hesitate, I shall cease, for he is not in immediate danger. Please don't stop. Jiang Ningyue implored repeatedly. You should save him. After a moment of consideration, feeling somewhat guilty, she added, as for the cultivation you lose, I will compensate you. If compensation is to be made, it should come from Yi Qianshun. What connection do you have to him? How much do you truly care for senior brother Yi? It appeared she wished to avoid any indebtedness to him entirely. Bai Qi grew increasingly displeased, not wanting to be infuriated further. So he feigned deafness and ceased conversing with her. After a while, he withdrew his spiritual energy, his unsteady steps barely maintaining balance as he suppressed the rising blood in his throat. He did not wish Ningning to discern his discomfort, yet the truth was, she hadn't glanced at him at all. Her gaze remained fixated on the unconscious figure on the bed, her voice filled with urgency. Yes, all right now. Bai Qi, unwilling to witness her concern for Yi Qianshun, averted his eyes and declared, I'm leaving. With those cold words, he turned to depart. Wait. Jiang Ningyue hurried to catch up, questioning, Bai Qi, are you angry? I truly did not summon you for retribution. Bai Qi did not pause nor look back. Go accompany your senior brother Yi. What purpose do you have following me? Jiang Ningyue wished to explain further, but found herself at a loss for words. Just then, she heard a noise from the bed. Has Luo awakened? She wondered, rushing back. Bai Qi turned to see her hastening towards the inner chamber, and his irritation flared anew. She genuinely went to keep her senior brother company? How obedient she was! The anger surged within him, and suddenly he covered his mouth, blood spilling forth. Upon returning to the side of the imperial concubine's couch, Jiang Ningyue found Wan Yin merely stirring slightly. So she bent down to adjust the covers once more. When she raised her gaze again, the charming figure had vanished without a trace. He truly left? Was he genuinely angry? Fine. She would express her gratitude properly the next time they met. The Qingzhou Peak had been annihilated, and those demons captured from far and wide fled in droves from the Tianke sect, each returning to their respective homes. In the ghost realm, within the Grand Hall, a man clad in a thin black cloak and mask sat upon the main seat, exuding a powerful and chilling aura. Your Highness, A few small demons who had just escaped from the celestial sect knelt before him. The news of the demon emperor's annihilation of Qingzhou Peak had spread throughout the entire realm of cultivation in less than a day. They were merely ordinary, lowly demons of this ghostly domain, summoned to the Ghost King Palace for questioning by the king, simply because they had witnessed the demon emperor's ruthless acts of murder and arson. After all, their king was most concerned with the movements of the demon emperor. Upon hearing the accounts of the small demons regarding their experiences at Qingzhou Peak, the demon king seated on the throne snorted coldly. The demon emperor actually cares about such trifles? A mere elder of a sect, and he personally intervenes in such a minor affair? Is it true that there are no other capable demons left? One of the small demons interjected, "My lord. The demon emperor merely passed by. It was a human woman who let us go." "A human woman?" "Yes." The other small demons nodded in agreement, astonished to find such a kind-hearted and beautiful girl among the human race, who not only set them free but also provided each injured small demon with a vial of healing elixir. Healing elixir? Upon seeing the small demon produce a delicate porcelain vial, the man's gaze sharpened. He raised his hand, summoning the vial with a light touch of spiritual energy. Holding in his palm, he opened the vial, and the sweet fragrance of the elixir wafted out. This scent is so familiar. It evokes memories long buried in the depths of his heart. Is it Ningyu? How could this be? 1,000 years ago, Ning Ning had perished in her attempt to save that small demon emperor, hadn't she? The man was suddenly filled with excitement and disbelief. Could it be that Ningyu is still alive? It seems he must personally journey to the celestial sect to ascertain whether his Ning Yu has truly returned. In the early morning, without a swordsmanship class today, Jiang Ningyu was diligently practicing her sword techniques in the courtyard. With a swift motion, the sword energy surged, slicing through the air and creating a deep crack in the stone pedestal not far away. Yang Ningyue. At that moment, Yin Wanwan rushed in, seemingly intent on finding her. Just as Jiang Ningyu was sheathing her sword, she smiled and asked, "So Wanwan, do you think I've made progress?" Yin Wanwan chuckled and nodded slightly. To her surprise, Jiang Ningyu's dedication and perceptiveness had enabled her to reach the 3rd level of the falling dust sword technique in just a few days. Yang Ningyue. She quickly shifted to the main topic. "Did you save Qian Chen last night?" Upon waking that morning, she noticed Qian Chen's injuries had nearly healed, leading her to suspect Jiang Ningyu's involvement. Jiang Ningyu admitted without denying it. She refrained from revealing the full truth, considering by Qi's identity as a demon emperor, his casual entrance and exit from their sect, coupled with his act of saving one of their disciples, would likely leave her friend unconvinced of by Qi's good intentions. She decided to explain it all gradually in the future. "How did you save Qian Chen?" Yin Wanwan asked incredulously. His heart meridians were severely damaged. "Even I thought he was beyond saving, yet such serious injuries healed significantly overnight. I just let a little blood," Jiang Ningyu replied evasively. "Is Brother Yi all right?" Yin Wanwan replied, "He's no longer in grave danger." How peculiar. If it had been the former Jiang Ningyue who saved Qianchen, she would undoubtedly have clung to him, seeking to repay the favor. However, her current demeanor and tone suggest that she seeks nothing in return. Jiang Ningyue seems transformed, almost unrecognizable to herself. "Yin Qianqian," Jiang Ningyue smiled at her. "You've arrived quite early. You must be hungry. Why not join me for breakfast?" Yin Qianqian was taken aback. Breakfast? Wasn't Jiang Ningyue from the same place as her before? Chapter 59. No longer alone in the inner hall, Han Yi and Han Shui were also present. The table was adorned with red bean cakes, sweet rice balls, and peach blossom pastries. Simple yet exquisite, and most importantly, all of it perfectly suited Yin Qianqian's palate. "Yin Qianqian," Jiang Ningyue ladled her some soup, saying, "The red bean cakes and peach blossom pastries were made by Han Shui, but I personally prepared the sweet rice balls. You must give them a try." Yin Qianqian took a spoonful, the glutinous rice balls mingling with the sweet wine and osmanthus fragrance, not overly sweet, but rather a refreshing aroma that spread delightfully across her palate. This taste felt oddly familiar. She lifted her gaze to meet Jiang Ningyue's eyes, and in that moment, Jiang Ningyue was still smiling. "So how is it? Sweet?" The curve of her smile and the sparkle in her eyes momentarily gave Yun Qianqian the illusion of encountering an old friend from another world. Ning ning. A pang of nostalgia struck her as she realized she had been in this place for 2 years, and it had been 2 years since she last saw Ning Ning. That girl had never been good at taking care of herself. She wondered how she was faring in the real world. Was she eating well? Was she happy? And would she go mad, looking for her if they never met again? Yun Qianqian smiled wistfully. Jiang Ningyue, I recall you never used to cook. What prompted you to start now? Jiang Ningyue replied, Well, I just learned. Just learned? Yun Qianqian expressed her surprise. You have quite the talent. To whip up such delicious sweet rice balls right after learning is impressive. This conversation stirred memories for her. Really? Jiang Ningyue beamed at the compliment, her happiness evident. If you enjoy it, you can come here often for a meal. Just tell me what you want, and I'll prepare it for you. Her words radiated joy, though she could not return to the real world for now. Encountering Luo Luo in this realm felt like a stroke of fortune. They were together again, and it felt wonderful. From now on, she would no longer be alone. Jiang Ningyue. Yun Qianqian found herself unaccustomed to this sudden kindness. Why are you being so nice to me all of a sudden? In the past, Jiang Ningyue harbored animosity towards her, always seeking ways to make her life difficult. Now, she seemed almost as if she had undergone a transformation, her former arrogance replaced with humility. Sighing deeply, Jiang Ningyue confessed, I realized I had been excessively harsh before. You treated me as a friend while I consistently bullied and tormented you. I wish to make amends and rekindle our friendship. I hope you might grant me this opportunity. Her words were filled with sincerity. Yin Wanwan revealed a gentle smile and said, In truth, I have never truly harbored hatred towards you. As long as you release Qianqian, I vow I shall never entangle myself with him again. She spoke with utmost sincerity, genuinely hoping that you and he could journey together hand in hand. Luo Luo had found her lifelong companion, and she was still basking in her joy. Very well, Yin Wanwan believed her. She could sense that her current thoughts were no longer fixated on Qianqian, guided by an inexplicable intuition. Wanwan, Jiang Ningyue said earnestly, I wish to tell you that in this world, besides Brother Yi, there's also a friend like me who truly cares for you. From now on, you shall no longer be alone. She refrained from disclosing her true identity, waiting for the right moment. Yin Wanwan nodded. Thank you. For some reason, Jiang Ningyue evoked a sense of familiarity and trust, which moved her. She replied, Ningyue, since you consider me a friend, I too shall regard you as a confidant. Steadfast and unwavering. Agreed, then. We shall remain inseparable. Once she spoke, she would certainly follow through. Thus, the two became friends, embarking on their training together, sharing meals, attending classes, and even playing mahjong. Yin Wanwan's attitude towards Jiang Ningyue shifted, with Yi Qianqian's affection extending to her, and since Jiang Ningyue had once saved his life, his demeanor towards her softened considerably, demonstrating more patience while teaching her sword techniques. Sometimes, when a third player was needed, Yi Qianqian was reluctantly pulled into their games, enduring their company. Within a month, mahjong spread throughout the sect, becoming a favored pastime among the inner disciples. With an increasing number of fellow players, Jiang Ningyue's rapport with others began to improve gradually, allowing her to integrate into the sect. The Nine Heavens' soul fire in the Forbidden Hall blazed for a full month, and once it extinguished, only a desolate ruin remained. The elders dispatched a dozen inner disciples to start clearing the remnants of the Forbidden Hall, searching for any lingering treasures of the fairies. One evening, as darkness enveloped the sky, Yin Wanwan, leading the cleanup, addressed her fellow disciples. Everyone has worked hard today. Let us return and continue tomorrow. Seeing your sister, we shall take our leave then. Indeed. Ning Ning. Once they had departed, Yin Wanwan turned to Jiang Ningyue. Shall we also head back? Ning Ning? Wanwan, look. Jiang Ningyue rose from the rubble, cradling a stone in her hands. I have just uncovered a stone tablet. It appears to be the tombstone of the fairy Weighing. What? Hearing this, Yin Wanwan approached and peered closer. The inscriptions on the stone were somewhat obscured, yet she could make out the words, Tomb of the Beloved Wife, Weighing. These 6 succinct words concealed an indescribable sense of regret and sorrow. This tombstone must have been inscribed by the divine son of Bays, Yun Wanwan conjectured. Alas, they were a pair of star-crossed lovers. What a pity. At that time, the divine son of Bays and Fairy Yuing had not yet wed, but the title etched upon the tombstone indicated that he had long regarded her as his wife. Jiang Mingyue brushed off the dust from the stone tablet, and for some inexplicable reason, she felt a sense of familiarity with the characters, as if she had seen them somewhere before. She had yet to ponder the situation when, all of a sudden, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from the stone tablet. The force was so abrupt that it sent both individuals reeling backward. As Jiang Mingyue fell to the ground, she witnessed the sky transform dramatically, with ominous clouds swirling and lightning flashing incessantly. Boom! The searing, blinding bolts of lightning flickered across the horizon, as if a deity had descended, concealing the power to obliterate all. What is this? Heavenly thunder? Concurrently, Jiang Yuan, who was about to rest in Tianyuan Peak, caught sight of the tumultuous lightning outside his window and widened his eyes in astonishment. Heavenly thunder? This ancient phenomenon had lain dormant for over a millennium alongside the moonlit fairy. How could it be awakened? Surely, the emergence of heavenly thunder would not escape the notice of other formidable cultivators within the realm. He needed to investigate. Jiang Yuan transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from the inner hall and heading towards the source of the thunder. Heavenly thunder? Gazing at the relentless flashes above, Yun Wanyan recognized the phenomenon. The cataclysmic heavenly thunder had once been a formidable weapon of the moonlit fairy. Was it possible that they had inadvertently awakened it by trespassing upon the fairy's tombstone? Boom! At that moment, a beam of white light descended from the heavens, hurtling towards the ground with unstoppable force, aimed directly at Jiang Mingyue. It seemed to have awakened after years of slumber, finally seeking its target or a place of belonging. Chapter 60. Bai Zhe is actually by Qi. This is bad. Ning Ning, retreat quickly. Yun Wanyan pushed Jiang Mingyue aside, extending her arms protectively in front of her. Jiang Mingyue, fixated on the descending heavenly thunder. Recall the narrative from the original text. In the story, the heroine had fortuitously obtained the heavenly thunder left behind by the moonlit fairy during an exorcism, subsequently becoming the master of thunder and lightning, greatly enhancing her power. Although the location of the thunder's emergence seemed slightly amiss, it appeared that it was poised to recognize Luo Luo as its master. Truly, the heroine's aura radiated luck, leading her to serendipitous encounters. She assumed the plot would unfold as it had in the original work, with the heavenly thunder striking Yun Wanyan, who would emerge unscathed. The power of the thunder merging with her dantian and spiritual energy for her use. Thus, she remained safely behind Yun Wanyan, unperturbed as the lightning drew near. Little did she know, Yun Wanyan exerted all her strength to fend it off, only to be thrown several meters away by the force of the heavenly thunder. Spitting blood. Wanyan? Jiang Mingyue's expression shifted dramatically. What was happening? In the original text, the heavenly thunder had acknowledged its master without inflicting any harm on the heroine. How could the narrative be so fundamentally altered? No, even the established rules were changing. Boom, boom, boom. 3 more bolts of heavenly thunder struck down from the sky, targeting Yun Wanyan with ferocious intent. It was perilous. Wanyan, you are in danger. Jiang Mingyue's heart raced with urgency as she instinctively rushed forward to shield her. Ning Ning, Ning Ning, don't come closer. Leave now, you will die. No matter how fervently Yun Wanyan cried out, Jiang Mingyue remained resolute, until the 3 bolts of thunder pierced through her body. As the heavenly thunder struck her, she closed her eyes, feeling a searing heat engulf her. Was she not struck dead? Or had she already perished and begun to see the light? The celestial thunder surged into her being, seemingly unlocking her meridians in an instant. As a formidable force inundated her body, causing her spiritual energy to swell with frenetic intensity. What on earth is happening? How did this thunder penetrate her form? It's so hot. The spiritual energy continued to escalate at an alarming pace, overwhelming her dantian, making her body increasingly heavy, her eyelids growing heavier until she finally succumbed to unconsciousness. She could vaguely hear Yin Wanyin calling her name repeatedly. Ning Ning, Ning Ning. The tearful cries grew fainter and more distant, ultimately fading into nothingness. She sensed the celestial thunder merging with her spiritual essence, while, simultaneously, her soul began to detach from her corporeal form, plunging into the memories of the moonlit fairy. In the visions of memory, a desolate landscape unfolded, blood-soaked fields stretched endlessly, littered with corpses, evoking the aftermath of a fierce battle. Amidst the ruins, a bloodied young man in white knelt upon the ground, cradling a barely breathing girl in his arms. Above them loomed the venerable masters of the six great sects, sternly judging the pair below. Bai Zhe, you would have been better off dead a decade ago. Your hands are stained with blood. Do you still believe yourself to be a divine son? Moonlit, you too. Is it worth dying for such a brutal demon? Bai Zhe, Moonlit, Jiang Mingyue's soul bore witness to it all, a mixture of astonishment swelling within her. So, those two figures on the ground were indeed Bai Zhe and the Moonlit Fairy? This must be the fairy's past memories, yes? The girl, barely clinging to life, summoned the last remnants of her strength to glare defiantly at the onlookers above. You are the true beasts in human guise, and you all deserve to perish. Huh? Why does the voice of the Moonlit Fairy sound so familiar? No, it cannot be. The voice of the Moonlit Fairy is indistinguishable from her own. Driven by curiosity, Jiang Mingyue's spirit drew closer, and at last, she discerned the features of the Moonlit Fairy. She, the frail girl in white, nestled in Bai Zhe's embrace, bore an uncanny resemblance to her own face, not merely similar to the original character's visage, but identical to her own in the realm of reality. In her panic, Jiang Mingyue inadvertently gazed upon Bai Zhe's face, her shock rendering her momentarily speechless. Is it him? That enchanting, mesmerizing face. A beauty capable of bewitching all. There is likely no one else in this world who could rival Bai Qi. Bai Qi? How could it be him? Bai Zhe had succumbed to the dark path, assuming the title of Demon Emperor, committing countless atrocities. Moonlit, do you truly intend to follow this fiend? As a member of the human race, how could you willingly descend into depravity alongside such a demon? Moonlit, you are utterly misguided. The six great sects condemned Moonlit with disdain, filled with disappointment. Jiang Mingyue listened in stunned silence. Bai Zhe had become the demon emperor? So Bai Qi is Bai Zhe, the divine son of your? Wait, she was becoming confused. This information was not present in the original text, was it? Or had she read through it too hastily, failing to notice these later plot developments? This is utterly explosive. How could this be? At this moment, Yue breathed her last in Bei's embrace. Tears streamed down Bei's face as he repeatedly called her name. Yet she never opened her eyes again, transforming into delicate feathers that vanished from his grasp. Nothing remained. The esteemed elders, witnessing Yue's demise, no longer held back and charged fiercely at Bei's, only to be repelled by a single strike. Do not lay a finger on her. The young demon emperor emanated a chilling aura, his blood-red pupils brimming with murderous intent and rage. With a piercing glare, he pointed at those in the sky. Ning Ning declared that they all deserved death. Thus, he would annihilate them all. Beis, do not act recklessly. As he prepared for genuine conflict, the elders panicked. Our initial target was you, her, it was she who stood in our way. How can we be blamed? However, having lost his beloved, Beis had succumbed to madness, unleashing a brutal slaughter. The six major sects fell one after another, their fates too harrowing to behold. All of this left Jiang Mingyue in a daze. This was the memory of the fairy Yue. Everything had indeed transpired, without a trace of fabrication. It turned out that the fairy Yue had perished at the hands of these sect members, and Beis, in his wrath for his beloved, had obliterated the 12 major sections. Was it truly so? Yet, she could not fathom that Bai Qi was the same Bai Zhe who once withstood the heavenly tribulation, sacrificing himself to save the masses. Was it because of the murder of his beloved that he turned into a villain? Even more perplexing was how the fairy Yue bore such a striking resemblance to her. Impossible. This was merely a book. The fairy Yue was but a figment of paper, and she was a living being in the real world. How could she be the fairy Yue? Impossible. What on earth was happening? The memory before her began to blur, as if a force were gently pulling her soul back to reality. Wanquan, Wanquan. She repeatedly whispered this name, anxiously opening her eyes, awakening. Had she awakened? A gentle male voice reached her ears. Jiang Mingyue opened her eyes to find herself staring into the familiar, enchanting face. Bai Qi. He was exceedingly close, a smile playing on his lips. Have yok misidme, ning ning. No, though this face indeed belonged to Bai Qi, something within her instinctively told Jiang Mingyue that this was not him. Chapter 61. If you don't despise me, does that mean you like me? Upon closer inspection, she realized she was in an unfamiliar room. Hadn't she just been with Luo in the Forbidden Hall? Where was this place? And who was this false demon emperor? Had he brought her here? A cascade of questions swirled in Jiang Ningyue's mind, refusing to dissipate. Why are you silent? Are you unwell? The false Bai Qi smiled, reaching out to adjust her clothing with tender gestures. Do not touch me. Jiang Mingyue recoiled from his hand, an overwhelming sense of revulsion surging within her. Who are you? Why have you brought me to this place? The man raised an eyebrow, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Oh, you recognize me? You truly care for him. It seems he saw through you at a glance. The man gazed into her eyes, commenting, if only you could care for me with such fervor. The words of this person were utterly incomprehensible to Jiang Ningyue. Were they familiar with each other? Enough. Do not speak to me while wearing that face. Jiang Mingyue could no longer bear it. Although she had no particular fondness for the demon emperor, his current demeanor was akin to the grotesque imitation of Dongshi, utterly repulsive. Her remarks were intended to provoke the individual before her, to unveil his true identity, allowing her to discern whether he was friend or foe, and whether he harbored any malice toward her. You dare to call me repulsive? The man's expression shifted abruptly. He waved his sleeve, dispelling the disguise, revealing his true visage. Jiang Ningyue observed that while the man possessed striking features, one side of his face was marred, bearing a gruesome scar. Was there a significant character in the original narrative with a scarred visage? She could not recall. Look closely. The man coldly fixed his gaze upon her. The abhorrent appearance I bear today is all thanks to both of you. Huh? Jiang Ningyue was taken aback. Was this man an enemy of the original host? Noticing her incredulous stare, the man suddenly felt a twinge of discomfort. Was that a look of disdain? You find me distasteful? His smile was laced with self-mockery, tinged with anger and trepidation. You were never like this, Ningning. Now even you find me repugnant, deeming me ugly and loathsome? The man's eyes widened in fury, his voice a strained crescendo, as if he had been stepped upon. My goodness, was this individual so emotionally volatile that mere words could send him into a frenzy? I must first calm him, or he might inadvertently harm her in his rage. No. Thus, Jiang Ningyue hastily denied any intention of finding fault with his appearance. Her words seemed to possess an enchanting quality, soothing the tumultuous emotions of the man, restoring a semblance of calm to his obsidian gaze. Really? Yes. I knew it. I knew you would not. The man appeared comforted, a glimmer of joy illuminating his countenance. A millennium ago, Ningning was the beacon of light in his life. He had always believed that while others may scorn him, she would never do so. The man smiled. If you do not find me distasteful, does that mean you like me? Jiang Ningyue thought, is this man unwell? Someone. The man commanded the specter at the door to prepare warm water. Yes. What do you intend to do? A sense of foreboding crept into Jiang Ningyue's heart. The man replied softly, since you are fond of my true self, you shall bathe and change. Tonight, I shall grant you the opportunity to share my bed. Jiang Ningyue, when did I express any fondness for you? His comprehension was utterly absurd. Share a bed? Bathe and change? Jiang Ningyue felt a mix of anger and amusement. What kind of delusional fantasy was he indulging in? What does he take me for? Very well. The man chose not to engage her further, since she was unwilling to bathe and change on her own. He would assist her. What are you doing? Before Jiang Ningyue could finish her protest, her feet left the ground as he hoisted her onto his shoulder and began to carry her away. Let me go, release me at once. Being slung over his shoulder. Head down, Jiang Ningyue felt a rush of blood to her head, struggling to breathe. She kicked and punched, yet her efforts inflicted no harm upon him. No matter how desperately she struggled, it was all in vain. The madman possessed an overwhelming mastery of spiritual energy, rendering her power utterly ineffective in his presence, leaving her devoid of any means to resist. What should she do? This place was unlike the Tianke sect. No matter how recklessly this lunatic acted, it was unlikely anyone would come to her aid. No. Jiang Mingyue bit down fiercely on the man's shoulder. He winced in pain, and the next moment, with a hint of anger, he hurled her into the hot spring. Falling into the pool, Jiang Mingyue was soaked to the skin. As she attempted to rise, the man's large hand firmly pinned her shoulder, immobilizing her. Jiang Mingyue. He glanced at the blood trickling from his shoulder, irritation evident in his voice. I am no demon emperor. I will not indulge you. Should you truly provoke my wrath, even if I hesitate to kill you, I shall first eliminate your dear companion. Each word dripped with menace. Your companion? Wan. Jiang Mingyue's pupils constricted in alarm. You have captured Wan? Where is she? The man turned his gaze and commanded. Bring that girl here. Understood. Jiang Mingyue's heart raced as anxiety gripped her, pinned beneath the water surface, her fingers discreetly twirling the Xianyu ring. Just moments ago, she had intended to activate the ring, but hesitated, fearing that disturbing him at such a late hour would ignite his temper. Yet now, both her life and Wan's were at stake. In this world, she had no familiar faces to turn to. In this dire moment, the only person she could think to seek help from was Bai Qi. However, recalling the last time she summoned him to rescue Yi Shixiao, Bai Qi had arrived in less than a minute after she activated the Xianyu ring. But now, she had been locked in a silent standoff with this madman for at least 5 or 6 minutes, and he had yet to appear. Could it be that he was angered by the previous incident, perceiving her as mocking him, and had chosen to ignore her? Brother, please do not hold a grudge at such a critical moment. At that moment, Yin Wanwan was brought forth by 2 spectral enforcers, her hands bound behind her back. Forced to remain still. Ning. Spotting Jiang Mingyue, Yin Wanwan rushed forward but was seized by the nape of her neck by the man. Wanwan, let her go. Jiang Mingyue cried, her heart racing as she rushed forward, only to be repelled by the man's surrounding spiritual energy. Ning. The man grasped Yin Wanwan's chin, a contemptuous smile playing on his lips as he threatened, if you refuse to serve my desires, then she shall take your place. How dare you touch Wanwan? No, please. No. Jiang Mingyue scrambled to her feet, grasping at the man's arm. Your target is me. Your hatred is directed at me. Do not harm her. She was determined to protect Wanwan at all costs. Yet deep down, she understood the vast disparity in their powers, leaving her with no chance in a direct confrontation. It seemed she would have to rely on cunning instead. I have never hated you. The man turned to her, his expression earnest. It is merely that you do not remember me. With the atmosphere charged, Jiang Mingyue gazed deeply into his eyes, feigning a flutter of emotions, and began, Have we not known each other for a long time? You? Have you recalled something? The man's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 62. Why are you ignoring me? Jiang Mingyue offered a faint smile, neither confirming nor denying anything. Given the man's erratic behavior, it was prudent to stabilize his emotions first. Only then would she and Luo have a chance to escape. Since he had mistaken her for his long-lost acquaintance, she would play along. After all, she had ample experience with role-playing games and theatrical performances. Drawing upon her years of experience, Jiang Mingyue continued her act. You were not like this before. She tenderly reached out, caressing the injured side of the man's face. What have you endured over the years to become this way? Have you faced much injustice? Her words struck a chord deep within him, evoking feelings of both sorrow and excitement. Ning, do you truly remember me? He asked eagerly. Jiang Mingyue shook her head. My memories are somewhat hazy, but upon seeing your silhouette, I felt a sense of unease, as if I recognized you, compelling me to draw closer. Do you like me? The man inquired impatiently. To respond outright with yes felt disingenuous. Jiang Mingyue adopted a sincere demeanor. Our meeting is serendipitous. I cannot say I like you yet, but I can see that you are unhappy. If marrying you would bring you joy, I would be willing to do so. This was merely a tactic to buy time. Really? He replied, filled with delight. Indeed, she affirmed. Meanwhile, Yin Wan Yuan, observing the exchange, was taken aback, but upon catching Jiang Ningyue's subtle cue, she realized that Ning Ning was merely acting. The man, still skeptical, pressed her further. Have you stopped liking Bai Qingzi? I have never liked him, Jiang Ningyue stated firmly. Good, good. The man's joy was palpable as he exclaimed. After all these years, you have finally seen my true feelings. Ning Ning, I shall cherish you. A millennium ago, this girl had always been enamored with Bai Qingzi. Their love had flourished, while he had concealed his affection for her. Reflecting on it now, he questioned why he should be the one to facilitate their union. He had once saved Bai Qingzi's life, only to be repaid with betrayal that led to the demise of his entire clan. He felt a burning hatred. Thus, everything that belonged to Bai Qingzi would be seized, including the very Jiang Ningyue who should have been his. Now that Ning Ning had lost her memory and no longer favored that wretched being, his opportunity had finally arrived. He would not let it slip away. With this thought, the man's urgency intensified. Ning Ning, let us wed today. The mere statement nearly caused Jiang Ningyue to lose her composure, yet she maintained her serene smile. You say you have waited for me all these years. Is it not rather hasty to decide on marriage? Should we not prepare and arrange things first? Her proposal for marriage was a ruse to delay, to find a way to escape. If they wed today, her chances of fleeing would be utterly diminished. Yes, you are right, the man readily agreed. How can the demon king of ghosts marry in haste? Ning Ning, I shall immediately issue orders for the entire ghost realm to prepare for our wedding. Demon king of ghosts? Jiang Ningyue's eyes narrowed. This character did not exist in the book, nor did the ghost realm. This was indeed a bizarre turn of events. Alas, she could not fathom this eerie plot at all. Perhaps it would be best to proceed cautiously. Can you release her? As his demeanor softened considerably, Jiang Ningyue returned to the matter at hand. She is my dear friend among the human race. You would not harm my dear friend, would you? Very well. If you insist. The ghost demon king, in high spirits, waved his hand and commanded, release her. He had no desire for anyone to intrude upon his intimate world with Ning Ning. Yes, Ning Ning was freed from her restraints, and Yin Wanyin cast a worried glance in her direction. Jiang Ningyue exchanged a knowing look with her, as if to say, you go ahead. Return and bring help for me. Understanding her unspoken words, Yin Wanyin nodded reluctantly and departed. With her gone, Jiang Ningyue felt a measure of relief. In the vast bathroom, only she and the ghost demon king remained, and the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Ahem, Jiang Ningyue broke the silence. Since we have not yet consummated our union, I shall bathe alone today, your majesty. Might you kindly step outside? But I'm still wet, he replied. She displayed a pitiful expression, imploring, your majesty. If you do not leave soon, I might catch a chill. Can you bear to see that happen? As she had anticipated, the ghost demon king was susceptible to her soft appeal. Hearing her plaintive words, he relented. Very well, bathe and rest well. I shall return to see you tomorrow. Despite his verbal assurance, the ghost demon king still confined her to the room. Outside, a glaring barrier was erected, guarded by 4 ghostly sentinels. Meanwhile, her Xianyu ring seemed to have lost its efficacy. No matter how she twisted it, there was no response. That wretched creature truly bore grudge. He had resolved to ignore her. Yet this time, she was genuinely in peril. It seemed that neither heaven nor earth would heed her cries. It would take several days for Luo to return from Tianyuan to fetch help, and she could not afford to sit idly by, lest she become prey, unaware of what fate awaited her. Perhaps I should attempt to save myself? Jiang Ningyue raised her hand, channeling her spiritual energy to attack the barrier. A soft sound echoed, but the barrier remained steadfast. Alas, this barrier is at least of divine transformation level. How could I, a mere golden core cultivator, possibly break through it? However, in that fleeting moment of exertion, she sensed a surge of strength far beyond her previous capabilities. Could it be? Closing her eyes, she utilized her spiritual energy to probe within, and when she opened her eyes in astonishment, she gasped, by the heavens! I have reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage, on the verge of transcending to the nascent soul. Furthermore, she felt an additional presence within her. is that heavenly thunder. How had it come to reside within her? Moreover, its power was extraordinary, bestowing her with such an increase in spiritual energy that she ascended from the initial stage of the golden core to its peak in an instant. Thus, had this heavenly thunder acknowledged her as its master? With a mix of skepticism and intrigue, Jiang Mingyue raised her palm, revealing a hint of violet lightning, brimming with abyssal power. Initially, she merely wished to test the might of the heavenly thunder, but she inadvertently cast forth a bolt of lightning. With a crackle, the formidable force of the heavenly thunder shattered the seemingly indomitable barrier in an instant. The barrier has been breached. Did she truly open it herself? She gazed incredulously at her palm, still somewhat dazed. Was she truly this powerful now? The barrier had opened so unexpectedly, and she worried that the 4 guards outside would notice immediately. To her astonishment, upon exiting the room, she found the 4 specters sprawled on the ground. Ning ning. Suddenly, Yin Wanwan leaped down from the rooftop, grasping her hand with concern. The ghostly demon king hasn't harmed you, has he? I'm Fine, Django Ninjue replied, surprised. Wanwan, why haven't you left yet? This fool had even disregarded the danger to return and rescue her. Of course, I couldn't bear to leave you. Yin Wanwan didn't waste any more words. I just scouted a route and discovered a passage out of this ghost realm. Come, let us flee together. Taking Ning Ning along would ease her worries. All right. Jiang Ninga tightened her grip, a wave of security washing over her as they set off together. Meanwhile, in the great hall of the ghost realm, a specter knelt to report, "My lord, the 2 girls have escaped." The ghostly demon king remained remarkably composed, as if he had anticipated such an eventuality, calmly stating, "If they have run away, then we shall simply pursue them." Ning Ning, oh Ning Ning. Despite all the sweet words, she was merely deceiving him. Yet, he would not relinquish his hold. She could not escape the ghost realm. Chapter 63. Is Ning Ning calling for him? As Jiang Mingyue and Yun Wanwan ran, they skillfully evaded all the patrolling specters. However, they did not venture far before encountering a group of guards, seemingly waiting for them. The ghost realm is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Those specters wielded scythes or iron chains, each one a fearsome visage exuding murderous intent. Yun Wanwan stepped forward, shielding Jiang Mingyue behind her, whispering, "If we wish to survive, we must fight our way out. Before the ghostly demon king notices, we still have a chance to escape." Understood. Jiang Mingyue considered that although she had been immersed in this story for some time and had practiced her cultivation, she had never engaged in combat. This time, it was for real. One careless moment could cost her life. The Xianyu ring had already lost its power. No one could rescue them now. If they did not save themselves, they would perish. She absolutely could not be a burden. Specters attacked from all directions, and Yin Wanwan instructed her to stay close. Drawing her sword to fend them off, blades and chains surged forward, shaking the very ground beneath them. Jiang Mingyue dodged repeatedly, narrowly avoiding the sharp weapons, her heart racing in her throat. Good heavens, that scythe had nearly severed her head. In a moment of distraction, a fierce force from behind sent her sprawling. Ouch! She hit the ground, and before she could recover, a sharp scythe was barreling toward her. Ning Ning! At that moment, Yin Wanwan was too far away to save her. Stay back, stay back! Jiang Mingyue, in a panic, reached out to block the attack, and a thunderous bolt erupted from her palm. Boom! The thunderclap resonated mightily, striking the specter and sending it reeling several meters away. Jiang Mingyue was momentarily stunned. She had just reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Theoretically, she could exert no more than 1/10 of that thunder's power. Yet, even that fraction was so formidable. Truly, it was an artifact of ancient times. She seemed to have gained a surge of courage, rising to her feet as she summoned the power of extinction. Violet lightning danced around the blade of her sword, and with a swift motion, she struck back, repelling 2 specters. Was she truly this formidable? With growing confidence, Jiang Mingyue no longer felt the panic she had moments earlier. She continued to strike, dispatching over 10 specters in just a few exchanges. Yin Wanyue couldn't help but marvel at how rapidly Ningyue's cultivation had progressed, perhaps even surpassing her own. It must be due to the heavenly thunder. Before she could ponder further, a commotion arose nearby, as yet another group of specters pursued them. Yun Wanyue furrowed her brows. They are coming again. We must hurry. With that, she grasped Jiang Mingyue's hand and sprinted toward the exit of the ghost realm. Thus, the two were relentlessly chased, evading danger at every turn. In the span of 2 short hours, they had dealt with over 10 waves of specters. Initially, they managed quite well, but gradually, Jiang Mingyue felt her limbs growing weaker, as if under the influence of a sedative. Something was amiss. Could it be the incense burning in the room earlier, laced with a drug that rendered one's limbs powerless? Her steps became increasingly unsteady, and she stumbled, only to be steadied by Yun Wanyue. Mingyue, what's wrong? I'm fine, Jiang Mingyue replied, lifting her gaze to the fork in the path ahead, forcing herself to remain composed. Wanyue, how much further until we can leave the ghost realm? She was on the verge of collapse. This path seems wrong, Yun Wanyue observed, her heart filled with uncertainty. Just moments ago, she had explored this route, and it had been a single path. Now it had diverged into 2. Surely, only one of these paths led to freedom. Wanyue, Jiang Mingyue proposed, let's split up. No matter who escapes first, do not look back. Just return to the sect for reinforcements, all right? Given that one of these paths must lead to safety while the other likely led to a dead end. Traveling together would only risk them both being trapped. Moreover, given her current condition, she would soon be unable to move, undoubtedly becoming a liability. It was better to part ways. At least one of them might find a way out. According to the tropes of novels, the protagonist would undoubtedly make it out unscathed. She had faith that Wanyue would surely come back with help. However, this was a necessary sacrifice to ensure at least one of them could escape. Wanyue, we must allow one of us to escape first to have any hope of survival. Otherwise, we will perish together. After a moment of hesitation, Yun Wanyue likely concluded that parting ways was the optimal solution, agreeing, or I'll take the left path, and you take the right. No matter who leaves the ghost realm first, we must not look back. Yes, take care of yourself, Wanyue. You too. I will. With one last glance at her, Jiang Mingyue steadied her faltering steps and ventured down the right path. They would both escape. They must. Her steps grew lighter. Her consciousness began to drift, and finally, she collapsed to the ground. In an instant, a blade was pressed against her throat. Where's the other girl? It doesn't matter. The master only wants this woman. Let's take her back. Jiang Mingyue raised her head, surrounded by the specters, her dissipating spiritual power reduced to mere fragments. She found herself at the end of her wits. Yet, from their words, it appeared that Luo Luo had managed to escape. The Xuanyu ring on her finger spun countless times, still yielding no response. Was she truly destined to perish here today? The winds howled, and the lightning flashed, leaving only a dim and oppressive sky, shrouded in an insistent gloom. Before despair engulfed her, the girl gently caressed his cheek, leaving behind a solitary phrase. Chi, the next time you see the stars, it will mean I have returned. Subsequently, her body grew cold, and her 3 souls and 7 spirits began to dissipate, transforming into fluttering feathers that gradually faded away. No, Ningning, do not leave. The boy fell to his knees, arms outstretched in vain, watching helplessly as she turned to ash, vanishing like grains of sand slipping through his fingers. Irretrievably lost, no effort sufficing to retain even a trace of her. The agony pierced his very soul, deep within his bones and marrow. It was his failure. In the end, he could not protect the one he cherished most. She would never return. Ningning's heart-wrenching cry felt as though it had hollowed out his heart in an instant. The searing pain in his chest gradually roused his drowning consciousness. Ningning suddenly awakened. Bai Qi's face turned as pale as parchment, cold sweat soaking his garments. It was a nightmare. The fiery torment of his soul still raged within his chest, burning relentlessly, denying him even a moment's respite. It was excruciating. No, was Ningning calling for him? The pain sharpened his awareness, and Bai Qi realized that during his unconsciousness, the Xuanyu ring had summoned him countless times. This was dire. She must be in peril. In a flurry of confusion, Bai Qi rose hastily, only to be pulled back into the abyss by the searing agony of the soul fire. His body trembled, his gaze unfocused, and he collapsed to the ground. blood gushing from his mouth. The soul fire within him raged on, mercilessly tormenting his already shattered meridians, even his heart channels. The heart-wrenching pain surged through his blood and marrow, assaulting every sinew of his being. In mere moments, cold sweat poured from him, the world spinning chaotically, each movement sending waves of agony through his entire being. He struggled to maintain his fading consciousness, enduring the torment of the flames. Yet even standing became a formidable challenge. Another cough erupted, spewing forth more blood. He was becoming increasingly useless. A few thousand strands of soul fire could render him unconscious. He had been out for 3 days and nights, the Xuanyu ring unable to awaken him. He remained oblivious to the trials she had faced in his absence. Sleep was a luxury he could not afford. Ningning was still unaware of the peril she faced, her fate hanging in the balance. He had to hurry to save her. Chapter 64. Breaching the Ghost City in the Ghost Domain at the Yama Hall. With a thud, Jiang Mingye was unceremoniously thrown to the ground by 2 specters, bound tightly. Her body rendered limp from the effects of a drug. "Master, we have captured the person. How shall you deal with her?" "Fool!" Seeing the situation, the Ghost King seethed with fury, striking the 2 specters to the ground. "Who permitted you to treat her like this? Not only is she bound, but you have also allowed my Ningning to be harmed. Such rascals! Please, master, temper your anger." 2 specters knelt upon the ground, repeatedly confessing their faults, asserting that their only intention was to capture her swiftly. Before they could finish their plea, the Demon King, filled with wrath, obliterated their souls with a single, furious strike, reducing them to mere ashes. Those foolish, blind wretches deserved their fate. The Demon King then approached the throne, crouched down, and tenderly untied the ropes binding Jiang Mingye, reaching out to support her, Ningning. Though her strength had all but dissipated, the very touch of this being filled her with profound aversion, compelling her to recoil with all her might. "Do not fear." The Demon King presumed her terror was directed at him. "I shall not harm you. Do not touch me. Ningning, do not touch me." Seeing him disregard her pleas and extend his hand to embrace her shoulder, desperation surged within her, prompting her to sink her teeth into the Demon King's hand fiercely. "Ayu." The Demon King winced in pain, his irritation causing him to shove her to the ground. At that moment, he caught sight of the ring adorning her finger. Could it be the Empyrean jade ring of the Demon Emperor? A smirk curled upon his lips, and jealousy surged like a tempest within his heart. Indeed, it was clear she still harbored feelings for him. All those sweet words spoken to him were mere fabrications, bestowed upon him as a jest, a paltry gift. How could this be? Bai Qi, born a prince of the demon race, had been cherished and adored since his youth, enjoying a life of unparalleled privilege. Why should he, who had faced ruin, be deprived of Ningning's affection? Bai Qi already possessed so much, yet he sought to claim the one person Ningning held dear. And what of Ningning? She had cast him aside, even harboring disdain for him. In that moment, he felt utterly bereft. All of this, a consequence of the Demon Emperor's machinations. The rage within the Demon King intensified, his pupils transforming to a blood-red hue. The sight of that ring became a piercing torment, driving him to the brink of madness. Remove it. Take it off. He could not bear to witness any connection between Ningning and Bai Qi, not even a trace. In a frenzied state, he lunged for the ring on Jiang Mingye's hand. "What are you doing? I told you not to touch me." Panic surged within Jiang Mingye as she hastily dodged. "Get away." With every ounce of her remaining strength, she delivered a resounding slap to the Demon King's face. In the next instant, a mark of her hand appeared upon his pale visage, slightly swollen and reddened. "You dare strike me?" Though Jiang Mingye had yet to rise, a powerful hand seized her delicate, pale neck. The Demon King glared with fury, his voice seething. "Jiang Mingye, my patience is not infinite. Do not presume I would hesitate to deal with you." Though he was not particularly angered by her strike, her audacity to strike him over a ring gifted by the Demon Emperor nearly drove him to madness. "Cough, cough, let go." Jiang Mingye had completely lost her strength, the sensation of suffocation intensifying, rendering her incapable of resistance. Yet, she refused to yield, fixing her gaze defiantly upon the Demon King. if you have the courage. Then kill me, and my father, along with my senior brothers and sisters, will never forgive you. Threatening me? The demon king scoffed disdainfully. This hall of Yama is not a place one may simply enter at will. For every intruder, I shall ensure their demise. As he spoke, his tone shifted to one of obsessive fervor. Moreover, how could I ever bring myself to harm you? You declared your willingness to wed me, which brought me joy. Since I took your words to heart, you must fulfill your promise. Even in death, you must honor your commitment before departing. His madness intensified, and the grip of his hand grew ever tighter. Jiang Mingyue felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation, her head spinning, and her vision darkening. Wang Quan would undoubtedly come to rescue her. She just had to hold on until they arrived. She needed to endure. Yet, her eyelids grew heavier, her body increasingly leaden, until she finally succumbed to unconsciousness. The demon king cradled the fainted girl in his arms, tenderly brushing the red marks on her neck. As though realizing he had been too harsh, he calmed himself somewhat, gazing at Jiang Ningyue's serene face, murmuring to himself, "Ning Ning, as long as you obediently comply, I shall treat you well." Yet, this girl stubbornly refused to remain by his side. Thus, he had no choice but to adopt a more forceful approach. Whatever it took to keep Ning Ning by his side, he was prepared to do. Your Majesty, trouble approaches." At that moment, two specters rushed in, urgency evident in their demeanor, reporting that the demon domain was under attack. "No, not by humans," another specter corrected, "but by the demon race." "The demon race?" "Indeed." The specter recounted, "Your Majesty, the demon emperor has led his army to assault the demon domain. By Qi, he certainly arrived with great swiftness." "Huh." The demon king lowered his head, continuing his conversation with the unconscious girl in his arms. "The demon emperor has come even faster than your so-called father or senior sisters. However, he will meet the same fate. How dare he wreak havoc in his territory and expect to leave alive? That would render him, the demon king, utterly ineffectual." Suddenly, two injured specters stumbled in, collapsing to the ground. Your Majesty, the Ghost Cry River has been breached." "What?" The demon king froze momentarily. The other specters within the hall trembled in fear. The Ghost Cry River marked the boundary of their domain, a place where countless powerful beings had perished. A sight that even the elders and leaders of major sects dared not trespass. How could it be breached in the blink of an eye? The specter continued. "The demon emperor has declared that if we do not surrender the girl, he will march to the Yama Hall." This proclamation sent shivers down the spines of the specters, leaving them paralyzed with fear. Were it anyone else, even the leader of the Heavenly K sect, they would dismiss such claims as mere bravado. But the one making this threat was the demon emperor. He was the very being who, a millennium ago, single-handedly pierced through the 12 major sects. After 20 years in the demon domain, they felt for the first time the approaching disaster. Even the typically composed demon king's expression changed. Soon after, another specter arrived, continuing to report the dire situation outside. "Your Majesty, the gates of the ghost city have been breached." How could this transpire so swiftly? This time, the demon king clearly appeared flustered. What else did the demon emperor say? He stated that if even a single hair from his people is harmed today, he will raise our demon domain to the ground. Chapter 65. The thought of never seeing Ning Ning again would drive him mad. "Your Majesty." Another ghostly envoy knelt and said, "It seems the demon emperor is truly serious. If he merely desires this woman, why not simply hand her over? Otherwise, what good can come from offending the demon emperor?" The ghost king shot a disdainful glance at the envoy and, with a single strike, reduced him to ashes. "You worthless lot. What is there to fear? Does the demon emperor not care for Ning Ning? With her as leverage, why should we fear him? My lord, do you have a plan?" The ghost king lowered his head, a cold smile gracing his lips. "The one the demon emperor desires is within the 9 layers of hell. Let us see if he dares to rescue her." The ghostly envoys stood in stunned silence. Is our master truly intending to cast this woman into the 9 layers of hell? If the demon emperor genuinely cares for her, once she enters, even with his formidable abilities, escape would be exceedingly difficult. Yet, I fear that the cold-blooded wolf will not risk his life for a mere girl. It is indeed a gamble. However, at this moment, even if all our ghost commanders and their leader were to unite, they may not stand a chance against that little demon emperor. We are left with no choice but to take this risk. The Ghost King caressed the girl's face, a sinister smile creeping upon his features. Ning Ning, should the demon emperor perish, you shall belong solely to me. Therefore, the demon emperor must die in the ghost domain, a place once shunned by various sects and races due to its treacherous and ominous nature. Chaos now reigned. The river of ghosts had been breached. Countless specters, either terrified, submerged in the riverbed, or hastily fleeing. Indestructible city gates and barriers had been shattered. The sky remained shrouded in darkness, with cries of despair, sounds of slaughter, and pleas for mercy intertwining, resembling a true hellscape. In the air, a figure clad in dark robes moved with lethal grace, dispatching foes with ease, while Xianhua and Xianmu followed closely behind, leading hundreds of demon troops, sweeping from the River of Ghosts to the Hall of Yama. Lines of ghostly commanders fell, and formations were shattered, creating an unimpeded path of destruction. Within a mere hour, the ghost domain had transformed, descending into a realm of soul-consuming fire, where even the specters found no solace. Subsequently, the ghostly commanders and envoys abandoned their defenses, scattering in disarray. With a chilling scream, a god transformation-level ghost commander was pierced through the chest by a figure known as Tai Sui, plummeting from the sky. Tai Sui had intentionally skewed the thrust, allowing the commander to retain a fragment of his soul. The injured commander, barely rising from the ground, was seized by a massive hand around his throat. Looking up, he met a pair of cold, bloodthirsty, peach blossom eyes, as if Yama himself was surveying him from on high. I shall ask you once more, where is she? Each word dripped with impatient fury, the aura emanating from him, so potent it sent shivers down the spine. On his journey, the Xianyu ring had ceased to sense Ning Ning's precise location. She may have lost consciousness. Regardless, his patience was waning. If he could not find Ning Ning soon, he would truly lose his mind. Please, do not extinguish my soul. The once mighty ghost commander now knelt before Bai Qi, trembling with fear as he begged for mercy. I will tell you, she is over there. He pointed towards the direction of the 9 layers of hell, just beyond the back of the Yama Hall. The Lord had just instructed that if the demon emperor inquired about Miss Zhang's whereabouts, the truth should be disclosed without hesitation. After all, the Lord intended to draw the demon emperor into the fray. Your Excellency, Xian Mu raised his head and followed the direction of the gesture, his expression shifting as he beheld the 9 layers of hell. Please do not. Before he could voice his concern, Bai Qi had already transformed into a fleeting shadow, racing towards that very direction. Your Excellency, do not go. Xianhua, in a state of alarm, was about to pursue when, unexpectedly, a sudden force struck from behind him. Not good. He swiftly turned to evade, the spiritual energy missing him and creating an immense chasm in its wake. Who dares to launch a sneak attack? Xianhua clenched his fists, challenging the unseen assailant to reveal themselves. Ha ha ha! A mocking laughter echoed from above. With the arrival of the Demon Emperor, it is only proper that I personally greet him. Soon after, the Ghost Demon King appeared before the gathered crowd. Master, at last you have arrived. The ghostly generals and messengers rejoiced as if they had encountered a savior. If you had delayed further, the ghost realm would have been lost. Ghost Demon King, Xianhua scoffed. Why did you not show yourself sooner? Only when the Lord departs do you dare to emerge. Truly a cowardly wretch. Indeed, the Ghost Demon King appeared unfazed. I have prepared a grand gift for your esteemed Lord in the 9 layers of hell. What? Xianhua and Xianmu exchanged anxious glances. If it were merely the 9 layers of hell, the Lord's prowess would be sufficient to navigate through it. Yet the Ghost Demon King's tone suggested that meticulous traps had already been laid within. This is bad. The Lord is in danger. The two ceased their idle chatter and attempted to head towards the 9 layers of hell, only to be halted in their tracks by the Ghost Demon King's outstretched hand. That is a gift meant solely for the Demon Emperor. Your presence would only spoil the occasion, the Ghost Demon King declared languidly. He would not allow them to interfere with his plans. Very well. Xianhua's fury surged, reaching his throat. If you insist on obstructing my path, I shall slay you first." As he spoke, he swung his iron hammer towards the ghost demon king's face, ready for battle at a moment's notice. The 9 layers of hell, the most perilous locale of the ghost realm, consisted of 9 levels, each more treacherous than the last. The first layer was engulfed in hellfire, capable of incinerating all. The second layer was the Sea of Souls, its surface littered with countless bones, remnants of those who perished there. Upon entering the second layer, innumerable malevolent spirits would reach from the waters, dragging living beings into the depths, devouring flesh and blood until only bones remained. The third layer was the abyss of blood, where the waters were far more fearsome than the vile waters of decomposition. Even a mere touch would cause flesh to rot away to the bone, leaving only a pool of blood. Since the establishment of the ghost realm, no one had ever survived the trials of the 9th layer. And there, Jiang Mingyue was imprisoned by the ghost demon king. The 9th layer was a colossal killing array, where Jiang Mingyue lay in a daze upon the ground, feeling an overwhelming discomfort, as though an unseen force was constricting her chest, rendering her breathless. Heat, unbearable heat. Jiang Mingyue struggled to open her eyes, revealing a dismal crimson haze that blurred her vision. Where was she? Her limbs felt ensnared by invisible ethereal threads, piercing her veins and gradually siphoning her lifeblood. Her instincts warned her that if she lingered in this place, she would soon be drained completely. She had to devise an escape. Jiang Mingyue attempted to rise, but the narcotic had taken root within her, rendering her legs powerless. As she managed to lift herself, she collapsed back down. After a few futile struggles, she tried again, but before she could steady herself, she fell once more. This cursed place was exceedingly concealed, inaccessible to anyone but herself. No one would come to her aid. She must escape. She had lost count of how many times she had fallen. Jiang Mingyue coughed up blood, her strength waning. She felt as if she were sinking into an abyss, almost unable to move. "Luo Luo," she murmured, "I'm sorry. I fear I may not hold on until you arrive." The peril surrounding her was immense, and she did not wish for Luo Luo to risk herself for her sake. Yet, she was utterly exhausted. Above her, a flock of crows circled ominously, cawing with avarice, their eyes gleaming as they fixated on the nearly lifeless girl below. They had found their feast. Suddenly, the swarm of crows swooped down in a frenzied rush towards the fading figure. Chapter 66. Why won't you acknowledge me? In the instant the multitude of crows neared the girl, a dark silhouette descended from the heavens, swiftly enveloping her in its embrace. The crows crashed against this figure, but upon mere contact, they were incinerated into ashes by the ethereal flames that surrounded it. In the blink of an eye, the crows vanished, leaving only a handful of ashes scattered on the ground. Ning, 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 ning. Bai Qi softly called her name while holding the semi-conscious girl in his arms. Observing her disheveled attire, soiled face, and numerous wounds, a pang of anguish pierced his heart. A wave of guilt and tenderness surged within him, prompting him to tighten his embrace. Bowing his head, he gently kissed her lips, channeling his warm spiritual energy into her, gradually warming her frigid body. Unbeknownst to him, a tear of sorrow and regret slipped from his eye. It was his fault. He had arrived too late. Ning Ning had trusted him so implicitly, seeking his help, yet he had allowed her to suffer. It was his error. In her dazed state, Jiang Mingyue felt a soft warmth against her lips. The gentle flow of spiritual energy entered her being, swiftly mending her wounds and alleviating much of the poison within her. Just as she felt submerged in despair, a powerful hand grasped her, pulling her upwards. It lifted her higher and higher until she finally beheld the light of day. Was she saved? Had Luo Luo come to rescue her? Luo Luo, as Jiang Mingyue gradually regained her strength and opened her eyes again, she did not see Luo Luo, but rather a strikingly handsome face looming close to hers. "Is it you?" She gasped, bewildered. "Bai Qi, why are you here?" Jiang Mingyue was taken aback, her heart a torrent of emotions. A sense of relief washed over her, intermingled with astonishment and joy, yet predominantly overshadowed by an ineffable bitterness. As I, Bai Qi, concluded my words, the girl unexpectedly threw herself into my embrace, her trembling hands gripping me tightly, her forehead resting against my chest. My mind went blank, engulfed by a panic that rendered me utterly helpless. Jiang began to weep, tears cascading down her cheeks uncontrollably, whether from grievance, lingering shock, or disbelief I could not discern. Several times, she had believed she would perish in this unfamiliar place, convinced that no one would ever find her here. She even thought that her death would elicit no sorrow from anyone, save for Wanwan. Yet, unexpectedly, in a moment of despair, she encountered a familiar face, akin to grasping a lifeline, reluctant to let go. However, she never anticipated it would be me. Strangely, within my embrace, she felt an inexplicable sense of safety, as if all her fears had dissipated. A solitary tear fell onto the back of my hand, causing my heart to tremble with a profound sense of compassion. Gently, I patted her back, soothingly murmuring, "Do not cry. All is well now." Her tears only served to further disconcert me. "I have sent you so many messages. Why did you ignore me?" Once her emotions stabilized somewhat, Jiang Mingyue opened up. "Even if you were angry with me, it has been a month. Surely your anger has subsided by now? I have even apologized to you. How can you be so petty? You said you would ignore me, and you truly did." Her voice quivered with remnants of tears, tinged with an air of panic, as if all her grievances were laid bare in that moment, yearning for my understanding. It was indeed puzzling. Earlier, she had called out to Bai Qi for an extended period without a response, merely feeling a twinge of sadness. Yet now that he was present, her desire to cry intensified. Forgive me, I arrived late." As her tears flowed, I found myself increasingly flustered, the calm demeanor I usually maintained evaporating in an instant. All that remained was guilt and heartache, and I was at a loss for how to stem her tears. Resorting to repeated apologies, Jiang Mingyue sniffled. "Have you already forgotten me?" "I have never forgotten you," I replied gently. "It was my oversight. I failed to see your messages. Such an oversight shall not occur again. If it happens once more, I would never forgive myself." Upon witnessing my patient explanation, Jiang Mingyue's emotions began to settle. "So, you mean to say you weren't intentionally ignoring me? How could I ever ignore you? Unless I were to perish, no matter what transpires. I would never neglect my Ning-Ning." Realizing I had just exhibited a moment of emotional instability, Jiang Mingyue released me, lowering her head, rendered speechless. Was I truly explaining myself to her? In truth, the fact that I had ventured into peril to rescue her filled her with joy. The esteemed demon emperor, patiently engaging in an explanation of what might seem trivial to me. Noticing the scars upon my body, she must have understood that I too had endured injuries in this hellish descent. "I shall take you away from here. I recognize that this place was unsuitable for lingering. Let us depart." "But I cannot move anymore, hey?" Upon your utterance, he swiftly lifted you into his embrace, pressing you against his chest, causing your heartbeat to quicken imperceptibly. "Then I shall hold you." His words and actions exuded a profound tenderness, akin to a gentle spring breeze gradually enveloping your heart. Lifting your gaze, you were met with the enchanting visage of a captivating beauty, stirring a wave of inexplicable emotions within. He was undeniably handsome, his body emanating a subtle herbal fragrance, an essence of elegance that remained untainted by vulgarity. Coughing softly, you chastised yourself inwardly for your thoughts. In that moment of distraction, you felt an invisible force constraining you. The ethereal bindings revealed themselves, a spirit locking array. Recognizing this sinister formation, you recalled the harrowing nature of the trap. It was a malevolent and terrifying array, binding its captive and refusing to release them until their life essence was fully drained. Of course, destroying the array would yield no relief. Once bound, your fate was sealed. Even if Bai Qi possessed the strength to dismantle the array, your life would be forfeit alongside it. Thus, did fate decree that your demise was inevitable. You cursed the demon king silently 1,000 times. "Bai Qi," you exclaimed, "I am surely doomed today. You must flee and leave me." You comprehended the array's most formidable aspect. It ensnared even the mightiest of cultivators, offering no escape and often resulting in death. Bai Qi's expression darkened as he set you down, sealing your spiritual veins with his power. Instantly, You felt the array's thirst for your blood diminish significantly. Do not fear. You will be all right, Bai Qi reassured you, his urgency palpable, before he turned to investigate the array's focal point. As you watched him retreat, a pang of trepidation gripped your heart. Was he truly departing? After transitioning into this world, you had few companions, and Bai Qi was one of them. As the exalted demon emperor, he descended into the depths of despair to rescue a mere mortal like yourself. You felt a sense of gratitude. Yet, you could not allow your friend to perish alongside you. If he left, you ought to feel relieved. With this thought, you found a measure of solace, lowering your gaze, though an undeniable melancholy lingered in your eyes. Why then did sorrow still tug at your heart? Chapter 67. Feeding the array with blood. Across from you, Bai Qi swiftly examined the spirit-locking array with his spiritual power and soon located its focal point. This is it. There can be no mistake. He hesitated not a moment, drawing the tie sway and slicing a deep gash into his wrist. Instantly, an unstoppable torrent of blood surged forth, cascading into the array's center. He understood that if the array were to be destroyed, you too would perish, and that the spirit-locking array could not be forcibly broken. However, once the focal point was filled with blood, it would surely unlock. His heart ached at the thought of you suffering. Even if it was just a small wound to your hand, how could he bear to witness you being drained? Thus, he resolved to fill it with his own blood. Bai Qi, even from a distance, you discerned his actions clearly and hastily called out, "What are you doing? Do not be foolish." Was he truly intending to sacrifice his own blood to feed the spirit-locking array? Had he lost his mind? Why does he always engage in such reckless behavior? Jiang Mingyue could sense that her blood flow had considerably slowed. The spirit-locking formation had been nourished by the blood of divine beasts, leaving it with little capacity to siphon her blood any further. Yet, her anxiety only deepened as she called out to him, "Bai Qi, do not act foolishly." However, the spirit chains shackled her limbs, rendering her powerless to intervene. She could only watch helplessly as the formation's core was gradually stained crimson, greedily absorbing more blood. Yet it resembled an insatiable abyss, incapable of being filled no matter how much blood was poured into it. Observing his complexion gradually turn pale, she felt a pang of dread. In truth, without her, Bai Qi possessed the strength to escape alone. Yet he chose to risk himself, feeding the formation with his own blood. The appetite of the spirit-locking formation was immense, and given his frail condition, how could he withstand losing so much blood? In a fleeting moment, Jiang Mingyue felt the spirit chains loosen around her limbs, granting her the freedom to move her hands and feet. The formation had gorged itself, and a path was opened. "Bai Qi," she exclaimed, rushing to support his staggering form, her voice laced with concern. "How are you?" It was evident that the color had drained from his face, leaving it as pale as snow, resembling someone who had just recovered from a grave illness. "I'm fine. I have plenty of blood. Losing this little is of no consequence," he replied nonchalantly. As he spoke, he swiftly wrapped a cloth around the wound on his wrist to staunch the bleeding. Even his palms trembled slightly from weakness. Jiang Mingyue hesitated, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over her. The blood of demonic beasts was a premium ingredient for medicine and alchemy. Its loss would deplete one's essence. It was only due to his profound spiritual power that he had not perished from such a significant blood loss. Otherwise, an ordinary demonic beast would have certainly succumbed. Yet, even with his deep reserves of spiritual energy, he had still drained his essence. How could it truly be inconsequential? Indeed, despite Bai Qi releasing her hand and striving to appear unscathed, he faltered after taking a single step. "Be careful." Jiang Mingyue quickly caught him again, feeling his body was as light as a feather, as though he could collapse at any moment. Bai Qi closed his eyes, allowing his spiritual energy to circulate and stabilize within him. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes, his expression regaining its composure. "It's nothing. Are you truly fine? Or merely pretending?" Jiang Mingyue remained skeptical, urging him not to overexert himself. Their gazes met, and Bai Qi chuckled lightly. "If I were to claim I'm unwell, I could linger on you for another 10 days or half a month. You and T accuse me of being a fraud, would you?" Jiang Mingyue retorted. "You're still joking. You should be fine, right? But what if I'm not? he teased, expecting her to express concern for him. To his surprise, she stubbornly replied, "If you're not fine, who will take me out?" Bai Qi laughed, not at all angered by her retort. Well, at least Ningyue needed him. His gaze returned to Jiang Ningyue, noticing several tears in her clothing, prompting him to remove his outer garment and drape it over her. "I'm not cold, put it on," she protested. Bai Qi gently pressed her shoulder, refusing to let her remove it. Strangely compelled, Jiang Ningyue accepted without further protest. "Then, let's hurry and leave. This place of chaos is fraught with peril. Lingering for even a moment increases the danger." With that, Bai Qi extended his arm, embracing her waist, and declared, "Let's depart." The two transformed into fleeting shadows, enveloped by a searing layer of 9 heavens soul fire, as they exited the 9th layer of hell. Upon reaching the 8th layer, signs of battle were evident everywhere. A massive python, measuring over 10 meters, lay lifeless on the ground. Additionally, a small, snow-white spirit beast with 4 legs was found suspended at the juncture between the 8th and 9th layers. Upon their emergence, it pleaded pitifully, "Woe is me, Demon Emperor. I was coerced by the Ghost Demon King to guard this place. I did not intend to oppose you. Please release me. If you do, I shall serve you faithfully henceforth." The entrance to the 9th layer, once opened, required a continuous infusion of spiritual energy to remain accessible. Otherwise, it would close, necessitating double the energy to reopen. To conserve energy, the Demon Emperor had tethered him here, utilizing his energy to sustain the entrance. He had already been drained of energy for an hour. As a dignified 7th-tier demon, the azure-eyed celestial fox, who possessed strength equivalent to that of a cultivator in the divine transformation stage, had always guarded this realm with formidable presence and fearlessness. Yet he had never been in such a disgraceful position. That wretched Demon Emperor had shown him no respect whatsoever. He would first feign submission and then settle the score later. Upon sighting the fluffy creature, Jiang Ningyue's eyes sparkled with delight. "What an adorable little dog. It resembles my pet, Little White." The term dog struck a nerve with the azure-eyed celestial fox. "You dare insult me as a dog? I, a dignified azure-eyed celestial fox, a 7th-tier demon, am not to be compared with mere canines." This was the first time he had ever been referred to as a dog. "Oh, so it is merely a fluffy fox," Jiang Ningyue remarked with a smile. "It is not nearly as charming as a dog." The azure-eyed celestial fox was incensed. To suggest I am less appealing than a dog is utterly outrageous. Jiang Ningyue continued, "However, most great demons are fearsome and ferocious. You, on the other hand, appear to be quite a beautiful spirit." Noticing her interest, Bai Qi casually suggested, "If you like it, Ning Ning, I could take it in as your spirit beast." "Really?" Jiang Ningyue's face lit up with joy. "Indeed," Bai Qi confirmed, lightly waving his hand to release the azure-eyed celestial fox. With a guardian of divine rank beside Ning Ning, he felt a sense of reassurance. With a thud, the bindings were undone, and the azure-eyed celestial fox fell to the ground unexpectedly, letting out a pained yelp. "Ouch. Why, Your Majesty? To whom did you say I would serve as a spirit beast?" Rubbing its sore backside, it clambered to its feet, gazing at Jiang Ningyue in disbelief. "Her?" Bai Qi replied, "Yes." "No." It immediately bristled, its displeasure evident. "To accept you as my master is already a considerable concession. Yet you expect me to acknowledge a mere golden core cultivator as my superior? Are you mocking me? You would rather perish. Choose wisely." Though Bai Qi's voice was low and his tone indifferent, it sent shivers down the creature's spine, compelling it to kneel submissively. No. I find this young lady quite agreeable. I shall accept her as my temporary master." Chapter 68. The Little Demon Emperor Grows Jealous. Jiang Ningyue groomed its fur, and from now on, it would enjoy a life of luxury alongside me. I shall not treat you poorly. The azure-eyed celestial fox let out a silent scoff. How could a mere girl of low cultivation possibly be worthy of being its master? It felt an undeniable resentment. By the way, as Jiang Ningyue stroked the dog, she inquired, "Is it not true that beasts of the 3rd tier and above can take on human form? How is it that you, a dignified 7th-tier demon, appear like this?" Your size is akin to that of a Pomeranian. Can you truly possess the combat strength of a seventh-tier demon? She expressed her skepticism. How am I like this? The azure-eyed celestial fox cast an irritated glance at Bai Qi. Is it not due to your man's actions that I am reduced to this state? My true form is quite formidable. It was merely a moment of carelessness that allowed the demon emperor to strike me down. And now, I am mocked by a girl of golden core stage and mistaken for a dog. When have I ever endured such humiliation? Cough. Please mind your words, Jiang Ningyue corrected. I am merely friends with him. What do you mean by her man? I have no such man. TSK, TSK, TSK. The fox was unconvinced. Humans are notoriously duplicitous. The more they deny it, the more it seemed true. Moreover, this little girl appeared quite dark-hearted. Was it not evident that she and that demon emperor were a match made in heaven? A perfect pair indeed. Jiang Mingyue wondered. Why is this little demon so inept with words? Unbeknownst to her, Bai Qi's lips had subtly curved into a smile. Despite its loquaciousness, the little demon had at last uttered something agreeable. And I, too, am capable of transforming into human form. The azure-eyed celestial fox defended itself once more. Is that so? Then why not show me? Jiang Ningyue's curiosity was piqued. If it were too unattractive, she would not wish to keep it. Transform then. The azure-eyed celestial fox spun in place and transformed into a strikingly handsome young man clad in azure robes, standing at least 6 feet tall. His delicate features were stunning. His skin fair, and his long eyelashes accentuated his pristine aura. The azure hue of his irises hinted at an ethereal mixed heritage. He appeared entirely different from the ruffled fox moments before. Had it not been for a certain exquisite beauty constantly in her vicinity, raising her standards for attractiveness, she might have found herself captivated by this young man. Yet, it seemed the little demon emperor was even more enchanting. Bai Qi was rendered speechless. How did this little demon beast possess such a delicate appearance? Huh. Jiang Ningyue could not help but compliment. I never expected you to be quite handsome. Bai Qi's expression darkened. Ning Ning had actually praised this creature's looks and gazed at him for so long. Just a pretty face. How could he compare? Was he so captivating that she could hardly look away? He suddenly felt a twinge of regret for his earlier decision. Humph, do not let my beauty deceive you. The azure-eyed celestial fox responded with a proud smile. In battle, I am far more splendid than my appearance. You are fortunate indeed to have me as your master. Do all males of your fox clan look as stunning as you? Jiang Ningyue casually inquired. Generally, in novels, the fox clan is renowned for their beauty and enchanting allure. She once thought it merely a fabrication of the author. However, witnessing it firsthand today, she realized that at least their beauty was indeed a reality. Though my beauty is indeed rare, there are still many attractive foxes in existence. Really? Shall we discuss this matter? The azure-eyed celestial fox twirled its pupils, saying, If you release me, I shall introduce you to a few handsome and gentle male foxes. Enough. Bai Qi interjected, unable to tolerate any further. Why are you interrupting my conversation with this little girl? The azure-eyed celestial fox appeared quite displeased, perhaps fearing that she might develop affections for him, or perhaps for Ning Ning. With a stern expression, Bai Qi interrupted again, declaring that this chatty fox was unsuitable as a spirit companion. I might as well eliminate him now and find you a better one. How could he feel at ease with such a pretty boy lingering beside Ning Ning? With a swift motion, he drew out Tai Sui, its brilliance dazzling and sharp. The azure-eyed celestial fox turned pale with fright, hastily retreating behind Jiang Ningyue. No, no, no. Master, save me. What did you call me? Repeat that. His displeasure was evident. Repeat it, and I shall spare you. Jiang Ningyue deliberately toyed with him. Faced with the prospect of imminent demise, the azure-eyed celestial fox disregarded its pride and exclaimed, Master, save me, save me. Now that is more like it, Jiang Ningyue remarked. Bai Qi was about to interject, but she stood protectively before him. Although the fox was somewhat loquacious, it possessed a certain charm. Perhaps it would be acceptable to keep him. Yes, yes, yes. The azure-eyed celestial fox nodded vigorously, fearing for its life. Remove your hand from her. Bai Qi's voice was icy, barely containing his fury. You dare to call him adorable? He is merely a cunning fox. What is there to find charming about him? Is he more endearing than I? Terrified, the azure-eyed celestial fox quickly withdrew its hand. I was wrong. Please don't harm me. What has provoked your sudden wrath? Jiang Ningyue queried, taken aback by his ferocity. Bai Qi was incredulous. Is this delicate creature, a seventh-tier great demon, truly so easily frightened? Does Ningning not perceive that he is merely putting on an act? To defend such a pretty boy, and yet assert that he is fierce? Calm down. Jiang Ningyue's tone softened. I find him rather pleasing, so let us keep him. Though the azure-eyed celestial fox spoke excessively, it seemed to harbor no malicious intent, and she could not bring herself to witness such an adorable creature being slaughtered. Yes, yes, yes. The azure-eyed celestial fox nodded obediently. Master, I shall respect you from now on and maintain my distance. Bai Qi replied coldly. Otherwise, I shall sever your hands. Do you understand? Though his tone was menacing, it was a tacit agreement to spare its life. The azure-eyed celestial fox complied obediently, understood. And, Bai Qi continued, unless absolutely necessary, you are forbidden from transforming into human form in front of your master. Got it. The azure-eyed celestial fox responded reluctantly, silently cursing him 100 times in its heart. It was one thing to threaten others' lives, but to dictate its form as well? What a tyrant! What offense had it committed to incur this little demon emperor's ire? What grievance could have possibly arisen? Chapter 69. Which hand has touched my Ningning? Bai Qi, the contract. The azure-eyed celestial fox expressed its dissatisfaction. Must we have a contract? Enough of your prattle. After all, this is a divine-level beast, without the constraints of a contract. How could it rest easy by Ningning's side? The azure-eyed celestial fox sighed in resignation, reluctantly using its blood to inscribe a seal. Master, please extend your hand. Jiang Ningyue complied, opening her palm as the celestial fox placed the seal within it, making every effort to avoid touching her skin. Out of the corner of its eye, it furtively glanced at Bai Qi, fearful that he might be dissatisfied with something. After a while, the seal dissipated from her palm, and Jiang Ningyue felt the contract firmly embedded within her spiritual energy. At last, she had a contracted spirit beast. The azure-eyed celestial fox wore an expression of utter desolation. Well then, from now on, it seemed its life was bound to a mere golden-corn novice. Surely, there would be no hope of rising above this fate. All right, Jiang Ningyue snapped back to reality. We should leave this place quickly. Very well, master, wait for me. The celestial fox nodded enthusiastically. But just as it was about to walk alongside Jiang Ningyue, it received a piercing glare from someone. It shot back an annoyed look and then transformed into a small fox, curling up in Jiang Ningyue's embrace. She gently stroked its fur, saying from now on, I shall call you Little White. The celestial fox retorted, What a ridiculous name. Bai Qi interjected softly, Ning, you cannot call him Little White. When I first encountered him, I also referred to him as Little White. This exclusive title cannot be bestowed upon another. He would be most displeased. I find that name quite distasteful. The celestial fox scoffed. Moreover, I have a name. I am called Joan, Jiang Ningyue replied. Joan is a lovely name. Indeed, it was given to me by my mother. How could it not be lovely? Well then, Joan, Jiang Ningyue continued to pet its fur. Let us return home together. I shall not treat you poorly. Bai Qi observed the ruffled little fox nestled in her arms for a considerable time, growing increasingly dissatisfied. How he wished to be held in Ning's embrace like that. As Jiang Ningyue gazed ahead, she spotted a bright and smooth exit, involuntarily inhaling sharply. This ninth layer of hell was renowned as one of the most terrifying places in the original text, where even formidable void refinement experts had met their demise. To see such a perilous realm transformed into a broad thoroughfare was indeed an impressive feat, befitting the pinnacle of combat prowess described within the pages. Fortunately, this apex being harbored no significant grudge against her. One could only hope it remained that way in the future. Bai Qi walked behind her, his steps noticeably heavier than before, his palm resting upon his chest as the discomfort within him escalated. Upon entering the ghost realm, the soul fire within him had not extinguished. Yet, driven by his eagerness to save others, he had consumed a rejuvenation pill to temporarily quell the raging fire within, though it would only provide a fleeting respite. Once the effects wore off, he would endure a double backlash. It seemed the effect had indeed worn off quickly. Noticing that someone beside her was lagging behind, Jiang Mingyue turned and asked, "Why are you walking so slowly?" Bai Qi replied with a serious demeanor, "Is it not because I wish to linger a little longer by your side, to admire the scenery along the way?" He feigned a sigh of exasperation. Jiang Mingyue retorted, "What scenery could possibly exist in this ninth layer of hell? This wretched place is filled only with corpses, blood, and ghosts. What is there to admire?" His tastes certainly diverged from that of ordinary folk. "We should hasten our departure from this place." Jiang Mingyue is unwilling to linger. "What is the rush? This is the ghost domain. We must settle accounts with those malevolent spirits before we leave," Bai Qi replied, a shadow of darkness flickering in his gaze. His beloved Ning Ning had been wronged, and such indignities could not be overlooked. If there were those bold enough to lay hands on her, then his days in the ghost domain would come to an end today. Beyond the purgatory, outside the grand hall of the Yama Palace, Xianhua and Xianmu were fiercely engaged in battle with the Ghost Demon King. Both were at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, yet the Ghost Demon King towered above them in strength. The clash of these three formidable beings sent tremors through the earth, causing mountains to crumble and the sky to darken. Xianhua, at the peak of his power, and Xianmu, in the mid-stages of transformation, found themselves struggling against the Ghost Demon King, who they suspected had already reached the void refinement realm. Meanwhile, Yin Wangquan, Yi Qianshun, several elders, and a dozen disciples of the Tianke sect were hastening to the ghost domain to rescue their comrades. Even from a distance of over 10 miles, they could sense the overwhelming pressure of spiritual energy emanating from the fierce battle. It was terrifying enough to deter their approach. Yin Wangquan furrowed her delicate brows, murmuring, "Has the ghost domain turned upside down today? Could it be that someone has invaded before us? We cannot ascertain whether this intruder bears good or ill intentions towards Ning Ning. We must quicken our pace." Outside the Yama Palace, the clash had turned the heavens dark and foreboding. With a resounding impact, the Ghost Demon King repelled the dual onslaught of his adversaries, leaving them suspended in midair, a mocking expression upon his face. "Is this the extent of your abilities? Do you truly believe yourselves worthy to serve as the personal guardians of the Demon Emperor?" Xianmu retorted with disdain, "Are you envious, seeking to ingratiate yourself as an attendant to our esteemed master? Envious? Perhaps you harbor a secret affection for our master?" Xianhua chimed in, tauntingly, "Otherwise, why would you repeatedly impersonate him in such lewd endeavors? Alas, it is a pity that someone of your caliber would not be worthy of even a passing glance from our master." Upon concluding this exchange, the expression on the Ghost Demon King's face darkened significantly, brimming with fury. Who would desire such a thing? "Ah, angered are we? That confirms our words, does it not?" Silence. The Ghost Demon King could tolerate no more, declaring, "I shall send you both to your demise." With a surge of dark spiritual energy, a multitude of ghostly figures surged forth, morphing into lethal blades aimed at them. The force was cataclysmic, seemingly capable of annihilating the very heavens. Xianhua and Xianmu understood the gravity of the situation, no longer daring to be careless. They countered with all their might, yet it was evident they were outmatched. Their spiritual energy was gradually eroded and consumed by the overwhelming ghostly shadows. Desperation mounted as they neared their breaking point when a brilliant flame descended from the heavens, instantly dispersing the horde of ghostly figures. In the next moment, it surged like a tidal wave, piercing through the Ghost Demon King's chest and sending him reeling backward. Before the Ghost Demon King could recover, the searing soul flame pursued relentlessly. "Master, be cautious." His surrounding specters and generals rushed to defend him, but they were mere fodder, swiftly reduced to ashes by the soul fire, utterly powerless against its onslaught. Like ants, they were obliterated into nothingness, accompanied by anguished cries that pierced the heavens. The nine heavens' soul fire penetrated a line of ghostly enforcers, pinning the Ghost Demon King against a towering tree. "Ah, which of your hands has dared to touch my Ning Ning?" The cold voice, laced with fury, resonated. This voice belonged to the demon emperor. Moments later, a figure clad in dark robes descended, revealing Bai Qi, who cradled a young maiden in his arms. The demon army bowed in reverence. Your Excellency. Upon seeing Bai Qi, the ghost demon king was finally thrown into a state of panic, yet he remained immobilized by the soul fire's grip. What madness do you intend? He stammered. If you refuse to speak, I shall assume both your hand have indeed trespassed. With a grim and detached tone, Bai Qi waved his hand, unleashing the empowered Tai Sui. With a swift motion, the blade descended, severing the ghost demon king's hands, blood spraying forth. In that fleeting moment of crimson splatter, Bai Qi gently covered Jiang Mingyue's eyes with his large hand. Chapter 70. Is it truly this easy to be swayed by a single sentence? No need to cover. Jiang Mingyue replied, I am no longer faint at the sight of blood. Having spent some time in this world and witnessed much, her blood phobia was nearly cured. Bai Qi merely smiled faintly and released his grip. As the nine heavens' soul fire receded, the dismembered ghost demon king crashed heavily to the ground, emitting a wail of despair. Though a spirit, he could regrow his severed hands, yet the young demon emperor had shattered his very soul bones as well. Thus, the torment of healing from such injuries would plague him daily. Truly a heartless act. Even their lord was powerless against the demon emperor, leaving the ghostly enforcers frozen in fear, their breaths nearly stolen away. Jiang Mingyue took a closer look. The ghost realm appeared utterly devastated, with collapsed structures strewn about, and the obliterated ghost generals and enforcers lay in disarray. The Grand Hall was surrounded by the demon army. By my word, this is the netherworld. In the realm of cultivation, only the young demon emperor possesses the audacity to wreak such havoc here. Hence, it seemed that the original text may not have omitted the ghost realm. Rather, it had likely been obliterated by the demon emperor as if it had never existed. With the ghost realm nearly devoid of spirits, where could she possibly exert her influence? Bai Qi sighed in exasperation. The ghost realm truly disappointed him. It was on the verge of collapse after merely 2 short hours. His Ning Ning had yet to exact her own form of retribution. Ning Ning, he muset. Casting a glance at the ghost demon king, I have marked his weaknesses with my spiritual energy. You shall be the one to end his life. Having just claimed she was no longer faint at the sight of blood, he deemed it fitting for her to deliver the final blow, as it would be more satisfying. The ghost demon king, pinned to the ground by a formidable force, was drenched in cold sweat. Huh? You want me to kill him? Jiang Mingyue hesitated. Bai Qi replied, if you do not slay him, shall we await his return to kill you instead? And no, Jiang Mingyue protested. I simply lack experience in taking lives. She was not weak-hearted. Rather, she had never harmed even a chicken in the real world, and the notion of killing unsettled her. One must learn through experience, Bai Qi stated, spinning the Tai Sui in his hand, presenting it to her, with the blade facing him and the hilt toward her. Fear not, he cannot move. Xianhua, Xianmu, my lord, are you teaching the demonists to kill online? Excellent. Jiang Mingyue summoned her courage and replied, then I shall personally extinguish his soul. Deep down, she understood that she was ensnared in a ruthless world of cultivation, with a strong prey upon the weak. She needed to grow powerful, to be fearless. And when confronted by those who wished her harm, she must eradicate them completely to prevent future troubles. Having a compassionate heart was a grave mistake. This deranged ghost demon king had nearly tortured and humiliated her to death. Such enmity must be avenged. Ning Ning, seeing her approach with sword in hand, the ghost demon king revealed a pleading expression. Can you truly bring yourself to kill me? With that, the Tai Sui had pierced one of his weaknesses, causing one of his 7 souls to disperse. Otherwise, would you leave me to endure your torment again? Jiang Mingyue's face remained cold. Bai Qi stood across from her, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. However, the ghost demon king looked up at her. We have known each other for 1,000 years. Do you not remember the bond we once shared? Huh? Jiang Mingyue scoffed. Had you truly cherished the feelings of a millennium past, you would not have humiliated me, drugged me, forced me into marriage, and cast me into the 9 layers of hell. You still think of me? Not to mention, as a person of the modern age. How could I have ties from millennium ago? Even if what the ghost demon king claimed were true, why should I be soft-hearted when he disregarded our past? Bai Qi absorbed every word she uttered, his heart aching. Ning Ning had endured so much suffering in the ghost realm. He would never force her into anything against her will, yet that scoundrel dared to compel her to marry him. 1,000 cuts would be too lenient. Upon finishing her words, Jiang Mingyue thrust her sword once more. In the hall, several ghost generals witnessed their lord being stabbed by a mere girl. Their expressions a mix of urgency and fury. My lord, Demonis, you possess great audacity. Cease at once. If you wish to live, stop immediately. Each one seethed with rage, emanating powerful spiritual energy of various attributes, eager to intervene. However, before they could approach Jiang Mingyue, Bai Qi effortlessly repelled them with a wave of his palm. Do not rush, Bai Qi said indifferently. If you wish to die, form a line and come one at a time. The little girl is enjoying herself immensely. Whoever dares to spoil Ning Ning's fun shall be the first to perish. His casual words were laden with authority, instantly silencing the ghostly servants, instilling fear in their hearts. They dared not take another step forward, not wishing for their own demise. My lord, Xian Mu glared at the ghost demon king opposite him. It is this scoundrel who has repeatedly impersonated you and committed evil since the beginning at Taohua village. Xian Mu's words startled Jiang Mingyue slightly. What did he say? What? Jiang Mingyue turned her head back. Bai Qi, was it not you who cast the curse upon Taohua village? Bai Qi glanced at her, his expression innocent, remaining silent. So, in Ning Ning's eyes, he was perceived as such a brutal and terrifying figure. It seemed he must temper his demeanor around her in the future. Jiang Mingyue, what do you mean by that? Xianhua interjected, displeased. Those ignorant individuals from your sect may insult our lord, but you have spent so much time with him. Do you also doubt his character? The esteemed one devoted his genuine heart to her, even willing to sacrifice his life, yet she dared to harbor doubts about him? Jiang Mingyue wished to clarify. That was not my intention. Then what do you mean? Xianhua, I have not granted you permission to speak, Bai Qi coldly interrupted. Esteemed one, I merely wish to explain, Xianhua replied. Bai Qi's expression darkened. Silence. Such a fierce tone hardly constituted an explanation. Although Xianhua felt aggrieved, he could only lower his head and retreat a step, momentarily silencing himself. I apologize. It seems I have misunderstood you. Jiang Mingyue sincerely expressed her regret. During her time in Taohua village, she had indeed scolded this demon numerous times in her heart. In retrospect, she realized she had wronged him. Indeed, she thought, despite his somewhat irritable temperament, it was unlike him to resort to such treacherous means. How peculiar was that he increasingly diverged from the image of the villain depicted in the book. It matters not, Bai Qi remarked with a smile, unconcerned, as long as Ning Ning would trust him in the future. Her apology left him both surprised and flattered. Xianhua and Xian Mu exchanged glances, both letting out a long sigh of resignation. A single sentence had rendered him so amused. It appeared their esteemed one, ensnared by love, was beyond remedy. Chapter 71. She did not wish to cause him discontent. The demon king trembled. Bai Qi, it seems your reputation is rather lacking. Otherwise, I would not need to impersonate you for them to believe it was your doing. His words dripped with arrogance. Although Bai Qi remained a formidable force, he sensed that the demon emperor's cultivation and physical prowess were far beneath the pinnacle he once achieved a millennium ago. It seemed these years had not been kind to him. You wretched creature, Xianhua spat, the esteemed one merely chose to disregard you, this foolish clown. Do you truly believe our demon clan fears you? Such a fool, he thought, provoking none other than their future demon empress. Now, having incited the ire of their esteemed one, the consequences could be dire. The demon king wore a face of bitter resentment. I merely acted as any demon emperor should. What utter nonsense, Xianhua retorted. Furthermore, what authority do you possess to instruct our esteemed one on what he should or should not do? No one in the entire demon clan would dare utter such words. Ha ha, I am unworthy, the demon king laughed to the heavens. He then glared at Bai Qi with fury. But Bai Qi, there are hundreds of thousands of demon souls watching you. Bai Qi raised an eyebrow. finally casting a glance in his direction. The Demon King continued with bitter resentment. In the past, to protect you, my demon clan's 100,000 warriors stood in front, only to be slaughtered by the human race, with none surviving. Those 100,000 soldiers perished because of you, and, as the Demon Emperor, despite your lofty cultivation, you could not even protect your own people. You are utterly unworthy to be the ruler of this demon realm. You have betrayed your subjects, betrayed those warriors who died for you. His words grew increasingly fervent, each syllable seemingly transforming into a blade meant to pierce Bai Qi. Upon hearing this, a flicker of complex emotion crossed Bai Qi's previously tranquil gaze. The Demon King is quite knowledgeable. Who is he? The tomb of the 100,000 soldiers still resides in the Spirit Return ruins, does it not? The Demon King smiled faintly, yet his word were laced with immeasurable hatred. Bai Qi, why do they possess only a tomb for their garments and crowns? You know better than anyone else. It is because their bones have turned to dust, their forms and spirits extinguished, with not a single one spared. The high position you occupy is built upon the countless remains of your clansmen. Bai Qi, can you truly sleep at night? Do you not fear that the souls of the hundreds of thousands will come to claim your life at midnight? His hysterical words dripped with profound animosity, each syllable piercing Bai Qi's heart like a razor, reopening the most painful wounds he had hidden within. Bai Qi took a deep breath, recalling the scenes of carnage. His people displaced and fleeing for their lives. Regret, pain, and struggle surged forth, overwhelming his emotions. Indeed, ever since that battle 1,000 years ago, he has been haunted by nightmares, never having known a moment of peace. He would never forgive himself. Jiang Mingyue glanced sideways, noticing his pallid complexion and the empty, desolate look in his eyes, as if he were suppressing a torrent of emotions. She addressed the Demon King. Hey, is there something amiss with your thought process? What are you saying? Jiang Mingyue unleashed a tirade at him. The human race slaughtered your Demon King's 100,000 soldiers, and you cannot bear it. Yet you seek revenge on him? What purpose does that serve? What do you understand? The Demon King snorted coldly. I do not comprehend the enmity between your kind. Jiang Mingyue raised her voice a few notches. Yet to be fair, since Bai Qi ascended to the throne, no clan has dared to oppress the demon race. Is that not a fact? According to the narrative, 1,000 years ago, when Bai Qi had yet to ascend, the demon race was feeble and fractured. Many families wandering aimlessly, without support. Who would be willing to assume that precarious position amidst the chaos? The throne of the Demon Emperor was a seat where whoever sat would meet their demise. Yet Bai Qi willingly plunged into the turmoil. Since his rise, he has vanquished the human race, the demon race, and the ghost race alike. Today, the strength and status of the demon race in the cultivation realm is unparalleled. Even the 8 great sects dare not confront them directly, and they have not suffered any humiliation since. These are undeniable truths. The dignity and stability of your demon race have been forged through countless battles fought with your own hands. Jiang Mingyue's fervor grew as she spoke on his behalf. Anyone could label him cold-blooded, but as a demon, he had no right to utter such words. Bai Qi is worthy of the demon race. She was unaware of how she found herself articulating such thoughts, but seeing him burdened with sorrow and guilt stirred unease within her, compelling her to speak out for him. He was far from the villain depicted in the texts. The human race's hatred for him was understandable, yet even his former subjects loathed, resented, and misjudged him. This demon emperor truly led a most thankless existence. As Jiang Mingyue spoke, Bai Qi stood behind her, his gaze fixed upon her. At some point, a faint smile graced his lips, perhaps surprised that Ning Ning would speak in his defense. Ning Ning, as a member of the human race, you actually dare to speak for the demon emperor? The demon king of ghosts grew increasingly agitated, finding the situation utterly absurd. Our demon queen is merely stating the facts. Xianhua interjected. Ahem, who exactly do you consider your demon queen? Jiang Mingyue rolled her eyes at him. This Xianhua had just been at odds with her, and his sudden change of heart was rather swift. Ning Ning, the demon king of ghosts fumed, his countenance darkening. If you have forgotten, allow me to remind you, had it not been for him, you would not have met such a tragic fate, forsaken and left with nothing. He is the one who caused your demise. Do you wish to tread the same path once more? Silence. Jiang Mingyue refused to listen further. I'm not the person you claim I am. My actions are of no concern to you. Ha! How truly laughable, the Demon King of Ghosts chuckled. No. Ning Ning must have lost her memories from that time, which is why she defends Bai Qi. If she were to recall the past, remembering how she perished and how Bai Qi abandoned her, her hatred would surely surpass even mine. Certainly, Ning Ning, there is no need to engage with him. Bai Qi spoke gently. Many misunderstand him, and he does not mind the misconceptions. However, the fact that you choose to believe in him and speak on his behalf brings him great joy. Yet, a mere buffoon is not worth your words. What, Bai Qi? Are you feeling guilty? The Demon King of Ghosts retorted, unwilling to relent. Are you afraid she might remember? You may silence yourself. Jiang Mingyue turned around, the power of thunder flashing from her palms and striking the Demon King of Ghosts. Having said all that, I shall send you on your way. The force of the thunder surged, intending to shatter his remaining soul entirely. This individual spoke far too much. Moreover, his words evidently displeased Bai Qi, a sight she wished to avoid. Chapter 72. Wait for me to save you. Seeing her command the thunder, Bai Qi exhibited no surprise. He likely understood that this was inherently hers, merely returning to her grasp. The violent lightning coursed through the Demon King of Ghosts, incinerating his soul and bones, eliciting a wretched scream. He realized that Ning Ning intended to burn his soul. If his 3 souls and 7 spirits were entirely consumed, he would be eternally barred from reincarnation. The Demon King of Ghosts exerted every ounce of strength, drawing upon his spiritual energy in a desperate attempt to resist. In a flash, Jiang Mingyue sensed an eerie familiarity in the opposing spiritual energy and presence. From a distance, Bai Qi too felt an inexplicable sense of recognition emanating from the Demon King of Ghosts. It was as if he were an acquaintance from a past life. Who would he possibly be? In the next moment of distraction, the Demon King of Ghosts seized the opportunity, shattering the surrounding thunder and transforming into a shadow, hastily fleeing the scene. He has escaped, Xianhua exclaimed in urgent distress. Master, I shall pursue him. Alive, Bai Qi replied calmly. Understood. Xianhua complied and took flight in pursuit, gazing at the direction in which the Demon King of Ghosts had vanished. Bai Qi remained lost in thought for a considerable time, pondering the implications. His instincts told him that the Demon King of Ghosts was intricately linked to him, and he seemed to be on the verge of uncovering the truth of the latter's identity. As the effects of the returning heaven pill began to wane, he found himself nearing his limits. Otherwise, he would have personally captured the Demon King of Ghosts. Ning Ning. At that moment, Jiang Mingyue heard a familiar female voice behind her. Was it the voice of Yuan Yuan? Turning around, she beheld Yin Yuan, Yi Qianshun, and their companions arriving just in time. Overwhelmed with joy, she exclaimed, Yuan Yuan, senior brother Yi, what brings you here? Without hesitation, she rushed toward Yin Yuan. Bai Qi glanced aside, feeling a pang of disappointment as he watched her joyfully approach Yi Qianshun. Thankfully, it was merely a brief embrace with Yin Yuan that somewhat alleviated his heartache. Yet, the discomfort that had been suppressed within him for so long could no longer be contained. The searing soul fire gradually ignited within him, piercing through his blood and bones. The increasingly intense, dull ache transformed into a heart-wrenching, bone-splitting pain that ravaged through his chest. Bai Qi coughed up blood, swaying slightly, and was steadied by Xianmu to avoid collapsing entirely. Master, are you all right? It appeared that the effects of the revitalizing pill had worn off, and the soul fire was once again uncontrollable. Furthermore, the potent effects of the revitalizing pill meant that after its efficacy faded, he would suffer a double backlash. What should be done now? In a fleeting moment, cold sweat dotted Bai Qi's face as the world spun around him, his steps unsteady, and the roaring in his ears grew increasingly overwhelming. Jiang Mingyue ran toward Yin Yuan, and after a heartfelt embrace, they reluctantly released each other. Ning Ning, why are you still injured? Upon noticing the bloodstains on her, Yin Yuan's heart brimmed with concern. It's nothing. I'm fine now, aren't I? As long as you're fine. Yin Yuan sighed lightly. I was worried all the way, fearing that if I arrived late, I might not see you. In truth, they had indeed arrived late. Fortunately, Judging by the scene in this ghostly realm, someone had come to rescue Ning Ning before them. Was it the demon emperor who saved Ning Ning? The elders, observing Bai Qi from across, were both tense and vigilant. How could the demon emperor be here? Jiang Ningyue, Yi Qinshan inquired. Was it the demon emperor who rescued you? Yes, she did not deny it. Please wait for me a moment. I will bid him farewell before leaving. Ning Ning, don't go over there. Be careful. The elders attempted to call out to her, but she had already taken small, hurried steps toward him. That foolish girl. She shows no caution toward demons, especially when it is the demon emperor. However, after the catastrophe at Qingzhou Peak, they dared not approach too closely to the demon emperor. Bai Qi lifted his gaze, noticing her returning to him, and refrained from allowing Xian Mu to support him further. The blood that surged to his throat was swallowed back with great effort. As she approached, he felt both joy and a hint of anxiety. The hand hidden in his sleeve was nearly drenched in cold sweat. Bai Qi, are you going back? He asked casually, feigning indifference, yet inwardly wishing to gaze upon her a little longer. Yes, she nodded, a smile gracing her lips. Thank you for coming such a long way to save me. Had it not been for him, she would have lost her life by now. Between us, there is no need to speak of such trivial matters. Perhaps due to the moonlight's illumination, his face appeared devoid of color today, yet he remained strikingly captivating. By the way, she presented him with a small vial, declaring, "This is the heart-protecting elixir I requested from Wan Wan for you. I intended to give it to you last time, but you left in such a hurry after we quarreled that I didn't have the chance." Bai Qi appeared momentarily taken aback, questioning if he had misheard. For me? Yes, she clarified, although its effect on your heart's recovery may be minimal. It might alleviate some symptoms during a flare-up of fire poison. He chuckled softly. I can't believe you still care about me after all this time. It was astonishing that Ning Ning had consistently remembered his injury. I have always cared, Jiang Ningyue affirmed, nodding. I promised to find a way to detoxify you, and I will certainly fulfill that promise. Is that so? Indeed, she replied earnestly. Once I discover a method to counteract the poison, I shall return to Galingsu to find you. Very well. Why do you look so pale today? She scrutinized him more closely, sensing something amiss. Have you sustained an injury in the 9 layers of hell? Or perhaps you lost too much blood in the soul lock array? I merely caught a chill. It's nothing serious. Bai Qi evaded her inquiry. A chill? Jiang Mingyue sighed. Your constitution is too frail. How can you fall ill so easily? Bai Qi simply smiled, remaining silent. Xuanmu, she cautioned, make sure to remind your master to take his medicine when you return. Although a chill may seem trivial, it should not be taken lightly. If he continues to neglect his health, he might fall gravely ill one day. Understood, Your Majesty. Cough, cough, do not call me that so recklessly, Jiang Ningyue whispered. Do you intend to bring about my demise? The elders are watching. If they hear you address me as Your Majesty, they might execute me. Oh, Xuanmu lowered his voice significantly. Then I shall call you quietly. All right, I shall take my leave, Jiang Mingyue concluded, casting one last glance at Bai Qi. You must take good care of yourself while I am away to rescue you. I shall await your return. As she waved goodbye and turned to depart, Bai Qi could no longer endure the relentless torment of the soul fire raging within him, leading to the extinguishing of his final shred of consciousness. He coughed up blood, and darkness enveloped him as he collapsed. Chapter 73. This is not the demeanor of the demon emperor as Jiang Ningyue and her companions moved further away. A shroud of dark mist suddenly enveloped the area, exuding a formidable aura of spiritual pressure that descended upon the ground. In an instant, the air became still, the sky turned ominous, and all the ghostly emissaries and demon soldiers within the Grand Hall found themselves immobilized by the oppressive force. Those of lesser cultivation struggled to breathe. Who goes there? Xuanmu's instincts warned him of impending danger, prompting him to hastily lead his master away from this place. However, the encroaching spiritual energy rendered him nearly immobile. Suddenly, a shadowy figure surged forth through the wind, aiming directly at the two of them. This is bad. It's targeting our master. Xuanmu felt his feet glued to the ground, and in desperation, he summoned his spiritual energy to form a barrier before them. Boom! In the next instant, the shadow collided with the barrier, obliterating the divine-level shield into mere ash. Unyielding, it pressed onward towards Bai Qi. It was over. Realizing that his opponent's cultivation surpassed his own, Xuanmu found it increasingly difficult to act, his heart racing in despair. Just as the formidable spiritual force was about to descend upon Bai Qi, a piercing and extraordinary bird call suddenly echoed through the heavens. The Chongming bird spread its wings, engulfed in flames, and soared downwards to intercept that powerful and lethal blow. The clash of two equally formidable forces resonated, causing a tremor that reverberated for miles around. The appearance of the Chongming bird illuminated the ghostly realm. The shadow was momentarily repelled, realizing the strength of this demon king was not to be underestimated. Thus, it refrained from further entanglement and vanished like a fleeting shadow. The Chongming bird circled in the air before transforming into a tall and elegant young man clad in red, landing gracefully in front of Bai Qi and Xianmu. The crimson feathers of his headband fluttered in the wind. It was none other than the Northern Yu Demon King. Chongming. Xianmu expressed mild surprise. Chongming? Chongming brushed the dust off his sleeves, and his two attendants followed closely behind. He commanded coldly, "Go investigate who dares to assassinate the esteemed one on my territory." From their brief confrontation, he discerned that the black-clad assassin possessed peak transformation realm cultivation. Although there were over 20 transformation realm experts across the 5 continents, only a handful reached the pinnacle. Furthermore, this person operated from the shadows, which was to their disadvantage. They must be found. Yes. After issuing his orders, Chongming turned his gaze towards the unconscious figure, furrowing his brow. "What has happened to him?" Xianmu replied, "Do not worry. The esteemed one is not gravely harmed, merely affected by soul fire." The esteemed one instructed that the matter of the soul guiding lamp should not be disclosed to any leaders of the demon race, particularly emphasizing the Northern Yu King. Thus, he cannot speak freely. However, whether he can keep this from the Northern Yu King is beyond his control. Fearing suspicion, Xianmu hastily changed the subject. "Chongming, what brings you to the ghostly realm? Was it the esteemed one's summons? Does the esteemed one need to summon me?" Chongming retorted, "You are causing quite the commotion at my doorstep. I must come out and see for myself. The ghostly realm lies between Changzhou and Northern Yu. With such a disturbance, he naturally traced the source. Fortunately, he arrived in time. At that moment, Bai Qi, in a daze, coughed up blood but remained unconscious. A hint of worry crossed Chongming's face as he ceased his idle chatter. "Let us proceed to my palace." "That is unnecessary," Xianmu refused. "There is a teleportation array. I will take the esteemed one back to the Lingshu. Otherwise, if we truly go to the Northern Yu Palace with the Northern Yu King's medical expertise, he would likely discern that the esteemed one has been marked by the soul guiding lamp with just a glance. If Chongming were to strike the lamp in anger, how would I explain this to the esteemed one?" Chongming replied, "Very well, I shall accompany you. I do not trust those quacks in Lingshu." Xianmu conceded, "Let fate decide whether we can keep this hidden." Just as they exited the ghostly realm, Jiang Mingyue spotted a familiar figure standing not far away, a middle-aged man in a white robe. It was indeed Jiang Yuan. "Father? Sect Master, what brings you here?" Recently, the sect had been busy, and they had not informed the sect master of Jiang Mingyue's capture, opting to rescue her on their own. It seemed the sect master had already been informed of the matter. Upon encountering Jiang Mingyue, Jiang Yuan hurriedly approached her, his eyes filled with concern and worry. "Ningning, are you hurt?" He rushed over as soon as he heard the news. Fortunately, judging by Ningning's appearance, she seemed unscathed, though he was uncertain if she had been frightened. His daughter was known for her timid nature. "I'm fine, father. That is a relief." Jiang Yuan sighed, still feeling a deep sense of concern. It was his oversight that allowed that malevolent spirit king to infiltrate the sect. He vowed never to let such an event occur again. He would ensure that his daughter would be well protected and that Ningning would never face harm again. "Father, please do not blame yourself." Jiang Mingyue comforted him in return. "The affairs of the sect are demanding, and it is impossible for you to oversee everything. As long as you keep me in your heart, that is enough." Sighing, Jiang Yuan reflected, "My Ningning has truly grown up, becoming so understanding." The maturity of his daughter tugged at Jiang Yuan's heartstrings. Jiang Mingyue smiled wryly. Her father, the sect leader, was indeed very fond of her, and the original owner of this body had not cherished such a good father. Ningning, Jiang Yuan continued to inquire. Did several elders arrive in time to rescue you? One elder spoke up, sect leader. It was the demon emperor who saved Ningyue. The demon emperor? Jiang Yuan was taken aback. How could this be? No wonder he sensed the overwhelming demonic aura surrounding the ghost realm upon his arrival. He had not anticipated the demon emperor would be present. That cold-blooded and ruthless demon. Why would he intervene to save Ningning? The commotion was immense, as if he would upend the entire ghost realm to rescue a human woman. Given the demon emperor's disdain for humanity, this was hardly in line with his character. Sect leader, the elder continued. The demon emperor seems to hold a peculiar regard for our Ningyue. I have never witnessed him treat any human woman with such warmth. Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would not have believed that the living king of hell could smile. Ningning, Jiang Yuan was even more perplexed. Why would the demon emperor treat you so kindly? Did you do something to earn his favor? I did nothing at all, Jiang Ningyue replied. Sect leader, do you not recall? Another elder interjected. The demon emperor has always favored the moonlit fairy, and Ningyue bears a resemblance to her. I believe it is for this reason that he treats Ningyue with such tenderness. This revelation startled Jiang Ningyue. Always favored? So the white moonlight referred to by the demon clan was indeed the moonlit fairy. She had nearly forgotten that Bai Qi was Bai Zhe. 1,000 years ago, Bai Qi and the moonlit fairy shared a poignant romance. His affections had always been for the moonlit fairy. On that fateful day, she had unwittingly entered the dream of the moonlit fairy and witnessed the true visage of the celestial being. The features of this supporting character did indeed bear some resemblance to the fairy. Was it for this reason that Bai Qi had shown her such care and repeatedly risked his life to save her? Chapter 74. To have him confront Bai Qi? For some inexplicable reason, this thought stirred a peculiar discomfort within her. No, why was she contemplating such matters? Why did it matter whether Bai Qi truly cared for her? Regardless of his motivations, the kindness he had shown was undeniably genuine. He has never harbored any malice towards himself. That is sufficient. There is no need for her to concern herself with anything else, nor should she. This is indeed a good thing. The elder spoke up, stating that the demon emperor's cultivation was unparalleled, and our 8 sects have struggled against him for 1,000 years. However, if Ningyu could win his favor and trust, perhaps she could aid us in eliminating this persistent threat. Jiang Ningyu was taken aback. Was she to confront Bai Qi? Initially, she might have agreed, but after receiving so many favors from Bai Qi, she could not bear to repay kindness with enmity. Do not speak foolishly, Jiang Yuan interrupted the elder. Our Tian-Ke sect has always acted with integrity. We need not resort to such despicable means against the demon emperor. Furthermore, I cannot allow Ning Ning to take such a risk. Jiang Ningyu nodded in agreement. Her father was indeed good to her, while this old man proposed such absurd ideas. Indeed, Yin Wanwan chimed in, her composure faltering. This is too perilous. What if the demon emperor becomes enraged and harms Ning Ning? The atmosphere grew tense, prompting the elder to retract his statement. I was merely jesting, just a jest. However, Jiang Yuan looked at her seriously. Ning Ning, you must remember that the demon emperor's kindness towards you is solely due to your resemblance to the one he loves. Do not be deceived by a modicum of tenderness. Otherwise, you will be the only one to suffer in the end. What good can come from being close to the demon emperor? I understand, Jiang Ningyu replied softly. I will not develop feelings for him. She would eventually return to the real world. How could she fall for a mere figment of paper? Moreover, even if she did, she could never confess it in front of these people. That would be tantamount to courting death. Yes, your father only wishes the best for you. I trust you comprehend that. Seeing her obedient demeanor, Jiang Yuan felt somewhat reassured. After a moment's pause, he broached another subject. Additionally, regarding the heavenly thunder. Heavenly thunder? Her father mentioned it in front of so many people, indicating that her feat of taming the heavenly thunder had become widely known. Jiang Ning, you quickly clarified, father. The heavenly thunder entered my body of its own accord. I did not. You need not explain, Jiang Yuan replied gently, bearing no reproach. The heavenly thunder chose you, and it must also be the choice of the moonlight fairy. But I do not understand why the fairy would choose me. Could it be because my appearance in the real world resembles that of the fairy? Surely, she and the Moonlight Fairy shared some profound connection. Those chosen by the fairy must possess exceptional qualities. Jiang Yuan smiled. It seems my daughter still harbors many surprises unknown to me. His words carried a weight of significance. Indeed, a disciple interjected, we have yet to discern what exceptional qualities Sister Jiang possesses. Is it possible that the fairy chose her with her eyes closed? How could she have selected Sister Jiang? Their tone dripped with sarcasm, as if insinuating that the Moonlight Fairy had erred in choosing such a seemingly inept successor for the Heavenly Thunder. She relished the sight of their discontent, knowing they could do nothing about it. Enough. Jiang Yuan's demeanor shifted as he began to defend his daughter. Whether Ning Ning possesses exceptional qualities will soon be revealed during the sect competition. With unwavering confidence, he patted Jiang Ningyue's shoulder and said, Ning Ning, your seniors are eagerly anticipating your emergence. Do not let them down. Jiang Ningyue nodded resolutely, determined to prove her worth to those who underestimated her. It was evident that many held her in low regard, which only fueled her desire to triumph in the sect competition and silence her critics. Jiang Yuan smiled with satisfaction, pleased that his daughter was not only becoming more sensible, but also developing a sense of ambition. Excellent. Now let us return. As Jiang Ningyue prepared to leave, she noticed several pairs of eyes fixed upon her. What could this mean? Looking down, she discovered a fluffy fox head poking out from her sleeve. They had seen it. Gulp, Ning Ning. Yin Wanyan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Where did you find this adorable puppy? That's not a puppy. Does it really look like one? Jian retorted, feeling offended by the human's rudeness. Realizing she could not hide the truth any longer, Jiang Ningyue calmly replied, this is my newly acquired spirit pet. Spirit pet? One disciple inquired eagerly. What tier is it? The ability to possess a spirit pet was rare among cultivators, and it seemed Jiang Shimi had stumbled upon good fortune, gaining a spirit pet amidst her misfortunes in the ghost realm. How enviable! Jiang Ningyue replied, it's tier 3. Upon hearing this, the disciples felt somewhat reassured, as tier 3 was not particularly high. Tier 3? Yin Wanyan's curiosity piqued. Does that mean it can take on human form? Indeed, Jiang Ningyue said, gently stroking the fox's head. Come on, Jian, greet everyone. With a resigned sigh, Jian reluctantly leaped from her arms and transformed into human form. Following Jiang Ningyue's directive, he concealed his spiritual aura, presenting himself as a mere tier 3 spirit pet. This woman displayed a degree of cleverness by maintaining a low profile. As a Bai Tong Tian Hu, his forte lay in illusion. With this disguise, even Jiang Yuan and several elders could not discern his true strength, believing him to be merely a tier 3 demon beast. Wow, he is actually a beautiful youth with heterochromia. Two disciples were utterly captivated. This little fox is stunning. Little fox, is your name Jian? Yes, he replied tersely. Is this little fox a bit shy? One inquired. Jian internally rolled his eyes. He was far from shy. He simply found the lowly disciples beneath his notice. Hiding behind Jiang Ningyue, he maintained an expressionless facade as he dealt with the crowd, resembling a cat forced to entertain in a CAF. One overly bold disciple even reached out to pinch his cheek. Jian's expression darkened, suppressing his anger as he quietly complained to Jiang Ningyue, Mistress, your seniors truly lack any sense of boundaries. Jiang Ningyue mused. How could she not see earlier in the 9th layer of hell that this fox cares about its image? In the demon emperor's palace, within the chambers, Bai Qi lay languidly upon the couch, his complexion pale as if made of paper. Despite being in a state of unconsciousness, he was relentlessly tormented by the raging soul fire within, cold sweat pouring from him. Even his breaths were weak and feeble, as if they might cease at any moment. Zhongming finished examining his pulse, his expression increasingly grave, remaining silent as he slowly gathered his spiritual energy in his palm. Observing the situation, Xuanmu spoke. Do not attempt to suppress the soul fire with your spiritual power. It is futile. I am aware. No need for your reminder. Zhongming replied, his agitation palpable. Could he not see the reality? Bai Qi ignited the soul guiding lamp, using the exquisite 7-aperture heart as the wick and the 9 heavens soul fire as the flame. The purpose was to restore the shattered soul of that woman. Was it not? Thus, the nine heavens soul fire would incinerate within him 3,000 times each day. It would take a full 365 days to achieve success. Should spiritual energy or medicinal pills be used to suppress the soul fire, its potency would diminish, prolonging the process and subjecting him to additional days of torment from the soul fire. The more times it was suppressed, the slower the soul fire would dissipate, extending the days of suffering perhaps far beyond 365. Zhongming understood that aside from administering some calming herbs, there was nothing more he could do. He shot a cold glance at Xuanmu. So you all simply watch him act recklessly? Are you not aware of his current condition? Over the years, he had faced heavenly tribulations, traversed the river of souls, lost his soul, and had ignited the soul guiding lamp with a 7-aperture heart for a full 900 years. Any single one of these reckless acts would have been fatal for another. Only due to his profound cultivation could he barely survive until now. Yet, his situation was not much better than death. His cultivation had plummeted, and his body was riddled with injuries, in a state of disrepair. Even in such dire straits, he still dared to court danger. You know, we can never interfere with a master's decisions, especially regarding anything related to the Moonlight Fairy. Xuanmu sighed, expressing his helplessness. Whenever it involved the Moonlight Fairy, the master would lose all rationality. Moonlight? Hearing this name caused Zhongming's expression to change. It's her again? Indeed, Zhongming took a deep breath, as if recalling events from millennia ago. The anger within him surged uncontrollably as he asked Xuanmu, "Where is the soul guiding lamp?" Before Xuanmu could respond, Zhongming's gaze swept the chamber, landing on the jade lamp burning on the desk across the room. A singular thought consumed his mind: destroy it. The turbulent spiritual energy surged in his palm, fueled by fury, and he hurled it towards the soul guiding lamp. Zhongming, do not act impulsively. Xuanmu attempted to intervene, but was pushed aside by a swift motion from Zhongming. Stand aside. With that, the energy in his palm intensified. This cursed lamp had inflicted 900 years of suffering upon Qingci. Without it, such misfortunes would never have occurred. He was determined to shatter this accursed lamp today. However, an impenetrable barrier seemed to surround the soul guiding lamp, repelling his spiritual energy. Even with his early-stage refining void strength, he could not breach it. With a forceful impact, Zhongming was instead thrust back a few steps, his energy dissipating. He muttered under his breath, filled with indignation, "Madman, this barrier is specifically designed to ward them off, isn't it?" He glanced back at the person on the bed and retorted with irritation. "If I continue to concern myself with this lunatic, I might as well be a dog. This madman, who was oblivious to the value of his own life, why should he burden himself with such worries? Forget it." With that thought, Zhongming stormed out of the hall. Just as he took a step, he was suddenly startled by a fit of coughing. Cough, cough. Instantly, he rushed back. Qingci was seated by the bedside, supporting Baiqi's frail form, while gently patting his back to dislodge the stagnant blood from his throat. His parched, icy lips bore a hint of crimson, accentuating his stark fragility. Zhongming's face was etched with concern as his palm, imbued with spiritual energy, tenderly brushed against Baiqi's chest. The searing heat radiated instantly. Xuanmu, equally worried, urged, "Zhongming, allow me to tend to his injuries first." Zhongming's tone softened slightly. The master's injury lies within the heart meridian. As long as the soul fire persists, his internal wounds shall never heal. Though this treatment may prove minimal, it is better than nothing. With that, Zhongming added haughtily, "Otherwise, if he were to die, I would have to retrieve his body." The warmth enveloped him, and in his haze, the unconscious man murmured a name. "Ningning, Ningning." Zhongming sighed softly, whispering, "She no longer remembers you. Why do you cling to this obsession?" In his muddled state, hearing that voice sent his heart plummeting. It was not Ningning's voice. No, it was not her. A solitary tear fell from his eye, chilling him to the bone. His Ningning had forgotten him, and she no longer held affection for him. At Tiankei's sect, a plush, soft nest lay prepared beside the bed. "There, this shall be your fox den from now on." Jiang Mingyue arose and glanced at the little fox squatting nearby. "Juan, come up and try it out." The snow-white fox bounded onto the bed, lightly testing its softness with its paws. It is indeed soft. But why does it resemble a dog's bed? He murmured. Jiang Ningyue did not deny it. I once had a white dog named Kai Bao, about the same size as you. Sighing, she pondered whether Kai Bao was faring well after she traversed into this story, if anyone was feeding or sheltering it, or buying it food. She must return quickly. John, feeling a bit miffed, retorted, "Don't compare me to a dog. I'm a seventh-tier great demon." Equating him to a mere dog was a grave insult, was it not? Well, when you get riled up, you do bear quite a resemblance, Jiang Ningyue remarked, unable to resist petting his head. Hey, Juan, Urk transformed into human form in a flash. Do not touch my head indiscriminately. It will stunt my growth. This master truly lacked any semblance of manners. You still have room to grow? Jiang Ningyue teased. I am merely over 1,400 years old and still not of age. Naturally, I have the opportunity to grow taller. Jiwan huffed with pride. Jiang Ningyue was aware that a demon beast matures at 1,500 years. So, this feisty fox was akin to an adolescent under 18? All right then, let us strive for growth, she encouraged, patting Jiwan's shoulder. At this moment, Han Shui and Han Yi happened to arrive with pastries and spotted Jiwan, their eyes lighting up in surprise. Oh, Xiao Yiya, you brought a man back again. For over a month, Xiao Yiya had not associated with any man, leading them to believe she had turned over a new leaf and sworn off desires. Clearly, that was not the case. Han Yi complimented. The young gentleman you brought back this time is quite handsome. Don't be ridiculous. Zhou then retorted, her face darkening. This is my spirit pet, my spirit pet. Wow, a spirit pet? Their interest piqued further. Xiao Yiya, where did you find such an adorable spirit pet? Jiang Ningyue replied nonchalantly. I picked it up. Is he? Cough, cough. Jion interjected, unable to bear it any longer. My relationship with my master is entirely pure. We believe you, Han Shui murmured softly, for every man who had returned with Xiao Yiya had made similar claims, except for that exceptionally handsome young man they had encountered earlier. Zhou's eyes widened. Every single one? Jiang Ningyue, how many men have you brought back? She couldn't help but ask. Is your master a respectable person? Cough, cough, could you two please be quiet? Jiang Ningyue shot a glance at the two gossiping girls. Go find me some healing elixirs. She needed to send them away quickly. Otherwise, they would surely spread more scandalous rumors, tarnishing her reputation. Xiao Yiya, are you injured? They ceased their teasing, now genuinely concerned for her. I'm not injured. It's my spirit pet that's hurt. Yesterday in the ghost realm, that little fox was struck by a demon. Thankfully, he is a transformation-level fox. Otherwise, he would have perished. Jion glanced at her discreetly. Although her master appeared somewhat unreliable, she still cared for him. All right, Han Shui and Han, he did not press further and exited. Jiang Ningyue, I am your master. Isn't it a bit impolite for you to call me by my name so casually? Jiang Ningyue interrupted him, insisting, call me master. Jion remained haughty. As a dignified, seventh-tier great demon, it is already a privilege for you to have me as your spirit pet. From now on, you must not bring back any other spirit pets, nor speak to me in a commanding tone. Why does it sound like you are quite dissatisfied with me as your master? Jion retorted coldly, falling silent. Of course, if it weren't for the contract, I wouldn't be so subservient. Jiang Ningyue pondered for a moment before speaking. How about this? I promise to grant you your freedom after 1 year. Is that true? I haven't finished yet. She finally got to the crux of the matter, but during this time, you must obey my every command and protect my safety when I am in danger. How about that? It's a fair exchange, isn't it? Once she restored her soul, she would return to the real world and would have no need for a spirit pet. At that point, releasing him would be no issue. Is that it? Jion still seemed skeptical. Yes. Will you keep your word? Of course. All right, then it's a deal. Jion agreed eagerly. Just 1 year? Enduring humiliation for a year to earn my freedom is worth it. I can manage. Upon returning to the Heavenly K sect, Jiang Ningyue learned that the tombstone of the Moon Ing fairy had been placed in the back mountain of Tianyuan Peak. Thus, the following day, she went to pay her respects. She brought along some pastries, fruits, and paper money to burn before the tombstone. Speaking softly to the stone, she expressed her gratitude. Esteemed predecessor, you bestowed upon me the thunder of the heavens. I possess nothing of value to honor you, so I can only visit and pay homage to you regularly to show my appreciation. Yet, I cannot fathom why you chose me. Among the realm of cultivation, there are countless talented youths. Why did this fairy single me out, a mere golden core cultivator? Just as I cannot comprehend why I bear such a striking resemblance to you. I refuse to accept, nor can I believe, that I am one and the same as the mooning fairy. This world is but a fabrication, existing solely within the pages of a novel. I hail from the realm of reality. What connection could there possibly be to 1,000 years ago? How could I be merely a figment of paper? It is utterly absurd, an impossibility. Even under duress, I would not concede to such a notion. At that moment, a breeze stirred, and the cold wind swept the burning paper money into the air, with several pieces landing upon the tombstone. Jiang Mingyue reached out and removed the paper money from the stone, but as her palm brushed against it, she was suddenly engulfed by a wave of dizziness. Why was her head spinning? The sensation intensified, and her limbs felt as though they were levitating. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself on a small island, where a dilapidated wooden cabin, a flowing river, and a withered tree stood. This was the heart realm of the Moon Ing fairy. How could she have entered the heart realm of the fairy? Jiang Mingyue sensed the abundant spiritual energy in this place, making it quite suitable for cultivation. However, it was exceedingly cold. As she stood there, an inexplicable sorrow welled up within her. The heart of the Moon Ing fairy seemed so desolate, undoubtedly filled with loneliness and grievances. Wait a minute. Jiang Mingyue suddenly regained her composure. How was she to exit? Esteemed predecessor, she gazed skyward, attempting to communicate. I apologize. I did not mean to intrude upon your heart realm and pry into your thoughts. I will leave now. Please allow me to go. With that, she closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she found herself back at the tombstone. She had truly returned. According to the lore, entering someone's heart realm is exceedingly difficult. Her ability to enter the Moon Ing fairy's heart realm indicated a profound connection between them. The more she pondered, the more peculiar it became. In the days that followed, Jiang Mingyue devoted herself to her cultivation, attending classes regularly. Not only did she participate in sword cultivation lessons, but whenever time permitted, she also attended alchemy and formation classes. The elders noted a remarkable change in her demeanor. Jiang Yuan felt a deep sense of pride, marveling at his daughter's newfound diligence in her training. Her progress was swift. Within less than 2 months, she had mastered the foundational techniques and sword arts of the inner sect. Yin Wanyan informed her, "Ning Ning, you have now mastered the foundational techniques of the inner sect. In the future, you can visit the treasure pavilion to select some techniques and spiritual skills suited to you for further enhancement of your strength." The treasure pavilion? On this day, with no sword cultivation class in the morning, Jiang Mingyue ventured alone to the treasure pavilion. The treasure pavilion of the Tianke sect was immense, boasting 3 full floors dedicated to the display of cultivation techniques, spiritual skills, and magical artifacts. Upon entering, rows of scrolls greeted her gaze, creating a truly magnificent spectacle. Indeed, as the foremost sect in the realm of cultivation, it was astonishing that the techniques and skills could not be adequately contained within several stories. Such opulence was remarkable. The techniques and skills were categorized into 9 tiers, with the first tier being the lowest and the 9th the most formidable. Within the treasure pavilion, the majority of the display techniques were of the 1st to 3rd tiers. The 4th tier techniques and skills were considered rare treasures, with only a handful available, while the 5th tier techniques and skills were limited to merely 3 scrolls. To cultivate a 5th tier technique, aside from competing for these 3 scrolls in the pavilion, one would have to wait until becoming an elite disciple, when the elders or the sect master would personally impart their knowledge. As for the 6th tier techniques and skills, the entire Tianke sect possessed only 2 scrolls, both held by the sect master and reserved for the foremost disciple. The 7th tier techniques and skills were known to be practiced solely by her father within the Tianke sect. Beyond that, higher tiers existed only in legends, never witnessed by mortal eyes. Jiang Mingyue noticed that the scrolls and magical artifacts were not protected by any barriers. Were they truly free to take? Her attention was drawn to a purple scroll inscribed with the Thunderblade technique, a 5th-tier spiritual skill. Chapter 77. Why are points required everywhere? Of the 2 5th-tier spiritual skills in the pavilion, one was a sword technique that aligned perfectly with her attributes. Thus, she decided it was the one for her. She retrieved the sword technique along with a 4th-tier cultivation technique and proceeded to the front desk for registration. The disciple responsible for the registration glanced at her and inquired, "Junior Sister Jiang, where is your disciple token?" "Here it is," Jiang Mingyue replied, producing her disciple token. The disciple examined the token with spiritual energy and then stated, "Junior Sister, your points are insufficient." "What points?" Jiang Mingyue was taken aback. Was it necessary to have points to acquire techniques and skills? Was there such a system within the sect of the original book? "You truly are a forgetful noble," the disciple remarked, rolling his eyes at her. However, the original Jiang Mingyue had always been enraptured by handsome men, showing little interest in cultivation matters. Thus, she was unaware of the point system, and the disciple, seeing her confusion, explained patiently, "Every inner sect disciple possesses their own points. Good deeds, assisting others, participating in demon-slaying missions, winning duels with fellow disciples, or achieving placements in sect competitions. All of these actions earn corresponding points. Only with points can one exchange for techniques, skills, and magical artifacts at the treasure pavilion." "I see," Jiang Mingyue responded. The Tianke sect in the original story did not have such intricate details, thus lacking this point system. "How many points are needed for these techniques?" she inquired. "For every 2nd-tier technique or skill, 300 points are required for exchange. For 3rd-tier techniques or skills, 1,000 points. And for 4th-tier techniques, 3,000 points. As for your 5th-tier spiritual skill, it requires a staggering 10,000 points." The disciple remained relatively patient. "And how many points do I currently have?" she asked. "You have a negative 250. "Wait, how can points be negative?" She did not comprehend. "You have long been truant, frequently embroiled in fights, and have shown blatant disrespect towards the elders. These are indeed significant deductions." "Ah." Jiang Mingyue stood frozen in place, realizing the numerous transgressions of her predecessor, and lamented the burden of bearing the consequences. "What a stroke of misfortune." The disciple continued, "Sister, you initially had a negative score of 500. However, your participation in the demon-slaying mission in Taohua Village awarded you 250 points. Strive to earn back your points swiftly." Jiang Mingyue managed an awkward smile. "Is the contribution to such an important mission only worth 250 points for each participant? You were merely a participant. Receiving such a score is commendable. As for Brother Yi and Sister Yun, they achieved first-class merit, and each earned 2,000 points. Thus their circumstances are distinctly different from yours." Jiang Mingyue felt tears welling up in her eyes. How could she have been merely a participant? If it were not for her insistence on saving those young girls alongside Bai Qi, Taohua Village would have suffered even more casualties. Blame her for not seeking recognition for her deeds at that moment. Now, she regretted not accumulating more points when she had the chance. Noticing her distress, the disciple continued to console her. "Sister, fret not. The 1st-tier techniques and spiritual skills require no points. You may take as many as you wish. Would you like to select a few?" "No, thank you," she replied. For those 1st-tier techniques and skills paled in comparison to the foundational intersect techniques she had already mastered. Practicing them would be tantamount to wasting time. "I shall think of another way." Jiang Mingyue left the treasure pavilion disheartened, surprised at her lack of fortune. Indeed, she did not possess the fate of a protagonist. If she were the main character, wouldn't high-tier techniques and skills be readily available to her by now? She felt like mere cannon fodder. Master, have you hit a wall?" Suddenly, a little fox peeked out from her sleeve, teasing her. "Are you mocking me?" "Not at all. I merely wish to comfort you." Jian smiled. "Shall I assist you in procuring some high-tier techniques? Where would you find them?" Her eyes brightened. Could it be that this fox, with its keen senses, had already detected the location of high-tier techniques? Wasn't he that the typical behavior of spiritual pets in novels? To her surprise, Jiuan boldly declared. I shall steal them from the treasure pavilion for you. Not a single point will be required. Jiang Mingyue retorted. How can a formidable 7th-tier demon like you only come up with such ludicrous ideas? Aren't you concerned about your reputation? The demeanor of her spiritual pet was decidedly different from those found in novels. I could also resort to outright theft, but that would expose my identity and implicate you. Jiuan replied with a resigned smile. Ever since acknowledging her as his master, he was forbidden from fighting or killing, and had to maintain a pleasant demeanor with a group of inferior humans. It was truly stifling. Were it not for the elixirs she provided him as treats, he would have little desire to remain here. Jiang Mingyue interrupted. No. I shall contemplate other methods. The fox's words were becoming increasingly implausible. Setting aside the matter of techniques for the time being, Jiang Mingyue returned home to continue familiarizing herself with controlling the heavenly thunder. The thunder was indeed powerful, yet she could not yet harness its full potential. Yin Wanwan accompanied her in sword practice all day, and before departing, she informed her to meet at the training tower the following day. The cultivation tower is the most potent place for spiritual energy within the heavenly threshold sect, where one can achieve remarkable results with minimal effort during training. Thus, on the following day, Jiang Mingyue made her way to the cultivation tower early in the morning. However, upon reaching the entrance, she was halted by the guarding disciple. Junior Sister Jiang, where is your disciple token? Must one accumulate points even to enter the cultivation tower? She was taken aback. Indeed, entry required 100 points. Is that really the case? Jiang Mingyue was stunned. In the inner sect, it seemed that everything necessitated points. Thankfully, attending classes did not require them. Otherwise, she would have lost even the qualification to practice fundamental techniques. Junior Sister Jiang, the guard disciple, noticing her hesitation to produce the token, inquired, You don't mean to say you lack even 100 points? Typically, inner sect disciples possessed at least 1,000 points. It was rather improbable that she couldn't muster even 100. Who says that? Jiang Mingyue, trying to save face, replied. I simply have other matters to attend to and will return shortly. After facing yet another setback, she reluctantly turned to leave. Suddenly, a male voice called out from behind her, Oh, isn't this Junior Sister Jiang? Turning around, she saw a burly male disciple with a scar on his brow approaching, his coarse features adorned with a greasy smile. Scarred and stout, Jiang Mingyue recalled the few insignificant characters from the original story. Based on his appearance, he seemed to be Lin Qian. Lin Qian? She tentatively inquired. Haha, you still remember me. Lin Qian chuckled, continuing to flirt. Call me brother and I'll find a way to get you in. His tone and demeanor were utterly repulsive. Chapter 78. Would you dare to acknowledge me as your grandson? Jiang Mingyue recalled that, in the original narrative, Lin Qian harbored feelings for the original protagonist solely based on lust, persistently pursuing her. However, the original protagonist was a cold-hearted beauty who naturally looked down upon such a grotesque figure. After several unsuccessful advances, Lin Qian, in a fit of anger, resorted to underhanded tactics during a sect-wide competition, ensuring that Jiang Mingyue faced him in the very first match. At that time, the original protagonist had just begun to establish her foundation, while Lin Qian had already reached the late golden core stage, showing no mercy and severely injuring her. Subsequently, he even attempted to violate her at her dwelling. Though the original protagonist was a villainess, Lin Qian was an even more despicable character. Now, this wretched man was fixated on her. Brother? Jiang Mingyue scoffed, feeling utterly disgusted. You think you're worthy? I could call you grandson, and would you dare to respond? What did you say? Grandson, Mingyue. Lin Qian, noticing her impatience, became displeased. I pursued you for so long. Even an iron tree should bloom eventually. Can't you at least show me a pleasant demeanor? Jiang Mingyue rolled her eyes. It's because you're unattractive. Do you possess no self-awareness? Is that even a question? Stunned into silence by her words, Lin Qian's anger surged. How could she claim he was ugly? While he may not have been exceptionally handsome, he considered himself a reasonably good-looking young man with well-defined features. You shallow woman. How can you judge a person's worth solely based on appearance? Lin Qian exuded confidence, asserting that the depth of my character far surpassed that of the shallow, superficial youths in your courtyard. Jiang Mingyue remarked. I have never encountered such an insipid man. I can hardly muster the energy to engage further. Indeed, I am as superficial as you say. Be disappointed if you must. Now, kindly distance yourself from me, as your presence is repugnant. Unwilling to concede, Lin Qian reached out to grasp her chin. Jiang Mingyue swiftly evaded and retaliated with a sharp slap. The resounding impact echoed in the air, leaving a crimson mark upon his face. It was evident that Lin Qian's expression darkened. Jiang Mingyue, do you dare strike me? He exclaimed, visibly flustered and ready to retaliate. Jiang Mingyue smirked coldly. That slap was merely self-defense. What is this, Lin Shixiao? Do you intend to engage me in combat here? Fighting outside the designated training grounds was strictly against the sect's regulations. Jiang Mingyue, Lin Qian's fury escalated. Your audacity stems solely from your status as the sect leader's daughter. Without that privilege, your mere existence as an inconspicuous golden core cultivator would hardly warrant my attention. You should consider a blessing, yet you remain ungrateful and dare to reject me. Jiang Mingyue couldn't help but laugh at his words. What an eye-opener. In this day and age, being regarded by a pig can be considered a blessing? I would refuse such a gift outright. Jiang Mingyue, I present you with two choices. Lin Qian glared at her. You either acquiesce to my desires, or while I may not engage you here, do not believe I won't seek retribution during the sect's grand competition. There's no need to wait for the sect's competition, Jiang Mingyue interrupted. If you wish to spar, let us head to the trial grounds now. Lin Qian was taken aback. Mingyue, you have just ascended to the Golden Core stage, and yet you possess the audacity to challenge me? The disparity between the early and late stages of the Golden Core is immense. You stand no chance against me. Let us wager 1,000 points, shall we? Jiang Mingyue proposed, seizing the opportunity. Very well, Lin Qian replied readily. Should I emerge victorious? I desire nothing more than. He grinned lewdly. We'll discuss that once you have one. Jiang Mingyue interjected, beware of boasting prematurely. You might just become the subject of ridicule. All right, let's proceed. Lin Qian nodded enthusiastically. He presumed that Mingyue, fully aware of her inevitable defeat, intended to lose deliberately in order to concede to his advances. How naive of him to think he could see through her playful tactics. It seemed that Mingyue harbored feelings for him and was willing to grant him this opportunity. Elated, Lin Qian strode ahead, but before he could take more than a few steps, a sudden force tripped him, sending him tumbling to the ground. Ouch! His hefty form rolled and sprawled down the stairs, landing in a rather undignified position. Jiang Mingyue cast a glance at the little fox nestled in her arms. What are you doing? She recognized that it was Jiao N's intervention. I couldn't tolerate his lecherous demeanor any longer, so I thought I'd teach him a lesson. Jiao replied languidly. In recent days, this little creature had received ample healing elixirs from its master, and it was time to show a modicum of gratitude. Fear not. I can handle him myself, Jiang Mingyue dismissed, unfazed by the situation. She has now reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. How could she possibly fear someone merely in the later stages of the Golden Core? At least you possess a modicum of ambition. Jiao nodded with a sense of relief. As the master of a formidable 7th-tier demon, he cannot allow himself to be bullied by someone at the Golden Core stage. Otherwise, he would lose face. Thus, he would remain in the shadows, watching over the situation. Today, with him present, this fat fool would not have the opportunity to harm a single hair on his master's head. After a while, the two arrived at the trial ground, where many disciples had gathered to observe. Isn't that junior sister Jiang and senior brother Lin? What are they sparring for? How could junior sister Jiang possibly be a match for senior brother Lin? Not only does she lack the cultivation, but she's also infatuated with handsome men and lacks practical experience. Have you all forgotten? Senior brother Lin has always had a fondness for junior sister Jiang. Perhaps this is merely their playful banter. The onlookers chattered, most of them skeptical about Jiang Mingyue's chances or teasing her. On the stage, Lin Qian gazed at the frail girl opposite him, exuding confidence. Mingyue, I will allow you 3 moves, lest everyone accuse me of bullying you. At this declaration, the crowd erupted into further raucous laughter. Senior brother Lin is truly gentle with junior sister Jiang. I knew it. They're just a couple playing around, indulging in flirtation. Hearing their discussions, Jiang Mingyue felt utterly speechless. It was evident just how many rumors Lin Qian had spread about her. Her desire to confront him only intensified. Fine. Jiang Mingyue accepted his challenge. What a pretentious man. Soon, she would leave this arrogant fellow speechless. As she gathered her spiritual energy in her palm, Lin Qian smiled indulgently, even beckoning her with a casual gesture. Each of his movements resonated deeply within her. In the next instant, a bolt of heavenly lightning surged forth. Lin Qian, caught off guard, was struck in the chest by the searing lightning, sending him tumbling off the stage, blood spattering from his mouth. One move, and he was defeated. The spectators gasped, convinced they must be imagining things. How could this be? Senior brother Lin was in the later stages of the Golden Core. How could he be vanquished in a single strike by junior sister Jiang? Could this be the true power of heavenly lightning? No. Wait. Junior sister Jiang's earlier move appeared to indicate she was at least in the later stages of the Golden Core herself. The moment the heavenly lightning appeared was fleeting, yet it dazzled all the disciples, stirring envy and admiration. Truly, an ancient artifact. How fortunate was junior sister Jiang to receive the true teachings of the Moonlight Immortal? No, that's not fair. I wasn't prepared yet. Lin Qian scrambled to his feet, indignant. Let us do this again, one more time. He had envisioned a script where he would easily best Mingyue, seize her spiritual artifact, and tenderly embrace her in front of everyone, professing his love. She would surely be moved. With so many disciples as witnesses, his reputation would be restored. Yet now, not only had the situation deviated from his anticipated script, but he had also embarrassed himself. Chapter 79. Is the Immortal again offering her guidance? If we do this again, each round will be worth 1,000 points. As long as the points are sufficient, I would mind another match. All right, but you must not use heavenly lightning. Lin Qian pointed at her. Heavenly lightning is my own. Why should I not use it? Jiang Mingyue found the words amusing. We are but ordinary disciples. Employing such formidable techniques against me is decidedly unfair. Lin Qian, shedding his initial confidence, felt a twinge of uncertainty, likely shaken by the recent surge of heavenly thunder. Very well. Jiang Mingyue, disinterested in further debate, stated, First, return the 1,000 points I just lost, and then I shall wager on this second round. Fine. Lin Qian reluctantly produced his token, channeling his spiritual energy to transfer 1,000 points to hers. The previous defeat was merely an accident. He had been careless and underestimated her. This time, he was determined to reclaim his losses with interest. Jiang Mingyue recognized that Lin Qian, having suffered a setback, would undoubtedly approach this contest with more seriousness. However, she remained unperturbed. In the original tale, the author had meticulously detailed the nuances of their rivalry, and she was well aware of her opponent's habits and weaknesses. Besides, even without the heavenly thunder, she possessed a divine artifact, with a sense of gravity. Jiang Mingyue unsheathed her weapon, the Oblivion. Lin Qian, too, refrained from making any remarks about limiting the number of strikes, summoning a hammer enveloped in spiritual energy. As a practitioner of physical cultivation, he could vanquish adversaries of equal rank with his bare hands, wielding the mysterious iron hammer. He could even contend with those at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. He was resolute that victory was within his grasp this time. Mingyue, be cautious. I shall show no mercy this time. With that declaration, Lin Qian swung the hammer towards her face. Jiang Mingyue deftly stepped back to evade the attack. Bang! The mysterious iron hammer missed its target, crashing into the arena and creating a crater that spewed forth white smoke. Without pause, he pursued her relentlessly, each strike aimed at exploiting her vulnerabilities. Confronted with his fierce onslaught, Jiang Mingyue could do little more than evade and protect her vital points, finding no opportunity to counterattack. Indeed, despite her Golden Core pinnacle status, her lack of combat experience rendered her at a disadvantage against such a formidable opponent. Lin Qian, a practitioner of physical cultivation with extraordinary stamina, would undoubtedly outlast her in this war of attrition. She needed to devise a different strategy. The narrative had revealed Lin Qian's weakness, located 2 inches below his right shoulder. This was the moment. At last, seizing her chance, Jiang Mingyue, while dodging, thrust her sword into Lin Qian's shoulder. Ah, you. Lin Qian's words were cut short as the mysterious iron hammer was effortlessly deflected by oblivion. In a swift motion, a gust of wind struck his chest, sending him tumbling off the arena once more. The audience was left in stunned silence. It seemed this was no mere fluke. Who could have imagined that in just a few months, junior sister Jiang would have made such remarkable progress? Her cultivation level must surely exceed that of the golden core pinnacle. Ignoring the murmurs of the crowd, Jiang Mingyue gracefully approached Lin Qian. Now about those points. Impossible. This cannot be. How could you possibly be my equal? Lin Qian was left dumbfounded. Jiang Mingyue, have you consumed some potent elixir to enhance your abilities? His face was a portrait of disbelief. Impatiently, Jiang Mingyue replied, Brother Lin, are you unable to accept your defeat? I am willing to wager and accept the outcome. But do not keep everyone waiting for your folly. Lin Qian sighed, feeling the weight of the scornful voices around him. Though reluctant, she nonetheless mustered the resolve to award the points. Will you return? Jiang Mingyue pressed. The mere 1,000 points were insufficient for her to exchange for a volume of the 4th-tier technique. This time, Lin Qian remained silent. If you're not coming, then I shall take my leave. Aware of his desire to avoid further embarrassment, Jiang Mingyue turned away with determination. Watching her retreating figure only intensified Lin Qian's possessiveness. Not only did Mingyue's appearance captivate him, but her burgeoning prowess also rendered her a worthy match. He would not relinquish his pursuit. Having acquired the points, Jiang Mingyue promptly made her way to the training tower, only to be informed, Junior sister, the training tower is at full capacity. Please return tomorrow. Very well. It seemed that fate had decreed her separation from the training tower today. Yet, with such a splendid opportunity at hand, Jiang Mingyue was loath to squander it. So she ventured to the back mountain instead. After paying her respects to the moonlit fairy, she addressed the gravestone predecessor. May I borrow your heart realm for a night of cultivation? With that, she closed her eyes, her palm gliding over the gravestone, and she felt a surge of spiritual energy enveloping her. When she reopened her eyes, she found herself within the heart realm of the moonlit fairy. Before her lay a river, a wooden cottage, and a withered tree, an isolated haven untouched by the outside world, yet teeming with abundant spiritual energy. Cultivating in such a place should not be slower than in the training tower. As she entered once more, it appeared that the moonlit fairy had tacitly permitted her access to this heart realm. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past, prompting Jiang Mingyue to shield herself. In that fleeting moment of closed eyes, an entire scroll of techniques materialized in her mind. Technique. Upon careful examination, she discerned the name of the technique, Undying Body. The name sounded rather impressive. Undying Body, a physical cultivation technique, bestows upon its practitioner the strength to move mountains and part seas, rendering them invincible and impervious to harm. Invincible and impervious to harm? Jiang Mingyue's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Although the rank remained uncertain, the technique seemed exceptionally formidable. Upon opening her eyes, the complete method was etched indelibly in her mind, a memory that could not be erased. Was this the moonlit fairy guiding her? Typically, physical cultivation is regarded as a fallback for those whose innate talents are woefully insufficient for the more esteemed paths of magical or sword cultivation. Even the mightiest of physical cultivators can only hone their physical strength to its utmost, unable to contend with their magical or sword-wielding counterparts of equal rank. In the realm of cultivation, physical practitioners are often held in disdain. Yet if this technique truly possesses the prowess it claims, then those who master it shall not find themselves lacking in comparison to sword or magic cultivators. Moreover, as a mere fledgling, if she could indeed enhance her physical attributes and defenses, it would afford her a modicum of security in this perilous realm. Very well, she would embrace this path. While the memory was fresh, Jiang Mingyue promptly settled into a meditative posture, closing her eyes to review the technique that had just imprinted itself in her consciousness. The Undying Body comprises 5 tiers. The first tier, Dragon Elephant Power, grants the understanding of boundless strength, enabling one to lift 1,000 pounds with bare hands. The second tier, Iron Body enhances physical attributes 100-fold, augmenting both stamina and defense to the same degree. Third level, the technique of Wind and Thunder, upon comprehension, enhances speed and perception 100-fold. Fourth level, Dragon Blood Refinement, upon comprehension, amplifies the powers, defenses, endurance, speed, and perception attained in the previous 3 levels 1,000-fold, enabling one to move mountains and part seas, to shatter blades with bare hands, rendering the body indestructible, impervious to myriad harms. Fifth level, the Undying Body, upon comprehension, ensures that all attacks shall be futile, rendering one invulnerable and immortal. The first layer is already this formidable. Chapter 80. Little Fox, are you really this light? Jiang Mingyue began her cultivation with the first layer of this technique, the power of the dragon and elephant. As her spiritual energy flowed gently within her, she discovered that this inner realm was exceptionally rich in spiritual energy, allowing her cultivation speed to surpass that of the outside world by more than 10-fold. Furthermore, although this technique appeared complex, she found it remarkably familiar, devoid of any sense of strangeness typical of a novice. Almost as if with a mere glance, she grasped its essence. Time passed swiftly during her cultivation. Day turned to night, and she lost track of how many days had elapsed. A few days later, it was the voice of Jiuan that roused her. Master, master? Jiang Mingyue opened her eyes, retracting the swirling spiritual energy around her, feeling her spiritual force significantly replenished. She sensed that the fragmented soul within her had also regained some vitality. Master, this truly is an excellent place, Jiuan remarked. I've cultivated here for a while, and it feels more beneficial than 10 days of cultivation outside. How about you? What have you experienced? She nodded. The technique seemed obscure and difficult to comprehend. Yet inexplicably, she felt an uncanny familiarity. It seemed she had grasped some superficial aspects of the power of the dragon and elephant. However, she needed to test it to ascertain her true understanding. Master, what technique are you practicing so engrossly? Would you like me to accompany you in your training? Jiuan inquired, boredom evident in his tone, eager to join her. All right, Jiang Mingyue agreed. Then transform into human form to train with me. Not a problem. Jiuan transformed into the guise of a young man, exclaiming, let us begin. However, Jiang Mingyue had no intention of attacking. Instead, she asked Jiuan, how much do you weigh? Me? I've never weighed myself. Jiuan was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by her odd question, and replied, I should weigh around 100 pounds. Why do you ask? Before he could finish his sentence, a small hand gently grasped his collar, and in the next moment his feet were lifted off the ground. Jiuan? He was being lifted by a little girl? Wow! Jiang Mingyue exclaimed. Little Fox, are you really this light? Previously, she struggled to lift a bucket of water with both hands. Yet at this moment, lifting the 100-plus-pound little fox felt akin to hoisting a bottle of mineral water, with no sense of burden whatsoever. Is this the power of the dragon and elephant? Put me down. The little fox protested, flustered. Jiang Mingyue gently set him down. Hey, do you not realize how embarrassing it is to be lifted like that? Jiuan expressed his displeasure. Did he not care for his dignity? Moreover, how had this little girl's strength suddenly surged? He questioned, you wouldn't be practicing a body-refining technique, would you? Indeed, what technique could possibly be this formidable? Jiuan blinked in astonishment. The ordinary body cultivation technique can only strengthen the body gradually. Yet, after merely a few days of practice, her strength has increased at least 10-fold. It is evident that this is an extraordinary body cultivation method. Jiang Mingyue stated, indestructible body. Jiuan pondered these 4 words, repeating them in contemplation. Why did he feel as though he had heard them before? How long had it been, Jiuan? Jiang Mingyue inquired again. Only 10 days and nights. Ah, has it been so long? She was taken aback. She had merely meditated for a while, thinking only a few hours had passed. Yet 10 days had slipped away so swiftly. No wonder those who cultivate immortality feel that hundreds or thousands of years pass in the blink of an eye. Master, are you not hungry? At this, Jiang Mingyue became aware of her gnawing hunger. A little. And you? Jiuan replied, I crave roasted duck. Very well. I shall take you out to eat. Can I have a whole duck to myself? His wide, eager eyes sparkled with anticipation. Eat 10 if you wish. Jiang Mingyue generously waved her hand. Let us go. Only then did a smile grace Jiuan's face. This master is quite agreeable. In the courtyard, Han Shui was pinned to the ground by two burly disciples, while Han Yi lay injured, also on the ground. The leading young disciple, with a foot planted on Han Yi, arrogantly declared, I shall ask you once more, where is Jiang Mingyue? We do not know, Han Yi replied, only to receive a harsh stomp in response, causing him to cry out in pain. You dared to harm my brother and rob him of his points. And now you act like a turtle hiding its head? The young disciple sneered. And she is the daughter of the sect master? Truly laughable. Han Yi retorted. Ning Yue is merely in seclusion, disinterested in your antics, you clowns. Oh really? The young disciple's anger flared. If she does not come out, I shall break the legs of you two dogs first, and then I will break hers when she finally crawls out. With that, he applied more pressure with his foot. Han Yi struggled, but remained unsatisfied. Lin Wan dares to harm others within the sect. Do you not fear the sect master's wrath? Regardless, Jiang Mingyue harmed my brother first, so what do I have to fear? Lin Wan commanded the other three disciples. Go ahead, break this girl's legs first. These two girls are merely Jiang Mingyue's lapdogs. Since he could not find Jiang Mingyue, he would vent his anger on them. It would serve as a warning to Jiang Mingyue, teaching her whom she should and should not offend. Yes, senior brother. One disciple obediently raised a hefty wooden club and aimed it at Han Yi's legs. Before it could descend, a sharp female voice rang out. Stop right there. As the words fell, a surge of spiritual energy knocked the club from the disciple's grasp. Jiang Mingyue? As the disciple looked up to see her, she had already darted to his side, delivering a powerful kick to his chest. Ouch! The force sent him flying 2 or 3 meters away, the sound of breaking ribs mingling with his cries of anguish. Jiang Mingyue? Upon her appearance, Lin Wan's eyes widened, filled with fury. Her instantaneous strike had finally convinced Lin Wan that this girl had reached the golden core stage. But what of it? She has arrived, and it is the perfect opportunity for him to avenge his brother and temper the arrogance of this girl. Jiang Mingyue helped Han Shui and Han Yi to their feet, expressing her concern. Are you injured? Did they harm you? We are fine. Han Shui shook his head, subtly indicating Lin Wan, the leader among them. Mingyue, that is Lin Qian's elder brother, Lin Wan. He has reached the peak of the golden core stage. Do not engage in conflict with him on our behalf. Simply seek the sect master for justice. Lin Wan, a favored disciple of the elder from Qingye Peak, was on the verge of advancing to the nascent soul stage, and his wealth attracted many sycophants. Without the sect master's intervention, they could not dare to offend Lin Wan. It turns out the average fellow's elder brother has come. Jiang Mingyue coldly glanced at them. A troop of buffoons unworthy of alarming my father. This trivial matter, I can handle myself. Jiang Mingyue, you finally dare to show yourself? Lin Wan mocked. I thought you would shrink away after deceiving my brother for his affection and points. Jiang Mingyue inquired. Did you injure Han Yi and Han Shui? So what if I did? Lin Wan boasted excessively. I now present you with 2 choices. Either return the points to my brother and kneel before him, begging for forgiveness, or I shall break your legs and send you to apologize. Chapter 81. One of the 10 divine artifacts, Heaven's Punishment. Han Shui and Han Yi exchanged glances, contemplating whether to summon the sect master. What did you just say? Jiang Mingyue remained unfazed, her voice barely above a whisper. I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it? As Lin Wan stepped closer with an arrogant demeanor, he declared, I said, smack. A resounding slap landed squarely on his face. The astonishing strength propelling the nearly 200-pound Lin Wan several feet away. He tumbled to the ground, his face swelling grotesquely, blood filling one side. You dare strike me? Still in a daze, Lin Wan attempted to rise, but was met with Jiang Mingyue's foot firmly pressing on his chest. Above him, the mocking voice of the young girl rang out. Weren't you just so imposing, claiming you would break my legs? Get up. Despite her slender and seemingly fragile appearance, she possessed an unexpected force that rendered him incapable of rising, his spiritual power utterly ineffective. What level is Jiang Mingyue, truly? defeated in his struggles. Lin Wan remained defiant. Jiang Mingyue, what skill is there in a sneak attack? If you have the courage, release me. He convinced himself that his earlier oversight allowed her to catch him off guard. Otherwise, a mere late golden core cultivator like Jiang Mingyue could never withstand 3 of his punches. Very well, Jiang Mingyue acquiesced to his request and lifted her foot. Lin Wan rose, delivering a powerful blow aimed at her face with nearly all his strength. Mingyue, be careful. However, before his hand could reach Jiang Mingyue, she seized his arm instead. In a graceful maneuver, she executed a shoulder throw, sending the nearly 200-pound Lin Wan crashing to the ground once more. The other 3 disciples present, including Han Shui and Han Yi, stood in stunned silence. That was a 200-pound man. How could she so effortlessly lift him, as if he were but a kitten, only to let him fall? Had Ning Yu consumed 100 strength-enhancing pills? How had she suddenly become so formidable? With a surge of spiritual energy, Jiang Mingyue picked up a wooden stick from the ground and brought it down upon Lin Wan's leg. The sound of a bone fracturing, accompanied by a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, echoed in the air. Jiang Mingyue raised the stick again, preparing to strike his other leg. It was then that Lin Wan began to plead for mercy. No, no, no. I understand my mistake. Please spare me. Jiang Mingyue remained unmoved. Presenting her terms, 1,000 points for your leg. 1,000 points? Lin Wan's face contorted in distress. But I do not possess such a sum. Is that so? She tightened her grip on the wooden stick. Please, please. Lin Wan's face turned pale with fear. I swear, I only have over 5,000 points. I will give them all to you. Just don't break my leg. I beg you. Jiang Mingyue, supported by her sect leader, knew she could act without fear of repercussions. She could even kill him, and the leader would protect her. Thus, Lin Wan understood that this girl was emboldened by her backing. At that moment, preserving his life took precedence. Dignity and points mattered little. Jiang Mingyue cast a glance at the other 3 disciples. You still have 3 brothers, do you not? Under her scrutinizing gaze, the 3 disciples shivered in fear and retreated. Not daring to utter a word, Lin Wan commanded them. You all, give all your points to junior sister Jiang, quickly. Yes, yes, yes. They complied, fearing punishment. After collecting points from 4 of them, the total barely exceeded 9,000. However, Jiang Mingyue was reluctantly satisfied. Now go. If you dare disturb my courtyard again or lay a hand on my people, it won't be merely a leg that's at stake. Yes, yes. They dared not protest further and hurriedly carried Lin Wan away, not daring to look back even once. Jiao Wen had been watching from the sidelines, a satisfied smile gracing his lips, though he remained silent. His disciple had finally begun to grasp the essence of her position. Han Shui and Han Yi were still in shock. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have never believed that the incredibly strong, quick, and decisive girl was Ningyu. Jiang Mingyue turned to them. I apologize for involving you. Please take these points. Hearing her apologize was unprecedented, leaving them both astounded and flattered. No, no, Ningyu. You should keep them for yourself. During this set competition, Ningyu needed points to exchange for martial arts techniques. Yet, Jiang Mingyue insisted, I have no immediate need. The sky, thunder, and immortal body techniques were sufficient for her prolonged cultivation, and she could earn more points later. With that, she took their tokens and redistributed her points to them, encouraging them. You both must work hard and strive for excellent results in the set competition. Ningyu, you are truly kind to us. The 2 were overwhelmed with emotion. Was this the same Ningyu who once bossed them around? She had indeed changed remarkably. Now, let us return and tend to your injuries. Jiang Mingyue expressed her concern. All right, after savoring the roasted duck, Jiang Mingyue informed Han Shui and Han Yi of her intention to enter seclusion for cultivation, which might take a considerable amount of time. She instructed them to relay the same message should Wan arrive. Once her directives were conveyed, she gathered a selection of elixirs, culinary utensils, livestock, and vegetables before departing with Jiao into the realm of the heart. Jiao reassured her, Master, you need only focus on your cultivation. I shall ensure to prepare delightful meals for you daily, guaranteeing you remain plump and healthy. Initially, Jiang Mingyue harbored doubts about his culinary skills. However, upon tasting the large plate of chicken he had prepared the following day, Her eyes sparkled with delight. This dish was indeed more delectable than anything she had experienced at a five-star hotel. She had not anticipated that this little fox possessed such extraordinary culinary prowess. With a spirit companion skilled in cooking, she no longer needed to worry about hunger. She resumed her training in the indestructible body technique and made rapid progress. Within a mere 10 days, she could lift boulders weighing several hundred pounds. Another 10 days passed, and she effortlessly hoisted a pig weighing over 400 pounds, which stared at her in disbelief. Yet another 10 days later, she found the weight of pigs and cows to be as light as mere bundles of vegetables. Even the use of the desolation technique felt as light as a feather, almost making her feel as if she were floating. Now, she yearned for a more formidable weapon. At that moment, Jiang Niue recalled that Bai Qi had bestowed upon her 4 divine artifacts, one of which was exceptionally weighty. With a flourish, she opened her pouch, and a golden, long-handled hammer fell to the ground, measuring nearly a meter in length. Upon impact, the ground trembled several times. This was the heavenly punishment, ranked 3rd among the 10 divine artifacts, forged from the hardest, ancient, mysterious iron with the power of thunder and fire, taking a full 120 years to craft. It was said to weigh 1,000 pounds. Due to its immense weight, she had always believed she would never be able to wield this artifact, thus keeping it minimized within her pouch. Who would have thought that one day she would actually bring this hammer forth? Jiang Mingyue approached, grasped the heavenly punishment, and indeed felt its substantial heft. It took both hands to lift this artifact. With a swift motion, the force of her strike shattered a massive rock before her. If her dragon elephant strength were to increase further, this divine artifact would serve her even better. Suddenly, Jiang Mingyue discovered that this artifact was accompanied by a scroll of spiritual techniques. Was it placed there by Bai Qi? Upon unrolling the scroll and focusing her gaze, she read, "Starfall in the 9 heavens, a 7th-tier spiritual technique. When paired with the heavenly punishment, it can rival 8th-tier techniques." A 7th-tier technique? Her eyes widened as she mulled over the implication. In the entire Tianke sect, only her father possessed a single 7th-tier technique, illustrating its rarity. How affluent must that prodigy be to so casually gift away a 7th-tier technique, as if it were mere scrap? Just as her heart swelled with joy at the prospect of soon mastering a 7th-tier technique, she scanned the final line of the scroll. Only cultivators at the nascent soul stage and above may practice this technique. Instantly, she felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Nonetheless, considering it was a 7th-tier technique, a cultivation threshold was to be expected. She decided to hold on to it for the time being. Jian caught sight of the hammer in her hand, somewhat taken aback. "How could the heavenly punishment be in your possession? Do you recognize the heavenly punishment?" "How could I not recognize it?" As she spoke, a complex emotion flickered in Jian's eyes. 1,000 years ago, the Thunder Sect had wielded this divine artifact to slay my parents and sisters. Huh? Jiang Mingyue pressed on. Why would the Thunder Sect do such a thing? What kind of enmity could drive them to murder your family? Does the human race need a reason to exterminate demons? Jian scoffed. However, it is fortunate that karma prevails. The Demon Emperor later annihilated the Thunder Sect, and that sect has been extinguished for a millennium. After the Thunder Sect was eradicated, the heavenly punishment fell into the hands of the young Demon Emperor. Jian redirected the conversation. How could the young Demon Emperor part with such a divine artifact? You claim you are merely friends? Can friends not exchange gifts? Jiang Mingyue deflected, though she was uncertain of what Bai Qi truly considered her. Never mind. Why ponder such trivial matters? If you say it can be done, then so be it. Jian chuckled helplessly. However, such a gift seems excessively extravagant. He continued, but, as a young girl, you should refrain from wielding a hammer. It does not suit you. Why should a young girl not use a hammer? Jiang Mingyue disagreed. I find this hammer quite fitting. She was rather fond of it. Jian shook his head, offering further counsel. Moreover, you are both a body cultivator and a spellcaster, as well as a sword cultivator. Do not overextend yourself, for diversifying too much can lead to a lack of mastery. 3 disciplines? What is that to speak of? Jiang Mingyue dismissed his concerns. If given the chance, I would aspire to master them all. You certainly speak boldly. Jian found her jesting, mastering all disciplines? In the past several millennia, the cultivation realm had witnessed only one prodigy of such caliber. Who was it? The very friend you speak of, Bai Qi. Jiuan did not deny it. Though I am not particularly fond of him, his talent is indeed extraordinarily rare. Jiang Ningyue smiled. If even you acknowledge his prowess, he must truly be remarkable. Indeed, he attained the divine transformation at a mere 100 years of age. Jiuan became more engaged in the conversation. In our demon race, we only reach maturity at 1,500 years. Thus, 100 years is akin to a mere 3-year-old in human terms. To put it this way, when I was a century old, I was still in diapers. Have you ever seen a divine transformation at that age? That metaphor is both straightforward and vivid, the heroine remarked. And then, she inquired, are you merely here to listen to tales? I wish to hear a story. Please tell me. Jiang Ningyue's curiosity grew. The original text did not elaborate much on Bai Qi, yet inexplicably, she yearned to learn more about him, be it legends or gossip. If you crave tales of intrigue, I can regale you with my own heroic exploits. Why listen to others? Noticing her keen interest in the young demon emperor, Jiuan felt a twinge of displeasure. After all, he was a formidable azure-eyed celestial fox. Your stories do not interest me. Must you be so heartless? Jiuan retorted. Yet, she began to converse with him. He was once the most cherished young prince of the former demon emperor. Although the former demon emperor desired nothing more than for him to live a life of leisure and indulgence, he, on the contrary, yearned to protect the common folk of the world. Coupled with his extraordinarily prodigious talent, achieving divine transformation at a mere 100 years, reaching the realm of void refinement by 300, and attaining the pinnacle of the great ascension at 1,000 years. It was a gift so exceptional that it could scarcely be concealed. And then what happened? Eventually, the heavenly tribulation arrived. He forsook the chance to ascend and stood against the calamity, indeed fulfilling his desire to safeguard the populace. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ningyue felt a sense of disorientation. Are you speaking of Bai Zhe or Bai Qi? Jiuan chuckled. Bai Zhe and Bai Qi are one and the same. Are they not? He glanced at Jiang Ningyue and continued, Oh, I forgot. You are of the human race, so it is only natural that you are unaware. Jiang Ningyue shook her head. However, historical records state that the heavenly tribulation 1,000 years ago was summoned by the demon emperor, and that Bai Zhe, the divine son, stood against it. Which account is the truth? How could a divine son willing to forsake ascension to protect the common people be the one to invite a heavenly tribulation? TCH, Jiuan scoffed. You are reading the human history. Naturally, they write it as they please. Those human histories are nothing but a collection of nonsense. Jiang Ningyue fell silent. Why did it feel as though so many matters were not quite as she had perceived? You speak so highly of him. Why do you still detest him? She queried, puzzled. I never said I disliked him. I merely cannot say I hold any affection for him, Jiuan replied. If any of his royal brothers had succeeded the throne, the demon clan would not be in its current predicament. The more Jiang Ningyue listened, the more bewildered she became. Why is it that I find it difficult to comprehend your words? It is only fitting that you do not understand. Jiuan's gaze turned forlorn. His prominence inevitably attracts envy. Having such an extraordinary talent within the demon clan is both a blessing and a curse. Jiang Ningyue hesitated, sensing that Bai Qi harbored an abundance of secrets, too profound for her to fathom. What manner of person was he, truly? No. Why should she be curious about him? No, the most pressing matter for her was to diligently cultivate her skills and strive to return home, rather than indulge in curiosity about a man, especially one who was but a figment of paper. No. Chapter 83. The fairy's heart is most concerned with him, perhaps? Jiang Ningyue shook her head, striving to cast aside her distractions, and shifted the topic. Little fox, come and assist me in testing my new weapon. Not listening to the story anymore. Just a moment ago, you seemed quite engrossed. I do not wish to hear it. Come. Very well. I shall accompany you in your practice. In this desolate realm, Jiuan was equally bored and thus gladly agreed to engage in a spar. Rising, Jiang Ningyue swung the heavenly punishment toward his face. Jiuan moved with remarkable agility. The heavenly punishment shattered several boulders and cracked the ground. yet he evaded it without a single hit. With a swift motion, he retreated a half step as the hammer approached once more, deftly flicking the heavenly punishment away. The heavenly punishment was sent flying, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. Jiang Mingyue felt somewhat disheartened. She still fell far short of her goals. While her strength was formidable, her reflexes and speed were insufficient, and there remained a significant disparity in spiritual power levels. Jiuan, possessing the strength of an initial stage transformation god, was beyond her reach. Not only could she not engage him in combat, but even touching him seemed a near impossibility. Observing her dejection, Jiuan hesitated. Had he won so easily that it might have discouraged his master? Thus, he attempted to console her. I apologize, master. I shouldn't have used 2/10 of my spiritual power. How about we try again? And this time I will use only 1/10. What? You only use 2/10? Indeed. Jiang Mingyue sighed, feeling even more disheartened. No, master. Jiuan realized that his attempts at comfort seemed to have the opposite effect, so he continued. You are already quite impressive. Enough. Jiang Mingyue sighed. I shall continue my training. She had not anticipated such a vast gap between herself and the transformation god realm, and she imagined the difference with brother Yi would be similarly daunting. If she wished to secure the top spot in the sex grand competition, she had a long way to go. In the days that followed, Jiang Mingyue immersed herself in relentless practice, losing track of day and night. Time flew by. Before she realized it, she had comprehended and perfected the first 2 layers of the indestructible body, initially requiring both hands to wield the heavenly punishment. She could now lift it effortlessly with one hand. Despite her slender physique, her stamina, endurance, and defense had significantly improved. At first, she would tire after just 2 hours of training, but soon she was able to sustain 3 to 4 hours. And now she could swing the heavenly punishment for over 10 hours without so much as a breath. With her current physique, she could rival a special forces soldier. As for the 3rd layer of wind and thunder technique, she had merely grazed the surface, yet she felt remarkably agile, even while wielding the 1,000-pound heavenly punishment. Each move flowed with grace rather than heaviness. Claiming to have used only 30% of her spiritual power, she was already quite formidable. Time continued to elude her, and she had only grasped a fraction of this sword technique. Within this mental realm, her cultivation progressed at an astonishing rate. She was unaware of how long had passed, but she sensed she was on the verge of breaking through the peak of the Golden Core stage and ascending to the nascent soul stage. Under normal circumstances, such a breakthrough would require a decade or more of diligent practice. Yet this place was indeed remarkable. Furthermore, whether due to the effects of previous elixirs or her own advancements, she felt the shattered essence of her soul was nearing restoration. As her cultivation speed increased, she became increasingly engrossed in training, completely forgetting the world outside. On this day, just like any other, Jiang Mingyue held the oblivion, with Jiuan diligently serving as her sparring partner. Having a companion of transformation god caliber significantly enhanced her combat experience. Today, she no longer held back as she had at the beginning. Her movements had become far more adept. The power of the heavenly punishment was immense, each strike resonating with the force of an earthquake, sending tremors throughout the mental realm. With a resounding crash, Jiang Mingyue raised the heavenly punishment to block an incoming strike, stumbling back a few steps. Fortunately, she managed to barely withstand the impact. Jiuan withdrew his spiritual power, remarking, Master, you have made considerable progress today. In comparison to you, I still fall short. Jiuan added, for a Golden Core practitioner, being able to withstand even 3/10 of my spiritual force is quite commendable. What more do you desire? Jiang Mingyue, initially believing she had finally managed to withstand Jiu and spiritual force after so many days, was taken aback to learn it was merely 3/10. Jiuan, must you be so discouraging? She responded, Am I not offering you encouragement? He replied with genuine sincerity. Thank you. Jiang Mingyue replied with a forced smile. You truly excel at consolation. At first, she could barely cope with even 1/10 of Jiu An's spiritual power. Yet now she had improved significantly to withstand 3/10. Nevertheless, she felt a lingering dissatisfaction. Again, While her strength had surged dramatically, it appeared that defeating brother Yi was still a distant goal. Again, Jiothan lamented, his face contorted in dismay. Your stamina is remarkable. Can you truly endure practicing for over 10 hours without fatigue? He himself felt weary just watching her. Jiang Mingyue replied, having once toiled like a beast, my endurance has improved. She recalled working over 20 hours straight on revisions without succumbing to exhaustion. Beast? Jian frowned slightly. Master, who has ever treated you like a beast of burden? Tell me, and I shall seek vengeance. Jiang Mingyue was momentarily at a loss for words and could only reply, No. It's merely an abstract notion. She doubted he would comprehend. Jian mused that his master sometimes spoke in such abstract terms that he struggled to understand. Master, this place feels stifling. Why don't we step outside for some fresh air and resume our practice in a few days? Jian's big, watery eyes beseeched her. Remaining in such a dull and dreary environment felt akin to being imprisoned in the 9 layers of hell. He truly longed to be free. Jiang Mingyue shook her head. I sense that I am on the brink of a breakthrough. Once I have ascended to the nascent soul stage, we shall venture out. She was currently filled with fervor. Only by reaching the nascent soul realm could she hope to contend for victory. Otherwise, facing a peak nascent soul with her golden core form would render any chance of success utterly implausible. Sighing, Jian resigned. Very well. I shall take a short rest. Sleep well, Jiang Mingyue replied. Jian curled up like a fox against the large tree behind him, lamenting, such a beautiful tree has withered away. Is truly a pity. Jiang Mingyue also gazed at the long-dead tree before her. This must be the heart tree of fairy Yueying, having withered to such a state. She must have endured much suffering and disillusionment with those around her. However, wait, there remained a single green leaf. She leaped onto the trunk and reached out to touch that solitary leaf, feeling a flicker of familiarity. Bai Qi, the only vestige of life on the fairy's heart tree, was intertwined with memories of Bai Qi. Surely, he was the one she cherished the most. Jiang Mingyue felt a tumult of emotions as her hand caressed the leaf, and her head began to spin. Suddenly, her soul detached from her body, as if drawn into the memories held within the heart tree. She beheld the palace of the demon emperor from 2 millennia ago. As the sound of a baby's cry resonated through the chamber, auspicious clouds appeared in the sky above the palace. Despite being the dead of night, it felt as bright as day, with 11 dark birds soaring gracefully in the heavens, a divine omen from above. Gazing out at the magnificent scene, the demon emperor cradled his newly born son, lost in thought for some time. The demon empress called out to him, My lord, our child has yet to be named. The emperor, returning to reality, bore a complex expression. This child arrives amid such auspicious signs. His destiny must surely be extraordinary. I shall name him Qi, hoping his presence brings our demon clan eternal blessings. Qi is a lovely name, the emperor smiled, but my only wish is for our daughter to lead a smooth life. Cough, my lady, the emperor corrected gently. It is not a princess, but a little prince. Is that so? This child is exceptionally beautiful, born with skin as fair as jade and a delicate nose. His ink-black eyes sparkle with vitality, and his long, fluttering eyelashes resemble those of doll. It is no wonder I mistook him for a girl, though slightly disappointed not to have the daughter she longed for. The empress sighed. Well, I suppose I shall raise him as a princess. In the years that followed, the 9th prince was showered with love from both the emperor and empress. In demon society, one typically received their personal name only upon reaching adulthood. Yet this little prince was bestowed with a name from the empress the moment he was born. He feared the dark, so the emperor sourced a luminous pearl from the north to illuminate his chambers. He was a picky eater, prompting the empress to summon all the chefs from the culinary realm to prepare an array of dishes tailored to his tastes. He struggled to rise in the mornings and was reluctant to join his brothers for training, but the emperor merely chuckled, allowing the teaching elder to wait until he awoke to instruct him privately. When he expressed disinterest in learning, the emperor remained unperturbed, declaring, with such exceptional talent, Must our Qi attend class daily? Let him be as long as he is happy. Even when he accidentally singed the beard of a teaching elder, the emperor simply took him to apologize, administering only a light reprimand. Seeing the tears well up in the child's eyes, both the elder and the emperor felt a pang of sympathy, unwilling to continue the punishment. Not only the emperor and empress adored him, but his 8 elder brothers also showered him with affection, always returning from their outings with fresh trinkets or his favorite pastries. Their indulgence reached a point of wanting to give him the stars while withholding the moon. Watching the tender interactions within the demon emperor's palace, Jiang Mingyue felt a profound envy. It was evident that he was born amidst countless blessings, nurtured in love, and raised as a treasured scion, once filled with high expectations. Jiang Mingyue pondered, if his parents loved him so dearly, how could he have fallen to the depths of patricide and matricide? He had once withstood heavenly tribulations and saved countless lives. How had he become the loathed demon of humanity? It was indeed a lamentable mystery. Was there some hidden truth behind it all? In the palace of the demon emperor, within the chamber, as if awakening from a dream, Bai Qi opened his eyes. His lashes already dampened by warm tears. Memories, long dormant within the heart, awakened suddenly in dreams, reverberating endlessly in the mind, refusing to dissipate. Lifting his gaze, he sees the once vibrant hall, filled with laughter and joy, now rendered desolate and cold. He stands alone. Today marks the memorial day of his father and mother. Whether it is the cruel hand of fate or mere coincidence, the 3rd year since the demise of his parents also falls on this day, when 100,000 soldiers sacrificed their flesh and blood to escort him home, back to a place devoid of kin. He bears the weight of guilt. Had he guarded the return to the spirit ruins, his father, mother, and elder brother, they all would have remained alive. It is his fault. Bai Qi rises, the flames of his soul just dissipating, his steps unsteady and wavering. He does not seek the support of his demon attendants, silently departing the sleeping chambers, making his way to the hall of punishments. Removing the imperial crown and shedding his outer garments, Bai Qi kneels upon the execution platform. The events of that year weigh heavily upon him. The year he ascended as the demon emperor, he issued an edict of self-punishment, voluntarily inviting the descent of 99 heavenly strikes on the memorial days of his father, mother, and the 100,000 soldiers. This serves as a warning against repeating past mistakes. Your Excellency, the elder presiding over the punishment, unable to bear it any longer, interjects, what transpired back then was not your fault, and so many years have passed. You need not carry out this execution. Bai Qi's tone remains calm, yet resolute. By removing his crown and accepting punishment, he aims to eternally remember the hatred and suffering of that time, ensuring he never treads the same path again. Only through profound remembrance can one truly hold onto the past. Indeed, the elder sighs, waving his hand to dispel the overhead barrier, and a streak of lightning descends from the heavens. The violent, searing bolt strikes Bai Qi, tearing through flesh and bone. His somewhat frail form trembles slightly, yet he utters not a word, his garments stained crimson. Boom! Another bolt of lightning strikes, blood splattering forth, a sweet yet metallic taste swirling in his throat. He endures, his already pale cheeks now glistening with cold sweat. The pain penetrates to the marrow, akin to a sharp blade ruthlessly excavating those bloody memories, endlessly recurring, torturing his heart. Yet, it cannot rival the agony of his heartache. In a fleeting moment, after enduring the 99 strikes, Bai Qi's once pristine white garments are now drenched in scarlet. Flesh torn and ribs shattered, his body collapses, devoid of any strength to rise. The color has drained from his face, and his inky black hair falls disheveled over his shoulders, his parched lips stained with deep red, his eyes, like pools of water, reflecting a distant sorrow. In a daze, he raises his gaze, seeing their floral sea littered with bones, witnessing the once bustling streets, now shrouded in desolation. Familiar voices echo in his ears. Qi, leave matters of achievement to your father and elder brother. Your mother wishes only for your peaceful existence. That alone is sufficient. The human heart is inscrutable. Should the world ever betray or misunderstand you, can you guarantee that you will harbor no resentment? If not, then safeguard the land beneath your feet first. Qi, I am sorry. I cannot accompany you to gaze at the stars. Nevertheless, it matters not. When next you behold the vast expanse of twinkling stars, I shall have returned. The delicate smile of a maiden, the gentle whispers, linger vividly in my memory, as if they were but yesterday's scenes. Aware that it is but an illusion, he nonetheless extends his bloodied hand, yearning to grasp that fleeting warmth, only to encounter a mere wisp of vapor. Laughter and familiar faces dissolve before his eyes, transforming into nothingness akin to a fleeting dream, as though they had never existed. The illusion of flowers and water leaves only emptiness. He was mistaken. The pain in his heart is akin to a slow, torturous demise. He remains unwilling to awaken from that absurd delusion, desperately attempting to hold on, yet grasping not. Father, Mother, I recognize my errors. Please do not abandon me. Each word pierces his heart profoundly. Yet, the cost of his realization is insurmountable, far beyond what he can bear. They are all gone. They no longer exist. He is left with nothing. Chapter 85. The time for regret has passed in the realm of the heart. The lake's surface churns with waves, accompanied by the earth's tremors. A radiant figure hovers above, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy. Soon, a young woman in a white dress descends, feeling her spiritual power surge tenfold. She has broken through to the early stage of the nascent soul. Master, congratulations. You have finally ascended. Jukin rejoices for her. Now we can finally venture forth, can't we? Jiang Mingyue lowers her gaze, feeling the abundant spiritual energy within her, invigorated and refreshed. Is this the power of the nascent soul realm? She feels imbued with strength, confident that she could easily vanquish someone of Lin Wan's caliber with a single strike. Master, I have prepared lunch. After we enjoy this celebratory feast, shall we exit the realm? Jiang Mingyue's eyes sparkle upon seeing a grand feast laid out before her, filled with her favorite dishes. Instantly, her eyes gleam with delight. Oh, little fox, you are truly remarkable. What shall she do? This endearing little fox makes her wish to take it home and raise it alongside her dumplings. Of course, Jukin replies with a hint of pride. Hurry and eat before it cools. With that, Jukin continues to serve her. Little fox, do you realize how long we have been in this realm? At this, Jukin pauses. Did you not keep track of time while cultivating? Jiang Mingyue shakes her head. Surely, it cannot be. Has a year truly passed? A sense of foreboding creeps into her heart as she and Jukin finish their meal and prepare to leave the heart realm. It feels as though an entire era has slipped by. Upon returning to the courtyard, Han Shui arrives just in time. Upon seeing Jiang Mingyue, his expression shifts. Mingyue, why have you returned only now? What happened? The set competition is nearly concluded. Is it almost over? Jiang Mingyue is taken aback. Indeed, her greatest fears have materialized. She hastily inquires, at what stage is the competition now? Han Shui blurts out, currently, the finals are underway at the training grounds. Her heart sinks as if struck by a thunderclap. Has it truly reached the finals? So, she has arrived too late? Mingyue, you were far too engrossed in your cultivation. Han Shui laments for her. Now, she has missed this year's set competition and must wait another 2 years. Jiang Mingyue, she has devoted herself to arduous training solely to secure victory in the grand competition and acquire the Ice Lotus. Now, she is informed that she must wait an additional 2 years. It feels as though the heavens have collapsed. Jiang Mingyue strives to compose herself, yet her heart brims with discontent. So, which disciple is Brother Yi facing in the finals? At this moment, she can only pin her hopes on Yi Qianxian claiming first place, after which she could devise a plan to ask him for the Ice Lotus. Brother Yi? He recently achieved a breakthrough and ascended to the transformation stage. What? Jiang Mingyue is petrified. Another thunderclap strikes her. She had only just reached the nascent soul stage and felt elated, believing that with her indestructible body and the power of heavenly thunder, she might stand a chance against Yi Qianxian. Now, he has advanced to the transformation stage. For her, a mere newly ascended nascent soul cultivator, to defeat someone at his level seems entirely implausible. Han Shui then shifted the conversation. However, Brother Yi has become the new elder of Qingzhou Peak and will no longer participate in this sect competition. Is that so? Jiang Mingyue seems to glimpse a flicker of hope. Thus, today's finals feature sister Yun battling sister Jiang Ling from Tianlan Peak. Han Shui shook her head, but she noted that there was little suspense in the finals. Sister Jiang would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Sister Yun had just ascended to the nascent soul stage and had merely been fortunate in the semifinals, facing an early-stage opponent, which allowed her to progress to the finals. Yet, Sister Jiang is already in the late nascent soul stage. Sister Yun could never be her match. Luo. Upon hearing that name, Jiang Mingyue could no longer sit idly and immediately rushed to the training grounds. Trial grounds. Yin Wanyin fought against Jiang Ling for over 10 rounds. Her body marred with injuries and was once again thrown to the ground. Yin Wanyin, is this all you are capable of? Jiang Ling glared down at her, her face a mask of scorn. She had always harbored feelings for Brother Yi, yet he only had eyes for Yin Wanyin. Despite being superior in every way, Brother Yi would not spare her a glance. She was unwilling to accept this. Today, she would publicly cripple Yin Wanyin before Brother Yi's eyes and see if he would still favor a cripple. Yin Wanyin, with a defiant glint in her eyes, rose from the ground, unwilling to concede. Jiang Ling brandished her sword and continued her relentless assault, each strike aimed at the vital points. Bang! Yin Wanyin was forced back by a palm strike, her body crashing against the railing of the arena, just as she was about to tumble over. Jiang Ling yanked her back. Yin Wanyin fell to the ground, and Jiang Ling, showing no mercy, crouched down to continue her assault. Slaps and sword strikes rained down upon her. Yin Wanyin had exhausted her strength and was left with no means to retaliate. Jiang Ling, stop! From the sidelines, Yi Qianshun observed with growing urgency, his voice cold and commanding. The other disciples held their breath. Was Jiang Ling truly intent on taking Sister Yin's life? With a powerful palm, Jiang Ling sent Yin Wanyin tumbling off the stage and leapt into the air, ready to pursue. Stop! Yi Qianshun enveloped Yin Wanyin in his embrace. Using his palm to repel Jiang Ling seethed with rage. For Yin Wanyin's sake, Brother Yi had actually struck her. Wanyin. At that moment, Jiang Mingyue arrived at the training grounds. In a hurried rush, she came upon Yun Wanquan, who was covered in wounds and had fallen into unconsciousness. Her heart ached as if pierced by a knife. Wanquan. Yi Qianshun clenched his fists, feeling both heartbroken and furious, his cold gaze sweeping over Jiang Ling opposite him. As his spiritual power surged, although this set competition did not concern life or death, Jiang Ling had clearly intended to inflict serious harm on Wanquan, and even now, despite Wan Chuan's defeat, he refused to relent. It was evident that he was acting with malicious intent. This affront he could not endure. Senior Brother Yi. Jiang Ling showed no fear. Oh no, you are now an elder, lacking the qualification to participate in this set competition. Are you really going to lay hands on a junior, unafraid of becoming a laughingstock? The sect master and all the elders are present. She was certain that Senior Brother Yi would not dare to act against her. Today, even if she were to beat Yin Wanquan to death, it would simply be a matter of Wan Chuan's inferiority, and she would bear no blame. The disciples who were close to Yin Wanquan felt deeply displeased. Jiang Mingyue shot her a cold glance and stood up. He has no right. But what about me? Who? Seeing Jiang Mingyue step forward, Jiang Ling laughed mockingly. Jiang Mingyue? Oh, 3 days ago, you withdrew from the preliminary selection. I thought you realized your own weakness and dared not participate in this competition. Now that I have secured the top position, with your mere golden core cultivation, if I defeat you, does that not mean the top position becomes mine? Jiang Mingyue smirked coldly. Chapter 86. Brutality. Ever since her parents divorced, Luo had become her closest and most important person. How dare anyone harm her Luo? If she did not beat this person into a pulp today, she would be unworthy of being Luo's friend. Are you dreaming? Jiang Ling scoffed dismissively. You, a mere golden core. How could you possibly defeat me? Jiang Mingyue, with her audacity, challenged. So, do you dare to accept my challenge? She wasted no time with unnecessary words. Fine. Jiang Ling readily agreed. Jiang Mingyue was also someone Senior Brother Yi had once favored, and she was a good friend of Yin Wanquan. Normally, as the sect master's daughter, she would not dare to openly offend, but today, she aimed to cripple Jiang Ling. This way, senior brother Yi would have no choice but to favor her. Jiang Yuan and the others sat in the viewing area, sweating for Jiang Ningyue as she suddenly appeared. Ningyue was merely at the peak of the golden core. How could she possibly contend with Jiang Ling? And at this moment, Jiang Ling was brimming with fury. If Ningyue went up, she would surely face disaster. With this thought, Jiang Yuan could no longer remain seated. Ningyue, you did not participate in the earlier preliminary selection. Directly challenging the top position is against the rules. Come back, do not act recklessly. The sect master. Jiang Ling said confidently, Jiang Jr.'s sister is unwilling to accept this top position. I'm offering her a chance to challenge me. If she wins, I shall relinquish this top position to her. I speak not in jest. Jiang Yuan could only sigh. Recklessness, this is sheer recklessness. With that, Jiang Ling leaped onto the arena, casting a provocative glance at Jiang Ningyue. Come up. Jiang Ningyue also ascended the stage and said to her, if I win, you must kneel and apologize to Wang Quan. Still boasting? Jiang Ling sneered. Lowering her voice, I shall send you to your grave. The furious spiritual energy surged into the sword blade, descending upon Jiang Ningyue with unrelenting ferocity. The surrounding disciples gasped in astonishment. Why was senior sister Jiang exerting herself to such a degree from the outset? There was no sign of leniency towards junior sister Jiang. Surely, Jiang Ningyue would sustain grave injuries. However, she remained unfazed, standing her ground until the blade was perilously close to her face, at which point she reached out. With a swift motion, she caught the lethal sword, capable of gravely wounding a nascent soul cultivator, with her bare hand, astonishingly without a scratch. Jiang Ling's hand, still gripping the sword, seemed paralyzed. What was happening? Suddenly, with a sharp crack, Jiang Ling's sword was effortlessly snapped in two by Jiang Ningyue, the pieces clattering to the ground with a crisp sound. Disarmed and bewildered, Jiang Ling was swiftly seized by her collar and lifted off the ground, her feet dangling as she was spun around before being forcefully slammed back down. A cry of agony escaped her lips. The audience was left in utter disbelief. Could it be that junior sister Jiang had mastered the art of body cultivation? I recall her not possessing such strength before. Senior sister Jiang must have been caught off guard. Indeed, Jiang Ling was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. No matter how strong Jiang Ningyue had become, the disparity in their cultivation levels was insurmountable. Yet, as they watched, it seemed certain that senior sister Jiang would prevail. On stage, Jiang Ling, dazed from the impact, hurried to rise, but as a sword cultivator without her weapon, she stood no chance against a martial artist in close combat. No sooner had she regained her footing than Jiang Ningyue lifted her again as if she were a mere chick, tossing her 5 meters away until she crashed against the railing. Blood spewed from her mouth, and she fell heavily to the ground, questioning her very existence. How could this be possible? Wasn't Jiang Ningyue once a delicate maiden with no strength to harm a chicken? Had she grown so powerful? Moreover, wasn't she merely at the peak of the golden core stage? Before she could ponder further, Jiang Ningyue was already atop her, delivering a flurry of relentless blows. Each strike, as hard as iron, landed with bone-crushing force, fist against flesh, bone against bone, while Jiang Ling found herself utterly unable to retaliate. The onlookers, including Jiang Yuan, were left utterly dumbfounded. The brutality of junior sister Jiang's assault was beyond comprehension. This transcended mere physical prowess. Even the foremost martial artist of their sect could not muster such strength. How could senior sister Jiang be unable to contend with her? Could it be that Jiang Ningyue had achieved the nascent soul stage? How could she have progressed so rapidly? They recalled that just a year ago, she was still at the 9th layer of foundation establishment. In the brief span of a year, she had ascended to the nascent soul stage. Was this a jest? Even Brother Yi lacked such extraordinary talent, with her ribs shattered and blood streaming down her face. Jiang Ling could no longer resist and pleaded desperately, "Please stop. Jiang Ningyue, I concede. I admit defeat, just spare me. Please." She had no doubt that if this continued, her life would be forfeit. Yet, Jiang Mingyue's fists did not relent, her fury unabated. For every blow you struck upon Wang Yuan, I will repay you tenfold, 100-fold. Ah! Jiang Ling was lifted by his feet and discarded from the arena like refuse, landing unceremoniously on his back. His disheveled appearance starkly contrasted with the arrogance he had displayed moments before. At this moment, Jiang Ling's face resembled that of a swollen pig's head, marred by bruises and blood. Half of his teeth were gone, and his mouth was filled with crimson. He could not catch his breath and fainted instantly. The audience was left in shock. The brothers Lin Qian and Lin Wan, having witnessed such a violent and brutal confrontation, were left pale and trembling, unable to stand. In just a few short months, how had this girl seemingly multiplied her strength manifold? They had no doubt that had they faced the Jiang Mingyue of today, they would likely have been rendered incapacitated. Thankfully, the elders were equally incredulous. They had not anticipated that Ningyue's serious cultivation would allow her to stand on par with the exceptionally gifted elite disciples of the inner sect. It seemed that the position of the first disciple was now up for contention. On stage, Jiang Mingyue cast a glance at the referee disciple, subtly urging him to announce the results. The referee finally regained his composure and proclaimed, "The champion of this sect competition is Jiang Mingyue from Tianyuan Peak." Although Jiang Mingyue's sudden emergence was against the competition rules, given that Jiang Ling had issued a challenge himself and considering Jiang's remarkable performance, there was no dispute about her deserving the title of champion. Jiang Mingyue exhaled in relief. While she had accomplished her task, her heart remained heavy with concern for Yun Wanyan's safety. Without uttering a word, she rushed off to check on Yun Wanyan. Across the hall, Jiang Yuan observed her intently, his expression a mix of pride, confusion, and profound contemplation. His daughter seemed to be evolving into someone extraordinary, yet she was entirely unlike the person she once was. Chapter 87. To the return of the spirit ruins by the bedside, the medical elder was examining Yun Wanyan's pulse, his expression grave. Yi Qinshen and Jiang Mingyue could no longer restrain themselves and inquired, "Elder, how is Wanyan's condition?" The elder sighed deeply. Jiang Ling's strikes were indeed ruthless, each aimed directly at her vital points. Wanyan has sustained severe internal injuries. Her condition is quite critical. He did not elaborate further, indicating that Yun Wanyan's injuries had reached a life-threatening stage. Jiang Mingyue felt a mix of worry and fury. Although Jiang Ling had likely been left incapacitated himself, it paled in comparison to the harm inflicted upon Wanyan. Had she known, she would have struck that fiend a few more times. "I have many healing elixirs." Jiang Mingyue frowned. "I will fetch them immediately." However, the usual healing elixirs would have little effect on her injuries. "Is there truly no elixir that can heal her?" Jiang Mingyue asked, her worry palpable. After a moment's thought, the elder replied, "It is not impossible. However, the required medicinal materials are rare. Elder, whatever materials you need, just tell me, and I will find them." Yi Qianshan exclaimed, his urgency evident. The medical elder then revealed, "If we could obtain the pure blood of a 6th-tier or higher Yin attribute beast to concoct a pill, it could restore Wanyan's internal injuries." The disciples fell into a heavy silence. Capturing beasts of the 6th rank or higher proves exceedingly difficult, especially when dealing with a rare pure Yin attribute. This medicinal herb is not merely hard to come by. Finding it within a short time frame is utterly impossible. Would using the blood of ordinary beasts in the concoction help alleviate her injuries? Knight Qianshan was acutely aware that such a herb was indeed a rarity, perhaps within 3 to 5 days. The elder of medical cultivation sighed, indicating that if pure Yin beast blood was not incorporated into the medication after this period, Wanwan might never awaken again. This revelation struck Knight Qianshan like a heavy blow. "Let me try using my blood." Jiang Mingyue, unwilling to concede, stepped forward and used a dagger to slice her palm. Blood flowed from her hand, dripping into Yun Wanwan's mouth. She pressed her lips together and swallowed a bit, her delicate brows knitting together as her fingers twitched slightly. Was there hope for her recovery? Jiang Mingyue reached out to check her pulse, sensing that the internal injuries had stabilized somewhat. Yet this temporary respite would likely not last long. "Mingyue, while your blood possesses healing properties. Your cultivation is still too shallow to affect any significant change on such severe injuries, the elder of medical cultivation lamented, unless she can cultivate her own essence blood, which is clearly beyond your current capabilities. Jiang Mingyue's heart plummeted. She loathed herself for failing to protect her only family member, now helplessly watching her life ebb away. Is there truly no other way? She whispered to the little fox concealed in her sleeve. Do you know of any pure, attribute 6th rank beasts? Her voice was barely audible, meant for only their ears. The little fox hesitated. He indeed knew of such a creature, but dared not speak of it. Moreover, that formidable beast held considerable power and harbored a deep-seated hatred for humanity. It was unlikely it would part with its blood to save an unrelated individual. He cautiously suggested, perhaps you could inquire with the little demon emperor? Of course, Jiang Mingyue exclaimed, as if struck by inspiration. As the demon emperor, Bai Qi must have the most extensive knowledge of demons, and surely knew where to find a pure attribute great demon. Conveniently, she needed to deliver the Ice Soul Lotus to Bai Qi, so she would venture to the Guiling Ruins. Senior Brother Yi, Jiang Mingyue declared, please take care of Wan Wan while I seek the herb. You know where to find beast blood? Knight Qinshan asked, astonished. Not entirely sure, but I will search, Jiang Mingyue replied, not daring to sound too confident. However, regarding Lulua's life, she would exhaust every effort. Once she located a pure 6th rank great demon, she would do whatever it took to procure its blood. I will accompany you, he offered. There's no need, she declined firmly. Just take care of Wan Wan. I will certainly return with the herb. Trusting her judgment, Knight Qinshan acquiesced. Very well, take care of yourself, and do not overexert. If she were to encounter misfortune while trying to save Wan Wan, it would sadden Wan Wan even if she were to awaken. Understood. Thanks to the Xianyu ring. Jiang Mingyue traversed the Guiling Ruins effortlessly, with the guards treating her with utmost courtesy. Upon arriving at the palace of the Demon Emperor, the demon attendant instructed her to wait in the front hall. Miss Jiang, the master is currently in a meeting with King Beiyu. Please wait here for your summons. How long will they be discussing? Jiang Mingyue inquired weakly, anxious to return and rescue Luoluo. The attendant hesitated, ultimately responding, it should be no more than 3 to 5 hours. 3 to 5 hours? That would take up most of the day. Sighing in resignation, she prepared herself for a prolonged wait. Just as she settled in, another attendant hurriedly entered, announcing, the master has arrived. So soon? Jiang Mingyue looked up as the sound of approaching footsteps drew nearer. The figure that entered bore an ethereal elegance, yet appeared somewhat rushed. Today, he wore his long, dark hair down, adorned only with a single white jade hairpin, complemented by a robe of crimson and black, exuding a cold, noble beauty tinged with a hint of languor, still as breathtaking as if favored by the gods. However, after months apart, he seemed to have lost a bit of weight. His handsome face was pale as jade, and his lips lacked their usual color, appearing as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. Upon seeing her, Bai Qi's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy, though he feigned composure as he asked, what brings you here? He likely hadn't anticipated that Ning Ning would take the initiative to visit the Demon Emperor's palace. I came to see you for a reason, Jiang Mingyue replied casually. Bai Qi was taken aback. If you had something to discuss, you could have simply called for me. There was no need for you to come all this way. Although Ning Ning possessed the Xianyu ring, allowing her safe passage through the palace, the journey was long and fraught with dangers. Her courage was indeed remarkable. Let me see if you're injured, he urged. I'm fine. Jiang Mingyue gently pushed his hand away, jesting, I was just worried that if I call for you suddenly, it might disturb you. What if you became angry and ignored me again? Bai Qi chuckled, still holding a grudge. You haven't forgotten about the last incident? It seemed that throughout these months, Ning Ning had indeed thought of him. Just joking, Jiang Mingyue smiled, her tone shifting as she said, I brought you some medicine. I made the trip to show my sincerity. Medicine? Bai Qi was momentarily startled as Jiang Mingyue opened the brocade box in her hands, revealing a blooming snow lotus. Ice Soul Lotus, this is for you? He asked. Yes, she nodded. I learned from the ancient text that this Ice Soul Lotus can suppress your fire poison. Though it may not be rare for you, is a precious item I earned after winning the sect competition, a way to repay your life-saving grace." Her words were earnest, and Bai Qi listened intently to every syllable, his emotions surging within him. "You participated in the sect competition for this ice soul lotus?" he asked, somewhat astonished. So, Ning Ning had trained so diligently, persistently seeking instruction from Yi Qianchen in sword techniques, and exerted herself to enter the competition, all for the sake of the ice soul lotus? Was it truly to save him? Not quite. Jiang Ningyue, with a hint of pride, remarked, "My primary intention was to annul the engagement with Brother Yi, and to conveniently retrieve this medicinal herb to repay your kindness. Do not overthink it. I mean no more than that." Upon hearing this, Bai Qi embraced her tenderly. The warmth enveloped her, and the faint scent of herbs wafted through the air, leaving Jiang Ningyue momentarily dazed. What is he doing? Bai Qi held her gently, filled with joy and emotion. Regardless of the circumstances, Ningming held him in her thoughts, and even if just occasionally, that brought him immense happiness. "Bai Qi, please speak properly and refrain from being so touchy." Jiang Ningyue felt increasingly uneasy in his embrace. "Thank you, Ningning." Despite having lost everything, he still had Ningning. As long as she was by his side, his future would no longer be an unending abyss of darkness. Thus, he resolved to cherish her. She was all that remained for him. Unbeknownst to him, his eyes were misty with unshed tears. "No need to thank me. Just let go of me." Jiang Ningyue felt increasingly uncomfortable and pushed him away gently. Suddenly, Bai Qi stumbled slightly upon her gentle push. "Ah!" He stifled a muffled groan, clutching his chest while struggling to stabilize himself against the table. His complexion turned a pallid white, and in the blink of an eye, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. A wave of dizziness overcame him, and darkness enveloped his vision as he collapsed. "Hey, what is wrong with you?" Jiang Ningyue rushed forward to support him. Bai Qi, don't play tricks." She vowed she had merely nudged him lightly. How could such a gentle push render him unconscious? Surely, he wasn't feigning illness again? Bai Qi lay half-reclined on the couch, his face still as pale as one recovering from a grave illness. Jiang Ningyue's small hand rested gently on his heart. Even through his clothing, she could sense the warmth radiating from him. Though he felt a pang of anxiety, he remained still, allowing her hand to explore his form. "Why has your injury worsened?" Jiang Ningyue withdrew her hand, concern etched on her face. His heart was in disarray, the damage far more severe than a year prior. How could this be? Last time, he had promised her he would take better care of himself, yet he had allowed himself to deteriorate to this extent. She felt restless. With such severe internal injuries, anyone else would have succumbed already. And it was not merely a matter of another person. Had she arrived even a few days later, this prodigy might have perished. Moreover, she couldn't comprehend it. There were few in the cultivation realm capable of inflicting such harm upon him. How could his condition continue to deteriorate? Jiang Ningyue glanced at the herbal concoction recently delivered by the demon attendant and sighed. This medicine only serves to calm the mind. Does your physician not prescribe any healing remedies? The other medicines are far too bitter. I refuse to drink them, Bai Qi replied nonchalantly. Jiang Ningyue took a sip from the bowl and grimaced. This medicine is quite bitter as well, and it appears to be of little use. Well then, could you pour it out for me? He stated lightly. I don't wish to drink it either. Jiang Ningyue felt a strange sense that this demon prince harbored a subtle air of resignation, as if the act of consuming medicine or healing his injuries mattered little to him. It was as though this body was not truly his, indifferent to life or death. You are already a demon emperor. What troubles could you possibly have? Do you truly wish to forsake life? Unable to contain herself, she inquired. She suddenly posed such a disjointed question that Bai Qi was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. I shall fetch the imperial physician to prescribe you some healing medicine, Jiang Ningyue stated as she rose to leave, only to be gently pulled back by his large hand. Now is not the time for your capriciousness. Jiang Ningyue, more anxious than he, insisted, you must take your medicine and attend to your injuries. Otherwise, you may perish. I am aware, he replied, but do you not remember? My ailment is of the heart, and it requires heart's remedy. What use are ordinary potions? What heart ailment do you suffer for now? She inquired, perplexed. They say absence makes the heart grow fonder, and with Ningning not visiting for so long, I have been restless, consumed by longing. His tone bore a hint of melancholy. Huh, so this is all my fault? She retorted, incredulous. I do not blame you. Bai Qi chuckled softly. Your presence today brings me joy. His enchanting peach blossom eyes curved like crescent moons, mesmerizing her. Is that so? Indeed, he nodded earnestly. If Ningning were to embrace me, I would be even happier. Perhaps my heart's ailment would be cured without treatment. What frivolous nonsense. Jiang Mingyue scoffed. If you still have the energy for such banter, it seems you are not in grave danger. I shall take my leave then. I was merely jesting. If you do not wish to embrace me, then please do not depart. Bai Qi's voice softened, laced with a hint of pleading. I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot linger here in jest, she replied, needing to gather medicinal herbs. Oh, what pressing matter is it? Bai Qi inquired. Do share. I may be able to assist you. That is unnecessary. You should prioritize your own health. Jiang Mingyue declined. She thought it best not to add more burdens to his already grievous state. Seeing her concern for him, Bai Qi smiled subtly, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable delight. After a pause, Jiang Mingyue ventured, however, I do wish to ask you something. Yes. Do you have any subordinates with pure yin attributes at or above the 6th tier? She asked directly. Or perhaps you know where I might find such a creature. Please tell me. Why do you inquire? Jiang Mingyue succinctly explained. Wang Quan has sustained severe injuries, affecting her organs. We require the essence of a 6th-tier pure yin beast blood to save her life. The situation is dire. If I cannot find the blood within 3 to 5 days, she may not survive. As she spoke, her expression darkened, filled with anxiety and distress. Seeing her sorrowful demeanor, Bai Qi felt a pang in his heart. Is she so significant to you? He asked. Yes, Jiang Mingyue affirmed. She is the dearest person to me in this world. Should anything happen to her, I would wish for no further existence. Do not say such things. You do not understand. Jiang Mingyue shook her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She is all I have. Her sadness resonated within Bai Qi, and he wished to reassure her, to declare that she still had him. Yet, the words remained unspoken. Instead, he summoned a dagger into his palm and, with an impassive face, plunged it into his own heart. Hearing the sharp intake of breath, Jiang Mingyue looked up, horrified to see the blade drawn from his chest, blood gushing forth. Instantly, her complexion changed. What are you doing? Chapter 89. Why inflict such harm upon yourself? He summoned a drop of his essence blood, using his spiritual power, and placed it into a sealed porcelain vial. Withdrawing a dagger, he subsequently spat out a mouthful of blood. Bai Qi, what are you doing? The sight of the crimson stains left Jiang Mingyue pale with fear. Why must you harm yourself like this? To extract essence blood. Before she could finish her sentence, the vial containing the essence blood was thrust towards her face. His blood-stained hand trembling slightly. It dawned on her then. He must possess a pure yin attribute. She was unaware. Had she known Bai Qi's true nature, she would have never uttered such words in his presence. The essence blood of a demonic beast is an exceedingly precious commodity, a fact she was acutely aware of. Losing such blood equated to a significant loss in cultivation, and given his current state of injury, the very willingness to sacrifice his essence blood for her sake was nothing short of foolishness. Do not worry. Noticing her silent distress, Bai Qi reassured her. As long as your friend's soul remains intact, with this drop of essence blood infused into the medicine, even the gravest of injuries should be completely restored. Each word was imbued with an innate tenderness. Stop talking. You've lost so much blood. Observing the blood still flowing from his chest, Jiang Mingyue grew anxious. We need a healer. A healer. It's merely a drop of blood. It's not a significant matter. Let us refrain from calling for a healer. Bai Qi replied calmly. If they were to come, and those two find out, they would surely take turns chastising me. It's not that I fear them. It's just that if they were to hold a grudge against Ningning, it would bring her unnecessary misfortune. At that moment, the healer entered from outside. Your Excellency, there's nothing amiss. You may withdraw. Bai Qi's tone was cold, leaving no room for dissent. Understood. The healer dared not inquire further and exited hastily. Hey, no matter how willful you are, you cannot dismiss the healer. Jiang Mingyue was even more anxious than he. "ISNT at my desire for you to heal me. Personally?" he casually replied. "Hurry up." Bai Qi pressed a hand against his bleeding chest, gently urging her, "Are you truly willing to watch me bleed out?" Jiang Mingyue ceased her idle chatter and swiftly began to use her spiritual power to staunch the bleeding. The gruesome wound revealed raw flesh, with glimpses of white bone visible. A deep gash indeed. This foolish man, inflicting such brutality upon himself. Each time, he displayed utter disregard for his own life. For some reason, her heart ached slightly. Bai Qi, lacking strength, gently closed his eyes, enduring the piercing pain in silence. Jiang Mingyue gazed at him, her heart heavy with guilt. "By doing this, how can I repay you?" He half jested. "Aside from offering my body in return, I do not accept any other form of recompense." His voice was weak, barely holding on. "That I cannot do," Jiang Mingyue replied. Sooner or later, she would have to leave this place and return to the real world. Since she could not promise to accompany him for a lifetime, it was better not to make such promises lightly, lest it cause further pain. "Yet you saved my best friend's life. This kindness I shall certainly repay." She spoke with newfound seriousness. Bai Qi merely chuckled softly, remaining silent. Ningning still regarded him with too much distance. Glimpsing the cold sweat on his brow, Jiang Mingyue gently inquired, "Does it hurt?" "I am accustomed to it." "It is of no consequence," he replied. With a faint sigh, she remarked, "But weren't you once the most afraid of pain?" The delicate young man who would shed tears at the slightest scrape seemed a stark contrast to the one before her now. It was truly difficult to believe they were the same person. As her words hung in the air, Bai Qi's eyes widened in surprise, and he rose, embracing her shoulder with fervor. "Ningning, have you perhaps recalled something?" Noticing the barely contained excitement in his expression, Jiang Mingyue felt a surge of emotion. "Do you truly care so much about the past?" "That was our history. How could I not care?" "That is your past with her." She corrected him. "It has nothing to do with me." "How could it be unrelated?" Jiang Mingyue shrugged off his hand. "She loved you enough to forsake everything, even her life for you. I cannot do that. I am merely someone who fears for my own existence." She looked at Bai Qi. "Bai Qi, see clearly. I am entirely different from the one you cherish. You have fancifully envisioned me as the figure from your memories, becoming lost in your dreams." But she was unwilling to be a mere substitute for his illusions. "Bai Qi, in your heart, what do I truly represent?" Her emotions seemed to spiral out of control. Throughout it all, he had only regarded her as a replacement, never truly loving her for who she was. Bai Qi met her gaze, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "You have always been yourself." Each word was imbued with certainty. "And what if I can never recall those memories? What then?" Jiang Mingyue shook her head, forcefully trying to inject those memories into her mind, as if doing so might bring that other self back to life. "As for whether she exists or not, it seems irrelevant to you, does it not?" "Ningning, do you truly believe I would act in such a manner?" Bai Qi's smile was tinged with bitterness. "Indeed, I do not know you as well as she did. I cannot predict your actions," Jiang Mingyue stated seriously. "I only wish to convey this. I'm not her, and I will never become her." Bai Qi smiled sadly, a tear trailing down his cheek. "You once expressed this to me as well. Did the moonlit fairy utter such words?" Jiang Mingyue averted her gaze. "It appears she did not love you as deeply as you believed. Let it go." "I cannot let go. Abandon it. It leads nowhere." Her tone was resolute. "At least with me, there will never be any outcome." Her words pierced him like daggers, a barrage of pain striking at his heart. Tears flowed from his eyes like pearls from a broken string, cascading down like shattered jade. Perhaps even the affection he once professed was merely a fade, a truth he had chosen to believe. Yet how could he resign himself to relinquish it? She was the one he had yearned for across a millennium. How could he ever let her go? A fervent fire ignited within his soul, searing pain spreading gradually through his chest. Bai Qi pressed his hand to his heart, struggling against the discomfort within, closing his eyes as the tears continued to fall. Jiang Mingyue felt a pang of concern, wanting to reach out to him, yet her hand lingered in the air, unmoving. He had someone he deeply loved, and her intrusion would only render her a mere jest. Moreover, even in the absence of the moonlit fairy, she would eventually return to the real world. She would not forsake her reality for the sake of a man. Given this, it would be better not to give him any false hopes. Jiang Mingyue withdrew her hand, unwilling to gaze at his tear-streaked face, fearing her heart might soften. You should rest well. I shall not disturb you further. As she rose, her arm was suddenly grasped by Bai Qi. Ning Ning, please don't go, he implored, his trembling hand barely possessing strength. Let go. Jiang Mingyue released his grasp and hurried away without a backward glance. Ning Ning, Ning Ning. Bai Qi called out, unable to reach her. He felt the fire in his chest intensifying, and a mouthful of blood surged forth as he collapsed onto the couch. Chapter 90. Do you truly like him? Upon exiting the chamber, Jiuan, who had been eavesdropping from within Bai Qi's sleeve, finally spoke up. Hey, do you truly like him? Why make such resolute declarations? Whether I like him or not is inconsequential, Jiang Mingyue replied, her eyes dimmed. The person in his heart is not me, and I cannot offer him a future. They're simply impossible. Thus, it would be best to refrain from harboring feelings for him. However, I sense he holds a considerable affection for you, Jiuan remarked, though she found the conversation pointless. Let's not dwell on this. Our priority is to return and save others. Understood, Jiuan replied succinctly. The complexities of human emotions were indeed perplexing. Though there was a slight affection, there remained an unwillingness to acknowledge it. Nevertheless, developing feelings for the Demon Emperor was hardly a blessing. Should one truly concede to such affections, the ensuing turmoil would be unfathomable. He secretly wished that his master felt nothing for the Demon Emperor, resolute in her detachment, with Jiuan guiding her through the winds. Their return journey from the spirit return ruins to the heavenly threshold sect still spanned 2 days. Upon arriving at the sect, she hastened to Yun Wanyan's quarters. Pushing the door open, she beheld Yun Wanyan already awakened, sitting cross-legged on the couch, while Yi Qianqian was using spiritual energy to heal her wounds. Wanyan, at the sound, Yun Wanyan opened her eyes, and Yi Qianqian ceased his healing. Ning Ning, you have returned. Yun Wanyan inquired with concern. Where did you go to gather herbs? Were you harmed? She had been apprehensive since hearing from Qianqian that Ning Ning had gone in search of medicine, her thoughts lingering on her well-being. It was a relief that she had returned unscathed. I am fine, Jiang Mingyue assured, stepping closer. You are not. The sect master. Yun Wanyan anticipated her question. The sect master sacrificed his cultivation to save my life. Speaking of this, she felt a pang of guilt. It was her inadequacy that led to their defeat in the sect competition, and now the sect master had to suffer a loss to protect her. Now that you are safe, I can rest easy, Jiang Mingyue responded, shifting the topic. How is father faring? Yi Qianqian answered for her. He has lost some cultivation and may need to enter seclusion for a while. His gaze fell upon the medicine bottle in Jiang Mingyue's hand. Did you obtain the essence of the beast's blood? Yes. Ning Ning, I am recovering well. Take this drop of beast's blood to the sect master for his recovery. Yin Wanyan proposed. At this moment, the sect master required the beast's blood more than she did. Very well, Jiang Mingyue agreed. I shall go see father now. Wait. At that moment, Yi Qianqian called out to her, please convey a message to the sect leader for me. What message? Yi Qianqian hesitated before responding. Let's speak outside. Jiang Mingyue followed him out of the room, noticing the somber expression on his face. She quickly inquired, Senior Brother Yi, is something the matter? Earlier, upon returning to the sect, she had observed chaos near Tianzhu Peak, as if a fire had broken out, with many disciples engaged in firefighting. However, in her haste to help, she hadn't taken a closer look. Yi Qianqian nodded slightly. Last night, the Demon Emperor launched a surprise attack on our sect's treasure vault, wreaking havoc and destruction. To protect the other disciples, the sect leader, what has happened to my father? Jiang Mingyue's heart raced to her throat. The sect leader has had his inner core extracted by the Demon Emperor. At the mention of this, Yi Qianqian's voice brimmed with indignation. What? Jiang Mingyue's expression shifted dramatically. My father hasn't fully recovered yet. I have deep feelings for the sect leader. Please do not inform her of this matter just yet. This was precisely why Yi Qianqian had called her out to speak. I understand. Jiang Mingyue felt a surge of anxiety, yet was skeptical of his words. Was it truly last night? Indeed, She had returned from the Demon Emperor's palace to Lishianyuan, taking a full 2 days, and she indeed had not been with Bai Qi the previous night. But why would Bai Qi act in such a manner? Senior brother Yi, was it truly the Demon Empress doing? Did you see it with your own eyes? She still struggled to believe it. Yi Qianshan hesitated. I heard them say so, but did not have the chance to witness it myself. For the past few days, he had been by Yun Wanyan's side, not straying far and lacking the mental bandwidth to focus on anything else. By the time he arrived at the treasure vault yesterday, the sect leader had already sustained severe injuries and was unconscious. As for the demon clan members, they had long since fled the scene. But I did see with my own eyes that the sect leader was indeed injured by the 9-heaven soul fire. Yi Qianshan's tone bore a hint of anger. The sect leader's injuries were grave, compounded by the loss of his inner core. His life was likely in jeopardy. It seemed that the Tianke sect was on the brink of upheaval or imminent conflict. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingyue could no longer remain calm. I must go check on my father. Indeed, Jiang Mingyue hurriedly made her way to the courtyard where Jiang Yuan resided. Before she could enter, however, she was intercepted by 2 of Jiang Yuan's personal disciples. How is my father? Let me in. Junior sister Jiang, one disciple replied, unwilling to allow her through. The sect leader does not wish for you to see him in his current state. He has specifically instructed that if you arrive, you are not to be let in. I have a way to save my father, she urged anxiously. Is that truly the case? Of course it is. Please step aside and let me in. Without waiting for a response, Jiang Mingyue forcefully pushed past them and rushed inside. In the room, the elders from various peaks had gathered, working together to channel their spiritual energy to heal Jiang Yuan. The middle-aged man seated on the bed was on the verge of death, a deep wound in his chest. His aura of spiritual energy no longer surged as it once had. Father, has your inner core truly been extracted? Father, Jiang Mingyue dashed forward. Mingyue? An elder glanced at her. What are you doing here? You should leave at once. Do not cause further chaos. They were desperately trying to stabilize the sect leader's heart pulse. If they failed to do so within half an hour, the sect leader's fate would be dire. Quickly, give this to my father. Jiang Mingyue produced a vial of medicine. What is this? They were taken aback and did not reach for it. It's the blood of a 9th-tier demon, Jiang Mingyue exclaimed. The blood of a 9th-tier demon. A brief statement